Lingzhou Southern Domain. Endless green mountains stretch for hundreds of miles with clouds and mist clinging to the mountainsides all year round. Ancient trees tower in the mountains, their lush green leaves layered upon one another. When the wind blows, the leaves rustle. This mountain is called Qingyun Mountain. Perched atop it stands the renowned cultivation sect of the entire Lingzhou, the Qingyun sect. Today the foot of Qingyun Mountain is abuzz with activity, streams of carriages and horses flowing without end. The stone steps of the mountain path wind upward, and a dense crowd of people slowly makes its way step by step toward the summit. Today is the Qingyun sect's triennial disciple recruitment ceremony. Throughout the southern domain, in every town and village, any family with a child of suitable age, if circumstances permit, will come here. Cultivating immortality is the dream of everyone in this world. Mortals live only a few decades, subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death, unable to escape poverty and hardship. But if one can step onto the immortal path and have their spiritual root tested, they can breathe in spiritual energy, practice cultivation techniques, and transcend mortal shackles. They can fly through the sky, extend their lifespan, and with a single gesture move mountains and shatter stones. As long as one crosses the threshold of the immortal sect, they will truly soar to the heavens and leave the muddy mortal world behind. On the mountain path everywhere are young lads of 16 or 17. The youths wear various clothes, but their expressions are remarkably similar. Their eyes shine with fervor, barely hiding their longing for the immortal sect. On both sides of the road, lavish carriages are seen everywhere, inlaid with gold and jade with exquisite curtains. Many wealthy children in fine clothes are accompanied by servants and guards. Some are personally escorted by their parents, who fuss over them all the way. The crowd is noisy and chaotic. I heard the rules for testing spiritual roots are stricter this year. In previous years, even miscellaneous roots had a chance to stay, but this year I'm afraid they'll only accept low-grade roots. Exactly. The Qingyun sect has been flourishing these years, and more people want to join every year, so the bar is naturally raised. My child is naturally clever. I think he's sure to be selected this time. All kinds of conversations keep rising in the crowd, and everyone's face is full of hope. In the middle of the flow of people, Su Yun is mixed in at the back. He is alone, without family or servant. On his back is a coarse cloth bundle that has been washed white, the corners frayed. Inside are only a few changes of clothes and a few hardcore grain pancakes. The youth is thin with slender bones and a somewhat frail build. He wears a common gray cloth short jacket, the fabric coarse with two inconspicuous patches. His skin is pale from long-term malnutrition, his cheeks gaunt. Only his eyes are pitch black and clear, calm and lucid. Su Yun is not from this world. He comes from Earth. He has been transmigrated to this cultivation continent for exactly 1 month. The original body was a lonely orphan, parents dead early with no relatives. He barely lived to 16 thanks to the charity of kind villagers, then died of a high fever, allowing the modern Su Yun to take over this body. During this month, Su Yun has been adapting to the unfamiliar ancient environment while gathering information about this world. Only now has he confirmed that this is truly a world where one can fly and cultivate immortality. At that moment his heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. In his previous life as a longtime reader of cultivation novels, who hasn't dreamed of eternal life and immortality, transcending life and death, roaming the world freely? This is an innate yearning. But he soon calmed down. The first threshold of cultivation is the spiritual root. With a spiritual root, one can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and step onto the path of cultivation. Without one remains a mortal for life, no matter how hard they try. In this world, without connections or money, testing for spiritual roots is as hard as reaching the heavens. Ordinary commoners never have the chance to come into contact with cultivation in their entire lives. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. He happened to hear that the Qingyun sect holds a public recruitment every 3 years with simple rules. Anyone under 18, regardless of birth, can ascend the mountain for the spiritual root test. This year he is exactly 16, perfectly fitting the conditions. Without any hesitation, Su Yun emptied all his savings, packed a simple bag, and set off alone, traveling over mountains and rivers to reach Qingyun Mountain. As he climbs higher, the stone steps become steeper, and the mountain wind grows harsher. Subconsciously, Su Yun tightens his arms, but his steps don't pause for a moment. He remains silent all the way, his gaze calmly sweeping over the various people around him. Most of them are well-off youths dressed in silk, with fair skin, pampered and refined. In contrast, Su Yun's shabby clothes and thin figure make him stand out conspicuously in the crowd. Strange glances soon fall on him. Not far away, 3 youths in brocade clothes walk side by side with servants following behind. They deliberately slowed down, staring bluntly at Su Yun, not hiding the contempt in their eyes. One of the fair-faced rich young masters curls his lips in a mocking smile and lowers his voice deliberately loud enough for Su Yun to hear clearly. "Look at that kid over there. He lifts his chin, pointing at Su Yun walking alone. Another tall, thin youth follows his gaze, looks Su Yun up and down and snorts, skinny as a twig. A gust of wind could blow him over. How dare he come to the Qin Yun sect's event? These days, anyone dares to be delusional. The third round-faced youth crosses his arms, his tone harsh. Every year there are a few clueless poor kids who think they can strike it lucky and have a spiritual route just by coming up the mountain. The brocade youth shakes his head, his tone full of disdain. I bet he can't even pass the first round. Haha, that's true. Many around hear the conversation and turn to look, their gazes holding scrutiny, contempt, and a hint of amusement. Someone mutters, this kid looks malnourished, his family must be extremely poor. Children from poor families have no chance, it's a pure waste of effort. Accept your fate, immortals are mortals after all. The immortal sect is not for ordinary people. The noisy chatter and jeers surround his ears. Su Yun's steps do not stop, he continues walking forward. He is alone, without power or influence, without money or background. Any of these rich youths has a family backing them. For now he cannot afford to provoke anyone. A verbal dispute is meaningless. Arguing would only invite trouble and might even get him expelled from the mountain path before the test. He has no family, no backing, not even the golden finger that transmigrators are supposed to have. Others transmigrate with systems, heaven-defying cultivation methods, or special physiques. But he is ordinary with nothing. Thinking of this, Su Yun can't help but sigh inwardly. Miserable. Transmigrated for a month, no golden finger, starting from the lowest configuration. If this time he still has no spiritual root, he dares not think about the worst outcome. In this world where strength reigns supreme, being a bottom-level mortal means an end that can be seen from. After climbing the stone steps for half an hour, the crowd finally reached the mountaintop. The view suddenly opened up. A huge stone square spread out before them, paved with white, cloud-patterned giant stones, flat and hard, stretching beyond sight. This was the welcoming square before the gate of Qin Yun sect. The square was enormous, capable of holding thousands of people. Around it stood dozens of 10-foot-tall white jade pillars, their tops carved with simple cloud patterns, ancient and dignified. Beyond the railings surrounding the square, rolling milky white clouds surged like a white sea. Beside the distant cliffs, several pavilions were built along the mountain, their flying eaves and upturned corners half hidden in the mist, quiet and solemn. At the moment, the square was packed with people. Dense crowds of young boys and girls filled most of the open space. Everyone stopped moving, instinctively slowing down, not daring to make any noise. No one dared to act recklessly before the immortal sect's gate. A group of youths widened their eyes, looking around in all directions. Some raised their heads to stare at the mistreated pavilions, others reached out to gently touch the cold, smooth white jade pillars, and still others kept gazing at the towering peaks in the distance, their eyes full of curiosity and restraint. My God, is this Qin Yun sect? Just the entrance square alone is more than 10 times larger than our county's training ground. I feel the air is much fresher than down the mountain. Soft exclamations of wonder spread quietly through the crowd. Su Yun stood at the back of the crowd and slowly let out a breath. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the entire square. Green stone and white jade clouds and sea surrounding the mountains. Truly worthy of an immortal cultivation sect. Majestic. In his past life he had seen countless descriptions of immortal sects in TV shows and novels, but standing here in person felt completely different. Buzz, a sudden sound of something tearing through the air came from the horizon. Instantly it suppressed all the noise in the square. Everyone in the square froze in their movements, and in unison they raised their heads to look at the sky. Beneath the blue sky, a streak of green light pierced through layers of clouds at tremendous speed, diving down in an instant. Standing atop the light was a man in a green robe. He stood tall with one hand behind his back, stepping on a 3-foot green sword. The sword's edge gleamed, sword energy flowed, and the blade firmly supported his body as the howling wind raged. Yet his figure remained absolutely still. Flying by sword. The square erupted instantly with successive exclamations. My God, it really is sword flight. This is the power of cultivators. Riding a sword through the sky. How dashing. If I could ever practice to that level, I'd die satisfied. Countless youthful eyes burst with blazing light, staring fixedly at the figure in the sky, their faces full of fervent envy. Su Yun also raised his head, his gaze locked tightly on the green-robed cultivator. His heart began to beat uncontrollably faster. The scene of sword flight that he had only seen in movies and novels in his past life now appeared vividly before his eyes. The high-altitude wind howled, the sword pierced through the air, and the cultivator stood in the void looking down upon the thousands of mortals below. So cool. This is cultivation. This is the power that transcends ordinary humans. The green light slowly descended, finally landing on the central platform of the square. The green light dissipated and the green-robed cultivator withdrew his sword and stood still. This was an old man. He wore a gray ancient Taoist robe with light-colored cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. His face was aged, his expression calm without any sharp aura, yet he naturally carried a transcendent detachment. The old man stood with his hands behind his back silently on the platform. With just a simple stance, he silenced the noisy crowd instantly. No one dared to make a sound. Lu Qing's gaze swept calmly over the thousands of youths below, and his voice, though not loud, reached every corner of the square clearly. Young ones, you have traveled far. Hard work. I am Lu Qing, an outer sect elder of Qingyun sect. As per the usual rules, those under 18 years of age may participate in the spiritual root test. Anyone caught falsifying age or background will have their legs broken and be thrown off Qingyun Mountain. Enough nonsense. The disciple recruitment ceremony begins now. As his words fell, Lu Qing casually waved his wide sleeve. A half-man-tall white stone appeared out of thin air on the platform. The stone's surface was rough without any pattern, looking ordinary, yet it faintly emitted a weak, white glow. This object is the spirit testing stone. Lu Qing pointed at the stone. Press your palm flat against the stone, calm your mind, and concentrate. No need to deliberately activate anything. The stone will sense the spiritual roots within your body and determine the grade by the color of its glow. No light means no spiritual root. White light means pseudo-spiritual root. Green light means low grade. Blue light means medium grade. Purple light means high grade. Golden light means celestial grade. The higher the grade, the better the talent for cultivation. Simple and straightforward rules. Everyone below held their breath, memorizing every word, their eyes locked tightly on the spirit testing stone. No one wasted words. The crowd spontaneously began to line up. Long queues wound in an orderly fashion. More than 10 young outer sect disciples of Qingyun sect, all in uniform green cloth outfits, stepped forward to register one by one. A week. From immortal to the second layer of Qi refinement. In an instant, the entire mountain path fell silent for half a second. A dark-skinned youth quickly stepped onto the platform, his palms sweating with nervousness. He tremblingly pressed his palm against the surface of the spirit testing stone. After several breaths, the spirit testing stone showed no reaction, remaining a murky grayish white. Lu Qing's expression did not change as he said flatly, "No spiritual root. Eliminated." The youth's face instantly turned pale. He hung his head dejectedly and stumbled off the platform. Next, Li Shui, a girl in simple cloth, stepped forward and gently touched the stone with her fingertip. A very faint white light flickered on the stone for 2 seconds, then dissipated. Pseudo-spiritual root. Extremely weak spiritual energy sensation. Unable to cultivate. Eliminated. More than a dozen people went up for testing in a row. The results were mostly the same. Either no light or a faint pale light. Occasionally a shallow green light appeared, but it was dim and murky, the worst kind of low-grade spirit root. An outer disciple stood at the side of the platform, reading out the verdicts in a flat voice. Eliminated youths left with bowed heads. Those who passed temporarily waited on the left side of the platform. The cheers on the square gradually died down, replaced by suppressed sighs. Test after test, disappointment after disappointment. Over 100 people had gone, and the best result was merely a faint green light. The lowest quality of low-grade spirit root, barely meeting Qingyun sect's minimum outer disciples admission standard. On the platform, Lu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, his brows slightly furrowed. In his aged eyes, disappointment was hard to hide. His gaze swept over the queue below, and he shook his head inwardly. Each batch is worse than the last. This year there were many suitable age youths in the southern domain, far more than in previous years, but the talent was appallingly poor. More than 100 people, not one reached medium grade. Even decent seedlings were few and far between. Beside him, 2 young outer disciples in charge of registration lowered their voices and muttered complaints. The elder's expression is getting worse again. Normal. The last 3 recruitments have been getting worse and worse. Even low grade is considered good now. How long has it been since we last saw a medium grade spiritual root? I remember there were only 2 in the last batch. The southern domain is a remote and barren place with thin spiritual energy. It's already good if anyone can generate a spiritual root at all. Where would so many good seedlings come from? Their voices were extremely low but still reached the ears of a few nearby. The youths in line became increasingly tense, their palms sweating, and the oppressive feeling in the queue grew heavier. Su Yun stood in the middle of the line, quietly watching the repeated tests ahead. He understood clearly. Pseudo-spirit roots and low-grade spirit roots occupied almost everyone. The threshold for immortality was far harsher than he had imagined. Among 10,000 mortals there might not be a single low-grade spirit root. He looked down at his own thin hand, his heart uncertain. What kind of spiritual root will I have? Could it really be that I'm just an ordinary mortal destined never to cultivate? Amidst his anxiety, a sudden exclamation burst from the front of the platform. It's glowing. Blue light. It's blue. Oh my God. It really is blue. Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked at the platform. A young man in a white brocade robe pressed his palm tightly against the spirit testing stone. A clear, bright, pale blue glow rippled along the stone's veins, soft and pure, far brighter than all the previous low-grade lights. The blue light was steady and vivid. Medium-grade spiritual root. The outer disciple's voice suddenly rose. On the platform, Lu Qing, who had been indifferent all along, finally broke into a smile. He stepped forward, his gaze warm as he studied the white-robed youth, and nodded. Not bad, medium-grade talent. Enter my Qingyun sect's outer sect, cultivate diligently, and you can introduce Qi into your body, within a month reaching the first layer of Qi refining. As these words fell, the square erupted completely. Thousands of envious eyes locked firmly onto the white-robed youth. The young men and women in line looked on with faces full of admiration, their eyes burning with jealousy and longing. A medium-grade spiritual root. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Those with low-grade roots cultivated slowly with many impurities, often trapped at the early Qi refining stage for life. While a medium-grade spiritual root started off crushing 90% of peers with faster cultivation speed and purer spiritual energy absorption. As long as no accidents occurred, one could steadily enter the immortal sect, leaving the mundane world behind and leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Among the crowd, the three richly dressed youths who had mocked Su Yun earlier stared intently at the platform with complex expressions. He actually got a medium grade. What luck with this talent he's set. I wonder if I can test above green light later. The young man in a white robe with middle-grade spiritual roots was led aside by a designated person to stand still. The spiritual testing continued. One by one, young boys took turns stepping onto the high platform. Voices rose and fell repeatedly with very few expressions of joy and mostly disappointment. Behind them, hundreds more took the stage, their results bland and tedious. Most of them had no spiritual root or false spiritual roots. Occasionally a faint green light flickered, but it was only a low-grade spiritual root, not even worthy of a glance from the elders. Lu Qing resumed his expressionless demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Soon 3 young men in brocade robes moved to the front. The first young man in a clean brocade robe stepped forward, palm placed on the spirit stone. With a hum, a clear green light shone of moderate brightness, not too bad. Low-grade spiritual root qualified, the registering disciple shouted loudly. The clean-faced youth let out a sigh of relief, a proud smile appearing on his face as he deliberately turned to glance back at the end of the line, as if to show off. The second and third young men in brocade robes tested in succession. Both also lit up with green light, all low-grade spiritual roots. All 3 were qualified. The servants they brought immediately cheered with clasped hands, their faces filled with joy. The young master has succeeded. As expected of a wealthy scion, his talent is stronger than that of ordinary people. The 3 young men in brocade robes held their heads high, quickly walking into the group of qualified individuals. They stood together, their eyes invariably falling on Su Yun at the end of the line. Their gazes were disdainful, filled with unabashed amusement. It's almost his turn, that poor kid. I bet he has no spiritual root and came for nothing. With a frame like that, if he were to test for spiritual roots, I would eat this stone on the spot. They whispered mockingly, unrestrained. Many around them followed their gaze towards Su Yun. The line slowly moved forward, and finally, it was Su Yun's turn. Next, Su Yun. In an instant, 1,000 pairs of eyes in the square fixed on him. There was no expectation, no curiosity, only mockery, disdain, and a sense of watching a spectacle. A solitary poor man, pale and gaunt, thinly built, wearing patched coarse cloth clothing. No one believed he could test for spiritual roots. Finally, it's his turn. I see he's just here to make up the numbers, wasting everyone's time. The 3 rich young masters just tested for low-grade roots. Oh, what could this poor kid compare with? I bet as soon as he touches the stone, there won't be a glimmer of light. Fragmented discussions seeped into his ears, filled with derision, mockery, and cold indifference. Su Yun ignored all the gazes and stepped onto the high platform. Standing in front of the half-a-man-high spirit stone, Su Yun glanced at the dense crowd below. Everyone was watching him make a fool of himself. He felt very calm inside. Having traversed for a month, enduring hardship and hunger with no one to rely on, he had long cultivated a heart of perseverance. What others thought of him was of no consequence. Whether he could cultivate immortality depended solely on this stone. Su Yun slowly raised his right hand. His palm was somewhat thin, with prominent knuckles and a layer of thin calluses in the center. He took a deep breath and steadily pressed his palm against the rough, cold surface of the spirit stone. Concentrate, calm the mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The spirit stone remained deathly silent. Murky gray and white, not a glimmer of light. No response. A burst of laughter erupted from below. I knew it. There's nothing. Such a pure waste of time, or it would have been better to go down the mountain to farm early. Coming to stir up trouble, without spiritual roots, truly overestimating oneself. Mortal beings are just that, they have no destiny for immortality. The mocking voices grew louder, nearly drowning out the sound of the high platform. The three young men in brocade robes laughed the loudest, their lips curling in derision, their eyes filled with a sense of superiority. On the high platform, the outer disciple responsible for registration frowned and was about to announce the verdict. No spiritual root. Su Yun's heart sank bit by bit. A wave of sourness surged in his chest. Could it be? After traversing here without a golden finger, without a background in the end, he didn't even have spiritual roots. In this world of immortality, was he destined to be a lowly ant? At that moment, boom, a deep, resounding explosion suddenly erupted from within the spirit stone. The once dull and murky surface of the jade stone suddenly burst forth with a blindingly brilliant golden light. The golden light was domineering and scorching, instantly covering the entire spirit stone. The entire square fell into a moment of silence. The wind stopped, the sound ceased. The smiles, mockery, and derision on everyone's faces all froze in place. Su Yun himself was stunned, his pupils sharply contracting. He stared blankly at the frantically surging golden light beneath his palm, his mind going blank, standing there dumbfounded. What is happening? Just now there was clearly not a glimmer of light. Why did this terrifying golden light suddenly explode? In the next second. What? What is that light? Golden. Is it golden light? Holy crap. Golden light. Is it what the elder referred to as the highest grade, the heavenly spiritual root? Shouts of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. 1,000 pairs of pupils contracted sharply, their mouths agape in astonishment. In the qualified zone, the three young men in brocade robes who had just been so full of themselves now had their smiles instantly freeze. Their faces turned pale as paper, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Extreme panic surged up in their hearts. The weak, poor kid who they had mocked and looked down upon had tested for the heavenly spiritual root they dared not even dream of. Impossible. How could this be possible? The young man in the clean brocade robe trembled. No. It can't be. How could that poor kid? The round-faced youth beside him turned pale, his throat rolling. Just now, we were still mocking him. The three felt a chill run down their spines, of bone-chilling fear surged up. The more arrogant they had been before, the more terrified they were now. On the high platform, the usually calm and composed elder Lu Qing. At the moment the golden light appeared, he suddenly froze. His aged eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. His body trembled uncontrollably. His fingers were shaking. Heavenly grade. It really is heavenly spiritual light. He had served as an elder in the Qingyun sect for 100 years, having seen countless geniuses, though very few possessed top-grade spiritual roots, and he had only ever read about heavenly spiritual roots in the sect's ancient texts. In the next moment, Lu Qing could no longer maintain even a semblance of elderly composure, and with a flash of spiritual energy beneath his feet, he suddenly accelerated. He rushed awkwardly to Su Yun's side, staring intently at the spirit stone bursting with golden light. Breathing rapidly, his chest heaving violently. Golden light. It really is golden light. Lu Qing's throat trembled, his voice hoarse, his old hands unable to resist, wanting to touch the spirit stone, yet fearing to disturb the spiritual light, they froze in midair. He suddenly turned his head seriously and solemnly scrutinizing the frail young man before him. With a thin face and simple clothing, he seemed unremarkable. Yet it was this young man who tested for the rare heavenly spiritual root. The square erupted into chaos. Everyone was discussing frantically, their voices boiling, sweeping through the entire Mountain Gate Square like a tidal wave. My heavens, it's the first time I've seen golden light in my life. Who said just now that he had no spiritual roots? Step forward. Those three young masters in brocade robes mocked him earlier. Now their faces must be swollen. Having a middle-grade root already makes one a genius. What concept is a heavenly root? A leap to the heavens. This is truly a leap to the heavens. Countless gazes focused on the thin figure on the high platform. All previous scorn, mockery, and disdain transformed into fervent shock, reverence, and envy. Su Yun came back to his senses, his chest heaving violently, and a tidal wave surged within his heart. Heavenly grade spiritual root. It was indeed a heavenly grade. As a transmigrator, Su Yun was acutely aware of the value of a heavenly spiritual root. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades. Pseudo-spiritual roots face arduous cultivation with chaotic absorption of spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible to tread the path of immortality throughout one's life. Low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual roots increase, progressively recognized as the talents of the mundane world. A heavenly grade spiritual root, however, transcends all grades, representing the supreme foundation. 1 in 10,000, a rarity encountered once in a millennium. Cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots have unimpeded meridians free of impurities, absorbing spiritual energy, almost effortlessly summoning and operating it with mere thought. While others toil for 10 days to attain cultivation, those with heavenly spiritual roots require only a single day. The bottlenecks that hinder others in their cultivation are nothing but illusions for those with heavenly spiritual roots. Anyone blessed with a heavenly spiritual root is bound to become a formidable figure, a shocking prodigy in the future. Su Yun's fingers hung at his side, clenched tightly, trembling slightly at the tips. So that's how it is. No wonder there was no system after my transmigration. His golden finger was etched in his very bones from the very beginning. A naturally heavenly spiritual root. The anxiety, confusion, and unease that had weighed on his heart for a month dissipated at this moment. An uncontrollable ecstasy spread throughout his body with the rush of blood. I can cultivate immortality. Moreover, I will be among the strongest. Beneath the platform, the clamor of discussions never ceased. A dozen outer disciples of the Qingyun sect in charge of registration stood frozen, staring at each other in shock. A young disciple swallowed hard. Did I see that correctly? Is it really a heavenly grade golden light? Absolutely. I know the sect's records by heart. Only a heavenly spiritual root can summon such a celestial golden radiance. Another disciple spoke with certainty. An older outer sect senior brother sighed, bitterly filled with emotion. Since the departure of that ancestor 1,000 years ago, our sect has not seen a single heavenly spiritual root practitioner. Who would have thought that this year we would recruit such an unparalleled prodigy? In the crowd, all the young men and women who had just completed their tests looked up at the platform, their faces filled with envy. The white-robed youth who previously tested as a mid-grade spiritual root now looked pale, silently clenching his fists. Just moments ago, he had been the center of attention in the spotlight. But in the face of this heavenly spiritual root, his once proud mid-grade spiritual root seemed as inferior as dust. In the qualified area, 3 young men in brocade stood rigid, their faces as pale as paper. From head to toe, a chill continuously surged forth. It's over. Did we just offend a heavenly spiritual root? The round-faced youth's legs went weak, not daring to look up at the platform again. A heavenly spiritual root practitioner will at least rise to the higher echelons of the sect. We mere low-grade spiritual roots will surely face consequences within the sect. The 3 of them were intertwined in regret, wishing they had never uttered those taunting words. Lu Qing took a deep breath, forcing down the tremor in his heart. No time to delay. Not even a second can be wasted. Lu Qing suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips sparking with spiritual light, as he crushed a communication jade talisman. This matter was of great importance, and must be reported to the sect leader immediately. This child possesses unparalleled talent, oh, nothing must go wrong. As the jade talisman shattered, a faint white light shot into the sky, heading directly for the peak of Qingyun Mountain. In the next moment, the clouds in the mountain range suddenly churned violently. Rumble! An invisible airflow exploded in the air, and a fierce wind swept across the entire Bluestone Plaza. The mist originally swirling in the mountain was violently torn apart by an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy. 5 streaks of colorful light shot up from the main hall of Qingyun Mountain's peak, piercing the sky at incredible speed. The streaks of light left long, luminous trails behind them, resembling 5 falling stars crossing thousands of meters in an instant and diving onto the high platform of the plaza. Bang! 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 5 soft thuds landed without the violent outpouring of spiritual energy, yet the air in the entire plaza suddenly froze. Ordinary people could not withstand the invisible pressure of the cultivators, instinctively bending down and lowering their heads, afraid to look up. As the 5 streaks of light dissipated, 5 figures stood silently behind the high platform. The leader, clad in a plain white robe with black hair casually tied back, possessed an elegant and gentle demeanor, exuding an aura of transcendent grace. His spiritual energy was restrained, appearing unremarkable, yet emanating a profound sense of oppression. It was none other than Li Mofan, the current sect leader of Qingyun sect. Behind him stood 4 elders, all esteemed inner sect elders whose auras far surpassed that of the outer sect's steward Lu Qing. These high-ranking sect leaders, who usually resided at the mountain peak and rarely made appearances, had all descended for the recruitment ceremony. Lu Qing's pupils constricted, and he quickly bowed in greeting. I am Lu Qing, greeting the sect leader. Greetings to the elders. Li Mofan raised his hand slightly, his gaze not even glancing at the bowing Lu Qing. His eyes fell directly on Su Yun, on the measuring stone that still shimmered with golden light. The 4 elders behind him also turned their gazes, locking onto Su Yun with expressions filled with shock, joy, and fervor. An elderly man with white hair couldn't help but murmur, it truly is a heavenly spiritual root. Another elder in black robes spoke in a deep voice, it has been 1,000 years since our Qingyun sect has seen another heavenly spiritual root. Li Mofan then inquired, young friend, what is your name? Su Yun steadied his thoughts and slightly bowed. I am Su Yun. Li Mofan repeated softly, nodding slightly, and continued to ask, is this your first time testing your spiritual root today? Yes, sect leader. I hail from the mundane world and have never engaged in cultivation before, Su Yun replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, the four elders' eyes brightened even more. A blank slate free from any bad cultivation habits. Such a natural prodigy is the easiest to mold. Li Mofin's lips curled into a warm smile, his gaze sincere as he looked at Su Yun. Young friend Su, I am Li Mofin, the current sect leader of Qingyun sect. I will speak plainly. Do you wish to join my Qingyun sect? As long as you nod to join the sect, I will guarantee it in the name of the sect leader. The sect's top resources will be prioritized for you with a dedicated cave-dwelling spirit stones and high-level cultivation techniques, all at your disposal. The entire venue fell into silence, everyone feeling a chill run down their spines. The sect leader personally making such a promise. What an unprecedented treatment. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat as he nodded firmly. I am willing. There was no hesitation, nor could he afford to hesitate. Su Yun understood that the realm of cultivation was never a gentle or reasonable place. The law of the jungle is timeless. Only those who can grow up are called geniuses. A genius that withers is worth less than dust. Now he had no background, no strength, no backing, only a heavenly spiritual root. If he were to refuse, no one could guarantee whether this sect leader might harbor other intentions. In the realm of cultivation, it is far too simple for a powerful person to keep a mere mortal. Even if he wanted to leave, Li Mofin would never let him go. Going with the flow and leaning on a strong backing is the most prudent choice at this moment. Seeing his decisive response, Li Mofin's expression grew even more approving. He raised his right hand, a strand of spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips, landing on the surface of the measuring stone. In the next instant, Li Mofin's elegant face suddenly stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. His aura erupted uncontrollably, fluctuating violently. He stared at Su Yun intently, his throat moving slightly. Golden heavenly spiritual root. These 5 simple words were like thunder striking the high platform. Golden grade. Among the 5 elements of spiritual roots, it is the most violent in attack, the most terrifying in lethality, and the most difficult to nurture. Gold overcomes all, focused on killing and offense. Among practitioners of the same realm, gold-based cultivators' attack power crushes everything. If they grow strong, they will be invincible at the same level, defeating enemies of a higher realm as easily as eating and drinking. It is several times more precious than ordinary heavenly spiritual roots. Li Mofin had lived for nearly 400 years, presided over Qingyun sect for many years, and traveled through the major cities of the southern region, yet he had never seen a golden heavenly spiritual root. Behind him, the 4 elders erupted instantly. Their eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor as they fixed their gaze on Su Yun as if looking at a priceless treasure. Breathing heavily, their eyes burning with intensity. Is it actually of the gold attribute? Heavens! How many years has it been since a gold attribute heavenly root appeared in Lingzhou? Invincible in battle, crushing opponents of the same level, this child's future is boundless. The 4 could no longer maintain the calm demeanor befitting their status as elders. Almost simultaneously, they stepped forward. The first elder, with hair as white as snow and a weathered face, exuded a gentle and peaceful aura devoid of any killing intent, yet radiating an air of undeniable authority. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. The second-in-command of the sect, the first person under the sect master. He managed personnel regulations, elder meetings, and could intervene in all matters of the sect, holding the highest rank and the greatest prestige. He was the first to speak. Young friend Su Yun, I am the Grand Elder. If you join my sect, I will grant you the highest privileges. All the sect's repositories of martial arts will be open to you without restrictions, and you will have priority access to all resources. Whoever dares to provoke you, I will crush them directly. I hold the power to appoint or dismiss anyone within the sect, and I will ensure that you walk with confidence within these walls. As he finished speaking, the second elder stepped forward. Clad in a black robe, his countenance was stern, with sharp brows and eyes surrounded by a faint aura of coldness and murderous intent. The second elder, the law elder. He governed the sect's laws and punishments, overseeing the law hall, wielding the power of life and death. His voice was cold and crisp. I am the second elder. The atmosphere of execution is strongest in my law hall, most suitable for tempering the heart of a gold attribute, heavenly root, and refining the intent of killing. The third elder, dressed in a green robe, had a gentle expression, exuding a scholarly aura with kind eyes. The third elder, the education elder. He oversaw the disciples' cultivation, the teaching of martial arts, assessments for promotion, and sect grand ceremonies. He smiled amiably, his tone warm and inviting. Child, choose me. I manage all the sect's cultivation courses. You can allocate any top-tier instructors, and your personalized training curriculum can be tailored just for you. For secret realms and cultivation treasures, I will prioritize your spots. Your cultivation progress will be personally monitored by me, ensuring you never take a single wrong step. The last elder had a slightly plump build, a kind face, smooth features, and wore a clean, luxurious robe. The fourth elder, the internal affairs elder. He managed the sect's storages, spiritual fields, medicinal gardens, cave resources, and held the financial assets of the entire sect. He spoke plainly and straightforwardly, I won't say much else. If you become my disciple, whatever heavenly materials or treasures you wish for, I will have them brought to you. If you lack money or resources for cultivation, you will never have to worry. The four elders were all golden core, true beings. In the entire Qingyun sect, aside from the two reclusive nascent soul true monarchs, they were the strongest. The four were acutely aware that with Su Yun's terrifying talent as a gold attribute heavenly root, as long as he didn't falter mid-journey and cultivated steadily, he would surely condense a nascent soul and become a prominent figure. Grabbing this disciple now meant securing a future favor from a powerful nascent soul. None were willing to concede, their gazes locking, subtly charged with tension. Below the high platform, every person in attendance was completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the four prominent figures fighting over Su Yun. The four elders exchanged words, unwilling to back down, and began to undermine each other on the spot. The Grand Elder with the highest seniority sternly turned to the other three. You three should stop making a scene. In terms of seniority, prestige, and authority within the sect, who can compare to me? Su Yun possesses a heavenly root. His path to the pinnacle requires the connections and regulations of the sect. I can resolve all troubles with just a word regarding personnel adjustments. With me, no one in the sect would dare give him even a hint of trouble. Who among you can say the same? The second elder immediately snorted, coldly stepping forward, his aura suddenly turning frigid. Grand Elder, your claim is too absolute. What good is high prestige and connections? The cultivation world relies on strength and rules to assert dominance. Su Yun's gold attribute, heavenly root, is meant for killing. He is naturally suited for the path of battle. If he joins my law hall, I will personally teach him the methods of killing, training him in combat and dueling. I can arrange the best path for him. As for you three, either managing regulations, teaching, or handling finances, what do you know about fighting for life? You will only waste a promising talent. The third elder, displeased by these words, stroked his beard and replied leisurely, Second elder, don't be so absolute. What use is it to only know how to kill? Cultivation emphasizes gradual progress, foundational skills, breakthrough stages, and secret realm opportunities. All require careful planning, right? I oversee all educational and cultivation matters in the sect. All high-level martial arts top instructors and quotas for secret realms are all in my hands. If Su Yun follows me from foundation establishment to golden core, every step will have someone guiding him. He will never take a wrong turn. Following you will only involve killing. If his foundation is ruined, he will find it impossible to achieve greatness in this life. That would truly be a waste of talent. The fourth elder interjected with a friendly demeanor, yet his words were uncompromising. All three of you have valid points, but what is the most essential element in cultivation? It is resources, spirit stones, spiritual herbs. It is the treasures found in cave dwellings. No matter how great the talent, without resources to support it, one cannot achieve a higher realm. I manage the sect's internal storages and spiritual fields. As long as Su Yun becomes my disciple, he can use spirit stones freely, take spiritual herbs at will, and choose from the best cave dwellings. You three speak beautifully, but if it comes to providing vast resources, who can match my straightforwardness? Every day preaching grand principles is less effective than providing tangible benefits. As soon as this was said, the other three elders became agitated. The Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. Fourth, you only know how to dazzle people with spirit stones and herbs. The youthful heart is easily swayed by material wealth. Only knowing how to pile up resources without understanding how to build connections will lead to offending people in the sect. Without support, no amount of wealth will help. The second elder echoed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Exactly. Spending all day guarding storages and gardens, what kind of killing experts can you possibly teach? The gold attribute, heavenly root, is meant for fighting and subduing enemies, not to sit in a cave munching on spiritual herbs. The third elder added with a smile. Fourth, cultivation is not merely about living. Providing materials alone is useless. Foundation's vision and opportunities, none can be neglected. Your approach is too shallow to support a future nascent soul true monarch. The fourth elder, unconvinced, immediately countered. Don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. Which cultivator can do without resources now? Without spirit stones to support meditation and cultivation, how can one stabilize their foundation without spiritual herbs? You may have rules, teachings, and paths of killing, but if you don't offer real benefits, will Su Yun just follow you to starve? The four exchanged barbs with each other. Everyone believed they were the most suitable to take Su Yun as a disciple. None looked favorably on the methods of the others. No one was willing to yield an inch, determined to claim Su Yun for themselves. In the square below, thousands of youths watched in stunned silence, holding their breath and daring not to make a sound. My heavens! The four elders are actually arguing in public. They are all golden core true beings. Usually they are so high above everyone. Who has ever seen them fight over a disciple like this? It's because Su Yun's talent is too terrifying. A gold attribute, Heavenly Root, warrants everyone's attention. If it were me to have 4 great figures fighting over me as a disciple, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. On the side of the square, many outer disciples felt their throats dry, their eyes filled with envy. Those are the 4 great elders, the highest authorities in the sect. It's already hard enough just to meet them. Now the 4 are surrounding Su Yun, fighting over him as a disciple. Am I dreaming? Even if I could be a nominal errant disciple beside them, I would be grateful. Someone sighed and shook their head. The gap between people is just too great. With the 4 golden cores fighting to take him as a disciple, Su Yun is truly destined to soar to great heights from now on. The 4 elders argued passionately, each unwilling to back down. Their tone turned antagonistic, and the dignified demeanor typical of golden core experts vanished. Just as the 4 were about to confront each other in front of everyone, a light cough unexpectedly broke out. The noisy elders instantly fell silent. They all turned to look at Li Mofan, who stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Li Mofan's expression was serene as he scanned the 4 younger disciples before he slowly spoke. 4 junior brothers, stop arguing. Su Yun, I have accepted you. The 4 golden core elders widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils contracting. The eldest elder couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward urgently, saying, Senior brother, you're breaking the rules. You spoke yourself a century ago saying that the affairs of the sect are complicated and you would not accept any direct disciples in this lifetime. All the elders remembered this clearly. The 3rd elder waved his hands repeatedly, looking anxious. Yes, senior brother. Why have you changed your mind? You made a vow that you would not accept disciples unless an unparalleled genius appeared. The 4th elder was even more anxious, wringing his hands in frustration. Senior brother, I have only one direct disciple to this day. I have finally encountered such a gold element spiritual root. How can you just intervene? In an instant, the 4 elders who had been tearing each other down and arguing unified their stance. All their accusations were directed towards the sect leader Li Mofan. The 4 surrounded him, speaking hastily in unison. Senior brother, you handle all matters of the sect daily, reviewing documents, presiding over meetings, and managing external negotiations. When do you have time to personally teach disciples? Exactly. A genius like Su Yun needs dedicated guidance, and you are far too busy to manage. We 4 are dedicated elders with ample time and are far more suitable. You cannot use your position as sect leader to forcibly take someone. It's unfair. The 4 spoke with frustration, their expressions filled with disappointment. After all, they had just encountered a gold element spiritual root, and it seemed they were about to be divided among themselves when the sect leader directly intervened. No one would be willing to accept such a situation. Li Mofan's expression remained unchanged, a calm smile on his face. Indeed, I did say I would not accept any direct disciples unless an unparalleled genius appeared. However, now the genius is right before my eyes. A gold element spiritual root, unparalleled in combat, pure and untainted. Such a talent is rare in the entire Lingzhou, appearing only once in hundreds of years. Previously, I was unwilling to accept disciples because I found none worthy. Now that I have encountered Su Yun, I am willing to make an exception. You 4 each have your own abilities, but also your limits. Your constant squabbling only makes it difficult for the child. Rather than forcing him to choose among you 4, it is better for him to join my side. Li Mofan spoke in a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. This matter is not open for discussion. My mind is made up. With his words, the room fell silent. The 4 elders opened their mouths, wanting to speak, but hesitated. They exchanged glances, all feeling deflated. Frustration, helplessness, and unwillingness. But there was nothing they could do. Li Mofan was the sect leader of Qingyun's sect, his status above everyone else. The 4 of them were merely elders. No matter how much they argued, they could not forcibly take the disciple favored by the sect leader. They could only retreat reluctantly, their faces clouded with gloom. A direct disciple of an elder, no matter how powerful, was still just an elder's disciple. A direct disciple of the sect leader, on the other hand, represented the nominal next sect leader of the entire Qingyun sect. The difference in status was immense. Anyone else, even a fool, would choose the sect leader without hesitation. No one would refuse such a monumental opportunity. On the side of the high platform, the outer sect elder Lu Qing stood dumbfounded, completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and even a hint of envy. To date, the sect leader had only 2 direct disciples. Those 2 had above-average talent and had both reached the later stages of foundation establishment. They were young, yet held high positions within the sect. And now Su Yun was about to become the sect leader's 3rd direct disciple. Having just entered, his status already surpassed that of Lu Qing, the outer sect elder. Lu Qing felt a myriad of emotions welling up inside him. Comparisons could be deadly. On the high platform, Su Yun finally came back to his senses after a series of shocks. Li Mofan turned his head and inquired, Su Yun, do you wish to join my side and become my direct disciple. Su Yun showed no sign of hesitation. Not even a second of doubt crossed his mind. He stepped forward quickly, his posture respectful and his tone sincere. Disciple Su Yun is willing. I pay my respects to Master. He understood clearly in his heart. The person before him was the sect leader of Qingyun sect, a prominent figure in the Lingzhou region with profound cultivation and immense power. To be able to have such a person as a master supported by the leader of a sect meant one could almost walk freely within the sect. Resources backing cultivation methods and opportunities for secret realms were all guaranteed. He was afraid that if he hesitated for even a second, the other party might change their mind. Such opportunities were rare and must not be missed. Li Mofan revealed a sincere smile. He gently raised his hand, a gentle stream of spiritual energy, lifting Su Yun, assisting the youth to his feet. Good. From today on, Su Yun will be my third direct disciple, Li Mofan. The entire scene erupted in commotion. In the square, all the youths waiting for their assessments had red eyes, their faces filled with envy. My heavens! Direct disciple of the sect leader. That's the highest status in all of Qingyun's sect. I feel so jealous, truly jealous. We're all human. How can the gap be so vast? Nearby, the outer sect disciples were filled with envy. They had worked hard for years, climbing from the ranks of miscellaneous disciples to the outer sect, yet they might never even meet the sect leader in their lifetime. Su Yun had just arrived on his first day, directly climbing to the top, becoming the sect leader's direct disciple. A surefire future powerhouse with boundless prospects. Among the crowd, those who had previously mocked, ridiculed, and insulted Su Yun were now all feeling anxious. Many of the youths who had casually criticized Su Yun earlier turned pale, swallowing nervously. Oh no, did I mock him before? It should be fine, right? We only said a few words, we're all nameless nobodies, he won't hold a grudge. I hope that's the case, or I really hope we won't be targeted. Meanwhile, the three richly dressed youths were already pale as a sheet, their legs weak and bodies trembling uncontrollably. The three had ashen faces, their lips devoid of color, and their backs soaked with cold sweat. The arrogance, superiority, and swagger they once had completely vanished. The fair-skinned youth trembled as he spoke in a low voice. It's over. Completely over. The round-faced youth looked around in a panic, saying, he is now the sect leader's direct disciple. We publicly mocked, belittled, and insulted him. The tall, thin youth's throat was dry, his voice hoarse. Staying in Qingyun's sect will bring trouble sooner. Even if Su Yun is magnanimous and doesn't hold grudges, the sect disciples will seek to curry favor with him and make trouble for us. The three exchanged glances, and a single thought emerged in their minds. We must leave. We cannot stay another moment. The fair-skinned youth gritted his teeth. Let's give up on joining the sect and head down the mountain now. Keeping our lives is the most important thing. The other two showed no hesitation and nodded earnestly. Even though Qingyun's sect was a top-tier immortal sect, they dared not remain any longer. The three kept their heads down, seizing the chance, while everyone's attention was focused on the high platform, quietly edging along the edges of the crowd, moving awkwardly and anxiously toward the mountain gate exit. Li Mofan looked at Su Yun and said in a loud voice, "Disciple, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, his wide sleeves casually waved. Invisible spiritual energy instantly enveloped Su Yun's entire body. Before Su Yun could react, he felt his feet leave the ground. His entire body floated in midair, light as a feather, and beyond his control, as if a pair of invisible hands were gently lifting him up. Su Yun instinctively felt a jolt of surprise in his heart, and his body stiffened slightly. This was his first time leaving the ground and soaring into the air. The sensation of weightlessness became clear, a rushing wind whispering past his ears. After the initial panic, a marvelous feeling surged in his heart. Li Mofan's feet glimmered with spiritual light as he soared into the sky. His white robes fluttered graceful and ethereal as he flew deeper into Qingyun Mountain. Su Yun, wrapped in spiritual energy, closely followed by his side. The four elders watched helplessly as the sect master took Su Yun into the sky. The urgency they had shown earlier during their competition was replaced by resignation. The Grand Elder sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. With the sect master intervening, we cannot compete. The second elder's expression was cold as he glanced at the youths still waiting in line below, completely disinterested. No need to look at the rest. There are no spiritual roots above medium quality, not worth a second glance. After the golden spiritual root had appeared earlier, he couldn't muster the slightest interest in these ordinary talents. The third elder nodded and casually remarked, medium spiritual roots would have been considered a genius in previous years. Now, they don't catch my eye. The fourth elder stroked his chin, looking regretful. What a pity. If that child had become my disciple, I could have provided him with the best resources. The four engaged in a few casual conversations, lacking the motivation to remain at the spirit testing square. They turned and left the high platform one after another. The remaining recruitment ceremony held no significance for them. On the high platform, only the outer sect steward Lu Qing remained. He gazed at the two figures disappearing into the sky, unable to calm his heart. Even at this moment his fingertips tingled. Today's recruitment ceremony completely overturned his understanding of the past years. A golden spiritual root. This alone was enough to be recorded in the Qingyun sect's history for a century. Even if everyone tested afterward had no medium spiritual roots, this recruitment ceremony would still be considered unprecedentedly successful. He had personally discovered Su Yun's spiritual root. With this achievement alone, the sect would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Spirit Stone's pills cultivation resources, he would not miss out on his share. Lu Qing took a deep breath, turned to look at the crowd below, his voice becoming serious again. Continue testing. In the high sky the wind howled. Li Mofan led Su Yun past towering. Su Yun instinctively looked down. His field of vision expanded infinitely. The bustling spirit testing square below shrank to the size of a chessboard. The densely packed crowd resembled ants. The bluestone steps wound around the mountains with lush forests spreading out in patches of vibrant green tapestry. Mountain streams flowed like silver threads, and peculiar stones hung from cliff faces. In the distance clouds and mist rolled with steep peaks standing tall and scattered. Immortal energy lingered, creating a magnificent sight. This was a landscape that mortals would never see in their lifetime. Li Mofan glanced sideways at the curious-looking youth beside him and softly asked, "Are you afraid?" Su Yun clenched his fists, the wind tousling his bangs, his eyes shining brightly. Not afraid. Not only was he unafraid, but he even felt a hint of excitement. This was cultivation. Walking on air and overlooking the mountains and rivers. Li Mofan nodded slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We will soon arrive at the main peak's grand hall. I will arrange for someone to handle the trivial matters for you. Your exclusive cave-dwelling clothing and disciple token will all be prepared for you. First freshen up and get familiar with your surroundings. After everything is arranged, come to the grand hall to see your master. Su Yun obediently lowered his head. Yes, master. The two flew swiftly, the air parting silently around them. In the blink of an eye the two passed through layers of clouds and mist, landing before an incredibly grand white jade hall. The Qingyun main hall. The hall was entirely constructed from white jade rock, with vermilion pillars towering into the sky. The glazed tiles on the roof reflected a soft light under the sunlight, with flying eaves carved with cloud patterns and spirit beasts, solemn and majestic, exuding a grand atmosphere. In front of the hall lay an even broader white jade plaza. On the plaza many inner sect disciples sat cross-legged, either meditating or practicing swordplay. Their robes were neat and their breaths long. Each disciple was brimming with vitality, far surpassing the mundane youths below. The sound of the sect master landing lightly in midair instantly drew everyone's attention. The meditating disciples opened their eyes, and those practicing swordplay halted their movements. All eyes converged on Su Yun, who was beside Li Mofan. The murmurs were hushed, yet numerous. Who is that child? He looks young and dressed ordinarily. Yet he is allowed to be personally brought by the sect master. I've never seen the sect master personally guide a newcomer before. How strange. It's so peculiar. The sect master hasn't taken a disciple in over 100 years. Could it be? No way. Could he be the new personal disciple? Curious, bewildered, and scrutinizing gazes were all fixed on Su Yun. His expression remained calm, unaffected by the surrounding attention. Having traversed a lifetime, his temperament was already far beyond that of his peers. Ignoring all the gazes around him, he quietly followed behind his master. Li Mofan's expression remained unchanged as he walked straight into the hall. The interior of the hall was spacious and wide, with a floor as smooth as a mirror. Several thick red pillars supported the ceiling, and ancient lanterns hung inside the hall, with a faint scent of sandalwood filling the air. A few guarding disciples stood upright. Upon seeing the sect master enter, they immediately bowed in salute. Li Mofan's gaze fell on a clean-faced young inner sect disciple. Chu Fan. The disciple quickly stepped forward. Disciple is here. This person is Su Yun, my third personal disciple. With just this simple statement, the disciple, named Chu Fan, was shaken to his core as waves of shock surged in his eyes. Personal disciple of the sect master. The third one. He suppressed his inner shock, not daring to show the slightest discomposure. Li Mofan continued to command, take him to the inner affairs hall. Change into the exclusive clothing for personal disciples, collect the identity token and sect waste token. His cave dwelling will be assigned to Tianshu Peak in the best independent courtyard on the peak. All living essentials, bedding, clothing, basic pills, and spirit stones must be provided. Yes, Sectmaster. Chu Fan bowed his head to accept the order, his voice quivering slightly. He watched as Li Mofan entered the inner hall. Until the sect master's figure disappeared, Chu Fan quietly lifted his head, stealing glances at Su Yun before him. Outwardly frail, dressed in worn coarse cloth, utterly unremarkable. Yet this youth had become the sect master's personal disciple. Chu Fan's heart screamed in disbelief. My heavens! The sect master hasn't taken a disciple in 100 years. What kind of monstrous talent does this kid possess? Could it be a top-quality spiritual root? Or even more astonishing, a heavenly grade one? Envy, shock, and curiosity filled his heart. Chu Fan composed himself, straightened his posture, and respectfully bowed to Su Yun. Senior brother Su, please follow me. In the cultivation world, hierarchy is strictly enforced and rules hold paramount importance. Even though Chu Fan was a senior inner sect disciple 6 or 7 years older than Su Yun. Even though Su Yun had just entered and had no cultivation at all. Once one becomes a disciple of the sect master, their status immediately elevates. Chu Fan must respectfully address him as senior brother. There was no room for negotiation. In cultivation, sect's lineage surpasses cultivation level, and seniority trumps everything. The personal disciples of elders already hold a status above all inner sect disciples, let alone the personal disciple of the sect master. That was the highest-ranked young generation in the entire Qingyun sect. Even the top inner sect disciples would have to bow and greet Su Yun respectfully. The two of them walked along the white jade staircase, passing through the side corridor of the main hall. Along the way, inner disciples frequently came and went. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Chu Fan. However, when they saw Su Yun, who was walking ahead in simple attire and being respectfully guided by Chu Fan, they all froze in place. Each lowered their voices and whispered, "Who is that young man? When did Chu Fan become so courteous to newcomers? I think I just heard Chu Fan call him senior brother. Are you crazy? Chu Fan is an inner sect elder, a foundation establishment master. How could a newcomer just arrived on the mountain overshadow him?" Whispers of gossip floated around, yet Chu Fan remained unfazed. He walked while quietly introducing the sect's rules to Su Yun. Senior brother Su, I will first take you to the internal affairs hall to receive your supplies. The standard white robe for direct disciples, identity, jade tablet, storage bag, monthly supply of spirit stones, and body tempering pills, all at the highest specifications. Tianshu Peak is exclusively for the sect master, rarely approached by others, peaceful and quiet. There are 2 servant girls assigned to the peak, specifically responsible for cleaning meals and managing the affairs of the cave dwelling, so senior brother need not worry about any trivial matters. Su Yun listened quietly, silently taking notes in his mind. He had seen the life of the wealthy in his past life, but today he was witnessing the treatment of a significant figure in the cultivation world. Exclusive mountain peaks, independent villas, servant girls at one's service, and unlimited resources. This is the privilege of those with heavenly roots, the status of a direct disciple of the sect master. As they continued along the way, many inner disciples secretly observed Su Yun. Yet no one dared to show any signs of disrespect. Everyone understood. To be personally guided by the sect master and referred to as senior brother by the inner disciples. This young man is undoubtedly going to be a prominent figure in the Qingyun sect in the future. One could not afford to offend him. Moments later, they arrived at the internal affairs hall. Chu Fan presented the sect master's edict, and upon seeing the order, the elder in charge's eyelids twitched, not daring to delay. He personally handled everything, not allowing the servants to touch anything. A pristine direct disciple robe, a jade tablet engraved with the sect master Qingyun seal, a storage bag, 10 bottles of body tempering pills, and 200 low-grade spirit stones. Everything was neatly arranged. The jade tablet was cool and translucent, engraved with 4 characters, Su Yun, direct disciple. Just these simple words represented the most elite status in the Qingyun sect. Senior brother Su, all supplies are prepared. The villa on Tianshu Peak has been thoroughly cleaned and is ready for you to move in at any time. Su Yun extended his hand to take the storage bag, securely stowing away his clothing and token. From this moment on, he was no longer that lonely and impoverished young boy struggling for 3 meals. He had stepped into the immortal gate backed by the sect master. With an extraordinary spiritual root, the path ahead was bright, and the great Tao was within reach. Chu Fan stood beside him and softly inquired, "Senior brother Su, shall I take you to the Tianshu Peak Villa to rest now?" "All right." Meanwhile, the events happening in the Qingyun Grand Hall spread like wings. In a short while, news of the sect master making an exception to accept disciples and the young man possessing heavenly roots quickly circulated throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Outer sect, inner sect, servant hall, pill hall, crafting hall. All the peaks, all the disciples were abuzz with excitement. Voices of discussion were everywhere. "Did you hear? The sect master just accepted a disciple during the disciple recruitment ceremony. He hasn't accepted disciples for 100 years, and this time, he actually made an exception. Not just an exception. That young man has a heavenly root that appears once in a millennium. My goodness, a heavenly root. Isn't that an unparalleled talent only found in books?" All 4 elders went crazy trying to recruit him, but in the end the sect master decisively intervened. Throughout the mountain paths, training grounds, and cultivation areas, disciples clustered to discuss. Some were astonished, some were dazed, and some were filled with envy. Within the sect, any cultivator understood the significance of a heavenly root. A pure innate spiritual root absorbs spiritual energy without hindrance. Cultivating for a day is equivalent to others' 10 days of hard work. This kind of prodigy, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, will steadily establish his foundation and reach the golden core. In the future, at the very least, he will be a nascent soul, true monarch. A nascent soul, that is a top figure looking down upon Lingzhou. Ordinary disciples would never even catch a glimpse of it in their lifetime. And that young man named Su Yun at such a young age had already had his future mapped out by everyone. Su Yun, the newest and most extraordinary direct disciple of the Qingyun sect. On the other side, Chu Fan led Su Yun across the misty stone bridge heading towards Tianshu Peak. Tianshu Peak, isolated among the mountains. The peak is not very wide, but stands tall and steep, often shrouded in a light mist. The spiritual energy in the mountains is dense enough to be seen with the naked eye, with a faint white mist swirling among the plants. The higher they climbed, the sweeter the air became. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, an elegant villa appeared before them. The walls were snow white, the roof black-tiled, and the entrance ancient and heavy. Above the entrance, a black wooden plaque hung engraved with 3 characters: Yunchi Courtyard. Chu Fan stopped, turned to the side, and spoke respectfully. Senior Brother Su, this is your future residence for cultivation. The entire Tianshu Peak belongs exclusively to the sect master's lineage. It is also the place with the densest spiritual energy, the quietest environment, and the strictest restrictions in the entire Qingyun sect. Aside from the sect master, only directly accepted disciples have the qualifications to reside here. Su Yun looked up at the courtyard door. The walls were not high, and the plants inside were neatly arranged with a clean stone path. There were no noisy voices around, only the gentle sound of wind rustling through the leaves. He instinctively took a deep breath. A refreshing and cool spiritual energy surged into his lungs. He felt completely at ease and his mind clear. Su Yun's gaze swept over the left and right sides of the courtyard. Not far away, there were 2 identical elegant villas. The courtyard walls were uniform and the layout was the same, but the entrances were desolate with no signs of life. Su Yun casually asked, "Who resides in those 2 villas?" Chu Fan replied truthfully. Replying to Senior Brother, the left is the residence of the eldest senior brother, and the right is the residence of the second senior sister. They are the first 2 direct disciples of the sect master. The eldest senior brother often travels and trains outside, while the second senior sister cultivates in the sect's secret realm, so they rarely return to the mountain. Therefore, it is particularly quiet here most of the time. Su Yun nodded gently. So those 2 places were the residences of the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister. He was the third, the youngest disciple. Chu Fan pushed open the wooden door. The courtyard layout was simple and elegant. There were 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. The main room was spacious and bright, equipped with tables, chairs, and screens. The furniture in the room was all made of warm natural wood with no luxurious decorations, simple and clean, exuding a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. In the corners of the courtyard, spiritual herbs were planted and a stone tank held spring water with the ground spotless. Before Su Yun arrived on the mountain, the Internal Affairs Hall had already sent people to clean everything in advance. Inside the courtyard door, 2 young people dressed in light blue clothes stood straight at the entrance. One was a girl and the other was a boy. The girl had gentle brows and eyes with a pretty face. The boy was tall and had a respectful demeanor. As they saw Su Yun approach, they both bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." They were the servants and maidens specially assigned by the sect to serve the direct disciples, responsible for cleaning the courtyard, preparing meals, and managing daily trivial matters. Chu Fan's expression was serious as he warned the 2. "You both take note. This Senior Brother Su is the 3rd direct disciple recently accepted by the sect master. His status is noble and his position is extremely high. From now on, do not neglect him or go against him within Yunchi Courtyard. All daily needs, meals, and cultivation matters must be handled meticulously. Do not be lazy, do not speak out of turn, and do not disturb Senior Brother's cultivation at will." The 2 quickly lowered their heads in unison and answered, "We will remember and dare not neglect Senior Brother." After arranging everything, Chu Fan turned to Su Yun. "Senior Brother Su, all personnel supplies and daily necessities in the courtyard are complete. The day is getting late. You can rest here and familiarize yourself with the environment. Tomorrow morning, I will come to fetch you again to meet the sect master in the main hall and receive the foundational cultivation techniques." Su Yun slightly nodded politely, returning the gesture. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior Brother Chu." Chu Fan quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept his gratitude. "Senior Brother is being polite, but it is my duty." With that, he concluded. Chu Fan did not linger any longer, turning to leave Yunchi Courtyard and carefully closing the courtyard door. Inside the Yunchi Courtyard, The bedroom was clean and tidy with a soft cotton mattress that was dry and warm. Su-Yun lay on the bed, his back resting against the plush bedding. He stared blankly at the wooden ceiling above him. The room was excessively quiet. Outside, only the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the wind could be heard. Su-Yun's mind was still a bit dazed. It felt unreal. Everything that happened today seemed like a vivid dream. During the day, he was still a poor boy dressed in tattered clothes, walking with low self-esteem at the foot of the mountain. He was ridiculed and looked down upon by others. Everyone thought he was overestimating himself. Yet in just a few hours he discovered he possessed a golden spirit root. The 4 great Golden Core elders fought to claim him. The sect master personally took him in. He became the 3rd direct disciple of the Qingyun sect, residing in the special courtyard at Tianshu Peak, where the spiritual energy was the thickest. Servants and attendants catered to him, providing the best in clothing, food, and living conditions. His life turned around in just one day. Su-Yun let out a gentle sigh. It felt a bit unreal. He raised his hand to touch the black storage bag at his waist. As his fingers probed, a cold, hard stone fell into his palm. It was a low-grade spirit stone. This was the cultivation resource that had just been distributed to him by the Internal Affairs Hall. The spirit stone was small, only the size of a thumb. It was completely translucent with a milky white texture and wisps of white spiritual energy swirled within. A faint glow flickered in the dim room. The spiritual energy was gentle, slowly dispersing outward. Su-Yun held the spirit stone in his hand. It felt icy to the touch, yet with a hint of warmth. The spiritual energy gradually seeped into the skin of his palm. Although he couldn't actively refine it, it made him feel comfortable all over his limbs, growing soft warmth spreading throughout his body. This is a spirit stone. He examined it closely. The patterns on the stone were clear, and the spiritual energy was pure. Truly deserving of being the common currency in the cultivation world, the foundation for practice. This was the first time in a month since his crossing that he had touched a real spirit stone. It was novel and rare. The past month for him had been extremely difficult. He had been hungry, exposed to the cold wind, and lived in constant fear. While others crossed over with a golden finger, he had nothing at all. He even doubted whether he was the most unfortunate among all the crossers. Ding. Detected crosser's physique. System loading successful. Binding entry system. Binding. Dear host, greetings. The system is here to serve you. Su-Yun's body stiffened, and the spirit stone in his hand almost slipped away. In the next moment, he suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open, bursting with incredible light. I have a system now. Su-Yun's chest heaved violently, his breathing becoming heavy. He shouted wildly in his heart. Damn it. It's here. Finally here. I knew it. How could a crosser not have a golden finger? Su-Yun was almost jumping with excitement. Brother system, do you know how I managed to endure until now? Starving, shivering, feeling helpless every day, living in fear of dying from hunger or illness. Now the system has arrived. A double joy today. First an unparalleled golden spirit root, then the long-awaited golden finger of a crosser. Awesome. So awesome. Simply exhilarating. Su-Yun forcefully suppressed his trembling excitement and tentatively asked in his heart, System, what functions do you have? The cold mechanical voice rang out again. This system is an entry system. The entry levels are divided as follows: white common, worst green average, purple rare red, top level gold, epic rainbow colored, mythical irreplaceable, a treasure of the heavenly Tao. The host has one chance to draw an entry every year. Entries are permanently bound and cannot be unbound. Su-Yun listened and nodded in understanding. An entry system. He was not unfamiliar with it. He had seen many in novels in his past life. Simple and straightforward, relying on luck to draw entries and gain talents. The higher the level of the entry, the more extraordinary it was. Su-Yun couldn't wait to ask in his heart, is there a beginner's gift package? Response to the host: this system has no beginner's package. Su-Yun was slightly taken aback, then smiled indifferently. Whether there was a package was not important. As long as he could draw entries, it was enough. Detected host's first lottery draw. The probability of the first lottery draw is increased with a high chance of obtaining high-quality entries. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw? Draw right away. Su-Yun's eyes were fiery without a hint of hesitation. He clasped his hands together and silently chanted in his heart. Spirits of heaven and earth, please give me something good. Ideally something purple or red. In the next second, a crisp notification sound resounded. Ding. The host's luck is extraordinary. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing a 1 in a billion chance rainbow-colored mythical entry, 1,000-fold amplification. Su-Yun's mouth slightly opened, his eyes glazed over. A mythical entry. A 1 in a billion chance. Moments later, Su-Yun slammed his thigh in excitement. Damn. No way. Is my luck this explosive? To get a mythical entry on the first draw? He trembled with excitement, flailing his arms and legs, moving chaotically on the bed. The smile on his face couldn't be contained, his mouth almost reaching his ears. While others relied on luck to draw entries, he started with the highest possible level, 1 in a billion. It was even more outrageous than winning the lottery. Huh. System, I love you to death. Su Yun laughed wildly in his heart. The higher the entry level, the more terrifying the difference. Golden epic entries were already rare in the world. Mythical entries were gifts from the heavenly Tao. Such opportunities are hard to come by. One might not even see one in a lifetime. After calming his excitement, Su Yun suppressed his exhilaration and hurriedly asked, System, what is the effect of thousand-fold amplification? Rainbow-colored mythical entry, thousand-fold amplification. Spiritual energy absorption, thousand-fold amplification. Understanding of techniques, thousand-fold amplification. Combat attack, thousand-fold amplification. Spiritual essence, thousand-fold amplification. Su Yun's pupils trembled and his scalp went numb. Damn, so outrageous. Su Yun didn't even dare to think about how terrifyingly fast his cultivation speed would be. 1 day of refining qi effortlessly. 1 year to reach golden core, 2 years to reach nascent soul. Su Yun laughed uncontrollably, perfectly fitting the script of a glorious story. That's enough. Just this one mythical entry surpasses everything else. Even if I draw white trash entries later, Su Yun lay back on the bed staring at the beam of the room, his eyes bright and fervent. Could it be? I am the child of the heavenly Tao. The next day, the dawn light was faint. The soft morning rays penetrated the paper windows and spilled into the room. Su Yun opened his eyes, raised his hand to stretch lazily, and his bones let out a series of crisp cracks. His whole body felt relaxed and invigorated. Last night was too exciting with the system mythic attributes and a thousand-fold increase. Every scene was still etched in his mind. Su Yun sat up and looked around the clean and elegant wooden bedroom. An ancient wooden table, plain curtains, and a soft cotton quilt filled the air with a faint fragrance. It was not a dream. Everything was real. He truly remained at the Qingyun sect and became a direct disciple of the sect master. A slight smile involuntarily crept upon Su Yun's lips. He turned over and got out of bed. He took out the direct disciple's white robe that was distributed yesterday. The fabric was smooth, the material soft, and it felt comfortable against his body. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with light silver cloud patterns, simple and clean, exuding an air of sophistication befitting a high-ranking disciple. He dressed himself neatly. Su Yun pushed open the wooden door. The cold morning breeze rushed in from the mountain. The air was humid and thick with spiritual energy. The grass and trees in the courtyard were adorned with morning dew, vibrant and lush. Standing on the bluestone ground, Su Yun spread his arms and stretched vigorously. Turning his head, he spotted a tall figure standing quietly at the courtyard gate. Junior brother Chu, good morning. Why are you here so early? You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? Chu Fan slightly bowed. Good morning, senior brother. I just arrived and haven't waited long. Please wait a moment for me. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. 2 maidservants had already prepared breakfast in advance. A bowl of spirit rice porridge, 2 spirit fruits, and a plate of fine pastries. Ordinary outer disciples had no right to consume spirit rice. Su Yun wasn't picky and quickly finished his breakfast. After a moment, he walked out of the kitchen. Let's go, take me to see the master. Yes, senior brother. Chu Fan led the way and the 2 of them proceeded along the white jade steps toward the main peak hall. The sect was especially lively in the early morning. Along the mountain path, disciples practicing early could be seen everywhere. Some were sitting cross-legged in meditation, while others were practicing their sword techniques. The passing disciples wore distinct garments, gray for outer disciples, blue for inner disciples, and white for direct disciples. When the disciples along the way saw Su Yun in his pristine white robe, they paused. All of them instinctively halted their movements. Their steps stuttered as they quickly moved aside to make way. Regardless of age or cultivation level, everyone bowed and clasped their hands. Greetings, senior brother. No one dared to be negligent. What happened yesterday had already spread throughout the Qingyun sect. Everyone understood that this white-robed youth had limitless potential in the future. Su Yun's expression remained calm. As he walked along, many people greeted him. He did not act arrogantly, but simply nodded lightly in response. The journey was uneventful. After a moment, the 2 reached the Qingyun Great Hall. The hall doors were wide open and the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Li Mofan stood alone in the center of the hall in a plain white robe with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Yun stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Su Yun, paying respects to my master. Li Mofan turned around and asked, did you sleep well last night? Replying to my master, the residence was quiet and filled with spiritual energy. I had a peaceful night's sleep. Li Mofan nodded slightly. That's good. Now that you are my direct disciple, your status is special. As the sect master, I have many sect affairs to attend to and occasionally need to enter seclusion for intensive cultivation. Usually I won't have much time to teach you personally. For common foundational courses, cultivation knowledge, and refining methods, if you don't understand, you can go to the sect's teaching hall. All disciples in the refinement stage receive unified instruction. You can attend the classes anytime without needing to report in advance. Su Yun listened attentively, nodding honestly. I understand, Master. Others need to follow the procedures to receive skills and resources. You do not need to. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a simple black storage bag glimmered with spiritual light. 2 items hovered quietly in midair, a jade slip and a slender long sword. The sword shimmered with a faint golden luster, its blade sharp and exuding a chilling aura. This is the Golden Spirit Technique, a high-quality cultivation method. It specializes in refining gold-type spiritual energy, making it concentrated, sharp, and domineering. It perfectly matches your gold-type spiritual root, allowing for a cultivation speed far exceeding ordinary methods. From this moment on, you can begin your cultivation without needing a foundation. Li Mofan pointed, and the golden long sword began to float slowly. This sword, the flowing gold pattern sword, is a top-grade magic weapon. It is forged from a blend of meteorite, iron, and golden crystal, making it hard and sharp, infused with gold-type killing energy. It is suitable for gold spiritual root cultivators to wield. Once you reach the first level of the refinement stage, you can recognize it as your master with a drop of blood and control it at will. Su Yun's gaze was fixed on the long sword. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. In the realm of cultivation, magic weapons are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and top grade. An ordinary cultivator considers it a great fortune to possess even one top-grade magic weapon in their lifetime. Li Mofan continued, spirit artifacts are too precious and consume a lot of spiritual energy. Given your current lack of cultivation, you cannot wield it yet. Once your cultivation improves in the future, I will bestow a spirit artifact upon you. Take out your direct disciple token. Su Yun did not hesitate and raised his hand to take out the white jade token. Li Mofan's fingertip brushed over the surface of the token. I will deposit 1,000 contribution points into it. Contribution points are more valuable than spirit stones. Sect elixir, skills, refining materials, and secret realm quotas can all be exchanged for contribution points. Many rare treasures cannot be bought with money and can only be obtained through contribution points. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. He understood. In the cultivation sect, spirit stones are external items, while contribution points are the real hard currency. Su Yun deeply bowed. Disciple, thanks Master for the reward. Chu Fan. Disciple is here. Chu Fan immediately bowed. You will take Su Yun around the sect today? Explain the distribution of the peaks, the purpose of the halls, the task hall, the exchange pavilion, the elixir hall, and the trial platform one by one. Help him familiarize himself with the sect's rules and environment quickly. Yes, Sect Master. Li Mofan cast a final glance at Su Yun. Go ahead. Train well, and do not slack off. Disciple will remember the Master's teachings. Su Yun bowed again, and then followed Chu Fan out of the hall. For an entire day, Chu Fan took Su Yun around the various places within the Qingyun sect. From the outer door training grounds, the task hall, the elixir exchange pavilion, to the inner door cultivation peaks, the magic weapon hall, and the trial cliff. Every building, every rule, and every precaution was explained by Chu Fan in detail. Su Yun listened attentively and remembered exceptionally well. By the end of the day, he had a rough understanding of the entire Qingyun sect, including its divisions, resource levels, disciple privileges, and taboos. In the evening, as the sun set and the red clouds filled the sky, Chu Fan escorted Su Yun back to the Tianshu Peaks, Yunqi courtyard, and bid farewell. The sky gradually darkened, and the moonlight crept up the eaves. Su Yun dismissed the maidservants and closed the door. Inside the room, only a dim oil lamp remained flickering quietly in the silence. Su Yun could hardly wait to sit on the edge of the bed, crossing his legs with his back straight. He moved his fingertips and took out the jade slip from the storage bag. The jade slip felt slightly cool, its texture hard with fine patterns engraved on its surface. It was indeed the high-quality cultivation method, Golden Spirit Technique. Su Yun held the jade slip, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had never received any formal cultivation teaching. He didn't understand meditation skills or how to circulate qi, but he lived in an information-rich era in his past life. He had read countless novels, watched countless television shows and films, all centered around cultivation themes. Though he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He understood the processes of sitting cross-legged, focusing, and sensing spiritual energy. Whether he could succeed was another matter. Su Yun's fingertips touched the surface of the jade slip, and a faint thought penetrated within. In the next moment, a vast amount of text, diagrams, and pathways flooded into his mind. The introduction to the Golden Spirit Technique was straightforward and easy to understand, without any obscure classical language. The cultivation technique comprises 10 layers. The first 5 layers correspond to the refining qi stage, the 6th layer corresponds to foundation establishment, and the 10th layer leads directly to the golden core. It is sufficient for him to utilize it all the way to the golden core realm without the need to change techniques. Within the entire Lingzhou, it can be considered a top-tier cultivation technique. The Jade Slip clearly detailed the steps one by one. Since the spiritual energy absorb it into the body circulate through the meridians, complete a full cycle, and condense the spiritual power. Even the common mistakes that beginners tend to make were marked with reminders. It was simple and easy to understand, making it extremely suitable for novices. Simple. Su Yun's lips curled slightly. He closed his eyes and adjusted his posture according to the Jade Slip. Shoulders relaxed, tongue against the palate, hands resting on his knees. Gather the energy and focus. Eliminate all distractions from his mind. The first step of cultivation, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ordinary people would never sense spiritual energy in their lifetime. With a common spiritual root, it would take at least 10 days to vaguely catch a hint of spiritual energy. Even for those with superior spiritual roots, it would take several hours. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. Su Yun cleared his mind and silently recited the sensing mantra. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. In less than a minute he felt it clearly. Countless tiny faint, invisible sparkles floated in the air around him. Cool, pure, gentle. This was spiritual energy. Su Yun was taken aback. So soon. He hadn't even intentionally urged his thoughts. In the next moment, he gently drew in accordance with the technique. The errant spiritual energy no longer floated aimlessly, but surged towards Su Yun's body. The spiritual energy rushed through his skin's pores wildly, entering his limbs and bones. The cool airflow passed through flesh and skin, warming and tingling. It was so comfortable that he couldn't help but shudder slightly. The spiritual energy entered his body and slowly flowed along the superficial meridians. Su Yun suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. That's not right. The book clearly states that beginners sense spiritual energy the slowest, and at the fastest it takes half a day. Others take at least a few days to start. I did it in less than a minute. While possessing a gold-type spiritual root is indeed extraordinary, it is still impossible to exaggerate to such an extent. The only explanation is a 1,000-fold increase. That dazzling mythical attribute had already begun to take effect from the very first second of his cultivation. Incredible. Su Yun suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and closed his eyes again. Stay calm, he thought. A genius must learn to be restrained. He continued to operate the gold spirit art. The first step, the entry of spiritual energy into the body, was successfully completed. The second step, guide the spiritual energy and circulate it through the meridians. For ordinary beginners, once the spiritual energy enters the body, it is difficult to control, scattering and crashing against the meridians, causing unbearable pain. It needs to be slowly adjusted, calmed, and guided. However, the spiritual energy flowing into Su Yun's body was astonishingly docile. It followed the path marked by the Jade Slip, slowly wandering. Once, twice, thrice, completing a full cycle. Each time the spiritual energy circulated, it would be purified. Impurities would automatically shed, leaving the essence within. A thin strand of spiritual power began to slowly gather at the Dantian. While others labored to cultivate, he experienced a constant influx of spiritual energy endlessly flowing. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air was rapidly depleted. Su Yun immersed himself in cultivation, forgetting time and the outside world. The gold spiritual root combined with the 1,000-fold increase. What others would achieve in a day, he accomplished in a mere moment. The weak spiritual power rapidly accumulated at his Dantian, transforming from a strand into a mass. The pure white spiritual power shimmered with a faint golden glow. That was the unique color of the gold-type spiritual root. He had completed the first layer of the gold spirit art. Su Yun opened his eyes, his gaze bright and spirited. He circulated the newly born spiritual power within, a warm and resilient force flowing through his limbs and bones. He couldn't help but grin, filled with pride. Is cultivation really this simple? Sensing spiritual energy, drawing it into the body and circulating it. He stepped across a threshold that others would take 10 days or half a month to cross with ease. There was no difficulty at all. He didn't even have time to experience the monotony of cultivation. Entering the threshold in a minute, this is way too easy. Su Yun secretly chuckled to himself. This was exhilarating, so enjoyable. The gold spirit art had firmly entered his grasp, and the path of cultivation was thoroughly opened. Tonight he decided to seize the opportunity and push forward, aiming to break through to the first layer of chi refinement directly. With a thought, he reached for his storage bag. With a clatter, he laid out 20 low-grade spirit stones in a neat circle in front of him. The spiritual energy on Tianshu Peak was indeed dense, but the ambient spiritual energy was mixed with a lot of dust and impurities, requiring careful filtration and thus was less efficient. Compared to directly absorbing the pure spiritual energy from spirit stones, it was far from adequate. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones was concentrated and pure, requiring no effort for purification, making it the most suitable for cultivation. Su Yun didn't rush to activate the spirit stones, but instead took out a bottle of body refining pills from his storage bag, poured out a piece, and swallowed it directly. In the early stages of Qi refinement, it was crucial to accumulate spiritual power, but the foundation of the physical body was equally important. Without a strong body with weak meridians, the higher one's cultivation, the more hidden dangers would arise. He aimed to cultivate both the law and the body. While cultivating spiritual power and comprehending the laws, he also refined his bodhis muscles and bones. The law cultivator can perform long-range attacks, while the body cultivator excels in close combat. Only by excelling in both can one achieve peak combat strength. The medicinal power gradually spread throughout his body, nourishing his flesh and bones, gradually washing away the frail foundation of his mortal body. Prepared, Su Yun closed his eyes again and resumed his seated posture. With a thought, he began to draw upon the low-grade spirit stones in front of him. The pure spiritual energy sealed within the spirit stones immediately began to spill out along the invisible pole. Compared to absorbing the scattered spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones was richer, gentler, and free of impurities. The moment it poured into his body, it felt immensely comfortable. Moreover, since he possessed a gold-type spiritual root, the energy conversion efficiency was astonishingly high. The spiritual energy entering his body experienced virtually no loss. There was no need for filtration or adjustment. It could directly transform into his own spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power stored in his dantian surged at a visible speed. Strands, masses, and patches continuously filled and solidified. Time passed slowly. In less than 15 minutes. Crack! An indistinct sound of an invisible barrier breaking echoed within him. The surrounding spiritual energy abruptly surged into his body, stabilizing the dantian, with the spiritual power circulating to form its own cycle. The first layer of Qi refinement was achieved. Su Yun opened his eyes, clearly sensing the changes in his body. His muscles became stronger, and his senses sharpened several-fold. The once frail and thin body was now quietly transformed inside by spiritual and medicinal power. Ha ha ha! Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected to step onto the path of immortality, so quickly becoming a bona fide cultivator. The feeling of transforming from a mortal to a practitioner was so marvelous, so splendid. The transition from a mortal to the first layer of Qi refinement seemed like just a step away, yet it was truly a fundamental transformation. Lifespan, physique, senses, and strength had all crossed a significant threshold. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yun did not pause for even a second. Resources lay before him. The spirit stones were plentiful, and with the mythical attribute enhancing his abilities, there was no need to waste time stopping. He closed his eyes again and began to operate the gold spirit art. As he continued to practice the technique, his understanding deepened, transitioning from the initial awkwardness to a state of skilled proficiency. With the thousandfold increase, his comprehension of the technique reached its peak. What others might take months to fully grasp, he integrated in just an hour, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Chunks of spirit stones were absorbed and depleted, turning into useless gray-white fragments casually set aside. In less than a stick of incense, Su Yun slowly concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through to the second level of Qi refinement, moving directly from an ordinary person with no cultivation to the second level of Qi refinement in just one leap. If this matter were to spread, the entire Qingyun sect would be in an uproar and everyone would be rendered speechless. It is known that ordinary disciples take at least a month or two or up to half a year to transition from an ordinary person to the first level of Qi refinement. Even a genius with high-quality spiritual roots requires at least 10 days to half a month to break through one level, and it takes considerable time to progress from the first to the second level. Even those with legendary spiritual roots recorded in ancient texts can only break through one level in at most 2 days. It is impossible for him to achieve 2 breakthroughs in 1 hour. This completely defies the common knowledge of the cultivation world. Su Yun felt the abundant spiritual power within him, full of energy, without a trace of fatigue from late-night cultivation. Instead, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He was extremely satisfied in his heart, feeling utterly delightful. Unable to help himself, he secretly basked in his own brilliance. The world often says that cultivation is difficult and progress is hard to come by. In his view, cultivation was merely that it was not difficult in the slightest. With legendary spiritual roots as a foundation, coupled with a thousand-fold enhancement from mythical traits and abundant resources, breaking through was as simple as drinking water. However, after a brief moment of pride, Su Yun quickly calmed down. He stroked his chin, pondering deeply. His speed of cultivation was indeed too monstrous. If this were to be spread, it would surely attract countless covetous eyes and suspicions. The cultivation world has never been a kind place. The strong prey upon the weak, and human hearts are inscrutable. Now backed by the Qingyun sect, he seemed stable, yet a large tree attracts the wind. Once his exceptional talent was thoroughly exposed, it would inevitably attract the attention of hidden old monsters and powerful figures from other sects. They would covet his legendary spiritual roots and his cultivation secrets. Even with the backing of the Qingyun sect, he would be embroiled in troubles and potentially face a deadly crisis. In the future, relying on the thousand-fold enhancement, his breakthroughs would only become faster with no bottlenecks in sight. His progress would be smooth sailing, soaring through realms. Such speed could not be displayed openly. He had to learn to conceal his abilities and hide his true cultivation level. Low-key development was the way to go. Thinking of this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. If he could learn a secret technique for concealing his aura, he could freely hide his cultivation level and only reveal his normal talent in front of others, avoiding drawing too much attention. This would allow him to cultivate steadily while avoiding unnecessary troubles. He just didn't know if the Qingyun sect script library had any techniques for concealing one's aura. When he had time during the day, he would visit the script library to see if there were any suitable techniques for concealing his aura. He needed to hide his brilliance and cultivate steadily. Once his strength was sufficient, he could reveal his true prowess without hesitation. Daytime. The sun shone brightly, illuminating Qingyun Mountain. Su Yun quickly washed up and changed into his disciple's robe, intending to visit the teaching hall. The reason was simple: he had spent too little time since his arrival. Though yesterday Chu Fan had explained the sect rules to him, he still had only a vague understanding of the extensive common knowledge of the cultivation world, realm divisions, medicinal herb identification, and the taboos of cultivators. Others taught in a clear and understandable manner suitable for filling in the gaps in his foundational knowledge. Even if his talent was extraordinary, he could not afford to lack essential knowledge to avoid future gaffes. Half an hour later, in the teaching hall, a spacious wooden room was filled with rows of wooden tables and chairs. At this moment, the hall was packed with newly admitted disciples. Everyone sat upright, quietly listening to the elder on stage. The light at the entrance flickered, and Su Yun leisurely walked in his disciple's attire, easily recognizable. The eyes of several hundred disciples inside the room instantly fixed on him. With a rustle, everyone instinctively stood up, bowed, and clasped their hands in respect. "Greetings, senior brother." The elder who was lecturing paused his speech and turned to glance at Su Yun, not interrupting, but allowing everyone to pay their respects. Su Yun clasped his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and walked with composure. He slightly nodded in casual acknowledgement, exuding a powerful aura. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. Haha. Who wouldn't love this kind of attention? He did not head to the vacant seats in the back, but directly walked to the front row and sat down. Subsequently, the class continued. The elder on stage spoke in a detailed yet tedious manner. He covered everything from the 3 disasters of ordinary people to the 9 grades of qi refinement, from low-level medicinal herbs to ordinary demon beasts. All of it was the most basic, simplest knowledge that could hardly be considered introductory. The dull lecture echoed in his ears, and Su Yun propped his chin up, struggling to stay awake. He was on the verge of dozing off. One class dragged on, and as soon as the bell rang, Su Yun wasted no time. He got up and left. Several hundred disciples watched him leave, no one daring to utter a word. After exiting the hall, Su Yun headed straight for the west side of the sect. At the foot of the mountain stood the script library, a 5-story wooden building. Constructed entirely of dark red wood, it had a rustic eave, and 2 guarding disciples stood at the entrance. Su Yun walked up the stairs at a leisurely pace. "Halt. Please present your token." The 2 guarding disciples stretched out their hands to stop him, their attitudes respectful, yet they adhered to the rules. Su Yun casually took out his white jade disciple token. The 2 guarding disciples immediately bowed and stepped aside. "Disciple, please enter." The Qingyun sect's script library had strict tiered access. The 1st and 2nd floors were open to outer disciples. The 3rd and 4th floors were accessible to inner and core disciples. The 5th floor was restricted to elders and the sect master. As the sect master's direct disciple, Su Yun had unrestricted access to all but the highest tier of forbidden ground. Upon entering the library, a faint smell of aged ink filled the air. Tall wooden shelves stood densely lined up, filled with jade slips, ancient texts, and animal skin scrolls. A myriad of types and genres were available: fist techniques, footwork spells, sword techniques, body refining, and secret arts. The 1st floor was filled with the most basic breathing techniques and rudimentary martial arts. The 2nd floor contained ordinary spells priced affordably, capped at a few dozen contribution points. Su Yun couldn't be bothered to linger and continued directly to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor contained ordinary spells priced affordably, capped at a few dozen contribution points. Su Yun couldn't be bothered to linger and continued directly to the 3rd floor. Enhanced with spiritual energy for durability. Su Yun was looking for 3 items: an attack spell, a body refining technique, and a secret method for concealing. He flipped through the rows of shelves, his fingertips gliding over each jade slip, which were labeled with names, grades, and contribution point costs. He casually picked up a jade slip for an intermediate spell. Upon seeing the price, Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Almost 200 contribution points. Truly expensive." An ordinary outer disciple could only gather nearly 200 contribution points by laboriously completing the simplest tasks like herb collection or mountain patrols over half a year. Even after exhausting themselves for half a year, they might not accumulate 200 contribution points. Just one intermediate spell could deplete an ordinary disciple's savings for half a year. He continued to search. Moments later, his gaze locked onto a golden jade slip, golden blade technique, low-tier intermediate spell. It condenses one's own metal-type spiritual energy in a sharp golden blade, striking foes from afar. It was fast, had strong penetration, and consumed little spiritual energy. It was most suitable for low-tier cultivators with metal spiritual roots. Price 200 contribution points. It perfectly matched his current needs. He took it. Following that, he found a body refining technique, Xian Iron Bone Refining Technique, low-tier intermediate body refining skill. It refines bones and flesh using both medicinal power and spiritual energy, enhancing bodily strength. Once mastered, the body would be comparable to a magical artifact capable of withstanding blows and excelling in close combat. Price 150 contribution points. Just right for his dual cultivation path. For the last item, Su Yun found the concealing breath technique in the most secluded corner. The introduction was short, yet powerful. It conceals one's aura, hides one's cultivation level, and masks spiritual fluctuations. Once perfected, even a powerful being at the transformation stage would be unable to see through his true cultivation level. Price 600 contribution points. The most expensive, yet it was also the most essential. Su Yun knew well that this technique was worth far more than its price. In the human realm of cultivation, the transformation stage is already the pinnacle. What does it mean to hide from the eyes of a transformation stage old monster? It's about survival, concealing one's abilities, and playing the fool. It is universally applicable. 600 contribution points is not too expensive. The total for the three items amounted to 950 contribution points. The 1,000 contribution points given by his master were nearly depleted. Su Yun gritted his teeth and did not hesitate. He exchanged everything. Wealth and material possessions are illusory. Only strength, secrecy, and trump cards are the hard truths. Especially the concealing breath technique, which must be acquired. His speed of cultivation was too extraordinary. The sooner he concealed it, the safer he would be. This was to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives and prevent a potential deadly crisis. Su Yun carefully stored away 3 jade slips, preparing to head to the counter to deduct contribution points. At the moment he turned around, a clear and somewhat arrogant voice of a girl suddenly rang out behind him. "Hey, who are you?" Su Yun paused his steps and turned to look. Not far away by the wooden shelf stood a girl. The girl appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Her skin was snow white, her brows and eyes exquisite, and her features breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a luxurious ice blue robe, its fabric shimmering with light, with icy patterns embroidered along the edges. Her long black hair was simply tied up, and she adorned a crystal-clear blue jade hairpin on her head. With her hands on her hips and her long legs straightened, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Su Yun. Her expression carried both confusion and a hint of arrogance. She was stunningly beautiful, pure, and cold. Su Yun couldn't help but silently exclaim in his heart, "Wow, a celestial being." This was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen since arriving in this world. She exuded a cold and aloof aura, naturally keeping a distance from strangers, yet her beauty was breathtaking. Seeing Su Yun staring at her, the girl furrowed her brows tightly. She strode over and scrutinized Su Yun from head to toe. Her gaze fell upon the white robe of a direct disciple he was wearing, and with a tone of confusion, she stated, "You are wearing the clothing of a direct disciple. I know all the direct disciples of Qingyun sect. How come I've never seen you before?" Su Yun looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and asked, "You don't recognize me?" He was also puzzled. This girl wore luxurious clothing and had an extraordinary aura. However, she wasn't wearing the attire of a direct disciple. The girl was taken aback, her eyes widening. Su Yun calmly replied, "My name is Su Yun, the third direct disciple newly accepted by the sect master." The girl suddenly realized, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. "Oh, so you are the boy with the heavenly spiritual root that has recently spread throughout the sect." She slowly circled around Su Yun, her gaze scrutinizing him from left to right, her eyes filled with assessment. "You seem quite ordinary. There's nothing particularly special about you. Are you really a heavenly spiritual root?" Su Yun smiled helplessly, absolutely genuine. He then countered with a question, "By the way, who are you? Why don't you call me senior brother when you see me?" The girl raised her snow-white chin with pride upon hearing this. "Call you senior brother? You think too highly of yourself. Listen, well, my name is Lu Shuang. My master is the grand elder of the sect. I and sect master Li Mofan are of the same generation. According to the rules, you should call me Little Master Ant. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, standing dumbfounded. A disciple of the Grand Elder, of the same generation as the sect master. The girl in front of him, who looked delicate and young, was actually his elder, a direct disciple of a nascent soul, true monarch. Su Yun did not dare to be negligent, and quickly straightened his posture, cupping his hands and bowing. Disciple Su Yun pays respects to Little Master Ant. Lu Shuang nodded in satisfaction, her expression calm. No need for such formalities, junior nephew. She casually asked, what are you doing in the third floor? Su Yun replied, honestly, I came to select some techniques. Lu Shuang lightly shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of guidance. Young man, don't aim too high. You only entered the sect yesterday, and before that you were just a mere mortal. It's most important to establish a solid foundation. The techniques on the third floor are profound and not suitable for you at this moment. In cultivation, one must avoid haste. Haste makes waste. She had not released her divine sense to probe Su Yun's cultivation level. In her established perception, even if he had a heavenly spiritual root, he could at most sense spiritual energy overnight. It was impossible to break through any realms. For a mortal to start, it wasn't that easy. Su Yun didn't explain. He preferred for others to underestimate him. He certainly couldn't bluntly tell her, I directly advanced to the second layer of chi refinement in one night. That would be self-inflicted trouble. Su Yun casually found an excuse. Thank you for the reminder, Little Master Ant. I'm just looking around to broaden my horizons. After saying this, he didn't dare to linger. Holding the jade slip, he hurriedly took his leave and quickly exited the technique pavilion. Watching Su Yun's hurried retreat, Lu Shuang propped her chin up with one hand, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Interesting. The legendary gold type heavenly spiritual root. It seems quite ordinary, but their personality is quite steady. I hope you're not just a name without substance. The younger generation of Qingyun sect is filled with mediocrity. None are worth anything, it's too boring. She sighed softly. No one knew that the seemingly young and delicate Lu Shuang had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment in her true cultivation. At just 20 years old, her talent was extremely terrifying. She publicly declared her qualifications as having dual water and earth spiritual roots. In reality, she was a mutated ice spiritual root formed from the fusion of water and earth. Her cultivation speed was not at all inferior to that of a heavenly spiritual root. Discovered and nurtured by the Grand Elder since childhood, she had unlimited resources and held a respected status. Her generation surpassed all the younger generation and was a hidden trump card of the Qingyun sect. Returning to Yunqi courtyard, Su Yun instructed the maiden not to disturb him and closed the stone door of the cultivation room. The room was quiet and sealed off, cutting off all external sounds. He sat cross-legged on the jade mat, took out the jade slip for the breath-holding technique. Pressing his fingertips against the jade slip, he immersed his consciousness into it. A dense array of texts, energy pathways, and methods for suppressing breath flooded into his mind. The breath-holding technique was not considered a profound secret art. It was easy to learn and understand. Any cultivator, as long as they were patient in honing their skills, could grasp it. However, to practice it to perfection was extremely difficult. It required years of controlling breath, gathering spiritual power, and suppressing the fluctuations of the dantian. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take at least half a year to reach minor success. To achieve perfection could even take over a decade. But these limitations were meaningless to Su Yun. In his mind, the thousand-fold amplification attribute quietly triggered. His comprehension of the technique was magnified 1,000-fold. The energy pathways that others could only understand after deep contemplation, he could see through at a glance. The breath suppression that others needed to practice repeatedly, he grasped in a single thought. Su Yun closed his eyes. Following the method of the breath-holding technique, he slowly adjusted his breathing. The restless spiritual power in his dantian was gradually forced down. The spiritual energy flowing through his meridians became calm and weak. The aura emanating from his body continuously faded away. Time passed slowly. In less than half an incense stick's time, a humming sound resonated. His aura suddenly contracted, making him appear like an ordinary person. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power, nor any aura of a cultivator. The breath-holding technique reached minor success. According to the Jade Slip's record, with minor success in the breath-holding technique, one could perfectly conceal their cultivation level. Below the nascent soul stage, no one could see through it. Even if a golden core cultivator stood before him, they could only conclude that he was at the first layer of chi refinement. They could not discern depth or see through his true realm. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of light flashing in them. His sense of security surged instantly. From now on, as long as he did not wish to reveal it, no one would be able to discern his true cultivation. In public, he was a steadily progressing genius with a heavenly spiritual root. In private, he soared past barriers, disregarding bottlenecks, and broke through at incredible speed. A perfect disguise. Su Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Steady, don't rush. He casually put away the gray jade slip and took out the second jade slip, the golden blade technique. Focusing on gold-type spiritual energy, it condenses blades to slay enemies. Su Yun once again immersed himself in comprehension. The thousand-fold amplification effect activated once more, etching the tracks of the spell's operation methods of spiritual energy condensation and hand gestures into his mind. Gold-type spiritual energy is inherently sharp and volatile. For an ordinary cultivator, it requires repeated adjustments to control the spiritual energy, avoiding its backlash that could harm oneself. Su Yun did not have this problem. The pure spiritual energy of the heavenly spiritual root combined with his terrifying comprehension allowed him to wield it effortlessly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the golden blade technique was mastered. Su Yun raised his hand, his fingertips deftly manipulating a simple incantation. The golden spiritual power within his dantian surged swiftly along his arm's meridians. The air trembled slightly. Before his palm, a golden speck of light rapidly gathered. The light condensed, compressed, and refined. In an instant, a 3-inch long golden blade floated in midair. The golden blade was sharp and bright, its edges flashing with a cold light. The blade's surface swirled with faint golden patterns. Buzz! The golden blade trembled slightly, emitting a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Su Yun stared at the floating golden blade, secretly nodding. With his current level of second-tier chi refinement, he could at most condense one golden blade. Once his cultivation improved and his spells reached perfection, in a single thought, he could condense 10 golden blades simultaneously, unleashing a massacre that covered a vast area. The lethality would double. Let me test its power. Against the wall of the training room stood a hard black rock wall. The rock was dense, hard, and heavy, specifically used to test the power of spells. Su Yun's gaze sharpened as his fingertip lightly tapped. Go! Whoosh! The golden blade shot out instantly. Its speed left a blinding golden flash tearing through the air and producing a sharp explosion. There was no obstruction at all. Boom! The golden blade struck the rock wall fiercely. Fragments of stone exploded violently, the hard black wall crumbling like thin paper. The 3-inch golden blade pierced through the half-meter thick rock wall like a bamboo shoot through the ground. After penetrating the wall, its momentum did not wane, crashing heavily onto the granite floor below. A muffled explosion echoed out, the ground's fragments shattered, and a small pit about half a foot deep was forcefully created. The edges of the pit were charred and rough, still bearing the violent residual power of gold-type spiritual energy. Su Yun suddenly stood up, his pupils constricting as he stared intently at the pit in the wall and on the ground. Damn! Incredible! He quickly walked up, reaching out to touch the smooth hole that had pierced through the wall, his fingertips still feeling the residual scorching sharpness. Wow! That casual strike earlier, he hadn't even activated his spiritual power to the fullest. Yet the destructive power was terrifyingly outrageous. Su Yun estimated that this golden blade's lethality under 1,000-fold increase would definitely not be weaker than a full-force strike from a 7th-tier chi refinement practitioner. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Su Yun swallowed hard. Moments later, he remembered that he still had a top-grade magical artifact in his storage pouch. Su Yun withdrew a long sword with a swift motion. The sword was long, radiating a faint golden glow throughout. The blade was sharp, emanating a chilling aura. The hilt was intricately carved with cloud patterns, feeling heavy and cool to the touch. To recognize its master, Su Yun bit his fingertip, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto the sword's surface. Buzz! The long sword emitted a soft hum, completing its master recognition. With a thought, Su Yun commanded, rise. The golden patterned sword slowly levitated, hovering in the air and circling around him, its golden light swirling as it rang out with a crisp sound. Su Yun felt a rush of excitement in his heart. Haha, this is really cool. He activated his spiritual power once more, causing the sword's spiritual light to surge, and the sword's body suddenly enlarged. Now half a person's height, heavy and sharp, the sound of it slicing through the air suddenly amplified. But just a moment later, Su Yun frowned slightly. The spiritual power within him was depleting rapidly, and the chi in his dantian was dropping quickly. At the 2nd tier of chi refinement, his spiritual power reserves were ultimately too small. Managing to control the flying sword's levitation and transformation was already at his limit. To command the sword to fly skyward or traverse great distances was simply insufficient. Su Yun silently estimated that he needed to reach at least the 5th tier of chi refinement. With wider meridians, thicker spiritual power, and an expanded dantian. Only then could his spiritual power sustain long-distance sword flight. No rush. Su Yun suppressed his anticipation within. He sheathed the long sword, letting it shrink back to rest in his palm. The golden light in the room dissipated, returning to tranquility. The breath-restraining technique reached minor success. The golden blade technique was mastered. The top-grade magical artifact was recognized. In just half a day's time, his strength surged significantly. Over the next 5 days, Su Yun shut himself in engaging in leisurely cultivation. The thousand-fold boost effect was always passively active, with the heavenly spirit root continuously supplying pure spiritual energy, along with ample spirit stones and body-tempering pills for support. His cultivation soared as if he were on a rocket. On the first day, he slept until the sun shone on his backside, then began meditating, operating the golden spirit technique to absorb spiritual energy frantically. The spiritual power in his dantian rapidly filled his meridians, constantly nourished and expanded by the spiritual energy. By noon, he broke through the shackles, steadily stepping into the third tier of chi refinement. Simultaneously, the dark iron bone tempering technique advanced rapidly under the influence of the thousand-fold comprehension, directly reaching minor success. His physical body and bones hardened several times, the flesh tightened, and his vital energy surged. The golden blade technique also progressed steadily from its initial mastery. He became incredibly skilled at condensing golden blades, doing so more swiftly. On the second day, Su Yun tirelessly refined spirit stones with spiritual energy, flooding into his body like a tide. The heavenly spirit root was completely pure, with zero loss in spiritual energy conversion, amplifying all effects a thousandfold. By evening, he broke through to the fourth tier of chi refinement. The dark iron bone tempering technique steadily honed his body, the strength of his physical form continually skyrocketing, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to harm his flesh. The golden blade technique became increasingly proficient, allowing him to condense 2 golden blades simultaneously, controlling them at will. On the third day, the breath-restraining technique, bolstered by vast amounts of spiritual energy, developed increasingly intricate control over his breath, allowing him to regulate it freely. The golden spirit technique flowed more smoothly, with its circulations becoming entirely unimpeded. The thickness of his spiritual power increased dramatically, firmly solidifying his foundation at the fourth tier of chi refinement without a hint of instability. On the fourth day, Su Yun consumed his last batch of body-tempering pills, the medicinal effects fully activating, tempering all his bones and flesh. Both his physical body and spiritual power surged simultaneously, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. The dark iron bone tempering technique was nearing perfection, his body as hard as iron, capable of shattering stones with a punch. The breath-restraining technique progressed from minor success to the edge of major success, his breath concealment becoming increasingly flawless. On the fifth day, in the morning, the thick spiritual power within his dantian suddenly constricted and erupted. A far more formidable force swept through his body, his meridians expanded, and his dantian grew in capacity. The bottleneck was easily shattered. He reached the fifth tier of chi refinement. At the same time, the dark iron bone tempering technique achieved complete success, making his body indestructible. The golden blade technique was thoroughly perfected, capable of condensing 10 golden blades with a single thought. The breath-restraining technique reached major success, and the golden spirit technique surged to the third layer. After 5 days of intense closed-door cultivation, everything came together seamlessly. Su Yun slowly concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The golden spiritual power around him flowed slowly, yet was forcibly suppressed by the breath-restraining technique, appearing only as the aura of a first-tier chi refinement practitioner. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, the strength of his robust body, and the rising power. His bones, meridians, dantian, and flesh had all been enhanced comprehensively. His face broke into a wide grin, unable to hide his overwhelming joy. In less than a week, he had transformed from an ordinary person without any strength to a fifth-tier chi refinement practitioner. This speed was simply outrageous. It felt so satisfying, so exhilarating. Su Yun reflected deeply. The heavenly spirit root was truly remarkable, with no bottlenecks to break through, and when combined with the thousand-fold enhancement, everything unfolded naturally and logically. He stood up, stretching with a big yawn, his bones cracking all over. 5 days of intense closed-door training left him not fatigued, but rather full of energy and vigor. However, a harsh reality presented itself. In those 5 days, his rapid cultivation had consumed a terrifying amount of resources. All the body-tempering pills in his storage pouch were gone, and he had exhausted his supply of low-grade spirit stones. As a direct disciple, he had a fixed quota of spirit stones each month, but this month's allocation was completely depleted in just 5 days. To continue his rapid cultivation, he needed to find new resources. The most straightforward solution was to approach his master for spirit stones and pills. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Yun's eyes. He realized that simply focusing on cultivation was insufficient. If he kept hiding his talents, others would never recognize his worth. It was time to go out and showcase his skills, giving the entire Qingyun sect a slight shock. To show off, to display his talent. Firstly, it would allow the higher-ups of the sect to value him more, leading to better resource allocation. Secondly, revealing a portion of his strength would help shape the image of a genius prodigy. Maintaining a balance between being high profile and low-key was crucial. Display a part of his talent in public while secretly pushing forward with extraordinary speed. Su Yun donned a clean white robe of his direct disciple and strode out of Yunchi courtyard. With a thought, he deliberately loosened the breath-holding technique, slightly suppressing most of his true aura while only revealing the cultivation fluctuation of the second layer of chi refinement. This was a measure he intentionally left. It couldn't be too high lest it arouse suspicion. It couldn't be too low or it would fail to create a shocking effect. The second layer of chi refinement was just right. It was enough to amaze everyone while remaining within a reasonable range for someone with a celestial root. He made his way down the mountain, heading straight for the main hall. On both sides of the mountain path intersect, disciples came and went in an endless stream. Some practiced swordplay, some hurried along, and others sat in meditation. As the white-clad youth walked down the stone steps, the disciples along the way instinctively stepped aside and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." Su Yun's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly, his steps unbroken. But at the moment they brushed past each other, a few perceptive intersect disciples suddenly halted, their gazes fixated. Chi refinement. Second layer. Someone couldn't help but stop, their eyes locking onto Su Yun's retreating figure, whispering in astonishment, their voices hushed. "Did I sense incorrectly? Senior Brother Su is at the second layer of chi refinement." "That's a joke. He has only been in the sect for a week." "A week? From immortal to the second layer of chi refinement." In an instant the entire mountain path fell silent for half a second. Following that, a flurry of whispers erupted. "Damn, this is too outrageous. When I first started drawing in chi, it took me 8 whole days. It took me 3 months to reach the second layer. No wonder he possesses a celestial root. This cultivation speed is simply unreasonable. The books say a celestial root can reach a layer in 5 days. I thought it was exaggerated, but seeing it with my own eyes, I'm convinced. My goodness, this is simply a human-shaped monster, too monstrous." Countless gazes converged on Su Yun, filled with shock, envy, and disbelief. Everyone felt a bit dazed. Su Yun had keen ears and heard all the discussions clearly along the way. His expression remained unchanged, calm and composed as his steps maintained their steady pace. Yet internally he was secretly laughing. It felt great. This was the effect he wanted. At this rate, within half a day the entire Qingyun sect would know of his monstrous talent. This little brat is acting just right. Su Yun's lips curled up slightly, reveling in the joy of showing off that ordinary people could never understand. He continued on his way. The closer he got to the Qingyun Great Hall, the more gazes gathered. In the square before the hall, dozens of intersect disciples paused their cultivation. One by one they turned their heads, their gazes fixed on that white-robed figure. Each wore a serious expression, their eyes filled with shock. In just a week from mortal to the second layer of chi refinement. Such a feat had never occurred in the 1,000-year history of the Qingyun sect. It completely shattered the sect's record for the fastest cultivation. Many senior disciples shook their heads with bitter smiles. They had always thought their talent was decent. Now compared to Su Yun they felt inferior, like dirt. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Today I've truly gained insight. To witness such a prodigy in my lifetime is worth it. Everyone sighed inwardly. Su Yun ignored all the gazes and directly stepped into the great hall. Inside the hall, several disciples stood quietly on either side waiting for orders. Chu Fan was in the center, organizing recent sect task documents. He caught a glimpse of a white-robed figure at the door and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Su Yun, a polite smile appeared on his face as he quickly approached. "Senior Brother Su, what brings you to the Great Hall today? Do you have business with the sect master?" As soon as he spoke, Chu Fan's eyes inadvertently swept over Su Yun. Buzz. The wave of spiritual energy entered his perception. Chu Fan abruptly halted his steps, his eyes bulging wide, pupils sharply constricted. The smile on his face froze instantly, his mouth slightly agape, and he was completely stunned. The second layer of chi refinement." He instinctively blurted out a curse. "Damn." As soon as the words escaped, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly covered his mouth. "I apologize, Senior Brother." Internally, a tsunami of emotions surged. Damn. He truly was at the second layer of chi refinement. A week ago, Su Yun was still an ordinary person with no cultivation. A week later, he directly reached the second layer. Chu Fan's scalp tingled with shock. While others reached 2 layers in a week, he had taken half a month to even achieve 1 layer. The celestial root was simply unreasonable, too outrageous. Su Yun captured the expression on Chu Fan's face, remaining outwardly composed while internally he was laughing uncontrollably. Is this level of cultivation enough to scare him this much? If he knew that his true cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, he would probably faint on the spot. Su Yun spoke lightly. "No worries. Is the master in?" "I came to report on my recent cultivation progress." Chu Fan managed to steady his mind and swallowed hard. The sect master is in the inner hall attending to sect affairs. Follow me, senior brother. Chu Fan led the way, his steps slightly unsteady. The inner hall was quiet with the scent of sandalwood wafting. Li Mofan, dressed in a plain white robe, sat behind a jade table reviewing documents. Chu Fan gently knocked on the door, speaking softly. Sect master senior brother Su requests an audience. Let him in. Li Mofan replied casually without looking up. Su Yun pushed the door open, entered and bowed. Disciple Su Yun pays respects to the master. Li Mofan's keen divine sense instinctively swept over Su Yun. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, his figure flashing, leaving behind a white shadow. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of Su Yun, his deep-set eyes fixed intensely on him. His gaze swept back and forth, filled with both shock and joy. The cultivated calmness on his face dissipated, replaced by uncontrollable joy. His tone was incredulous. Disciple, you are now at the second layer of Qi refinement. Su Yun nodded sincerely. Replying to the master, I fortuitously broke through and am now at the second layer of Qi refinement. Huh. Li Mofan burst into hearty laughter. He had lived for hundreds of years and his heart had long been as still as a deep well. But at this moment he could not suppress his excitement. Elation, joy, gratitude. All kinds of emotions intertwined. He was internally shouting madly. What kind of monstrous disciple did I take in? 7 days. Just 7 days. A boy who had never been exposed to cultivation, a pure blank slate. He had forcefully broken through from being a mortal to the second layer of Qi refinement. In his original estimation, he thought that no matter how high Su Yun's talent was, he ultimately had no cultivation foundation. In 7 days to stabilize and draw in Qi, entering the first layer of Qi refinement would already be an extraordinary limit. He had even prepared to let Su Yun slowly adapt to the spiritual energy for the first half of the month. Who would have thought? A direct jump and breakthrough. Li Mofan's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Su Yun. In hundreds of years he had never seen or even heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. Good, good, good. Li Mofan was exceedingly excited in his heart. This life of mine has been worth it. With such a disciple, the Qingyun sect is bound to rise. The old fogies of the major sects in Lingzhou will be green with envy when they find out. At this moment, Su Yun's status in Li Mofan's heart skyrocketed, rising from a talented disciple to the future of the sect a key treasure. Even if he had to expend all the sect's resources, he would cultivate Su Yun. Li Mofan restrained his excitement, patted Su Yun's shoulder, his tone filled with satisfaction. Good disciple, you have brought great honor to your teacher. Breaking through to the second layer in 7 days is rarely seen throughout history. Those old fellows from the 4 major sects in Lingzhou, if they knew I took you in, would probably be so jealous they would turn pale and spit blood. In the future, if you encounter any confusion, bottlenecks, or difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to come find me. I will personally assist you without limits on the number of times or duration. Su Yun bowed his head in respect. Thank you, master. He raised his eyes, revealing a sweet, yet slightly shy smile, and shamelessly spoke up. Master, the disciple's cultivation has consumed a great deal. The pills and spirit stones are all used up. May I request some more cultivation resources? Li Mofan, in a great mood, didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he did so grandly. Ha ha ha, small matter. His finger flickered. A plain storage bag flew out of thin air and landed in Su Yun's hands. Inside there are 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Su Yun's eyes widened instantly, nearly drooling. Medium-grade spirit stones. 1 medium-grade stone equals 100 low-grade stones. 100 medium-grade stones equal a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. My goodness. This is the benefit of being backed by the leader of a great sect. Resources are given freely, and when they do, it's with great generosity. There's no need to worry about spirit stones. Li Mofan said calmly, these spirit stones are of extremely high purity. Use them sparingly. They are enough for you to cultivate steadily up to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Su Yun tightly clutched the storage bag. Disciple, thanks the master for the generous gift. Meanwhile, outside the Great Hall, news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire Qingyun sect. In just half an hour, everyone knew that Su Yun had broken through to the second layer of Qi refinement within 7 days of entering the sect. Insane. Completely insane. The outer disciples, inner disciples, miscellaneous workers, and stewards were all in an uproar. 7 days to the second layer. Did I hear that wrong? The heavenly spirit root is indeed terrifying. This speed surpasses all prodigies. At this rate, he will definitely become a nascent soul true monarch in the future. Not just the nascent soul. With such talent, achieving spirit transformation is not a problem. The 4 Golden Core elders, upon hearing the news, turned ashen, pounding their chests in frustration. Regret. Endless regret. Their insides twisted with remorse. During the disciple recruitment ceremony, they had exerted all their efforts to snatch Su Yun, only to be intercepted by the sect master halfway. Damn. If only I had been a bit more forceful back then. 7 days to the second layer. I have never seen anything like it in my life. If this child were under my tutelage, my lineage would surely rise. The sect master has struck gold. Struck gold indeed. The four of them clutched their chests, feeling suffocated with anger. From that moment on, Su Yun completely made a name for himself in the Qingyun sect. A monstrous prodigy. The future top-ranked individual. All the accolades were bestowed upon him. In the Yunshi courtyard, the yard was quiet and windless. By a bluestone table, Su Yun casually sat on a cold stone bench, resting his chin on his left hand, while his right leg lazily shook. His gaze fell upon the storage bag in front of him, his eyes filled with contemplation. He had just received 100 mid-grade spirit stones from his master. To outsiders, this was a fortune that would make inner disciples envious and mad. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is enough for an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator to stabilize their practice for several days. With 100 stones, if used sparingly, he could manage to cultivate up to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. But Su Yun knew very well that this amount of spirit stones was truly not much. It was even a bit insufficient to fill the gaps in his teeth. Others would take several days to slowly digest a low-grade spirit stone. He was different. With 1,000-fold amplification and 0 loss conversion of his heavenly spirit root, a single mid-grade spirit stone could be drained of all its spiritual energy within just a few minutes. The speed was absurdly fast. 100 mid-grade spirit stones at his terrifying consumption rate would last only a few days. Su Yun lightly clicked his tongue. He had a headache. His master had just given him a large sum of spirit stones, and he had already used them up. In the short term, he felt embarrassed to shamelessly ask for more. If he kept asking, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Moreover, always reaching out for resources was not a sustainable strategy. With his rapidly increasing cultivation, the higher his realm, the more terrifying his spirit stone consumption would become. He must find a way to earn money for himself, to procure spirit stones, to be self-sufficient. Su Yun lightly drummed his fingers on the stone table, his mind racing. In the cultivation world, which industry is the most profitable? No need to think hard. Refining tools, alchemy. These two are highly lucrative trades. The durability consumption of magical tools and the necessity of pills make them highly sought after. Especially pills. Cultivators need pills for cultivation, body tempering, healing, and breakthroughs. The consumption is high and the repurchase rate is extremely high. One never has to worry about not being able to sell them. Throughout the cultivation world, alchemists hold a very high status. Just a batch of low-grade pills can be exchanged for a handful of spirit stones. Every alchemist is incredibly wealthy. Even a low-level alchemist has assets surpassing those of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Just alchemy. Su Yun slapped his thigh directly, making up his mind. Others need talent in fire control, mental energy mastery, and years of practice to refine pills. What is difficult for others is not difficult for him. With 1,000-fold comprehension amplification and his heavenly spirit root, with mental energy far surpassing the average person, while others need half a year to grasp the basics of alchemy, he estimated he could master it in 1 or 2 days. In his eyes, alchemy was merely about controlling fire, adding herbs, purifying, and condensing pills. The process is rigid and the steps are simple. It is no different from cooking. As long as the fire control is precise, there will be basically no failures. Simple and easy, one just needs hands. Su Yun's lips curled into a confident smile. Deciding to act the next morning, Su Yun leisurely left Yunshi Peak, heading straight for the sect's Alchemy Pavilion. The Alchemy Pavilion is located in the southeast corner of the sect. The entire building was constructed from red rock, surrounded by a constant warm aroma of medicinal herbs. This was the designated place for Qingyun sect to refine pills, store herbs, and train alchemy disciples. Ordinary inner disciples wishing to enter the Alchemy Pavilion must register in advance and pay spirit stones to rent an alchemy room. Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yun first went to the library and casually picked a basic book titled Fundamentals of Alchemy. A thin jade slip recorded the methods for refining low-grade pills, herb combinations, and fire control techniques. Returning to the Yunshi courtyard, Su Yun sat cross-legged and touched the jade slip with his fingertips. A vast amount of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. Distinguishing herbs, refining with gentle heat, removing impurities, and condensing pills. The 1,000-fold comprehension was instantly triggered. The obscure details of fire control, temperature differences, and the principles of herb compatibility. Knowledge points that others need to ponder over dozens of times, he grasped thoroughly with just a glance. Fundamental theories that take others several days to understand were completed by him in just 1 day, learning thoroughly and mastering the details. By evening, Su Yun closed the jade slip, his gaze indifferent, with only one thought in his mind. Is that it? Alchemy is too simple. The book exaggeratedly described difficulties in fire control, pill condensing, and herb refining. To him, it seemed purely hyperbolic. It's merely about controlling the temperature of the flames and timing the refining process. It's exactly the same as seasoning and controlling the heat while cooking at home. There's no technical complexity. It seems that the ordinary people in the cultivation world truly lack talent. Su Yun silently mocked. He increasingly felt that he would surely excel in alchemy. Without any hesitation, that very night, Su Yun rented the most basic independent alchemy room. The alchemy room was soundproof and sealed, equipped with an ancient bronze alchemy furnace. The furnace was covered with simple runes with an opening at the bottom for fire control. A row of basic herbs was placed in the corner: wild mountain ginseng, red spirit flower, iron root, grass blood, condensing leaf. All basic materials for refining body tempering pills and blood boosting pills. They were inexpensive and the sect had an abundant stock. Su Yun planned to first practice making the two simplest pills. Body tempering pill to refine the body is essential for beginners. Blood boosting pill to replenish blood energy and stabilize the dantian has a high sales volume. The processes for both pills are simple and the herbs are cheap, making them ideal for novices. Su Yun cleaned his hands and assumed a serious expression. Following the steps in the alchemical book, he proceeded methodically. Step 1. Ignite the fire. Spiritual energy stirred at his fingertips and a faint golden spiritual flame ignited out of thin air. The golden spiritual flame was fierce and hot, with a purity far exceeding that of ordinary alchemical flames. Step 2. Warm the furnace. The spiritual flame gently roasted the bottom of the furnace, steadily increasing the temperature. Step 3. Add the herbs. Iron root, grass, and blood condensing leaf were added in sequence. Spiritual energy enveloped the herbs, slowly melting them. Step 4. Purify, remove dregs, and condense the liquid. In every step, Su Yun strictly followed the alchemical book without making a single mistake. His actions were standard and the process was smooth. He even felt that he could directly form a pill on his first attempt. After all, he had thoroughly grasped the theory and his comprehension was exceptional. How could he possibly fail? Half a stick of incense later, the furnace was filled with rolling heat waves. Just when Su Yun thought he was about to condense the pill, bang! A muffled sound came from inside the furnace. Thick black smoke poured out from the furnace mouth and a pungent, burnt odor instantly filled the entire alchemy room. Su Yun. He looked bewildered, staring dumbfounded at the smoking furnace. He reached out to lift the lid. Inside the furnace, there was no trace of any medicinal liquid or pill. What lay inside was a pile of blackened remnants, charred and cracked, resembling burnt black charcoal. It was completely ruined. All turned to ash. Su Yun blinked. He was stunned. He looked down, repeatedly recalling the steps he had just taken. The ignition was correct. The warming was correct. The order of herb addition was correct. The control of spiritual power was even executed with utmost precision. What was going on? How did it get burnt? Su Yun stared at the pile of black ash, sinking into silence. His original confidence at this moment quietly cracked. It seems that alchemy is not quite the same as inside the alchemy room. The acrid smell of burnt residue still lingered. Su Yun stared at the pile of black ash in the furnace, his face darkened. He refused to believe in evil. With his comprehension and his extraordinarily amplified abilities, how could he fail to produce even the simplest body refining pill? Impossible. I refuse to accept this. Su Yun gritted his teeth. Was it just about refining a broken pill? Today he must succeed. He cleaned the furnace, dumping all residual powder. He rearranged the herbs. The second attempt at alchemy began. This time Su Yun was even more cautious, slowing down every step. Igniting the fire, controlling the temperature. Drying the herbs, removing impurities. As the medicinal liquid fused, he fixed his gaze on the changing state within the furnace. His spiritual sense spread out, completely locking onto the interior of the furnace. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. The flames were steady, and the medicinal liquid was clear. Everything seemed perfect. Su Yun nodded slightly, his heart filled with certainty. This batch was stable. Half an hour passed slowly. The phase of condensing the pill arrived. Just as the medicinal liquid was about to solidify, the liquid in the furnace suddenly boiled violently. Its surface turned black rapidly, emitting a wisp of black smoke. With a puff, it failed again. Once more, the medicinal concoction carbonized into ash. In the quiet alchemy room, only the faint warmth of the furnace remained. Su Yun stood frozen, his eyelids twitching. Twice. He had failed completely on 2 consecutive attempts. Furrowing his brows, he was filled with confusion. The flame size and the duration of refining were all strictly in accordance with the recipe. How could he fail consecutively? There must be something he had overlooked. Su Yun calmed down. He sat on a nearby stone bench and took out the jade slip containing the recipe for the body refining pill. His fingertips rubbed against the jade slip, carefully pondering each word. He activated his 1,000-fold comprehension to its fullest. In his mind, every detail of alchemy replayed continuously. Moments later, Su Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. He found it. The problem lay in the temperature differential during the fusion of the medicinal powers. Ordinary novice alchemists typically controlled the fire roughly. High heat in the early stages for drying, then medium heat for condensing the pill. The book explained this in simple terms, and everyone practiced it this way. Yet the recipe contained a subtle detail. Qi Jin grass withstands high temperatures, while the blood-condensing leaf is extremely sensitive to heat. The melting points of these two herbs are entirely different. They cannot be refined under the same heat. Temperature control must be staggered, switching between high and low fires repeatedly. High temperature for drying the Qi Jin grass in the beginning, then gentle heating to melt the blood-condensing leaf, followed by a rise in temperature to condense the pill. It was this seemingly insignificant detail that led to the failure of his 2 attempts. So that's how it is, Su Yun realized, a smile creeping onto his face. Once he understood the problem, everything became simple. He flexed his fingers, his gaze firm. 3rd attempt. 3rd time's the charm. Could a mere first-grade body refining pill trouble him? I will definitely refine it today. Su Yun reorganized the herbs and cleaned the furnace. The 3rd attempt at alchemy officially began. This time he was neither anxious nor hasty. His heart fire was steady, and his spiritual energy enveloped the entire furnace. Step 1. Direct flames at high temperature roasted the Qi Jin grass. The grass dehydrated, releasing red medicinal liquid. Step 2. He quickly lowered the flame, causing the temperature to drop sharply. At low temperatures, the blood-condensing leaf and spirit-washing flower melted gently. Tender green and pale white medicinal liquids slowly separated. Step 3. The 3 medicinal liquids were layered and gradually blended. There was not a hint of collision, nor a trace of rejection. The medicinal liquid in the furnace was clear and transparent, warm and brilliant. Su Yun slowed his breathing, focusing intensely, making subtle adjustments to the flames with his fingertips. The temperature was adjusted to perfection. While others controlled the fire based on feeling, he managed it with precision, down to every flicker of flame. With the amplification of his 1,000-fold spiritual energy, his control over the fire reached a terrifying level. Time flowed slowly. Half an hour passed. No mishaps, no explosions, no charring. Inside the furnace, the medicinal liquid began to compress, solidify, and roll. A faint fragrance wafted through the furnace seams. The medicinal aroma was sweet and warm, not pungent. The authentic scent of refined pills. It's done. A trace of joy glimmered in Su Yun's eyes. After waiting a moment longer, he raised his hand to extinguish the ground fire and slowly lifted the furnace lid. Whoosh! A rich medicinal fragrance erupted, filling the entire alchemy room. Inside the furnace, 10 round smooth pills lay quietly. They were bright red, all over with a smooth surface. A faint blood-colored glow flickered around the pill bodies. The patterns were clear and crystalline. There were no impurities or flaws. Su Yun was stunned. He picked up one pill, examining it carefully between his fingers. He flipped through the alchemy book to compare the grades. Pill grades: inferior, low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade. Top grade pills have pure colors, intrinsic spiritual patterns, and minimal toxicity. The body refining pill is merely the lowest grade pill. For ordinary alchemy apprentices, being able to refine even an inferior grade pill is already commendable. Even a certified 3rd grade alchemist may not be able to consistently produce top grade, 1st grade body refining pills. But in this batch, all 10 pills were top grade. My goodness! Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim. While others eliminated 70% of impurities, he removed 99%. While others barely condensed 4 or 5 pills, he filled the entire batch with 10. While others produced random grades, he guaranteed top-grade pills. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Su Yun was grinning from ear to ear. According to the market price for pills, an ordinary low-grade body refining pill costs 2 low-grade spirit stones. A top-grade body refining pill with 3 times the efficacy and nearly no toxicity. On the market, a single top-grade pill would fetch at least 15 low-grade spirit stones. That's a 7 to 8-fold increase. Moreover, they are in high demand. Looking at the cost, the expense for one batch of herbs was less than 20 low-grade spirit stones. A batch yielding 10 top-grade body refining pills could be flipped for 150 low-grade spirit stones. A pure profit of 7 to 8 times. This was truly a path to wealth. I'm about to get rich. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The freedom of spirit stones was right in front of him. He did not hesitate any longer, seizing the moment. Familiarizing himself with the feel, mastering the details, and controlling the heat. Next, he aimed for mass production. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches. The fire in the furnace burned continuously, and the fragrance of herbs lingered. In the depth of night, the alchemy room was illuminated, and Su Yun was absorbed in his alchemical work. His movements were fluid, and his techniques became increasingly proficient. Controlling the fire at will, the merging of medicinal liquids was incredibly smooth. Every time he produced pills, they were all top grade, with not a single high grade among them. The entire night was spent in continuous refining. 10 batches of body refining pills. 10 batches of qi and blood pills. 20 batches of pills, all successfully produced. The large quantity of low-grade herbs he had bought in advance was completely consumed. Over the next few days, Su Yun entered a frenzy of activity. He left early and returned late, his movements shrouded in mystery. Every day at dawn, he rushed straight to the alchemy pavilion. His life became extremely monotonous. Only two things mattered: cultivation and alchemy. During the day, he immersed himself in the alchemy room, the flames burning steadily as he continuously refined pills. At night, he returned to his other residence, practicing the Jinling Ju while meditating to solidify his realm and break through his bottleneck. He managed both sides without delay, pushing himself to the limit simultaneously. With the amplification of 1,000-fold, while refining pills, his spiritual energy was also being sharpened vigorously. Controlling fire, condensing pills, purifying liquids, each precise action honed his mind. His spiritual energy became increasingly refined. What was once the mental strength of a qi refining cultivator surged dramatically over the course of a few days, far surpassing his peers. His cultivation naturally progressed, as well, breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the alchemy techniques have made remarkable progress. Starting from initially only being able to refine body-tempering pills and blood-replenishing pills, he gradually explored and learned to apply his knowledge in new ways. With his terrifying comprehension, Su Yun rapidly grasped the formulas for 3 more types of first-grade pills: gathering qi pill, rejuvenation pill, and hemostasis pill. All these are essential basic pills for cultivators consumed quickly. His approach to alchemy is straightforward and brutal, focusing on mass production and prioritizing cost. He avoids rare and flashy pills, steering clear of complex high-level formulas. Instead, he chooses first-grade pills made from inexpensive, widely sourced, easy-to-refine materials with stable market demand. The cheaper the materials, the better. The simpler the refining process, the quicker they sell. In just a few days, he invested nearly all of his 100 medium-grade spirit stones into purchasing materials. A large quantity of herbs, spiritual flowers, and spiritual grasses continuously flowed into the alchemy room. He alternated the refining of 5 types of pills with the furnace burning day and night. It was only after the last spirit stone was spent and he could no longer afford any raw materials that Su Yun finally stopped refining pills. The alchemy room was filled with rows of sealed jade bottles. Each bottle contained top-quality, first-grade pills. The bright red and round body-tempering pills, the milky white and plump blood-replenishing pills, the gleaming, gathering qi pills. Each was perfect in appearance, with clear pill patterns, pure medicinal power, and almost no pill toxins. Looking at the full storage bag of high-quality pills, Su Yun couldn't help but smile broadly, his eyes filled with excitement. These are all solid spirit stones. All white and shiny money. Once sold, he would instantly become wealthy. However, after the excitement, a harsh reality problem immediately presented itself. The pills are ready, but how to sell them? With hundreds of bottles of high-quality pills, the quantity is too overwhelming. Selling them one by one at a stall would be too slow and time-consuming. Moreover, he absolutely cannot sell them within the Qingyun sect. Inside the sect, there are only fellow disciples, elders, and deacons. As a newcomer who has just entered for less than a month, suddenly taking out hundreds of bottles of high-quality pills would raise suspicion. Even a fool would know something is off. His extraordinary alchemical talent would inevitably expose his trump card, and everyone would be crazily curious about his secret. The sect's higher-ups, other elders, and even external forces would keep an eye on him. Troubles would continuously come knocking. This is absolutely unacceptable. He must remain low-key. No transactions can occur within the sect. He needs to find a big buyer outside and sell them in bulk. Su Yun put away his smile and began to plan. Where would be the best place to sell? He planned to go out and find a cultivation market to clear out this batch of pills all at once. For the next 2 days, Su Yun used the excuse of wandering around the sect to quietly gather information. He inquired about nearby trading markets where cultivators gather. After several inquiries, he finally obtained accurate information. Not far from Qingyun Mountain, there is a Qingyun market. Relying on the Qingyun sect, it has become the largest trading place for cultivators within 1,000 miles. The influx of wandering cultivators and low-level cultivators is constant. Pills, magical artifacts, materials, demon beast inner cores, and martial art jade slips are all available. It serves not only as a market for cultivators to exchange goods, but also as an important contact point and tax source for the Qingyun sect. Qingyun Market. The entire market is hidden among the rolling mountains and forests, with a hidden protective array on the outskirts. The array conceals its presence and isolates sound, so ordinary mortals passing by can only see the dense forest and have no idea that there is a hidden world within the valley. This place is a major trading hub for cultivators that has arisen from the Qingyun sect, covering a vast area. Only cultivators, by operating their spiritual energy to activate the array's restrictions, can see the market entrance and enter smoothly. The majority of those who come here are surrounding wandering cultivators, disciples of cultivation families, and many sect disciples who come down from the mountains to trade. It is a mixed crowd, yet orderly. To avoid exposing his identity, Su Yun had prepared in advance. He had practiced the simplest basic disguise technique, using a breath-concealing technique along with the disguise, to turn himself into an elderly cultivator around 60 or 70 years old with gray hair and a gaunt appearance. He slightly hunched over his back a bit, bent, his skin deliberately aged with wrinkles, his aura suppressed to appear unremarkable, looking like an ordinary and seasoned wandering cultivator. Dressed in a dusty old robe, he bore no resemblance to a young man. After finishing his disguise, Su Yun walked slowly to the outskirts of the market. As he approached, the unremarkable mountains and forests revealed a layer of light, white patterns that slowly rippled. The previously invisible valley entrance suddenly appeared. Stepping inside, a tumult of sounds rushed at him. The market is bustling with activity and filled with voices. The streets are interconnected with stalls lined up on both sides, shops abound, and cultivators come and go. Su Yun quickly scanned his surroundings. Most of the passing cultivators have relatively low cultivation levels, generally around the 3rd and 4th layers of qi refinement. Even 5th layer cultivators are rare, and those at the 6th layer are even fewer. Wandering cultivators face resource shortages, lacking the support of sects, without stable cultivation methods, making practice difficult and slow. It is already quite impressive to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement after decades of struggles. They are simply incomparable to the disciples of the Qingyun sect. He, on the other hand, is genuinely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. In this market where wandering cultivators are everywhere, he can already be considered a small expert with sufficient deterrence. Su Yun slowly walked along the main street. The calls of vendors filled the air one after another. Fresh demon beast inner cores sold at a low price. Low-grade magical artifacts, sharp and durable, only 30 low-grade spirit stones. Healing herbs, century-old bloodstop grass, generous quantities. Martial art jade slips, incomplete techniques, cheap deals. The street stalls offered a wide array of items, selling everything imaginable: magical artifacts, pills, herbs, demon beast materials, jade slips of martial arts, and miscellaneous spiritual materials. A variety of items filled the stalls. Su Yun looked left and right, his eyes filled with wonder, just like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. In his past life in modern society, and in this life within the Qingyun sect, he had never seen such a lively cultivator market. Many spiritual materials, ores, and demon beast parts were things he encountered for the first time. After strolling halfway down the street, Su Yun did not linger for long. He stopped a vendor passing by and quietly inquired. After some questioning, he quickly obtained the information. In Qingyun Market, the largest place for buying and selling pills is a pill tower that specializes in the collection and sale of pills. Not only do they sell pills to the outside world, but they also purchase various grades of pills at high prices, especially high-quality pills, offering generous prices and maintaining a stable reputation, recognized as the leading pill provider in the market. Upon learning the location, Su Yun immediately set off. He passed through 2 narrow and bustling alleys, avoiding the crowded stalls, and soon the view ahead opened up. Before him stood a magnificent 3-story wooden building. With flying eaves and upturned corners, the golden plaque displayed 2 large characters: Pill Tower. The area in front of the building was spacious and tidy, with 2 guards at the entrance who were at the 6th layer of qi refinement. The fact that such a large 3-story building could be established in the mixed market with guards present indicated the foundation and strength of the Pill Tower. It was highly likely backed by a major family or sect. Su Yun adjusted his gray cloth hat, pretending to be an ordinary old wandering cultivator, and slowly walked inside. As soon as he entered, a young attendant quickly approached him. "Esteemed senior, welcome to the Pill Tower. Are you looking to buy pills or seeking medicine?" Su Yun deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound hoarse and aged. "Just browsing." With that, he walked straight to the first-floor pill sales area, where rows of exquisite jade boxes were neatly arranged, displaying various first and second-grade pills. Blood qi pills, gathering qi pills, body refining pills, healing pills. The prices were clearly marked. After a quick glance, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Most of the pills sold here were of medium grade, with only a few high-grade ones. He hadn't seen a single top-grade. He pulled the attendant aside and casually asked, "Do you have any top-grade blood qi pills?" The attendant's smile faltered for a moment. Then he quickly explained, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Esteemed senior, top-grade blood qi pills are rare commodities. As soon as our pill tower receives them, they are pre-ordered right away. They won't even be put up for sale. First-grade pills may look lowly, but refining top-grade ones is extremely difficult. Alchemists are reluctant to invest their energy, resulting in very few being available. Top-grade blood qi pills have always been available at a price, yet hard to find. Even with money, you might not be able to buy them. Our pill tower can hardly keep them in stock." The attendant rambled on, clearly explaining the rarity of top-grade pills. Su Yun listened, understanding the situation. Top-grade pills were indeed hard currency in the market. I happen to have a batch of top-grade blood chi pills. Do you accept them? The attendant's smile froze instantly, and he stood there dumbfounded. He looked up and down at the frail old man before him, his tone filled with hesitation. Esteemed senior, are you sure they are top-grade blood chi pills? Su Yun remained expressionless and nodded slightly. Of course they are real. The attendant's heart raced, not daring to be negligent, and quickly bowed. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I will notify the manager immediately. With that, the attendant turned and hurried up the stairs. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor. Thud, thud, thud. A middle-aged man quickly descended the staircase. The man was slightly plump with a round face and broad ears, wearing the distinctive smooth smile of a businessman. He donned a dark blue satin robe, the fabric smooth with subtle patterns. A bronze jade pendant hung at his waist, a common storage accessory among cultivators. This man was Wang Fuguwei, the manager of the Pill Tower. He immediately locked eyes with the old man in gray, his steps unceasing as he walked directly to Su Yun. His attitude was respectful without a hint of disdain. In the cultivation world, strength dictated respect. Someone who could produce top-grade pills was certainly not an ordinary person. Wang Fuguwei slightly cupped his hands and spoke courteously. This fellow Taoist, I am Wang Fuguwei, the manager of this Pill Tower. May I inquire your esteemed name? Han Li. Wang said. Fellow Taoist Han, my subordinate, just reported that you possess a batch of top-grade blood chi pills. His gaze was fixed on Su Yun, eyes revealing a suppressed eagerness. Top-grade pills had a price, yet were hard to find in the marketplace. Having run a pill business for many years, he understood their value better than anyone. Su Yun nodded slightly, his expression impassive. Indeed. Upon receiving a positive response, Wang Fugui's eyes instantly brightened. His smile stretched wide and his spirit lifted. Excellent. Excellent. Fellow Taoist Han, this place is noisy and not conducive for conversation. Let us move to the private room on the third floor for a detailed discussion. Su Yun did not refuse, nodding gently, as he followed Wang Fuguwei up the wooden staircase. The second floor housed private trading compartments used specifically for receiving cultivators with significant transactions. The third floor was quieter, with only a few elegantly designed guest rooms. The soundproofing array covered everything, isolating all external noise. In a window-side elegant room, the table and chairs were clean, simply arranged with tea sets. Wang Fuguwei gestured for him to sit. Fellow Taoist Han, please take a seat. The two seated themselves in turn. He raised his hand to signal the attendant outside. Bring in a pot of cloud mist spirit tea. Moments later, the attendant entered with a white jade teacup. Boiling water was poured, the tea leaves unfurling, releasing a gentle fragrance mingled with a faint spiritual energy. The tea was warm and soothing, alleviating the spiritual fatigue of a cultivator. Once the attendant exited and closed the room door, Wang Fuguwei could no longer contain his curiosity. He leaned slightly forward, his tone sincere, yet urgent. Fellow Taoist Han, may I ask a bold question? Could you show me the pills so I can have a look? Su Yun casually flicked his fingers, and a snow-white jade vial appeared in his palm out of thin air. He tossed it over carelessly. Wang Fugui's pupils narrowed as he hurriedly caught at his movements, cautious. He cradled the vial, instinctively softening his breath. Gently he lifted the cork. Buzz. A rich and thick medicinal aroma instantly surged out of the vial. The fragrance was gentle and not pungent, filling the entire elegant room with its scent. Just the smell of this medicinal aroma made one feel the pure and rich medicinal power. Wang Fuguwei looked down into the vial. 3 round and vibrant blood chi pills lay quietly at the bottom. The pills were full, smooth, and had a uniform radiant color. A faint layer of blood-colored sheen flowed over the surface, intricate pill patterns intertwined around them. They were perfect and flawless, without a trace of impurities or blemishes. Wang Fuguwei stared at the pills, completely stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape, his mind blank. My goodness. These truly are top-grade blood chi pills. Having been in the pill business for over 30 years, he had seen many top-grade pills, but none had such perfect quality. Common top-grade blood chi pills would invariably carry some impurities with pill patterns that were often incomplete. But this one was entirely pure, with intact patterns, and the medicinal power refined to the utmost. Even a top-grade pill refined by a second-grade alchemist might not achieve such quality. He could distinctly feel the thick medicinal power sealed within the pills. The medicinal power was condensed and did not leak at all. It was evident that the time taken to refine them was very brief, maintaining their integrity with not a trace of medicinal properties lost. He hit the jackpot. This time he truly struck it rich. Such high-quality top-grade pills would cause everyone from big families and sect disciples to go mad once they hit the shelves. Ordinary top-grade pills could only assist in cultivation. These pills had almost no pill toxicity. Low-level cultivators could take them long-term without accumulating toxins, and they could even gently nourish the meridians. Whether sold retail or in bulk, it was guaranteed profit. Wang Fuguei forcibly suppressed his excitement and discreetly assessed the gray-clad old man before him. The Hanli before him had an ordinary aura with a cultivation level of only the 6th layer of qi refinement. Although this level was considered skilled in the marketplace, he certainly could not refine top-grade pills. Moreover, how could he produce such a perfect quality top-grade pill? He was definitely not an alchemist. To produce a batch of top-grade blood qi pills, all at once there had to be someone backing him. At the very least, he must be a third-grade alchemist. Only third-grade alchemists with exquisite skills and precise control over fire could refine first-grade pills to such an exquisite quality. A second-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to achieve this. Hanli was likely the walking representative of some high-grade alchemist specifically brought out to help sell pills and conceal the identity of the prominent figure behind him. Su Yun spoke. "Boss Wang, what price can you offer?" Wang Fuguei quickly calculated in his mind. In the market, the price for an ordinary premium blood qi pill was 40 low-grade spirit stones each. These pills were rarely circulated in the market, and stock shortages were common. The 3 pills before him were of far superior quality compared to regular premium ones. The medicinal fragrance was vibrant, the potency pure, and the pill patterns flawless. Such pills could be sold to major families or inner disciples of sects for at least 70 low-grade spirit stones each. If he bought them at market price, he could push it down to 35 per piece. The old man before him was likely to leave. If he missed this opportunity, he would not find such top-tier pills again easily. More importantly, he was betting on the person behind him. Wang Fuguei kept recalling and speculating in his mind. There was definitely a third-tier alchemist behind this old man. As long as he connected with this line, even if he paid a high price for the pills, it would not matter if he did not make a profit in the short term. As long as they cooperated long-term, the pill shop could monopolize the entire Qingyun market for low-tier premium pills. Reputation, customers, and connections would all be assured. After weighing the gains and losses in an instant, Wang Fuguei gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and fixed his gaze. Daoist Han, this batch of premium blood qi pills is top-notch, rare in the world. I want to undercut the price or play games. 60 low-grade spirit stones each. Su Yun sat on the wooden chair, his hunched body unmoving. Yet his heart suddenly leaped. He was stunned. Truly stunned. He had roughly inquired about the market beforehand. An ordinary premium blood qi pill was priced at 40 spirit stones each. Wang Fuguei directly offered 60. That was a full 20 spirit stones higher. A 50% markup. This price already far exceeded the normal acquisition rate. Su Yun's expression remained calm, his aged eyelids drooping slightly. So high. Was this shopkeeper a fool? Or just someone with more money than sense? He had originally estimated that getting 51 per piece would have been the best he could do. He never expected to be offered such an exorbitant price. Su Yun suppressed the shock in his heart, deliberately putting on a nonchalant, elderly tone. Boss Wang, you are straightforward. However, I do not have just 2 or 3 pills on hand. I have a significant quantity of premium pills. Are you sure this price applies to all? A simple question left Wang Fuguei stunned. His corpulent body stiffened suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief. His chest heaved violently, breath coming in heavy gasps. More? Not just these 3. Holy crap. This was going to be a big score. Wang Fugui's heart raced, his mind buzzing. If there were only a few pills, it would have been a small gain. But if there was a bulk supply of premium pills, then the person behind this was definitely not an ordinary third-tier alchemist. At least a third-tier, or perhaps even on the cusp of the 4th tier. An alchemist of such caliber could provide enough scraps for his pill shop to thrive for years. At that moment, Wang Fugui's greed completely overshadowed his reason. What profits, what costs, none of it mattered. What he wanted was to get on this big ship, to cling to the thigh of a high-tier alchemist. As long as the relationship was established, pills would flow continuously, making the entire market unbeatable. Wang Fuguei no longer hesitated, slammed his hand on the table, and spoke with determination. Absolutely. Daoist Han. This is the price. Whatever you have, I will buy. Spirit stones will be paid on the spot, no delays. He was even prepared for a significant loss. Buying stock at a loss initially to curry favor with the alchemist. In the long run, it would be a huge profit. The merchant's vision was extremely sharp. Su Yun sat opposite him, observing every subtle expression on Wang Fugui's face. In an instant, he understood everything. He realized, fully realized, this shrewd shopkeeper had misunderstood. He thought there was a high-tier alchemist backing Su Yun, believing he was merely a messenger relaying information. Thus he intentionally inflated the price, willing to overpay, just to do a favor, build connections, and gamble on a long-term partnership. Su Yun chuckled inwardly. What a good fellow. Raising the price for me, giving me money, and treating me like someone close to a big boss. Since you think so, I won't hold back. Only a fool would refuse. Wang Fuguei grinned, widely waiting for Su Yun to produce the second batch of pills. In his view, even if the other party had deep pockets, he would at most bring out a dozen or 20 bottles. Premium pills were already difficult to refine, it was unlikely that there would be too many. Just then Su Yun acted casually, lightly tapping his storage bag. A series of crisp sounds of jade bottles colliding suddenly rang out. A row of green jade bottles poured out like a stream, neatly stacked on the wooden table. 1 bottle, 10 bottles, 50 bottles, 100 bottles. Densely packed and stacked high. The jade bottles filled the entire table, with even more than half a bottle spilling onto the floor. A total of 300 jade bottles were displayed completely full. Su Yun's hoarse, aged voice rang out. There are 300 bottles of pills here. 5 types of first-tier pills. Qi gathering pills, blood qi pills, body refining pills, rejuvenation pills, and hemostasis pills. Just a few simple sentences. It was like 5 thunderclaps striking hard in Wang Fugui's mind. The smile on his face instantly froze, solidified, and vanished. His plump body trembled uncontrollably, the fat on his back shaking. His throat rolled, a breath getting stuck in his chest. He felt suffocated. An extreme sense of suffocation. Holy crap. 300 bottles. He had been in the pill business for decades. He had never seen someone treating premium pills like common goods, pulling them out in piles. When did premium pills become so common? His body stiffened, and his hands even began to tremble slightly. After a full 3 seconds, Wang Fugue managed to raise his trembling hand. He casually grabbed a bottle of blood qi pills from the table and twisted off the cap. The fragrant aroma of the pills surged forth, the blood-red pill patterns swirling clearly. 3 plump and round premium blood qi pills lay quietly at the bottom of the bottle. Each one was perfect, without a trace of flaw. They were indeed premium. He swallowed, his hand shaking again as he grabbed a bottle of body refining pills. Opening it, the crimson pill body shone brightly, a standard premium quality. He switched to another bottle. Qi gathering pill. Pure white and frosty, the spiritual energy contained within was still premium. Next bottle. Hemostasis pill. Another bottle. Rejuvenation pill. He opened 3, 5, 10 bottles in succession. No matter which type of pill it was, there were no exceptions. All were first-tier premium. The quality was perfectly exquisite, the medicinal resonance vibrant, with no toxic residue. Wang Fugui's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his chest heaving violently. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, wetting his temples. His legs felt weak. If he weren't leaning against the back of the chair for support, he would have almost collapsed onto the floor. He was going insane. They were all going insane. Even the Qingyun sect would not have so many first-tier premium pills in their storerooms. This seemingly ordinary old rogue cultivator. What on earth was his background? What kind of alchemist was behind him, human or ghost? Wang Fugue dared not think further. The more he thought, the more his scalp tingled. Fear, ecstasy, and shock. 3 emotions intertwined wildly in his heart. He stared greedily and reverently at the table full of jade bottles. After a long time, he forcibly suppressed his trembling and began to quickly calculate the prices. 5 types of pills, the same grade, but with vastly different market prices. He quickly recited the lowest acquisition prices in the market in his heart. The first type, body refining pill. A necessity for body refining cultivators with high demand. Premium quality, 20 low-grade spirit stones each. The second type, blood qi pill. It strengthens the foundation and is a staple for cultivators. Premium quality is 60 low-grade spirit stones each. The third type, hemostasis pill. It is a simple healing pill with a moderate price, premium quality at 40 low-grade spirit stones each. The fourth type, qi gathering pill. It aids in cultivation and accelerates the circulation of spiritual energy. Premium quality at 75 low-grade spirit stones each. The fifth type, rejuvenation pill. The most expensive category of first-tier pills used for rapid healing and recovery from hidden injuries. It is always in short supply and the market priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones each. Wang Fugue quickly estimated the quantities. 300 bottles of elixirs, each containing 3 pills. 120 body refining pills, 210 blood nourishing pills, 120 hemostatic pills, 240 qi gathering pills, and 210 rejuvenation pills. In the next moment, cold numbers danced wildly in his mind. Body refining pills, 2,400 lower-grade spirit stones. Blood nourishing pills, 12,600 lower-grade spirit stones. Hemostatic pills, 4,800 lower-grade spirit stones. Qi gathering pills, 18,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Rejuvenation pills, 21,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Adding them all together, the total cost 58,800 lower-grade spirit stones. Wang Fugue's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. His gaze was fervent, breath heavy, staring intently at the table full of jade bottles. If he were to consume this batch of supreme elixirs, his pill shop would monopolize the first-grade elixir market in the entire Qingyunfang city. At that time, surrounding families, rogue cultivators, and small sects would all seek him to procure goods. Fame and fortune would come in abundance, and his status would soar. Han Daoyu, are you planning to sell this entire batch of elixirs? Su Yun nodded. 300 bottles of elixirs, I'll take them all. Can you handle such a large quantity? Wang Fugui trembled, immediately straightening his back and nodding repeatedly. I can handle it. Absolutely. You just Han Daoyu. His tone was sincere, filled with confidence. In the entire Qingyunfang city, there are over a dozen elixir shops of all sizes. Except for my Gathering Spirit Pill shop, no other shop can swallow this many supreme elixirs at once. Other shops lack the fund storage and channels. Only I have this capability. If this batch of elixirs were to slip away, he would regret it for a lifetime. Even if it meant emptying his liquid assets, he would acquire them all. Su Yun's gaze was calm as he quietly watched him. Wang Fugui took a deep breath and directly quoted the price. Han Daoyu, in order to befriend you, I will not undercut the price. I will directly offer you a price higher than the market rate. According to our previous calculations, the total is 58,800 lower-grade spirit stones. Not a single spirit stone less. I will take the full amount. You may freely inquire in the Fang City. The price I Wang Fugui offer is definitely fair with no hidden costs. Su Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of approval. Wang Fugui was indeed offering a high price. Su Yun nodded lightly. Fine. If you can take them all at once, I won't bother looking for others. Someone is willing to take it all at a reasonable price, that's sufficient. Su Yun silently calculated his costs and profits. 58,800 lower-grade spirit stones. When converted, it amounts to 588 middle-grade spirit stones. His initial frantic procurement of materials cost less than 90 middle-grade spirit stones. After deducting consumables losses and alchemy workshop rent, the net profit is over 480 middle-grade spirit stones. Su Yun couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, in the cultivation world, alchemy is the most profitable. Cultivating spends money like running water. Making money through alchemy is as easy as drinking water. It's pure profit, stark and unadulterated. If he were to rely on the sect stipend, it would take him several years to save this many spirit stones. Now, in just over 10 days, he has become rich overnight. As the thought passed, Su Yun's expression remained unchanged, still presenting the demeanor of an old reclusive cultivator. On the other side, Wang Fugui dared not delay, fearing Su Yun might change his mind. He immediately stood up and shouted toward the door. Someone, quickly mobilize the spirit stones from the storage. Hurry. The attendant downstairs responded promptly and quickly ran to the storage. Wang Fugui felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, recently the elixir shop's business has been booming and the storage has accumulated a significant amount of liquid capital. This batch of spirit stones was originally meant for next month's procurement of spiritual herbs. Now to take them all out to acquire this batch of supreme elixirs is worthwhile. Very worthwhile. In less than half an hour, footsteps sounded again. The attendant outside respectfully delivered a high-end black storage bag with both hands bowing as he entered the room. Wang Fugui received the storage bag and respectfully presented it before Su Yun. Han Daoyu, 58,800 lower-grade spirit stones, not a single one less, all here. Su Yun casually took the storage bag, his divine sense probing inside. The space inside the storage bag was not large, but it was neatly piled. Spirit stones stacked into small mountains, completely transparent, with a milky white spiritual glow flowing, and the rich and pure spiritual energy surged forth. Confirming there were no errors, Su Yun nodded and said, no problem. Wang Fugui's face was filled with a flattering smile, and he took the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Han Daoyu, this collaboration has been very pleasant. In the future, if you have elixirs regardless of their grade or type, feel free to come to me. I will always offer the highest price, never undercut, never make things difficult. I hope Han Daoyu will look after me and take care of the small shop's business. As he spoke, Wang Fugui flipped his right hand and pulled out an exquisite dark wooden box from his wide silk sleeve. The surface of the box was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, well sealed, locking in the internal spiritual energy. He held the wooden box with both hands, respectfully presenting it before Su Yun. Han Daoyu, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, not reaching for it immediately. Wang Fugui hurriedly explained, this is a 100-year-old spiritual herb I personally collected, Ningyuan Lingji. A full 100 years of growth with condensed spiritual energy and stable medicinal properties. Sending such a precious gift now may seem like a loss, but it is in fact an investment. One must spend to gain. Today I am willing to part with a 100-year-old spiritual herb. In the future, any batch of supreme elixirs will easily recoup the costs. Even if this spiritual herb is quite valuable, he is more than willing. He only wishes to connect with that mysterious alchemist and maintain this relationship. Su Yun reached out to take the wooden box, gently lifting the lid. A wisp of light green mist slowly rose. In the center of the box lay a spiritual herb the size of a palm, entirely emerald green, with clear leaf veins. A faint shimmering light flowed over the surface of the leaves. The fresh fragrance of the herb mixed with the rich spiritual energy pierced into the nostrils. It was indeed Ningyuan Lingji. Su Yun recognized it at a glance. This is the core material for refining foundation establishment pills. For ordinary cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a miraculous elixir that transforms one's body. For those stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement, a single Foundation Establishment Pill can break their shackles and allow them to enter Foundation Establishment. In the entire Qingyun sect, Foundation Establishment Pills are classified as strategic resources. They are strictly controlled and rarely flow out. In the outside markets, Foundation Establishment Pills are even more scarce, one can't even buy them with money. However, for Su Yun, their significance is minimal. His heavenly root provides enhancement combined with 1,000-fold amplification. There are no bottlenecks in breaking through realms, and he does not need to rely on elixirs to forcefully break into Foundation Establishment. But this doesn't mean the spiritual herb is useless. Keeping it for later, refining higher-tier elixirs, or reselling will still be a considerable wealth. Su Yun silently stored away the wooden box, inwardly evaluating Wang Fuguwei. Shrewd, slick, and knows how to deal with people. Willing to spend money and understands how to make trade-offs. No wonder he could make his elixir shop so large amid the chaos of the market. Such a person is worth a long-term partnership. Su Yun raised his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his aging face. Boss Wang is straightforward and transparent. For the next batch of elixirs, I will still come to you for disposal. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Fuguwei's eyes lit up, his face full of glee. He repeatedly cupped his hands, his tone growing more respectful. Thank you, Han Daoyu. Thank you, Han Daoyu. Wang will always be at your service. As long as you come, the price, service, and sincerity will all be top-notch. After leaving the Dan Tower, Su Yun strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of the market, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. He did not rush back to the Qingyun sect. With ample spirit stones in hand, he decided to wander aimlessly. As he scanned the stalls on either side, he contemplated his next steps. Having just released 300 bottles of top-quality pills, the quantity was excessively large. It would take a considerable amount of time for the entire Qingyun market to digest them. Rare items are valuable. If he were to continue flooding the market with top-quality pills in a short period, supply would exceed demand. The price of the pills would inevitably be forced down, leading to a loss that would be foolish. One should not put all their eggs in one basket. He decided to temporarily set aside alchemy. What to do next to make money? Su Yun's gaze flickered slightly. He already had an answer in mind. Practice talismans. Talismans are one of the hard currencies in the cultivation world. Like pills, they are never in short supply. Low-level cultivators use them for battles, self-defense, travel, and exploring secret realms. They are indispensable for various purposes, such as setting fires, controlling water, riding the wind, protecting oneself, and causing explosions. The variety is vast, and their applications are extensive. The demand is high, and the repurchase rate is astonishing. Moreover, the threshold for practicing talismans is extremely low. No profound cultivation is required, as long as one has enough mental strength, stable control, and understands the drawing of runes, they can begin. Ordinary people can practice them, scattered cultivators can practice them, and low-level cultivators can practice them as well. For others, practicing talismans is challenging due to the risk of errors in drawing runes and uneven control of spiritual energy. But he is different. With 1,000-fold amplification, his mental strength, comprehension, and control are all magnified. While others might spend half a day drawing a useless talisman, he could probably create one in a minute, and all would be high-quality talismans. In terms of power, appearance, and purity, they would absolutely crush the ordinary talismans circulating in the market. This presents another stable and lucrative path. Su Yun smiled as he walked. Unknowingly, he seemed to have developed an addiction to making money. Clearly, his cultivation was skyrocketing, and his strength was growing. Yet he could not help but want to accumulate spirit stone stock resources and gather capital. It was likely an awakening of the money-making gene ingrained in Chinese culture. There was no choice. It was a habit formed from a young age. Without savings in hand, one would always feel uneasy, especially in the brutally harsh cultivation world. People often say that cultivation emphasizes longevity, enlightenment, and transcendence. Nonsense. In his eyes, the first priority in cultivation is always money. An old saying goes, wealth companions techniques and land. Wealth comes first. Without resources, everything is mere talk. Lower-level cultivators need money to buy pills, talismans, and magical tools. Mid-level cultivators need money to venture into secret realms, purchase spiritual materials, and improve their techniques. Even the lofty nascent soul and transformation stage experts need vast amounts of spirit stones to maintain their sects, set up protective formations, and accumulate rare treasures. No one can escape the word money. To him, the cultivation world is essentially an enlarged version of the mundane world. Major sects are like large corporations. The sect leader is the chairman. The elders are the senior management. Inner disciples are formal employees. Outer disciples are interns. Disciples performing menial tasks are the bottom-level laborers. Each person has their role. Disciples work for the sect, engaging in battles, completing tasks, and gathering resources. The sect rewards them with salaries, pills, and techniques. The lower levels continuously produce resources to support the upper levels. The higher the cultivation of the upper-level experts, the stronger their ability to protect the sect. The more stable the sect, the more comfortable the lower levels live. It sounds mutually beneficial. However, peeling back the surface reveals that it is fundamentally exploitation. Lower-level disciples toil day in and day out with the vast majority of resources concentrated in the hands of the upper-level elites. Lower-level cultivators exhaust their lives struggling to survive. A tiny fraction may defy the odds and change their fate. The vast majority becomes stepping stones. This exploitation is merely cloaked in the guise of cultivation teachings and sect loyalty. It sounds grand and appealing. If there were no benefits, who would bother to establish a sect? Cultivating alone offers freedom and independence without any burdens. Why bother managing thousands of disciples? Why stress over trivial matters? It is merely because more people mean more resources and greater power. An individual's strength is limited, but the power of a sect is boundless. The upper echelons leverage the resources accumulated by the lower levels to rapidly grow stronger and then use their formidable cultivation to suppress external enemies and protect the sect. A closed loop. A perfect closed loop. Understanding all of this, Su Yun felt no turmoil in his heart. Instead, he became even more clear-headed. Therefore, he must have money and continuously stockpile resources, paving the way for himself. The Qingyan market was bustling with a maze of streets. Su Yun deliberately turned into a quiet and secluded narrow alley. Tall walls flanked both sides of the alley, overgrown with weeds rarely traversed by cultivators. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of wind rustling the grass could be heard. Confirming that no one was watching, Su Yun slightly moved his fingertips as spiritual energy quietly circulated. He simultaneously activated the breath concealment technique and the disguise technique. His wrinkled, aged skin visibly tightened. His hunchbacked spine gradually straightened. His head, full of gray hair, transformed into short black locks. In a moment, a brand new person emerged from the alley. He looked to be in his 30s with an ordinary face and unremarkable features. Dressed in dark robes, he stood tall, exuding a calm and restrained aura. His cultivation remained at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Su Yun raised his hand to touch his cheek. He had to be cautious. Although Wang Fugui was respectful and slick, the human heart is difficult to gauge. A transaction involving over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones would be enough to stir greed in everyone in the market. Who could guarantee that Wang Fugui wouldn't secretly send someone to follow him? One must not harbor ill intentions, yet must be vigilant against others. In the cultivation world, caution is never a mistake. A careful approach ensures a long voyage. The more layers of disguise, the more life is safeguarded. After changing his appearance, Su Yun's expression was calm as he stepped out of the narrow alley, heading directly to the various material shops in the market. He aimed to purchase a large quantity of talisman-making materials. Yellow talisman paper, cinnabar spirit ink, beast blood sand talisman brushes, and spiritual sandalwood. There was a wide variety of low-level talisman materials. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he could draw fire talismans, wine talismans, shield talismans, explosive talismans, and sharp metal talismans. These 5 types of low-level talismans were of moderate difficulty, had the best sales, and were in high demand among scattered cultivators. Since he was going to do it, he would do it to the utmost. Su Yun entered the first talisman material shop without hesitation, not choosing, not selecting, and not asking for prices. He bought all the stock in the store. The shop owner smiled widely. Then he moved on to the second shop, clearing out all the available stock once again. The third and fourth shops. Su Yun was generous and decisive in his spending. With a wave of his hand, he spent over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, never delaying in payment. The sound of spirit stones clinking together echoed like flowing water as he spent them. Each shop owner, upon seeing Su Yun, looked at him as if he were a living deity. Their attitudes were respectful, bowing and scraping. Such a big customer who could clear out an entire shop's inventory in one go was rare to encounter, even once a month. In less than an hour, Su Yun visited more than half of the material shops in the market forcefully, spending nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. His storage bag was filled to the brim with thick yellow talisman paper jars of bright red spirit ink and high-quality wolf hair talisman brushes. The quantity of materials was immense. It would be enough for him to work tirelessly and produce thousands of low-level talismans. Although his assets had shrunk, Su Yun was completely unconcerned. One must be willing to spend to earn more. This investment would not take long to recoup several times over. During Su Yun's shopping frenzy, several dark gazes quietly fixated on him. In the depths of the market, there was a dim corner. In a dilapidated and low stone house, surrounded by desolation and silence. The air inside was murky, filled with a faint smell of blood. 6 rough-looking cultivators formed a circle. The 6 individuals exuded a cold aura, their eyes fierce remnants of murderous intent lingering around them. The leader was a man with a dark complexion, prominent cheekbones, and scars covering the back of his hands. Their cultivation level was evidently at the 9th layer of Qi refining. The remaining 5 had varying levels, the lowest at the 6th layer, 3 at the 7th layer, and 2 at the 8th layer. They were all ruthless thugs. These 6 were bandits who roamed the outskirts of Qingyun Market. What are bandits? They do not cultivate virtue, nor do they adhere to rules. They specialized in ambushing, trailing, and assassinating solitary cultivators, seizing spirit stones, pills, materials, and storage bags, killing and looting, living on the edge. Their movements were elusive, leaving no trace behind. They were notorious around Qingyun Market. The market's overseers had attempted to encircle them multiple times, but could never catch them. No one knew their real names, nor their backgrounds. The scarred man squinted, a greedy and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you see that? The middle-aged man in black, just now. In just 1 hour, he cleared out 7 or 8 material shops in succession. He spent lavishly, tossing out thousands of spirit stones with ease. Absolutely a big fat sheep. A young man with a sharp nose swallowed hard, his eyes reddening. Another burly man grunted in a low voice. I saw it clearly just now when he paid. The storage bag glowed with spiritual light. There must be a mountain of spirit stones inside. The breathing of the 6 became increasingly heavy, their eyes nearly overflowing with greed. The scarred man lightly tapped the wall with his fingers and spoke darkly. We've been tight on funds recently. Let's pull off this job. The spirit stones we seize will be enough to allow all 6 of us to live extravagantly for an entire year. A year without needing to risk our lives for scraps, without having to venture into dangerous places. Everyone's hearts raced. Some hesitated, their brows furrowing. Big brother, let's be cautious. This person spends so lavishly, he must be wealthy. There might be a major sect backing him, or high-level cultivators acting as bodyguards. If we provoke someone tough, we could end up dead. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Some hesitated while others showed fear. The scarred man scoffed dismissively. What are you afraid of? I just used my divine sense to probe. This person is only at the 6th layer of Qi refining. He's all alone, without followers or bodyguards. Dressed plainly with an unclear background, he's just a person who came out to shop. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he spoke in a low voice. As long as we act cleanly. Choose a secluded mountain path, kill him, and dispose of the body. Who could trace it back to us? The market sees tens of thousands of people daily who would care about a dead man at the 6th layer of Qi refining. The overseers of Qingyun sect only manage the internal market. Once out of the market's formations in the wild mountains, who would care? He scanned the others, his tone growing increasingly harsh. Fortune favors the bold. We as bandits have never feared death. All these years hasn't every time been a bloody risk. This fat sheep is rich, we can't let this opportunity slip. If we don't pull this job, do we just continue to languish by the roadside grabbing at scraps? Are you all willing? One sentence ignited the greed of the 5. The 6 had always been bloodthirsty with malicious hearts. Tempted by spirit stones, their concerns were instantly cast aside. The burly man clenched his fists, a murderous glint shining in his eyes. Let's do it. The sharp-nosed youth licked his cracked lips, laughing sinisterly. It's just the 6th layer of Qi refining. With 6 of us, the highest at the 9th layer. Crushing. A complete and utter crushing. Another person spoke darkly. Once we finish this job, we'll directly exchange for a market to hide from the heat. Unseen and unheard. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his murderous intent palpable. Good. Wait for him to leave the market, then we strike. Shopping concluded. Su Yun strolled leisurely out of the Qingyun market's formation barrier. He was in high spirits, a smile playing on his lips as he hummed a little tune. I made money, not sure how to spend it. He continuously calculated his profits in his mind. This batch of talisman materials cost 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With his talisman-making ability magnified 1,000-fold. The lowest would be high-grade talismans, with most being top-grade. A top-grade low-tier talisman sells for far more than an ordinary talisman. Once he finished drawing and selling them all, conservatively estimating the pure profit would be at least 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. 150,000. Converted to medium-grade spirit stones, that's over 1,500. Su Yun grew happier the more he thought about it, his eyes crescent-shaped, as a radiant smile blossomed on his face. He needed to hurry back to the sect. First, he must thoroughly grasp the basics of talisman-making, master the rune patterns, and level up his crafting to the peak. The path ahead was bright, with no worries about resources. Comfortable. Su Yun clasped his hands behind his back, his steps light, walking along the mountain path towards the distant forest. Unbeknownst to him, 6 cold gazes were tightly fixed on him from behind. In the shadows of the distant trees, the 6 bandits lowered their bodies, following quietly from a short distance. The six concealed their auras, moving slowly. Years of robbing had honed their stealth skills. They exchanged glances, their greed growing more intense. In front, Su Yun appeared relaxed, yet his divine sense remained spread out loosely. After walking 3 miles, his divine sense trembled slightly, the 6 spiritual fluctuations behind him clearly imprinting in his mind. At first, Su Yun didn't pay it much attention. It was normal for many travelers on the mountain path to be heading in the same direction. He intentionally remained inconspicuous, turning his feet to deliberately take a left-side secluded path. In the next second, the 6 auras shifted in unison, tightly tracking his movements. Su Yun paused, the lightness in his smile gradually fading, replaced by a hint of coldness in his gaze. He understood. He had encountered bandits. Likely it was due to his extravagant shopping spree in the market which had drawn the attention of these desperate rogues. 6 individuals. 5 at the 6th, 7th, and 8th layers, with the leader at the 9th layer of Qi refining. In this desolate wilderness, such a configuration was enough to dominate. Ordinary loose cultivators would undoubtedly perish upon meeting these 6. What a pity. They had set their sights on him. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. Since they were looking for death, he would oblige. He also wanted to test his true combat strength. The area is too open, it's inconvenient to act. Su Yun scanned his surroundings. Not far ahead, there was a narrow and deep valley. The valley entrance was concealed, rarely visited by people, with steep mountains and rocks all around. It was the most suitable place to kill and dispose of the body. Without further hesitation, Su Yun activated his spiritual energy, his figure suddenly accelerating. Sensing danger, he feigned escape, moving swiftly towards the depths of the valley. In the woods behind, the scarred man's gaze sharpened, and he called out in a low voice. Not good. He's noticed us. This person is highly alert. Quick chase. We can't let him run into the deep mountains. The 6 individuals no longer concealed themselves and charged out of the woods. Their spiritual power erupted beneath their feet as they raced forward at full speed. The sound of the wind howled as the 6 moved with incredible agility, relentlessly pursuing Su Yun. The speed of the 7th and 8th layer alchemists was astonishing, continuously closing the distance. In just a brief moment, Su Yun was forcibly driven into a deep valley. The valley was filled with scattered rocks and overgrown with weeds, the light dim and the atmosphere chilly. The path behind was blocked, and the only way forward was a steep rock wall, leaving no escape. The 6 formed a fan shape, slowly encircling him. The scar-faced man stood at the forefront, his expression sinister, and the scar on his face appeared particularly grotesque in the dim light. The other 5 had fierce expressions, showing mockery as they fixated on Su Yun. The sharp-faced youth sneered, "Damn, you can really run." "I didn't expect the 6th layer alchemist to be so alert," the burly man said, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing with murderous intent. "Big brother, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him and search his storage bag thoroughly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we divide the spoils." The scar-faced man raised his hands, signaling for silence. He looked Su Yun up and down with an arrogant tone, enjoying the game of cat and mouse. "Kid, I know you have quite a few spirit stones and materials on you. Be smart and hand over your storage bag. I might leave you a whole corpse and spare your life. But if you dare to, today shall be your burial ground." To them, Su Yun was already a dead man. He stood calmly in the center of the encirclement, a solitary figure. His gaze swept over the 6 men's fierce faces, and a faint, indifferent smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "A way out. No need to trouble yourselves. This valley is secluded and quiet with excellent feng shui. I think it's quite suitable for you 6 to serve as your grave." At this remark, an instant silence fell. The 6 robbers were all stunned. The next moment, they erupted into loud laughter. A mere 6th layer alchemist surrounded by 6 high-level cultivators dared to speak so boldly. The sharp-faced youth's face contorted with laughter, his eyes filled with scorn. "I must have misheard. A 6th layer waste dares to speak to us like this." The burly man glared with wide eyes, his murderous aura surging. "You asked for it. Die." The scar-faced man's expression darkened completely, the killing intent in his eyes unrestrained. The spiritual power of a 9th layer alchemist erupted with a roar. Gray spiritual energy enveloped him as he brought his right hand together, condensing a 3-foot-long blade of energy. The blade of energy was sharp and piercing, slicing through the air with a shrill sound. This was his ultimate killing technique, Wind Splitter. It was enough to severely injure an ordinary 9th layer alchemist. "Die." The scar-faced man waved his arm, sending the gray blade of energy slicing towards Su Yun's head. He watched as the blade was about to strike. Su Yun's expression remained unchanged as he gave a faint smile, casually forming a hand seal with his fingers. Buzz. Golden spiritual light erupted instantly, and a semi-transparent golden shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. The shield was smooth, the golden light swirling. In the next second, bang. The gray blade of energy slammed against the golden shield with a dull thud. Sparks flew, fierce winds spread, and dust rose. The anticipated scene of the shield shattering and Su Yun being cut down did not occur. The golden shield remained unmoved, showing not a single crack. It didn't even shake. It was as if the prior fierce blade was merely a gentle scratch. The entire place fell into silence. The 6 robbers, their pupils constricted, were left dumbfounded. Two can't believe it. The burly man instinctively swore, his face filled with disbelief. It blocked it. A 9th-layer alchemist strike was easily deflected by him. The sharp-faced youth stared at the golden shield, his throat dry. What kind of defense is this? The scar-faced man's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed on the light shield. It's a defensive artifact. A high-level defensive artifact. They hit the jackpot. The greed in the scar-faced man's eyes surged, his breath quickening. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure hidden on you. Today is your bad luck. This artifact belongs to us now. Everyone attack together. Don't hold back. Break his artifact shield. With a command, the remaining 5 robbers simultaneously activated their spiritual power. Gray blade, energy, blue wind blades, Yellowstone spikes, and black poison needles. A myriad of techniques surged towards Su Yun. Boom. Continuous explosions echoed as dozens of techniques struck the surface of the golden shield. Spiritual light erupted violently, and debris flew through the air. Dust rolled within the valley, fierce winds raged. The assault appeared terrifying with immense pressure. As the dust slowly settled, the golden shield remained intact, its golden glow bright, without a hint of dullness. Not only had it not shattered, but it had also not moved, even slightly. The golden shield, amplified 1,000-fold, was impenetrable. Not even a 9th-layer alchemist could break it, let alone a Foundation establishment cultivator. The 6 stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Su Yun remained standing at the center of the shield, his expression relaxed, smiling at the 6 before him. His tone carried unabashed mockery. Is that all? Have you all not eaten? Your strikes are so feeble. Can you show a bit of real skill? The scar-faced man's face twitched violently, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. The sharp-faced youth beside him broke out in a cold sweat, speaking rapidly. Big brother. This guy's defense is absurdly hard, like a 1,000-year-old turtle shell. Our regular techniques can't break through. He anxiously glanced at the valley's perimeter, his eyes filled with worry. The noise was too loud, the sounds of the explosions would have spread far and wide. The overseer of Qingyun Square must have noticed something unusual. If we drag this out any longer, when they arrive, none of us will escape. The 2 other cultivators nearby echoed in agreement. That's right, big brother, we can't delay. The square's overseers are all Foundation establishment cultivators. Encountering them means death. We must end this quickly. The mindset of the 6 began to grow frantic. They initially thought they were hunting easy prey. Instead, they ran into a hard bone that was impossible to chew through or smash. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, the scar at the corner of his eye twisted. He fixed his gaze on Su Yun behind the shield, gritting his teeth and growling. What are you panicking for? I refuse to believe this turtle shell can withstand everything. He flipped his left hand, and a crimson talisman appeared in his palm. The talisman glowed red-hot, its surface faintly burning with tiny sparks. A second-tier inferior fire talisman. This talisman had the power to match a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. It cost 300 inferior spirit stones. He usually hesitated to use it, saving it for life-threatening situations or to hunt powerful enemies. The scar-faced man's heart ached, feeling the pain keenly. Yet he dared not hesitate. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk. Explode for me. He infused spiritual power into the talisman. Boom. Crimson flames shot up into the sky. The talisman ignited and exploded, condensing a red firebird over 10 feet long in midair. The firebird's wings burned with flames, its body enveloped in searing heat, warping the air around it. The heat wave surged toward them, scorching the skin of everyone present. Su Yun raised his eyebrows, his previously carefree smile dimming slightly. This was his first time directly withstanding a Foundation establishment-level attack. Su Yun focused and prepared silently, infusing spiritual power into the shield, thickening the layer of golden light once more. In the next second, the firebird let out a sharp cry, enveloping the sky in flames as it charged straight into the golden shield. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the valley. Flames soared into the sky, and a heat wave swept in all directions. Fragments of rock melted into powder from the intense heat, while the mountain walls erupted with numerous craters. A thick black smoke instantly engulfed the entire valley. Visibility was completely obscured by the dust and smoke. The shield vibrated, sending ripples of transparent light, and the golden light flickered wildly. The shockwave from the explosion spread out, causing the 6 bandits to instinctively retreat, raising their hands to shield themselves from the heat. Hope reignited in the eyes of the onlookers. A burly man shouted loudly, "It worked. With the second-tier talisman in play, even the toughest defenses will shatter. That kid is definitely dead." Another man fixed his gaze on the black smoke, his tone filled with excitement. A fierce fire talisman worth 300 spirit stones is guaranteed to hit its mark. That turtle shell will definitely blow apart. Everyone was glued to the billowing smoke. Moments later, the dust began to slowly dissipate. A tall figure stood quietly in place. Dressed in clean, unruffled robes, the golden shield still hovered around him, showing no signs of dimming. Su Yun's expression was calm, and even the edges of his clothes were untouched by the extreme heat. He was completely unscathed. The scene fell silent. The 6 bandits' pupils constricted sharply, their minds blank, throats dry, and bodies stiff. I can't believe it. The sharp-faced youth couldn't help but curse, his legs beginning to weaken. It didn't break. What kind of monster is that turtle shell for protection? Big brother, we need to go. We can't waste any more time. The Qingyan manager is definitely on the way. The scarred man turned pale, the last shred of his pride completely crushed. He ground his back teeth, unwilling yet helpless. Retreat. For the sake of your lives, we'll let you off today. As his words fell, the 6 turned to flee. Just as they moved, a cold voice pierced through the air, chilling to the bone. Do you think you can just leave? What do you take me for? Su Yun waved his hand. The golden spiritual light around him slowly dissipated, and the shield was completely withdrawn. Su Yun made a gesture with his fingers, softly chanting golden blade technique. Buzz. The golden spiritual energy surged through the air, condensing into 6 palm-sized sharp golden blades that floated around Su Yun. The golden blades glinted coldly, their edges radiating sharp spiritual light, with murderous intent reined in. 6 blades, neither more nor less, corresponded perfectly to the 6 bandits. Seeing this scene, the 6 men were not afraid. Instead, they laughed mockingly. The fear they had felt moments ago dissipated by more than half. The burly man grinned derisively. Ha! You took down the shield. Without any defensive artifacts, what do you have to fight us with? The sharp-faced youth sneered. 6 little broken golden blades. With your mere chi refining 6th layer cultivation, do you really think you can stop us? Has your head been stunned by the explosion? The 6 men completely relaxed their guard. Su Yun, with only the cultivation of chi refining 6th layer and no shield, appeared as easy prey. A playful smile curled at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. I'll give you a chance. If all 6 of you can withstand this move of mine, I'll give you all the contents of my store. The eyes of the 6 men suddenly brightened. The chance for sudden wealth was right in front of them. The scarred man flashed a greedy look and gritted his teeth, shouting, all right. You said it. If we catch it, you can't go back on your word. In their view, how strong could a 6th layer cultivator? Su Yun was too lazy to waste words and simply flicked his finger. Whoosh. The 6 golden blades instantly vanished from sight, their speed breaking through the limits of the naked eye. There was no sound of breaking air, no warning. Under 1,000-fold increased, the speed, sharpness, and penetrating power of the golden blades surged dramatically. Despite appearing as a 6th layer cultivator, their lethality was on par with that of a mid-foundation establishment. In that moment, the 6 bandits felt all the hair on their bodies stand on end, a bone-chilling sense of impending death engulfing their hearts. Something's wrong. Damn, what a strong killing intent. Quick, defend. The 6 were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. They hurriedly pulled out protective talismans, low-grade shield talismans, and leather armor. Spiritual energy poured into their defensive artifacts as if it were free. Lights flared consecutively, layers of defenses stacking up. But everything was too late. Poochie, poochie, poochie. 6 crisp sounds of penetration rang out in succession. The cold light flashed and disappeared. The 6 golden blades accurately pierced through the chests of the 6 men, leaving bloody holes at each of their hearts. Blood gushed forth, staining their clothes crimson. All defenses were easily torn apart, as if they were mere paper. The 6 men remained frozen in place, their hands raised as if trying to activate their artifacts. Their bodies stiffened where they stood. Their faces bore a complex expression of greed, disdain, and terror. The scarred man looked down at the blood pouring from his chest. His trembling finger pointed at Su Yun, his lips quivering, breath coming in fits and starts. Your attack. What? Is it so strong? Before he could finish, his head tilted, life extinguished, and he fell straight back to the ground. The remaining 5 fell one after another. All 6 notorious bandits were killed in an instant. Until their deaths, they could not comprehend how a chi-refining 6th layer cultivator could unleash such terrifying attacks comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Why was the speed so fast that it didn't even give them time to react? The valley fell completely silent. The wind blew over the blood-stained ground, and the smell of blood gradually spread. Su Yun brushed off the dust from his sleeves, smirking as he whispered, "Tch, too pathetic. 6 people, and they couldn't withstand even a single move from me." He casually waved his hand, and 6 tattered storage bags flew into his palm. With a casual sweep of his divine, since he inspected them, Su Yun's eyes twitched. A few low-grade spirit stones, some broken low-grade artifacts, and a few inferior healing pills. Besides that, they were completely empty. What a bunch of poor fools. He couldn't help but shake his head. After all this fighting, they only had this little to show for it, truly embarrassing. He planned to set their bodies ablaze, completely destroying the evidence. Just at that moment, a buzzing sound echoed from the sky. 3 streams of spiritual energy shot swiftly from afar, their presence heavy and speed extraordinarily fast. The manager of Qingyun Square was coming. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. He didn't want to attract trouble or expose his hidden cards. This was not a place to linger. He swiftly activated the concealment technique, completely suppressing his aura, rendering himself unremarkable. With a wave of his right hand, the flowing golden-patterned sword shot forth, hovering beneath his feet. Stepping on the sword, he soared into the air. A golden sword light streaked across the sky and vanished at the edge of the mountains and forests. Moments later, 3 figures landed steadily in the valley. The leading middle-aged man wore a simple blue robe, his expression stern, and his cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment level. He was the law enforcement manager of Qingyun Square. The 2 black-clad attendants behind him exuded a chilling aura, both at the early foundation establishment level. The 3 looked down at the 6 corpses on the ground. The blue-robed manager's gaze swept over the bloodstains and wounds, and he spoke in a deep voice. Still arrived too late. One of the black-clad attendants hurried forward to inspect the bodies and examine the wounds. After a moment, he stood up and reported respectfully. Manager, these 6 were the bandits who have been terrorizing the outskirts of the square for a long time. Their aura is deeply tainted, their hands stained with blood. From the wounds, it appears all 6 were killed in an instant. The wounds are smooth and clean with strong penetration. The one who struck must have been a foundation establishment cultivator. Another attendant agreed exactly. The simple defenses on the 6 were utterly ineffective, leading to instant death. Only a foundation establishment cultivator could execute such a clean and decisive kill. The blue-robed manager nodded slightly. It must be a concealed foundation establishment grandmaster passing through here who encountered a robbery and retaliated with lethal force. He looked down at the 6 corpses with a detached tone. A group of scourges. They have repeatedly robbed cultivators, allowing them to escape multiple times before. Now, having tried to rob without success, they got killed by someone else. They got what they deserved. Dispose of the bodies, burn, and bury them on the spot. Send a notice back to the square to inform everyone. The 6 notorious bandits have been completely eradicated. The 2 attendants bowed and clasped their fists. Yes, manager. Su Yun raced back to the Qingyun sect in less than a stick of incense. At this moment, it was afternoon, and many outer disciples had finished their daily tasks, gathering in 2s and 3s in the square. As Su Yun was about to return to Tianshu Peak, he casually scanned the area, his brows slightly furrowing. A large crowd had gathered on one side of the square, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. Clearly something was amiss. He turned his steps and headed directly toward the crowd. In the center of the square, 3 cultivators stood on the high steps, exuding an intimidating aura. 2 of them were dressed in the blue robes of inner disciples with inner sect tokens hanging from their waists. The leader wore a moon-white brocade robe made of exquisite fabric with a unique cloud pattern embroidered on his chest, symbolizing a direct disciple. This person was none other than Lin Hao, a direct disciple of the 4th elder. Behind him, a sharp-faced inner disciple was shouting loudly at dozens of outer disciples below. His demeanor was arrogant, resembling a sycophant. Listen carefully. The person standing before you is our sect's 4th elder's disciple, senior brother Lin Hao, a genuine direct disciple of high status with a promising future. The sycophant raised his chin slightly, speaking with a boastful tone. Senior brother Lin has now established a mutual aid alliance and is currently recruiting new members. As long as you are willing to join, if anyone dares to bully you within the sect, just mention senior brother Lin's name, and it will definitely be effective. The outer disciples below kept their heads down, their faces grim, daring neither to express their anger nor their dissent. What mutual aid alliance was this? In simple terms, it was just a collection of protection fees. Lin Hao used his identity as a direct disciple to gather a group of inner disciples, further exploiting these low-ranking outer disciples. They were required to submit spirit stones, pills, and spiritual materials monthly, euphemistically termed alliance fees. The more they submitted, the more protection they received. If they didn't, they would face difficulties everywhere, with tasks being snatched and cultivation resources being withheld. Even direct disciples had limited monthly stipends from the sect. Lin Hao had his eyes set on the sheer number of outer disciples, believing that many small contributions could accumulate to a significant benefit. Moreover, he could use this to cultivate his own power and bring in a group of followers. The rules of the Qingyun sect were lenient, not prohibiting disciples from forming groups privately. As long as they did not cross the sect's bottom line, the higher-ups mostly turned a blind eye. This also made Lin Hao more reckless. Outer disciples were already at the bottom of the sect with meager monthly stipends, barely enough for their cultivation. Now being further exploited was like adding insult to injury. Seeing that no one spoke, the sycophant's expression darkened, his tone becoming heavier and laden with obvious threats. Let me tell you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Senior Brother Lin's willingness to take you in is a gesture of grace. Don't be ungrateful. If you join the Alliance in the future, if you encounter troubles as Outer Disciples, just mention Senior Brother Lin's name, and no one will dare lay a finger on you. At this moment, Lin Hao took a step forward slowly. He had a fair complexion, but his eyes carried a hint of arrogance. His gaze swept across the Outer Disciples, his voice low, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Brothers, joining the Alliance is entirely voluntary. But I must say this up front. The sect's resources are limited. If you want to cultivate in peace, you must pay some price. With my protection, you can avoid many detours. If you insist on going your own way, and something happens in the sect later, no one will help you. His words sounded polite, but the underlying threat was clear to everyone. The meaning was simple: if you don't pay the protection fee, you will face hardships. A chill ran through the hearts of the Outer Disciples. Most of them were newcomers who had just entered the sect, believing that the Qingyun sect was a sanctuary for cultivation, where everyone was harmonious and fair. Little did they expect to encounter such dirty dealings right after joining. They felt both fearful and angry, yet dared not resist. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable point, a calm voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Hey, as a direct disciple of Qingyun's sect, isn't it a bit disgraceful to openly extort the Outer Disciples? Isn't that a bit degrading? The voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Instantly, the entire area fell silent. Lin Hao's expression changed dramatically, his face darkening. He had been accustomed to wielding power in this area. When had anyone dared to publicly undermine him? The two inner sycophants glared fiercely, turning abruptly to reprimand the speaker. However, when they saw Su Yun's appearance and the direct disciple robe he wore, both of them froze, their fierce expressions instantly stiffening, replaced by fear. Their legs trembled slightly, and they hurriedly bent to pay their respects. We meet Brother Su. Their voices trembled. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, his status was even higher than that of the fourth elder's direct disciple. They did not dare to offend him. Lin Hao felt a sudden jolt at hearing Brother Su. He turned sharply and saw Su Yun in his snow-white direct disciple robe, his pupils contracting slightly. The arrogant expression on his face was forcibly retracted, replaced by a pretense of respect. Even though his inner rage surged, he dared not show it. He stepped forward slightly, cupping his hands in salute. Disciple greets brother. There was no choice. The sect's rules were strict. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, his status was higher than that of a direct disciple of the elder. In terms of seniority, he had to address Su Yun as brother. Even if his cultivation was higher than Su Yun's, even if he was a foundation establishment master, this rule could not be broken. The dozens of outer disciples behind him saw Su Yun and looked at him as if he were a savior, hastily bowing. We meet Brother Su. Su Yun stopped in front of Lin Hao, calmly scrutinizing him and speaking lightly. Who are you? Lin Hao, suppressing his anger, replied while looking down. Reporting to brother, I am Lin Hao, a direct disciple of the fourth elder. Oh. Su Yun nodded slightly. So it's junior brother Lin. The fourth elder, as the elder in charge of the sect's internal affairs, oversees the sect's rules and discipline. His direct disciples should focus on their cultivation, yet you run to the mountain gate to bully outer brothers and extort protection fees under various pretexts. What you are doing is not only a disgrace to the fourth elder, but also to the Qingyun sect. Outer disciples, having just joined the sect, are unstable in foundation and lack resources. It is already difficult for them. As a senior brother, you should lend a helping hand, yet you take advantage of their plight and exploit the lower ranks. If word gets out, others will only say that the direct disciples of Qingyun sect are nothing but bullies of their fellow disciples. In cultivation, one must first cultivate the heart. If one's intentions are not right, no matter how high the cultivation level, in the future one will not go far. Without resorting to cursing, his words pierced the heart, publicly condemning Lin Hao's actions. Lin Hao's face turned green and white, reaching a peak of humiliation. The surrounding outer disciples kept their heads down, but secretly cheered, feeling a sense of relief. Su Yun was too lazy to waste more words with him and turned to walk deeper into the sect, until Su Yun's figure completely disappeared at the end of the stone steps. Lin Hao's respectful demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a thick layer of malice and murderous intent. He fixed his gaze on Su Yun's departing back, gritting his teeth and muttering angrily. Humph. A mere Qi refinement stage cultivator dares to lecture me. Damn it, Su Yun, just wait. You dared to ruin my plans. Ooh, I will remember this debt today. What if he has a heavenly spiritual root? No matter how strong his talent, isn't he still at the Qi refinement stage? The two inner sycophants beside him, their faces anxious, hurriedly stepped forward, lowering their voices to advise. Senior brother Lin, think twice. He is a direct disciple of the sect leader. We should avoid provoking him. With his heavenly spiritual root and talent, he cultivates at an astonishing speed, and with the sect leader backing him, if we truly go against him, the risk is too great. Lin Hao shot the two a cold glance, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Don't worry. I'm not that foolish to confront him, Hedon. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. In 3 months, it will be the sect's grand competition. Even if Su Yun cultivates rapidly in 3 months, he will at most reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. At that time, I can secretly incite a few 9th level Qi refinement disciples to challenge him. If he refuses to accept, he will be deemed cowardly, losing face for the sect leader. If he dares to accept and gets defeated, his reputation will be ruined. The two sycophants' eyes lit up instantly, their faces full of flattery. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Senior Brother Lin's plan is exquisite. Not only does it avoid direct confrontation, but it also severely suppresses Su Yun's arrogance. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Hao sneered, his gaze sinister. The sect's grand competition was the perfect stage for him to take revenge on Su Yun. Alright, enough nonsense, let's go. Lin Hao violently waved his sleeve, leading the 2 sycophants away with dark expressions. In the square, the outer disciples watched the 3 leave, breathing a long sigh of relief. Yunshi Courtyard. Su Yun pushed open the stone door of the training room, closing it behind him to isolate himself from all external noise. Now he was about to begin his second money-making plan, making talismans. Su Yun's gaze fell upon the mountain of materials piled on the table. Yellowed talisman paper, bright red spiritual ink, the blood of magical beasts, and high-quality wolf hair talisman brushes. 2 large storage bags, all filled with items he had bought at the market. He had spent 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. This money must be earned back multiple times. Su Yun raised his hand and took out a thin, old, ancient book. The cover was faded, inscribed with 3 characters, Complete Talisman Manual. This was a basic reference book he had casually bought at the material shop. It specialized in recording first-tier beginner talismans. Simple and easy to understand with clear organization. Su Yun opened the pages, his eyes scanning quickly. The book was filled with rules for making talismans in black ink on white paper. The first step in making a talisman is to focus your mind. Free of distractions, breathing steadily, concentrate your mental energy at the tip of the brush. The second step is to draw in spiritual energy. Guide your weak spiritual power into the talisman brush, mixing it with the spiritual ink. The third step is to draw the patterns. With a single stroke, the lines must be continuous and steady. The fourth step is to seal the spirit. Conclude the talisman, locking in the spiritual energy, and the talisman takes shape. 4 simple steps. Easy to understand. An ordinary cultivator would need at least 6 months to master them. Issues like insufficient mental energy, unstable control, trembling hands, and chaotic spiritual energy. These are the common mistakes most beginners make. But Su Yun had none of these problems. With the blessing of his heavenly spiritual root, his mental energy far exceeded that of cultivators at the same level. Moreover, he possessed a passive amplification of 1,000 times. His comprehension, control, and finesse with spiritual energy utterly crushed those of the average person. Su Yun silently absorbed every word. With no one to disturb him, it was so quiet that only the sound of pages turning could be heard. In just half an hour, he thoroughly understood the entire Complete Talisman Manual. All the patterns of the runes, the angles of the strokes, the operation of spiritual energy, and the prohibitions against failure were all engraved in his mind. Su Yun closed the ancient book and casually set it aside. It's time to get to work. He picked up the wolf hair talisman brush. The brush shaft was warm, the bristles soft, and it gathered ink well. With a slight movement of his fingers, a trace of faint golden spiritual energy quietly flowed into the brush shaft. The brush tip was stained with bright red spiritual ink. The ink was thick, carrying a faint bloody scent made from the blood of magical beasts mixed with cinnabar. Su Yun lifted his wrist, his elbow suspended. The brush tip descended. Swish. The first stroke was straight and sharp. The art of talisman making demanded a single breath. Ordinary cultivators would draw talismans with interruptions, easily breaking the lines. Su Yun's strokes flowed like water, his golden spiritual energy seeping into the talisman paper's patterns. The red ink marks on the yellow paper slowly glowed with a faint red light. The final stroke concluded. He lightly tapped the tail of the talisman with his fingertips' spiritual energy, sealing the spirit. Buzz. A subtle tremor. The yellow paper warmed slightly, and a flash of crimson spiritual light flickered. The first talisman was successfully crafted. Su Yun picked up the talisman. It felt warm in his hand, the patterns clear, and the ink concentrated. Its quality was perfect, without a trace of mixed ink or flaws. Even the best first-tier talisman masters in the market couldn't produce one of this quality. It worked, Su Yun murmured to himself. There was no difficulty at all. It was as simple as eating or drinking. He looked at the fire talisman in his hand, his eyes shining. He wondered how terrifying the power would be after the amplification. Not rushing to test it, he continued drawing. Windwalk talisman, shield talisman, sharp metal talisman, explosive talisman, blood-stopping talisman, focus talisman. 6 commonly used first-tier talismans. All of them were hard currency in the cultivation world. Fighting, fleeing, defense, healing, calming the mind, and breaking armor. Each one was in high demand. A wandering cultivator would feel embarrassed if they didn't carry 7 or 8 talismans when venturing into the mountains. Essential items for home travel: killing and looting. Su Yun's strokes were swift. After becoming proficient, he could make a talisman in as little as a minute. 1, 2, 3. A quarter of an hour later. 7 different types of first-tier talismans lay neatly arranged on the wooden table. All of them were perfect, of the highest quality. Not a single wasted talisman. Su Yun neatly collected the talismans and stood up to leave. The back mountain, desolate and uninhabited, strewn with rocks. This area was specifically designated for disciples of the sect to test their techniques and practice attacks. Surrounded by simple soundproofing and protective formations, there was no worry about destructive force affecting elsewhere. The wind rustled through the weeds, and the rocky terrain was uneven. Su Yun stood on the open ground. His gaze fell on the first fire talisman, feeling a bit of anticipation. Su Yun pinched the talisman, his fingertips spiritual energy flickering. Explode. Boom. The crimson flames shot into the sky in an instant. The talisman ignited and exploded. A 0.5% high crimson fireball suddenly appeared in midair. The flames were bright red and transparent, with high temperatures distorting the air, waves of heat rushing towards him, burning his skin. The fireball slammed into the massive stone ahead. Boom. A loud sound. The hard rock shattered instantly, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling in the air. Su Yun was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. What the heck? The temperature of the flames, the impact of the explosion, the destructive force far exceeded the first-tier limit. A first-tier fire talisman could at most char a small area. His talisman directly shattered rocks, its power approaching that of a second-tier fire talisman. A second-tier talisman. That was an attack method comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Yun swallowed hard, his heart racing. He took out another sharp metal talisman, crushing it, activating it. Sizzle. A flash of cold light. A 3-inch golden sharp ray shot out fast enough to leave an afterimage. With a soft sound, the hard rock was directly pierced, leaving a smooth, small hole. Its piercing power was extraordinarily terrifying. Next up, shield talisman. A flash of spiritual light, a golden protective shield unfurled. He punched down on the shield. Bang. The recoil made his arm tingle. The shield remained unyielding, its resilience astonishing. The defense also reached the second-tier level. 1, 2, 3. He tested all the remaining talismans. The results were identical. All first-tier talismans triggered a 1,000-fold amplification. On the surface, patterns and grade, they all looked like first-tier. But in terms of actual power, explosive force, and defensive capability, they were forcefully elevated to the next tier. Su Yun stood in place, his brain exhilarated, excitedly exclaiming, "Holy crap, I'm going to get rich." He grinned so wide it nearly reached his ears, joy bubbling up inside him. On the market, ordinary first-tier talismans cost 15 spirit stones. Second-tier talismans cost at least 200 low-grade spirit stones each. The price difference was more than 10 times. Meanwhile, he was drawing the simplest first-tier talismans. The cost was only 2 to 3 spirit stones each. He was producing second-tier power with them. On the outside, they appeared first-tier, but inside they were second-tier. Taking them to the market to sell, he could directly sell them at the lowest price for second-tier talismans. Each one netted him nearly 200 low-grade spirit stones. The profit was outrageous. Even more absurd than alchemy. Alchemy still required a large amount of rare materials, precise control of the fire, and mental effort. Making talismans, paper, brush, and ink, the costs were extremely low. Moreover, he had 0 failures in making talismans, and he worked quickly. He could easily create 100 talismans a day. Su Yun took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his excitement as golden light surged in his eyes. Incredible. Truly incredible. This is even more profitable than selling pills. Pills can't be sold in bulk as it disrupts the market. Talismans are different. They are consumed quickly, used frequently, and can be mass-produced without a second thought. Upon returning to the Cloud Abode courtyard, Su Yun entered seclusion, once more immersing himself in talisman inscription. On the table, talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brushes were all in perfect readiness. He calmed his mind, steadied his breath, and dipping the brush tip in ink, commenced his work anew. At first, his spirit was vigorous and his spiritual energy abundant. His brush strokes were steady, precise, and forceful, executed in one seamless flow. 1 talisman 1050. He painted faster and faster, growing more adept with each stroke. Yet the craft of talisman inscription was the most mentally draining. It demanded spiritual energy output, intense mental focus, and not a single hair's breadth of error in brush control. After painting 70 or 80 talismans in succession, Su Yun distinctly felt his mental energy beginning to wane and grow heavy. A faint swelling sensation arose between his brows, and his temples throbbed violently. The spiritual energy within his body was also largely depleted, leaving his meridians with a hollow, stretching ache. The brush tip began to drift slightly, and the talisman inscriptions turned sluggish. Continuing would only result in wasted talisman paper, a loss outweighing any gain. Su Yun decisively set down his brush. Indeed, talisman inscription is more mentally taxing than alchemy, he murmured to himself, rubbing his brow. Alchemy allowed for batch refinement, relying on furnace heat and medicinal reactions with mental energy needed only for periodic control. Talisman inscription, however, demanded full concentration for each piece, consuming both spiritual energy and mental power simultaneously. He no longer pushed himself and rose to walk to the open space of the cultivation chamber. He flipped open his storage pouch. With a clatter, hundreds upon thousands of low-grade spirit stones poured out, spreading evenly to cover half the room. They gleamed with a white luster, their spiritual energy palpable. In the past, with an empty purse, he had to conserve spirit stones during cultivation. Now, with a fortune in hand, there was no need for such frugality. Su Yun sat cross-legged in the center of the pile of spirit stones, his eyes tightly shut. He activated the golden spirit art. With a hum, a golden spiritual radiance rose around him, and a tremendous suction force abruptly erupted. The pure spiritual energy within the surrounding spirit stones, as if drawn by a powerful force, transformed into a visible white torrent of chi, surging madly into Su Yun's body. The rate of spiritual energy conversion was terrifyingly extreme. The spiritual force coursed through his meridians like a rushing river, flowing and filling at high speed. His Danshan's chi sea swelled and filled rapidly. The hollow sensation within him faded swiftly. In just half an incense stick's time, Su Yun's eyes snapped open, a flash of golden light vanishing in his gaze. His internal spiritual energy was once again full and robust, his spirit and vitality completely restored, reborn at full strength. He stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling refreshed and invigorated. His mental energy, nourished by the spiritual chi, had been simultaneously tempered and enhanced. Let's continue painting. Su Yun returned to his desk and picked up the brush once more. And so it went, painting talismans, depleting spiritual energy, recovering through meditation on spirit stones, then painting again. This cycle repeated over and over. Su Yun was utterly immersed in the rhythm of seclusion. Unnoticed, 10 days slipped by in a flash. A great harvest arrived right on schedule. Cultivation base breakthrough to the 8th layer of chi, refining with only a step away from the 9th layer. Art, the golden spirit art, had been cultivated to the 5th layer. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could he proceed to the 6th layer. Techniques, breath concealment art, golden blade art, and mystic iron body tempering art all had been cultivated to perfection. His foundation was thoroughly solidified. Yet the most astonishing achievement was the talisman output. A full 2,000 first-grade talismans lay quietly within his storage pouch. Flaming Blaze, Windborn Diamond Body Shield, Detonation Water Arrow, Mind Focus, and Poison Expulsion, 7 major categories, all complete and accounted for. More than half of them were top-grade first-grade talismans. The power of each talisman directly rivaled that of second-grade ones. Su Yun opened his storage pouch, gazing at the mountain of multicolored talismans piled inside. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. They sparkled with excitement as the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. All of it was money. All of it was gleaming white spirit stones. With 2,000 pseudo-second-grade talismans to be sold, he would become wealthy overnight. Seclusion is over, it's time to sell the goods. One day later, at the Qingyun market, the crowd was still bustling with cries of vendors rising and falling in succession. Su Yun changed his appearance once more. This time he transformed into an old man with graying hair and beard, a gaunt but refined face clad in a plain Taoist robe. He exuded an aura of immortal elegance. He headed straight for the market center. There stood the largest and most established talisman trading firm in the entire Qingyun market, the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 100 Treasures Pavilion, a 3-story building, was exceptionally imposing. The entrance was thronged with a constant stream of people specializing in the sale and purchase of all kinds of talismans, magical instruments, and high-grade materials. Su Yun slowly walked through the main entrance. A young attendant in blue robes immediately stepped forward to receive him, his demeanor respectful. "Senior, welcome to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. May I ask what you wish to purchase?" Su Yun, compressing his voice into an old hoarse tone, spoke calmly. "I'm not buying anything. I'm selling talismans. This old man has a batch of talismans I wish to sell to you." Upon hearing the words selling talismans, the attendant's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded and bowed. We buy. Please, senior, come inside. Wait a moment, and I'll notify the owner right away." With that, the attendant quickly hurried to the second floor. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes with a shrewd face and sharp merchant-like eyes strode briskly down the stairs. He was Zhang Jian, the owner of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He sized up Su Yun with a glance, and seeing the man's extraordinary bearing, dared not be negligent, offering a slight bow with cupped hands. "Esteemed Taoist, I've heard much of you. My attendant says you have talismans to sell. Given your demeanor, might you be a talisman master? Su Yun gave a slight nod, his expression impassive. Something like that. Here is a talisman, I refined myself, but take a look. With a casual flip of his hand, he produced a flaming blaze talisman and handed it over. Zhang Jian quickly received it with both hands. The touch was warm and smooth, the talisman paper thick, and the ink strokes even. He first examined it with his naked eye. The crimson runes were neat, full, and of excellent quality. It was a standard top-grade, first-grade flaming blaze talisman. But when he gently infused a thread of spiritual energy into it, and carefully sensed the internal spiritual energy fluctuations, his brows instantly furrowed in deep confusion. Something was off. Very off. This was clearly a top-grade, first-grade talisman with the rune patterns of a first-grade flaming blaze talisman. Yet the degree of condensation and volatility of the internal spiritual energy far exceeded that of a normal first-grade talisman. It faintly carried a weighty sense of a second-grade talisman. Zhang Jian, thoroughly puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Esteemed Taoist, forgive my dull eyesight. This talisman's quality is indeed top-grade, first-grade, but its spiritual energy foundation is truly peculiar. Is there some special technique behind it? Why does it feel completely different from an ordinary top-grade flaming blaze talisman to me?" Su Yun replied in a calm, flat tone. "This old master's talisman drawing methods differ from others. This is an improved first-grade flaming blaze talisman I developed. Its power can rival that of a second-grade talisman." Zhang Jian's mind went blank for an instant. He jerked his head up, eyes wide, staring fixedly at Su Yun. A first-grade talisman unleashing second-grade power. What a joke. He had been in the talisman business for decades, and had seen countless talisman masters. No matter how high the talent or how exquisite the technique, the best a talisman master could achieve was to make a top-grade first-grade talisman approach the threshold of second-grade. It was absolutely impossible to directly unleash second-grade power. Could this old man before him be a fraud? Or was he out of his mind? Zhang Jian suppressed the contempt rising in his heart and forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Esteemed Taoist, you have quite a sense of humor. A first grade is a first grade, a second grade is a second grade. The difference is like heaven and earth. How could it be so easily improved?" Su Yun, unwilling to waste words, cut him off directly. "If you don't believe me, a single test will prove it." Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. "Fine. Please, esteemed Taoist, follow me." In the backyard of the Baibao Pavilion, a spacious testing ground for talismans has been specially set up. The ground is paved with hard bluestone slabs, and thick testing stone walls stand around it. Several guards, managers, and attendants of the Baibao Pavilion, upon hearing that a talisman capable of producing second-tier power would be tested, curiously gathered around. Everyone was in a mindset of watching a joke. A first-tier talisman is just a first-tier talisman. No matter how much one brags, it cannot become second-tier. Su Yun walked to an open area and casually took out the fire talisman. Under the gaze of everyone, he lightly urged the spiritual power at his fingertips. "Ignite!" He uttered a low command. Boom. In an instant, a crimson light shot up into the sky. The talisman, originally no bigger than a palm, suddenly exploded. A terrifying flame towering at least 4 to 5 zhang high erupted with a thunderous roar. A rolling wave of heat swept in all directions, distorting the very air. The violent flames struck heavily against the distant, thick testing stone wall. With a thunderous crash, the hard bluestone surface was instantly charred, cracked, and debris flew everywhere. The scene was utterly shocking. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. All onlookers were left dumbfounded, frozen in place with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. After a full 3 breaths, a chorus of gasps erupted. I can't believe it. It's really second-tier power. The intensity and destructive power of this flame are definitely that of a second-tier fire talisman. Damn, I've never seen anything like this. A first-tier talisman producing second-tier power has completely reshaped my understanding. Who exactly is this old man? His ability to improve talismans is simply monstrous. Zhang Jian stood and placed. The disdain and doubt on his face vanished without a trace. What replaced it was sheer astonishment. Having engaged in talisman trade for decades, he had encountered dozens of talismakers, if not hundreds. From low-tier apprentices to seasoned talismakers, he had seen countless geniuses. Yet today, this old man had completely overturned his decades of understanding. In the cultivation world that has developed for tens of thousands of years, the talisman system has long been solidified to the utmost. Especially first-tier talismans, which belong to the most basic and foundational structure of talisman patterns. For tens of thousands of years, countless senior cultivators and top talismakers have repeatedly polished, deduced, and optimized it. It has matured beyond any further maturation. Every twist in each rune, every node of spiritual power injection, and the trajectory of spiritual energy flow has been verified as the optimal solution by generations. Ordinary talismakers, let alone improving talismans, Even the slightest alteration to a pattern or a slight adjustment in the rhythm of spiritual power input would directly lead to the collapse of the talisman pattern. At best, the talisman would be rendered useless and the materials wasted. At worst, it could result in a backlash of spiritual power injuring one's own meridians. This is an ironclad rule recognized throughout the cultivation world. Basic talismans have no room for improvement. Yet this old man before him has shattered this iron rule. An identical first-tier talisman paper, identical foundational fire talisman patterns. He has forcibly extracted the terrifying power of the second tier. This is not something that mere skill can achieve. It is an extreme comprehension of the essence of talisman techniques, the operation of spiritual energy, and the structure of energy. Zhang Jian's heart raced, and a thin layer of cold sweat quietly seeped from his back. Ordinary diligence could never reach this level. Countless old talismakers who have dedicated their lives to the study of talismans have exhausted their lives work day and night deducing, yet have been unable to achieve even the slightest breakthrough. Improving talismans is never about time or hard work. It is about top-tier talent, extraordinary comprehension, and a unique vision of the Grand Tao. This old man before him is undoubtedly a top-tier talisman master. Absolutely. Zhang Jian's gaze locked on Su Yun, his mind racing with thoughts. He dared not ascertain the old man's true identity. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent penetrating the essence of talisman techniques. Or perhaps he is backed by a transcendent sect or a hidden master. Otherwise, such an unfathomable method of improvement could never be explained. Such a figure would never lack spirit stones or connections. Even casually producing a batch of talismans would be enough to make all major businesses scramble for them. To have them fall into the hands of his Baibao Pavilion is a tremendous opportunity and a stroke of luck. In an instant, all of Zhang Jian's disdain, doubt, and luck evaporated completely. Only the utmost respect remained along with an uncontrollable greed. He knew the value of these improved talismans. Once acquired exclusively, the Baibao Pavilion could directly crush all competitors in the Qingyun market. With this monopoly over the entire region's mid to low-end talisman market, they would rake in gold daily and soar to new heights. With this understanding, Zhang Jian's attitude shifted 180 degrees in an instant. He quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing and lowering his posture. Master, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness, and I hope Master can forgive my previous rudeness. These talismans of yours are truly divine products. To be able to acquire talismans crafted by your hands is an honor for my Baibao Pavilion and a blessing for me, Zhang Jian. No need for pleasantries, Su Yun replied with an unperturbed expression. Zhang Jian immediately collected himself and asked seriously, what you say is true. I wonder what price Master has in mind. I assure you I won't haggle. Su Yun replied calmly. You are in this business, you know the market better than anyone. Just tell me, what price can you offer? Zhang Jian frowned slightly, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. A first-tier high-quality fire talisman has a market purchase price of at most 30 low-grade spirit stones. A second-tier low-grade fire talisman has a market purchase price of 180 low-grade spirit stones, selling externally for just over 200. This batch of talismans looks like first-tier quality, but possesses genuine second-tier power, even surpassing ordinary second-tier low grades. If it is purchased at the ordinary second-tier price, it would be a guaranteed profit. However, if I offer too low a price and offend this master, it would be a loss. After hesitating for only half a breath, Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. He decided to offer the highest price. Master, your talismans appear to be first-tier, but their power is genuinely at the second-tier level, far exceeding the ordinary second-tier low grades. No beating around the bush, it's a flat price. 200 low-grade spirit stones per piece. This price is already higher than the retail price of ordinary second-tier low-grade talismans. It is the highest sincere price that all businesses can offer. The surrounding attendants and managers were instantly shocked, gasping in disbelief. They have gone mad. The shopkeeper actually offered 200 spirit stones for a first-tier talisman. This price has completely broken the acquisition rules of the entire market. A hint of barely perceptible approval flashed in Su Yun's eyes. This Zhang Jian indeed knows how to deal with people, understands the situation, possesses sharp insight, and has great vision. 200 low-grade spirit stones per piece far exceeded his mental expectations. Su Yun nodded gently. The price is acceptable and quite reasonable. Zhang Jian's anxious heart immediately settled, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he hurriedly pressed on. Su Yun raised his eyes and leisurely stated, throwing out a significant piece of news. I have a considerable quantity of these improved talismans on hand. The varieties are complete, not just the fire talisman alone. However, I wonder if the Baibao Pavilion has the financial capacity to handle the entire volume of goods. This statement sent Zhang Jian's mind reeling and his blood surged. Not just a few pieces, but a massive quantity. And all varieties of improved talismans. This is no small business, it's a delivery of immense wealth. Without a second thought, he immediately puffed out his chest and pounded it decisively. We can handle it. Absolutely we can. Master, rest assured. As long as the talismans are produced by you, Master, no matter how many pieces my Baibao Pavilion will take them all. We will take as many as there are. Zhang Jian's eyes were fervent and his posture was extremely respectful. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to firmly hold onto the thigh of this great figure. The atmosphere in the trial talisman arena had just begun to settle. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of a first-tier talisman exhibiting the power of a second-tier one. Zhang Jian rubbed his hands together, his face full of respect, eagerly waiting for Su Yun to unveil his goods. He assumed that there would be at most a few dozen or 100 talismans. To produce 100 improved talismans all at once would already be a monumental feat. This would allow the Baibao Pavilion to secure a significant profit. The next moment, Su Yun flipped his hand. With a flourish, a dazzling array of lights filled the air. A large pile of neatly stacked talismans crashed down onto the stone platform. 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks. Layer upon layer quickly piled up into a small mountain of talisman paper reaching half a person's height. Colors of spiritual light swirled continuously. Crimson, azure, silver, gold, deep blue. Each talisman glimmered with vibrant luster, totaling a full 2,000 talismans. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The anticipation and respect on Zhang Jian's face instantly froze. His eyes widened in shock and his mind went blank. He stood there, dazed, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. All he could see was the towering mountain of talisman paper before him. He was utterly bewildered. Completely dumbfounded, he had anticipated a large quantity, but he never imagined it would be to such an absurd extent. All the staff managers and talisman evaluators from the Baibao Pavilion stood rigid. Completely dumbfounded, he had anticipated a large quantity, but he never imagined it would be to such an absurd extent. All the staff managers and talisman evaluators from the Baibao Pavilion. So many. This is too outrageous. I've never seen so many top-tier talismans at once in my life, and all of them improved versions. Everyone's mindset began to fracture. For an ordinary seasoned talisman master, exhausting their efforts could yield 20 to 30 top-tier talismans in a month, which was already considered a top genius. Yet this old man before them had pulled out 2,000. Is this something a person can achieve? Who exactly is he? A hidden powerhouse? A talisman divine, immortal? All that remained in everyone's minds was endless shock. Su Yun with an unchanged expression spoke. Everyone take a look. Examine, each one confirm their quality. With these words, everyone snapped back to reality. Zhang Jian suddenly awakened, his heart racing and his limbs felt slightly numb. He quickly regained his senses and shouted in a panic. Quick! Everyone come over to verify the goods. Inspect them carefully. Not a single one should be missed. Several seasoned talisman evaluators, not daring to delay, immediately surrounded the area. With clear divisions of labor, they quickly sampled, examined, and sensed the spiritual energy. One by one the talismans were lifted, observed, and felt. At first, everyone was still in shock. The more they verified, the more astonished they became. Every single talisman, without exception, was a first-tier top-quality talisman. The talisman inscriptions were perfectly aligned without a single flaw. The spiritual energy was refined to the utmost, contained, and not leaking. Any one of them, if taken out, would crush all other first-tier talismans on the market. The most outrageous thing was the foundation of the spiritual energy. Each one concealed an incredibly terrifying explosive power. The lowest standard was comparable to a second-tier low-grade talisman. More than half were on the verge of second-tier mid-grade power. Half an hour later, everyone transitioned from shock to complete numbness. They were numb. Truly numb. Outrageous. Too outrageous. Completely overturning the common sense of talisman crafting. A few gathered together to repeatedly study the structure of the talisman inscriptions. Lines, nodes, loops, spiritual energy trajectories. It was completely the standard first-tier talisman patterns. There were no supplementary inscriptions, no hidden height-ear structures. The paper was the lowest grade, ordinary first-tier talisman paper. The ink was also the most common, ordinary spiritual ink found in the market. The materials were unremarkable and the structure had not been altered. Yet the power crushed the same level and violently overpowered second-tier. How bizarre. Too bizarre. An old talisman evaluator mumbled to himself, his face full of incredulity. The inscriptions are identical, the materials are identical. Why is the power so many times greater? I completely don't understand the principle. Everyone repeatedly flipped through the talismans, comparing them back and forth. They could not find any special modifications, nor could they discover any signs of abnormalities. The more they researched, the more their scalps tingled. On the other side, Su Yun stood quietly watching everyone busy themselves, secretly amused. This group of people wouldn't be able to figure it out no matter how hard they tried. They relied on knowledge, deductions, and the foundational principles of talisman crafting. But what he relied on were the entries, purely overpowered, an enhancement beyond the rules. Even if they studied for 10 or 100 years, they would never grasp even a hint of it. If they could see through the system's enhancements, then that would truly be impressive. Zhang Jian, while observing the talismans, was frantically calculating. 2,000 improved divine talismans. Such output was simply impossible for a single person to achieve. The only explanation was that the old man had a terrifyingly powerful organization behind him. Only with a complete system, countless accumulations, and top-tier inheritance could such a subversive talisman be produced in bulk. But then the question arose. Why has such a powerful force never shown itself? Why did they choose to supply goods through a mere Baibao pavilion in Qingyan City? Zhang Jian couldn't make sense of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he became. But he quickly suppressed all his doubts. What was important was whether they could secure this batch of goods. This was the greatest opportunity of his life. If they secured this batch of talismans, the Baibao Pavilion would directly rise to fame. Not just in Qingyan City, but even surrounding several cities. They would firmly overshadow all other businesses. This batch of improved talismans would sell without worry. They could even go straight to high-end auctions. The cost-effectiveness was astonishing and the rarity was maximized. With just a bit of hype, doubling the price would be effortless. A guaranteed profit. A bloodbath profit. Earning with eyes closed. Half an hour passed in an instant, and all the talismans were fully inspected. The leading evaluator walked quickly to Zhang Jian's side and reported seriously. Boss, all verifications are complete. 2,000 talismans, not a single defective one, not a single inferior quality. All are first-tier top-quality improved talismans. Among them, over 1,300 have powers firmly equivalent to second-tier low-grade. The remaining nearly 700 have even greater foundations with explosive power and refinement reaching second-tier mid-grade levels. Upon finishing his speech, Zhang Jian's pupils shook again. Nearly 700 improved talismans with second-tier mid-grade power. He had struck gold. Truly struck gold. No longer hesitating, he immediately began to rapidly calculate the total price. His speech was extremely fast, his heart racing to the point of trembling. Second-tier low-grade power talismans, 1,300 pieces at 200 low-grade spirit stones each. Total 260,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second-tier mid-grade power talismans, 700 pieces. Higher quality, stronger explosive power. He'll offer the master a high price. 300 low-grade spirit stones each. He took a deep breath and reported the final total price. Total price, 470,000 low-grade spirit stones. Equivalent to 4,700 mid-grade spirit stones. A single deal that would yield wealth that others could never earn in their lifetime. All the surrounding staff trembled upon hearing this, their eyes filled with fervor. This is the terrifying cash flow of a top-tier talisman master. Zhang Jian looked up, filled with respect, gazing at Su Yun with a sincere tone. Master, are you satisfied with this price? Su Yun nodded slowly. The price is fair, and you are quite sincere. Little did anyone know Su Yun's heart was already blooming with joy. A blood profit. The raw material cost for 2,000 talismans amounted to less than 200 medium-grade spirit stones. This transaction, however, netted him a whopping 4,700 medium-grade spirit stones. An increase of more than 20 times. While alchemy is highly profitable, it also consumes precious herbs. Crafting talismans, on the other hand, is nearly zero cost. With low-cost materials and short production times, he could sell for astronomical prices due to the 1,000-fold increase. The speed of making money was faster than printing money. Su Yun suppressed the restlessness within and feigned calmness. Now that the price is settled, I have a request regarding the payment method. Please try to convert it into medium-grade spirit stones for me. Zhang Jian was momentarily taken aback and quickly showed a troubled expression, hastily explaining. Master, to speak frankly, my Baibao Pavilion usually deals in low to mid-tier cultivators, and the most circulated currency is low-grade spirit stones. The inventory of medium-grade spirit stones is already scarce, and our reserves are limited. I can only provide a maximum of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones after emptying the storehouse. The remaining amount can only be settled with low-grade spirit stones, and I absolutely won't shortchange the master by a single piece. Su Yun nodded in understanding and did not press the matter. He was well aware of the currency circulation rules in the cultivation world. The cultivation realm is structured hierarchically, with the grade of spirit stones corresponding to different tiers of cultivators. Low-grade spirit stones are the universal currency of lower-tier cultivators. Setting up stalls, trading materials, paying sect tributes, and daily expenses all rely on low-grade spirit stones, which are the most circulated and can be found everywhere. Medium-grade spirit stones correspond to higher tiers, mostly used for cultivators in seclusion, purchasing high-level materials and practicing skills, with very little circulation in the market. Meanwhile, high-grade and top-grade spirit stones are nearly absent from the circulation market. Normally, one high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, in the entire cultivation world, hardly anyone would engage in such exchanges. The higher the grade of spirit stones, the purer, more refined, and gentler the qi is. Low-grade spirit stones contain mixed qi, and using them for cultivation leaves behind trace impurities. Medium-grade spirit stones have very few impurities, doubling the cultivation efficiency. High-grade and top-grade spirit stones possess utterly pure qi, which is immensely beneficial for high-level cultivators in breaking through realms, solidifying foundations, and refining souls. All high-grade spirit stones are monopolized and controlled by major sects, top-tier forces, and influential families used to build reserves, support higher-ups, and maintain sect operations. Ordinary loose cultivators may never encounter a single high-grade spirit stone in their lifetime. Baibao Pavilion is merely a merchant in Qingyun Square, and being able to produce 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones in one go is already a considerable feat. That's fine, Su Yun replied. I will go check the storeroom now. Zhang Jian did not dare to delay and hurriedly went to the storeroom to allocate the spirit stones. Before long, Zhang Jian personally handed over the storage bag to Su Yun, bowing and saying, Master, everything is here, please verify and count. Su Yun accepted the storage bag and quickly scanned it with his divine sense. The quantity, grade, and authenticity were instantly confirmed without error. Zhang Boss operates efficiently and is transparent. The demeanor of Baibao Pavilion far exceeds that of other merchants in the square. I am very satisfied with this transaction. If I have any improved talismans to sell in the future, I will still prioritize cooperating with your Baibao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian was taken aback, his eyes shining with excitement. Long-term cooperation. This meant he had secured a continuous source of wealth. He bowed slightly in excitement. Thank you for your trust, Master. Thank you for your support. From now on, whenever Master has any goods to sell, Baibao Pavilion will always offer the highest price, and we will never slack off. He personally led the way, respectfully escorting Su Yun out of the Baibao Pavilion's main entrance. It was only after Su Yun's figure disappeared into the crowds of the square that Zhang Jian finally withdrew his gaze. A close assistant quickly stepped forward and whispered, Boss, that old man's identity is mysterious and his actions are extraordinary. Should I bring a few people to secretly follow and investigate? Zhang Jian raised his hand to stop him directly, his expression serious. No need. Do not act recklessly. This person is definitely not an ordinary refining stage cultivator. He must be a hidden expert with true power. Our trivial methods are transparent to him. To spy recklessly is not to explore opportunities, but to... This transaction today has already secured our Baibao Pavilion several months of profit, firmly establishing us as the leading force in Qingyun Square. Even without future cooperation, we have made a killing. The most crucial point is that we cannot offend such high-level figures. The assistant suddenly enlightened, quickly bowing his head. Yes. I will remember the boss teachings. Zhang Jian collected his thoughts, his gaze sharpening as he immediately issued a command. Immediately promote this batch of improved talismans. First-tier quality, second-tier power, some can reach second-tier medium grade. The cost-performance ratio surpasses all talismans in the entire square. Set the price to create momentum, sell in batches, release a small quantity, and gradually raise the price. From today onward, monopolize the low-tier talisman market in Qingyun Square. Completely crush all competitors. All the subordinates responded in unison, full of spirit. Qingyun Square streets. The crowds flowed in and out, the noise remained. Su Yun, dressed in the robe of an elder, strolled leisurely, appearing to be casually relaxing, yet his divine sense had already quietly spread out. Threads of divine consciousness enveloped the entire block behind him. He was in no hurry to leave. He needed to confirm something, whether Zhang Jian had acted with greed and secretly sent someone to follow him. With 470,000 low-grade spirit stones at stake, this wealth was too intimidating. Not to mention foundation-building cultivators, even ordinary golden core realms would feel green with envy upon seeing it. Within the square there are rules to suppress chaos, and no one dares to act recklessly. But once outside the square in the wilderness, killing and robbing is the norm in the cultivation world. Su Yun had to be cautious. He deliberately took 2 detours, walking and stopping, repeatedly scanning and checking with his divine sense. After confirming that no one was following him, Su Yun silently nodded to himself. Zhang Jian was a clear-headed man who understood the limits. That was rare. Su Yun no longer lingered and prepared to return to Qingyun sect for seclusion and cultivation. Wealth is ultimately external. One's strength is the foundation for survival. This time he would go back and enter seclusion, focusing entirely on breaking through his realm. Only by breaking through the foundation establishment stage could he truly step onto the right path of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Su Yun turned and walked straight out of the square's formation range. Stepping out of the square, he tapped his foot, and the spiritual power beneath him surged. The glowing golden-patterned sword shot through the air. He lightly stepped onto the sword's body, soaring into the sky, racing toward the direction of Qingyun's sect. The wind howled, and the flowing clouds retreated. After flying several miles, bang! A dazzling red firework suddenly shot up into the sky above the dense forest in the left front. The fire burst in midair, transforming into a striking flame flower that lingered in the sky. A distress signal from Qingyun's sect. Su Yun's gaze instantly sharpened. This was an exclusive emergency signal for the sect. Only when disciples encountered deadly crises or were trapped in dire situations could they release it. Someone was ambushed within the territory of Qingyun's sect. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun turned his wrist, and the sword light suddenly changed direction. Whoosh! The golden sword light cut through the air, racing toward the mountain forest where the signal flare had risen. He was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. In the cultivation world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and killing and robbing are commonplace. But this was different. The one ambushed was a fellow disciple of Qingyun's sect. Being in the sect, consuming sect resources, and receiving sect protection, he could not turn a blind eye when he saw a fellow disciple being surrounded and attacked on their own territory. If he could win, he would step in to save them. If not, he would not force himself and would turn to leave. In a secluded valley deep in the mountains, the entrance is narrow, surrounded by towering trees, and the light is dim. The sounds of battle, the clash of weapons, and the cries of anger and despair echo continuously. In the center of the valley, 6 outer disciples of the Qingyun sect huddled tightly back to back. Their clothes are tattered, covered in blood, and their breathing is chaotic. Blood seeps from their wounds, and they are severely exhausted. Among the 6, the leading young disciple possesses the highest cultivation, being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while the other 5 are at the 6th or 7th level. Surrounding them, more than 20 black-clad cultivators encircle them tightly. All of them wear black battle attire with faint green ghost fire patterns embroidered on their cuffs. Disciples of the Ghost Fire sect, all starting from the 6th level of Qi refinement. Among them, 3 have reached the 8th level, and the leader is even at the 9th level. Their strength completely overwhelms the 6 disciples. They are surrounded on all sides, cutting off any chance of retreat. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupts. One Qingyun disciple cannot withstand the onslaught, and has a long gash opened on his arm by a sharp blade. Pain surges through him, causing him to stagger. He grits his teeth, refusing to retreat even an inch. Hold on. Everyone hold on. The 8th level disciple gasps for breath, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse. Sweat beads cover his forehead, and his eyes are filled with anxiety, yet he still forces himself to maintain morale. The signal flare has been sent out. The sect's enforcement team and the elders will arrive soon to support us. As long as we can hold on for a moment, we will survive. A young disciple covered in blood roars angrily, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. These bastards from the Ghost Fire sect. How bold they are. They dare to intrude into the territory of the Qingyun sect to slaughter our disciples. Do they truly think that the Qingyun sect has no one left? Another disciple grits his teeth and scolds. Wait for the elders to arrive. We will ensure that you little scoundrels have nowhere to bury your dead. Though the Qingyun disciples are heavily injured and surrounded, their pride remains unbroken. They would rather die than yield. Yet deep down they all know the truth. Hope is bleak. The enemy's assault is too fierce, and their strength is overwhelming. The 6 of them have long since exhausted their energy and cannot hold out much longer. The black-clad leader of the Ghost Fire sect wears a sinister expression, a cruel smile plastered across his face. This man is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, exuding a fierce aura and a ruthless gaze. He glances disdainfully at the crimson fireworks still lingering in the air. Support. Huh. Ridiculous. By the time your sect's people arrive, you will already be 6 corpses. Since you dared to signal, you might as well die. Everyone attack with full force. End this quickly. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single survivor. With a single command, the eyes of all the black-clad cultivators instantly become fierce and brutal. No longer holding back, they unleash their full spiritual power. Blades flash, claws strike, poison techniques, and ghostly flames are unleashed. Various sinister techniques and sharp weapons rush towards the 6 disciples, the assault intensifying exponentially. The relentless barrage completely engulfs the 6 in the center of the valley. Another Qingyun disciple is struck by ghostly fire on his shoulder, his flesh burning and smoking with excruciating pain piercing through him. He lets out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth and enduring, countering with a sword to push back the enemy. His internal spiritual power rapidly depletes, and his meridians ache sharply. The 8th level disciple feels despair wash over him. It's over. They can't hold on any longer. The gap in strength is too vast. A sense of despair gradually creeps into the hearts of the 6. Beside the valley, on the branches of a towering tree, Su Yun lightly taps the branches, securely hiding behind the dense leaves. His breath concealment technique is fully activated. His aura is entirely suppressed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. He gazes down at the entire valley. His divine sense instantly spreads out, meticulously scanning the surrounding mountains, the cliffs, and the dark corners, confirming there are no ambushes, no backup, no hidden experts. All enemies in the area are under control. More than 20 disciples of the Ghostfire sect. The strongest among them is at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The rest are all at the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. Su Yun smirks slightly in disdain. Weaklings. A motley crew. He has heard of the Ghostfire sect, an old notorious demonic sect in the Lingzhou region. They act with ruthlessness and tyranny, constantly teetering on the edge of righteousness and evil. Their overall foundation and sect scale are nearly equal to that of the Qingyun sect. The two sects have always been at odds, with disciples clashing, skirmishing, and ambushing each other continuously. Su Yun never expected that these disciples of the Ghostfire sect would be so bold as to directly intrude into the territory of the Qingyun sect to hunt down their disciples. Inside the valley, the battle situation has completely reached the brink of collapse. The 6 Qingyun disciples are already at the end of their rope. Originally, they were barely holding on with a simple defensive formation. At this moment, the formation's spiritual power is completely exhausted. The spiritual light dims, the patterns shatter, and it collapses entirely. Without the protection of the formation, the 6 are instantly exposed to the onslaught. Each of them bears wounds. Their robes are torn, blood soaking through their skin. Breathing heavily and erratically, their spiritual power is intermittent, and even executing their techniques begins to slow down. Senior brother, I can't hold on anymore. A young outer disciple's voice trembles, his eyes filled with despair. His Danshan's spiritual power is nearly depleted, his meridians aching and numb, and his limbs starting to weaken. He can barely lift his sword anymore. The 8th level senior brother grits his teeth, enduring despite his torn palms, bleeding, his grip on the sword shaking incessantly. He looks at the approaching black-clad cultivators from all directions, feeling utterly cold inside. No reinforcements. The formation has shattered. It's over. A black-clad cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement seizes an opportunity, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He steps forward, charging out with a swift motion. His black blade, imbued with ghostly green fire, lunges straight for the back of the exhausted Qingyun disciple. The speed of the ambush is extremely fast, the angle treacherous. No one has time to rescue him. That young disciple even closes his eyes, preparing to endure the fatal strike. At that moment, the air trembles. A flickering golden light silently cuts through the air, moving at an incredible speed, so fast that the naked eye can only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. The head of the attacking black-clad cultivator is instantly pierced by the golden light. His skull shatters, blood splattering. The entire person suddenly goes rigid. His eyes bulge, life extinguished in an instant. He crashes to the ground, dead in a second. The entire area falls into sudden silence. All those engaged in battle freeze in place. The more than 20 disciples of the Ghostfire sect are astonished, abruptly turning their heads to look around. The 6 Qingyun disciples on the verge of death suddenly brighten, their eyes, their faces transitioning from despair to ecstasy. Someone has intervened. It's a powerful figure. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. We won't die. The atmosphere at the bottom of the valley shifts dramatically. The leader of the Ghostfire sect's face darkens instantly. His sharp gaze sweeps through the mountains and forests, and he growls in a deep voice. Who? Crouching and sneaking, plotting against my Ghostfire sect members. Come out, you coward. He quickly senses the residual spiritual power in the air. There is no heavy oppression. No spiritual pressure unique to Foundation establishment cultivators. Only faint fluctuations of Qi refinement. The leader's heart relaxes slightly, dropping a significant portion of his wariness. It's not a Foundation establishment cultivator, just a Qi refinement cultivator. Splash. The branches and leaves at the treetops swayed lightly. Su Yun moved gracefully, leaping down from the towering tree, landing softly on the ground. All eyes in the vicinity instantly focused on him. The leader concentrated and scanned Su Yun's cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi refinement. Unremarkable. He instantly turned his rage into a twisted smile, his face contorted with murderous intent. Just an old fool at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. How dare you interfere with the affairs of my Ghostfire sect? You even dare to kill my disciples. You truly have a death wish. You 3 go and kill him. 3 black-clad cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi refinement immediately turned their killing intent towards Su Yun. The blades gleamed ominously, ghostly flames swirling, and a chilling, murderous aura filled the air. Meanwhile, 6 disciples of the Qingyun sect realized who was coming and saw Su Yun's cultivation level, their recently ignited hope shattered in an instant. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they sighed in despair. It's over. So it's just the 8th layer of Qi refinement. We thought a Foundation establishment cultivator had arrived. Now there's no hope at all. How can one at the 8th layer compete against 3 8th layer Ghostfire sect cultivators? The crowd's spirits sank again, holding no optimism for Su Yun. In the next moment, Su Yun's eyes turned slightly cold, his expression neutral. His fingertips quickly gestured a spell. Buzz. 3 streams of golden spiritual light materialized out of thin air. 3 sharp golden blades hovered before him, their edges glinting with a chilling light. With a 1,000-fold amplification, the blades concealed their terrifying power. Die! Whoosh! 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 The 3 golden blades shot out in an instant. Their speed was so extreme that only golden afterimages remained in the air. The 3 black-clad 8th layer disciples, disdainful, simultaneously summoned their artifacts. You think your mere golden blade technique can harm anyone? Before the words finished, crack. All the artifacts and spiritual barriers were shredded as if they were mere paper. The golden blades, like a bamboo breaking through, penetrated the artifacts and spiritual barriers, accurately piercing through the chests of the 3. Uft, uft, uft. 3 sprays of blood erupted simultaneously. The 3 disciples of the Ghostfire sect who had just been fierce froze in their movements. The disdain on their faces completely stiffened, replaced by utter terror and confusion. They looked down at the bloody holes in their chests, vitality rapidly fading. They didn't even have time to scream in agony. They fell straight to the ground, dead on the spot. 3 kills in an instant. The entire scene fell into a stupor. All the disciples of the Ghostfire sect's pupils constricted, their bodies paralyzed. The 6 Qin sect disciples were utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape, expressions filled with disbelief. I can't believe it. What kind of power is this? Golden blade technique. How can it be so much? 1 blade shatters artifacts, instantly killing at the 8th layer. This is definitely not damage that someone at the 8th layer of Qi refinement could inflict. Too fierce. This old man is definitely not simple. The leader of the Ghostfire sect's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Absurd. Too absurd. This old guy must have hidden his strength. He is not an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Shocked and fearful, he dared not look down on Su Yun any longer. But still unwilling to give up, he suppressed his fear and tried to intimidate and drive Su Yun away. Old man, I advise you to stop immediately. This matter is a private grudge between my Ghostfire sect and the Qingyun sect. If you interfere again, you will completely offend my Ghostfire sect. Leave now, and I will treat this as if nothing happened. Otherwise, the Ghostfire sect will not let you go. Su Yun couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. There was no need for words with the dead. He gestured another spell with his fingertips. Buzz. The spiritual light in the air surged. 10 golden blades hovered neatly around him. Cold light radiated and a murderous aura surged. Seeing this, the leader knew negotiations were futile and completely tore off the mask. He shouted fiercely, everyone attack together. Kill him at all costs. The remaining 10 or so disciples of the Ghostfire sect gritted their teeth, suppressing their fear, and surrounded Su Yun, all unleashing their techniques and weapons. Ghostly green flames, black blade energy, and poison needles filled the air, overwhelming and crashing towards Su Yun. The scene was horrifying. Su Yun's expression remained calm as he casually waved his hand. Go! Whoosh! The 10 golden blades transformed into a storm of light, instantly traversing the battlefield. Their speed was so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Continuous piercing sounds erupted in succession. Uft! 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 10 disciples of the Ghostfire sect were all pierced through their vital points. Immediately after, the spiritual light around Su Yun flashed again. The second batch of 10 golden blades formed, instantly breaking through the air once more to kill. The remaining 7 or 8 disciples of the Ghostfire sect had no chance to escape. All were killed in seconds. In just a few breaths, more than 20 disciples of the Ghostfire sect lay sprawled on the ground. Blood flowed abundantly, corpses littering the valley. Only the leader at the 9th layer of Qi refinement survived. His shoulder was pierced by a golden blade, flesh and blood spilling out, gravely injured and on the verge of death. Excruciating pain coursed through him, his spiritual energy in chaos, and his body trembled. He was utterly terrified, no longer showing any arrogance. He turned to flee. Want to run? Too late. Su Yun's gaze was indifferent, his fingertips pointed. The last golden blade shot out. A flash of cold light. It accurately pierced through his heart. The leader's body stiffened, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to die and dissipate, no one noticed. Deep within his brow, a faint black residue of soul energy quietly floated up. Like a ghostly thread, it silently wrapped around Su Yun's sleeve, following the aura and quietly merging into his body. The entire process was almost imperceptible. Su Yun was completely unaware. The battlefield fell silent. The smell of blood permeated the entire valley. Su Yun clapped his hands, casually waving his hand, and the spiritual energy swept across the area. More than 20 storage bags from the corpses on the ground flew into the air, landing in his palm. Killing and robbing was basic operation. He was disturbingly proficient. Meanwhile, the 6 disciples of the Qingyun sect had long stood in shock. Their minds were blank, filled with astonishment, unable to regain their senses for a long time. In just a short moment, a complete overwhelming. More than 20 elite disciples of the Ghostfire sect were all killed in seconds by this seemingly ordinary old man. Such combat power is something that a Qi refinement cultivator simply cannot possess. Only a great cultivator at the foundation establishment stage can achieve such effortless annihilation with a mere flick of a finger. Everyone instantly understood. The old man before them was a foundation establishment elder in disguise. The 6 hurriedly struggled to their feet, enduring their injuries, and bowed in unison, showing utmost respect. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. We, the younger generation, are grateful for your assistance, Senior. The leading senior brother spoke earnestly, his tone filled with awe and gratitude. We are all outer disciples of the Qingyun sect. This time we were ambushed by the Ghostfire sect during our mission and were nearly wiped out. If it weren't for your timely intervention, we would have undoubtedly perished. May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? We will definitely report your great kindness to the elders of our sect and reward you generously. Su Yun waved his hand, his tone indifferent. No need for that. I was just passing by and lent a hand, no need to dwell on it. This place has just witnessed a slaughter with blood everywhere, and the spiritual energy is in disarray. The Ghostfire sect is likely to have more reinforcements. You are severely injured. Leave this place quickly and return to your sect. With that, he did not wait for further thanks from them. Su Yun turned and leaped out of the valley, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. The 6 Qingyun disciples watched the direction he vanished, in their faces filled with reverence. A good person, a truly good person. He sought no fame or fortune, helping others, and then drifting away. Not daring to linger, the 6 helped each other, quickly tending to their injuries, and hastily left the valley. 15 minutes later, in the dense forest surrounding the valley, branches and leaves swayed wildly. With a whoosh, a series of rapid wind-breaking sounds erupted. Dozens of figures in black leaped from tree to tree, their movements swift and silent as they landed without a sound. In an instant, the group dashed into the valley. At the forefront was a young man dressed in white with black patterns, handsome and with long, narrow eyes that exuded a sinister glint. His complexion was pale, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Surrounding him was a layer of faint, ghostly green flames. His aura was thick and steady, exuding a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He was none other than Liao Jun, the young master of the Ghostfire sect at the midstage of foundation establishment. Among his peers, he was a top-tier genius. A black-clad man rushed into the pile of corpses, quickly examining each body. After just a few breaths, he turned back, immediately kneeling on one knee with a grave expression. Young master, the entire hunting squad dispatched this time has been wiped out with not a single survivor. Liao Jun's gaze swept across the valley floor. The ground was littered with corpses, blood pooling like mud. Over 20 elite disciples of the sect lay sprawled across the ground. All the wounds were clean and penetrating, resulting in instantaneous death. His narrow eyes squinted, instantly a surge of coldness rising from within. His expression darkened. All dead. 23 disciples, 3 at the 8th level, 1 at the 9th level. A squad of elites ambushing 6 severely injured outer disciples of the Qingyun sect. And the result is complete annihilation. Absurd. Ridiculous. It was simply impossible. Those 6 Qingyun disciples were at most 8th level in foundation establishment, already exhausted and heavily injured. With just those 6, not to mention killing everyone, they couldn't even heavily injure this squad. Liao Jun focused on sensing the lingering traces of spiritual energy around, but the air only held the faint fluctuations of Qi techniques. There was not a trace of foundation establishment level spiritual pressure remaining. Instantly, he was certain. Someone acted in the shadows and killed my Ghostfire sect's people. Thinking of this, a surge of murderous intent boiled within Liao Jun. Daring to strike against my Ghostfire sect while we are on a mission, those who have taken action against me. You are doomed. Liao Jun formed a hand seal. Buzz. The ghostly green flames flickered at his fingertips. A set of extremely secretive demonic techniques was activated in an instant. This was the Ghostfire sect's inherited secret art, Blood Soul Contract. All disciples sent out for hunting, undercover, or reconnaissance missions would have a latent blood contract imprint planted within them. Under normal circumstances, it had no effect, would not hinder cultivation, and would not expose identity. But once a disciple was killed by an outsider, a wisp of their soul's remnants would automatically detach from the corpse and uncontrollably attach to the killer. Silent and undetectable. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher, it was impossible to discover it immediately. The Blood Soul Contract was a secret technique specifically designed to track this wisp of remnants. Liao Jun closed his eyes to sense, spreading his divine sense. Within a 10-mile radius, he meticulously filtered through. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes, his expression dark. No response. The black-clad man beside him tensed. Young master, could it be that the other party completely erased the remnants? Liao Jun shook his head, his tone cold. It can't be erased. The soul imprint of the blood-soul contract is not so easily dispelled. The active probing range of blood-soul contract is only 10 miles. Beyond 10 miles it cannot pinpoint accurately. But the true horror of this secret technique lies not in active tracking, but in passive locking. That wisp of soul remnants can lurk within the human body for as long as 3 years. In the next 3 years, as long as the killer steps into a radius of 1 mile from any Ghostfire sect disciple, all practitioners of Ghostfire techniques will automatically trigger a response. This will directly lock onto the enemy for precise pursuit. Compared to the sect's manpower and resources used for on-site retracing and aura tracking, it is 100 times more efficient. This is also a common trump card used by various demonic sects for hunting. Simply put, today, Su Yun escaped. In the next 3 years. As long as he encounters any Ghostfire sect disciple, his identity and enemy mark will be instantly exposed. A relentless pursuit, endless and unyielding. Liao Jun's expression was indifferent, showing no trace of regret. It was fine if he escaped. In 3 years' time, he would eventually capture the murderer. At this moment, another black-clad leader stepped forward, bowing to report. Young master, our hunting squad has been completely wiped out. The commotion from the battle here is enormous, and the signal flare has been launched for quite some time. The higher-ups of the Qingyun sect must have already noticed the attack on their territory. It won't be long before the enforcement team comes to inspect. We are still lingering in the Qingyun sect's territory, which is extremely dangerous. Once the enforcement team arrives, it will be difficult for us to escape. I beseech the young master to immediately order a full retreat. Liao Jun raised his eyes towards the depths of the Qingyun sect's mountains and nodded. Retreat. Relay the order to all hunting squads to withdraw from the Qingyun territory completely. This round of covert hunting we have stealthily ambushed and killed, killing over 30 outer disciples of the Qingyun sect. It was not in vain. More than 30 young disciples. To the Qingyun sect this may seem not much, but it still hurt. The future of the sect relies on generations of young disciples. Liao Jun's lips curled into a cold arc. Next time when the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm in Lingzhou opens, and the younger generations of the 5 major sects gather in the Secret Realm. At that time we will kill another batch. His gaze grew increasingly frigid. For 100 years the righteous sects led by the Qingyun sect have prided themselves on being upright, suppressing the demonic path, encircling and exterminating demonic cultivators, monopolizing resources, sealing off the avenues of the demonic path. Our demonic sects have been forced into silence for a century, enduring for a century. 100 years of oppression, 100 years of blockade. Now the times have changed. It is our turn to collect the interest of 100 years. The more righteous disciples die, the better. The younger generation will face a rupture, and geniuses will die in droves. Within 100 years, the 5 major righteous sects in Lingzhou will inevitably decline. All the black-clad men beside him lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fervor. After a century of patience, the tide of the demonic path's counterattack is about to commence. Liao Jun cast one last glance at the chaotic valley before turning and flicking his sleeve. Go! The group quickly erased all traces, their figures flickering as they vanished completely into the dense forest of the mountains. In the Qingyun Great Hall, the atmosphere within the hall was tense and oppressive. Sect Master Li Mofan sat at the main seat, his expression grave, brow tightly furrowed. On both sides of the hall, the elders of the 4 major sects, the Enforcement Hall, Outer Sect Hall, Inner Sect Hall, and Resource Hall, were all present. All high-ranking members were gathered with no one absent. The hall was silent, everyone tense. After a long while, Li Mofan slowly spoke, his voice deep. Everyone, in recent times our sect has had disciples going missing, attacked, or severely injured one after another. At first I thought it was just ordinary rogue cultivators robbing beasts in the mountains, causing trouble, or private disputes among sect members. I had always thought it was merely isolated incidents. Until just now the enforcement team reported back with the latest investigation results. He paused. Li Mofan's gaze swept across the entire hall, his tone suddenly growing heavier. Recently, within the territory of our Qingyun sect, there have been secret hunts targeting our disciples. It is not rogue cultivators nor bandits. It is the demonic cultivators of the Ghostfire sect. The hall was instantly stirred up with low murmurs. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Ghostfire sect. Those sinister demonic scum. They actually dared to sneak into our Qingyun territory to attack. Li Mofan pressed his hand down and continued in a deep voice. The law enforcement team has inspected the battlefield traces in the valley, confirming their accuracy. 6 outer disciples went out for training an hour ago and were ambushed by the disciples of the Ghostfire sect. Fortunately, they were saved by a passing powerful expert. Only then did the 6 disciples manage to return to report the news, preserving their lives. Had it not been for this person intervening, we would still be in the dark. We would have no idea that the Ghost Fire sect dared to openly invade our Qingyun sect's territory and hunt down our disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders and stewards in the hall were instantly filled with righteous indignation. A white-haired elder from the law enforcement department slammed the armrest of his chair and spoke angrily. Outrageous. Too outrageous. This group of remnants from the demonic path has been silent for 100 years, and now they are starting to stir up trouble again. The battle between the righteous and the demonic 100 years ago clearly did not scare them thoroughly. We should have exterminated the remnants of the Ghost Fire sect back then. Leaving them alive is a disaster. Another internal elder said darkly, echoing his sentiment. They hid for 100 years and lived safely for 100 years. Now they have become increasingly bold, daring to come to our Qingyun sect's doorstep to kill. This is no longer a minor skirmish, it is a blatant provocation. In my opinion, we should directly send the elite of the law enforcement hall to search the mountains. Thoroughly investigate the entire area. Any infiltrating members of the Ghost Fire sect must be executed without mercy. We must crush their morale. The crowd in the hall nodded in agreement, their anger palpable. Among righteous sects, faith and the life and death of disciples are of utmost importance. Being slaughtered by the demonic path on one's own territory is a great humiliation. Li Mofan observed the anger of the crowd, but remained unfazed. His gaze deepened, and he spoke to calm the uproar. Everyone, please calm down. This matter may not be as simple as you think. Everyone fell silent at once, gazing at the sect leader. Li Mofan took a deep breath and revealed a piece of news that caused the hearts of all present to sink. I have just received interstate communication. The entire region of Yuzhou is under large-scale active invasion by demonic sects. Smaller sects in Yuzhou are being wiped out one after another, the territory lost, and countless disciples dead or injured. The situation in Yuzhou has completely deteriorated. And it's not just Yuzhou. All 7 major states are reporting unusual activity. The frequency of demonic sects going out fighting, provoking, and plundering has increased several-fold recently. The pupils of everyone in the hall constricted, and their anger was instantly replaced by solemnity. Li Mofan scanned the crowd, his words heavy. Thus I have sufficient reason to suspect that the incursion of the Ghost Fire sect into our Qingyun sect's territory is a targeted hunt against our disciples. This is by no means an isolated incident. This is not just a small action by the Ghost Fire sect. It is a sign that the entire demonic path of the 9 provinces is preparing to make a full resurgence. This statement struck the ears of everyone like a thunderclap. The hall fell into dead silence. All the elders and stewards turned pale, and a chill crept into their hearts. The battle between the righteous and the demonic 100 years ago was a shadow in the hearts of all righteous cultivators. The flames of war engulfed the land, and the 9 provinces were overturned. Hundreds of sects perished, and over 100,000 cultivators died in battle. The righteous path paid an extremely painful price to barely suppress the demonic path, forcing all demonic sects into a corner and sealing off the mountains and forests. They rested for a full 100 years. Now, is the demonic path about to go to war again? An elder with a long history spoke with a trembling voice, whispering, "Sect leader, could it be that the battle between the righteous and the demonic 100 years ago is about to repeat itself?" Everyone in the hall held their breath, waiting for an answer. Li Mofan gently shook his head, his expression complex, his eyes filled with worry. Currently, there is no concrete evidence. We cannot draw conclusions. At the moment, there are no signs of an all-out war. However, all the signs are too similar. 100 years of hiding, 100 years of accumulating strength. It is highly probable that the demonic path is about to make a complete comeback. It is better to believe in it than not to believe in it. He instructed in a deep voice. Next, I will immediately send messages to the 4 major sects of Lingzhou. We will share intelligence and unify our defenses. At the same time, we will contact the major sects in other states to exchange information and support each other. I hope I am overthinking this. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. Everyone knew in their hearts that the sect leader was most likely not overthinking. A chaotic era is probably truly approaching. After a moment, Li Mofan gathered his thoughts, suppressing the worry in his heart, and his gaze became sharp and decisive. With the impending chaos, rules must be tightened. He began issuing the highest orders of the sect one by one. First, issue a decree to the entire sect. From today on, all outer and inner disciples are prohibited from going out for training or descending the mountain without special permission. There are only a little over 2 months until the sect competition. All disciples should focus on seclusion and hard cultivation to solidify their cultivation base. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. The sect competition. This was the most important event for Qingyun sect at the moment. Li Mofan continued with a serious tone. This sect competition is by no means an ordinary contest. The results will directly determine the quota for entering the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. The Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm contains a vast amount of opportunities and rare treasures. The quota is precious and must not be lost. Everyone must remain in the sect in preparation for the competition. No more incidents of being ambushed or suffering unexplained casualties while going out. Losing any one new generation disciple is a loss for our Qingyun sect. Anyone who dares to go out without permission will be heavily punished and disqualified from the competition. Li Mofan then looked at the elder from the law enforcement hall below, his tone cold. Second, the law enforcement hall will mobilize immediately. All personnel on standby conduct a thorough search of the entire area. Any members of the Ghostfire sect lurking, loitering, or spying must be eradicated. Leave no survivors. Our Qingyun sect's territory cannot allow the demonic path's minions to act recklessly. Dare to hunt our Qingyun sect's disciples right under my nose. Since they dare to come, let them all stay. The elder of the law enforcement hall stood up with cupped fists, his voice booming. We will strictly follow the sect leader's orders. The law enforcement hall will immediately carry out a complete purge. The sect leader's decree spread rapidly throughout every residence of the outer and inner sects of Qingyun sect. In just half an hour, the entire Qingyun sect was in an uproar. All outer disciples were left bewildered. The decree was simple and brutal. Without special permission, all disciples are strictly prohibited from descending the mountain, leaving the sect, or going out on missions. For the hundreds and thousands of lower-level outer disciples in the sect, this command nearly cut off their primary source of resources. The outer disciples have meager monthly allowances. Relying solely on a few low-grade spirit stones distributed by the sect each month barely supports their daily cultivation, and they can hardly save up anything. They needed spirit stones, wanted to contribute points aimed to exchange for arts and elixirs, and sought to enhance their foundation. The only way out was to take sect missions, go out for training, gather spiritual materials, slay ferocious beasts, and patrol the territory. Doing missions was the only way for lower disciples to turn their fortunes around. Now it was all halted. Suddenly, in various training grounds and shaded paths, disciples were gathered in groups discussing. People's hearts were unsettled and discussions were rife. What's going on? Why suddenly is the sect completely locked down? How can we do our missions without leaving the sect? Without contribution points, we can't even exchange for resources next month. I still have 2 missions left. Will they just rot in my hands now? The sect has never had such a strict lockdown order. Something major must have happened. Most of the lower-level outer disciples were confused and perplexed, feeling only restlessness. However, it didn't take long for some well-informed disciples with broader connections to spread the truth. In the past half-month, the disciples who had gone out from the sect had been disappearing and perishing one after another. It wasn't that they encountered tribulation cultivators, nor were they ambushed by beasts. It was all a deliberate hunt by the demonic cultivators of the Ghostfire sect. The enemy had stealthily infiltrated the territory of the Qingyun sect, lying in wait to ambush the outgoing disciples. Once the news broke, the crowd was in an uproar. The complaints and anxiety on everyone's faces vanished, instantly replaced by a sense of dread. Ghostfire sect. Isn't that a demonic sect? My heavens. Demonic cultivators have come to our sect to kill. No wonder there have been deaths on the outer mountains recently. So it was them. Fortunately, the sect has issued a ban. If someone foolishly goes out to carry out a mission, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Earning contribution points is not as important as staying alive. Once your life is gone, no amount of spirit stones will be of any use. Fear overshadowed all greed. The lower-tier disciples quickly became completely obedient. Those who had been full of complaints suddenly abandoned the thought of going out. In the cultivation world, life is always the top priority. As long as one is alive, there is a chance for cultivation. Once dead, all is in vain. Some quickly adjusted their mindset and spoke in a deep voice. Forget it. If we don't go out, then we don't go out. Cultivating steadily is the greatest blessing. After all, there are only a little over 2 months until the sect competition. I might as well close myself off and cultivate diligently, preparing for battle. This statement instantly piqued everyone's interest. The sect competition. This was the most important event for the disciples in the sect recently. Someone lowered their voice, their face filled with excitement. Have you heard? The top 20 alchemy disciples in this competition will get a chance to enter the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm? What is that? I've never heard of it before. A disciple who had just joined the sect not long ago asked, curiously, looking bewildered. A veteran outer sect disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining spoke up to explain. The Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm is a hidden place jointly controlled by the 5 major sects of Lingzhou. It is not owned by any single sect. All 5 sects jointly guard it, open it together, and share the opportunities. The secret realm only opens once every 20 years with a long cycle, making the chances extremely scarce. Moreover, the restrictions are very strict. only disciples in the Qi refining stage are allowed entry, while those at the foundation establishment stage and above are strictly forbidden to enter. The young disciples present, all perked up, listening intently. The old disciple continued. Inside the secret realm, there are remnants of spiritual veins everywhere, with the concentration of spiritual energy more than 3 times that of the outside world. Low-grade heavenly materials and treasures, spirit herbs, and even opportunities left behind by previous cultivators can be found everywhere. Many fortunate individuals have relied on a single opportunity from the secret realm to ascend to new heights, breaking through their bottlenecks and solidifying their foundational cultivation. Some have emerged from the secret realm and within just half a year directly shattered their limitations and successfully established their foundations. Hearing this, everyone felt a rush of excitement and longing. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, is the secret realm very dangerous? Is it possible to die upon entering?" The old disciple waved his hand. "There is definitely danger, but for top disciples it's manageable. The secret realm has been opened numerous times and second-tier beasts have long been cleared out. Now what remains are all first-tier beasts posing limited threats. As long as one isn't greedy and doesn't recklessly venture into forbidden areas, proceeding steadily, death is basically not an option." At this point his tone turned wistful. "Speaking of which, I had the fortune of entering once 20 years ago. Unfortunately, I was too inexperienced at that time and didn't seize any opportunities. I only gathered some ordinary spirit herbs. It was a wasted trip. I just gained some knowledge." The group of young disciples immediately wore expressions of yearning, their hearts stirring with excitement. One opportunity could change one's fate. This was what all lower-tier cultivators desired the most. But in the next moment, the old disciple poured cold water on their fantasies. "Don't dream. With your current Qi refining second or third level cultivation, you'd just be cannon fodder delivering food. Only the most elite disciples of the sect can obtain a quota every time. At least the 8th level of Qi refining is the starting point, and the vast majority are at the 9th level of Qi refining. With your level of cultivation, you want even past the initial round of the competition. How can you talk about the secret realm?" The young disciples instantly wilted, their faces filled with disappointment. The harsh reality lay before them. In the cultivation world, opportunities abound. But opportunities are always reserved for the strong. The weak don't even have the qualifications to enter. The old disciple looked up toward the main peak, his eyes filled with helplessness, murmuring to himself, "I am also preparing to take one last gamble. I hope that in this sect competition I can clinch a quota. I am already 40 years old this year." Once this was said, the surrounding disciples fell silent. Everyone understood the cruel rules involved. The cultivation world has ironclad laws. For cultivators, the golden age for breaking through to foundation establishment is before the age of 50. At this age, one's vitality is full, the spirit is vigorous, and potential peaks. Once past 50, vitality declines, yearly meridians harden, and one's potential for cultivation drops significantly. If one cannot break through to foundation establishment before 60, it is basically hopeless for the rest of their life. They would be forever trapped in Qi refining. Qi refining cultivators have a limited lifespan, at most 120 years. It may seem long, but it's actually fleeting. If one spends their life stuck in Qi refining without any increase in lifespan, their vitality will wither in old age, waiting only for extinction. The old disciple clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "I only have the last 20 years left. This secret realm is my last opportunity to turn my life around. If I can't obtain a quota, my life will most likely end up like this." A heavy silence fell around them. Everyone felt a weight in their hearts. In the Yunshi courtyard, inside the cultivation room, the stone door was tightly shut. Su Yun was sitting cross-legged on the mat, having just finished a round of meditation. He had just been outside and inadvertently overheard the disciples discussing the sect competition where the top 20 could enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm. This news instantly stirred his heart, igniting his profound interest. Yuan magnetic secret realm. Jointly owned by the 5 major sects, it opens once every 20 years and is only accessible to Qi refining cultivators. Without thinking too much, it was clear that it must be filled with countless treasures. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he quickly calculated in his mind. In the secret realm, there are spirit herbs, ores, and opportunities everywhere. Just by picking a batch of spirit herbs and handing them over to the sect, he could exchange them for a massive amount of contribution points and mid-grade spirit stones. The returns would be absolutely terrifying. Compared to alchemy and talisman making, the efficiency is much higher. Entering the secret realm is a pure case of getting something for nothing. If luck allows him to stumble upon a high-grade magic artifact or high-level technique, he could directly soar to new heights, saving years of effort. More importantly, the secret realm contains a wealth of top-tier spirit herbs that have disappeared from the outside world, which one can't even buy with money. Those are essential materials for refining high-grade pills. There are no channels to acquire them, even if one possesses wealth. With his current cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refining combined with a 1,000-fold enhancement, he would be invincible among his peers, easily eliminating any competition. The first-tier beasts in the secret realm would be like ants before him. He could walk through it while going wherever he pleased with no one able to stop him. If he were to also take the time to cultivate a treasure hunting technique. At that time, while others rely on luck to find spirit herbs, he would use spells. What others cannot find, he would locate with certainty. Delightful. Su Yun felt increasingly excited, his gaze becoming ever more resolute. There were still over 2 months until the sect competition. For others it might be a short time, but for him breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement was a breeze. Even bursting through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement was effortless. In the realm of cultivation, the 9th layer of Qi refinement is merely the threshold for foundation establishment. The vast majority of cultivators would immediately begin preparing for foundation establishment upon reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement. They would seek spiritual herbs, refine foundation establishment pills, and enter closed-door training to break through. Very few are willing to continue accumulating layers. Qi refinement does not stop at 9 layers. Above the 9th layer there are the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th layers. The 13th layer represents the pinnacle of Qi refinement. It involves honing the physical body meridians Dantian and spirit to perfection. One breaks through to foundation establishment in the most perfect and complete state. The foundation laid is incredibly solid and substantial. The more stable the foundation is laid in the early stages, the higher the upper limit of cultivation. In later stages, the greater the explosive power, and the more advantageous one is in battles against opponents of the same level. Even for foundation establishment, while others break through at the 9th layer, he breaks through at the 13th layer. The difference in realms will only grow larger in the later stages. However, in the realm of cultivation, there are hardly any cultivators above the 10th layer of Qi refinement. There are mainly 3 fatal thresholds. First, the limitation of lifespan. Qi refinement cultivators must reach the golden foundation establishment period before the age of 50. Once they surpass 50, their vitality wanes, their meridians harden, and the probability of breaking through plummets. If they attempt to break through at 60, it becomes nearly impossible for the rest of their lives. The vast majority of cultivators cannot withstand this. Adding another layer requires several more years, or even more than a decade of hard cultivation. Once the time limit is exceeded, it's all over. Second, the terrifying resource requirements. The further one goes, the amount of spiritual energy needed for a breakthrough increases exponentially. Breaking through from the 9th to the 10th layer requires more spiritual energy than the total needed for the previous 9 layers combined. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot afford this. Third, the talent threshold. Ordinary spiritual roots and medium-quality spiritual roots have limited capacity for the meridians. Forcing oneself to reach above the 10th layer would damage the meridians due to the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, resulting in lifelong hidden injuries, which is not worth the cost. Only those with superior or top-grade spiritual roots are qualified to challenge the 10th layer and beyond. Additionally, the spiritual energy in the world is now thin, far from the abundance of 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, spiritual energy was plentiful, with opportunities everywhere. The 10th and 11th layers were everywhere. Everyone wishes to break through to foundation establishment in the strongest possible manner, forging the most formidable foundation. Now, with spiritual energy depleted and resources scarce, being able to establish a stable 9th layer is already considered decent talent. Who would dare gamble their life to accumulate layers? There is also the most pragmatic issue. Breaking through to foundation establishment from the 9th layer requires foundation establishment pills. Without those pills, over 90% of cultivators will remain stuck at a bottleneck for life. Only a very small number of cultivators with superior spiritual roots have a chance to break through without relying on pills, enduring the impact of the world's spiritual energy to forcefully establish their foundations. For ordinary cultivators, this is simply unrealistic. Foundation establishment also comes in various grades: inferior, medium, superior, top grade, and perfect foundations. If he were to do it, he would aim for the highest level, a perfect foundation. Su Yun's eyes were sharp, and he made up his mind. In the next 2 months, he would first steadily break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, then continue to pile layers up, charging directly to the 13th layer of Qi refinement. He would participate in the sect competition, secure a spot in the secret realm, and scour for resources in the Yuan magnetic secret realm. By the time he breaks through to foundation establishment, he wants to do so in the strongest possible state, forging a perfect foundation. Time passed. In the cultivation chamber, Su Yun was immersed in his training state, surrounded by piles of spirit stones that rose like mountains. The rich spiritual energy condensed and did not dissipate, slowly circulating in the cramped chamber, transforming into a faint white mist. Su Yun sat cross-legged right in the center of the pile of spirit stones. The golden spirit art operated at a steady pace continuously and without pause. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into his body through every pore, mouth, and nose. Buzz. Suddenly a slight tremor resonated from deep within his dantian. The bottleneck that was stuck at the 8th layer's perfection began to loosen. Countless saturated golden spiritual energies instantly found their outlet. The originally smooth-flowing spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. The torrent of spiritual energy within the meridians surged several times, in an instant washing, squeezing, refining, and expanding. Su Yun's consciousness was exceedingly clear, able to perceive every change within his body. He could feel his dantian's energy gradually expanding, widening, and thickening. The lake of spiritual energy once filled to the brim expanded again. The obstructive barrier within his body shattered. Crack! The invisible barrier of realms broke apart. He had succeeded in breaking through to the 9th layer of chi refinement. In an instant he felt completely transparent, his body light as a feather. A powerful force far surpassing that of the 8th layer filled his limbs and bones. His reserves of spiritual energy, physical strength, and spiritual perception surged dramatically in all aspects. The range of his divine sense expanded several times. Within 100 meters, every movement of the wind and grass was keenly detected. The most direct change was the emergence of the opportunity for foundation establishment. The moment he broke through the 9th layer, a layer of understanding naturally formed in his mind. He had succeeded in breaking through to the 9th layer of chi refinement. In an instant he felt completely transparent, his body light as a feather. A powerful force far surpassing that of the 8th, for him, now foundation establishment, was already within reach. Ordinary cultivators upon reaching this stage would be overjoyed, immediately stopping to consolidate their realms and prepare for foundation establishment. After all, for 90% of cultivators the 9th layer is the end point. The earlier one establishes their foundation, the more stable it is, and the less life essence it wastes. But Su Yun's heart was completely calm, even extraordinarily so. His goal was the grand perfection of the 13th layer of chi refinement. Su Yun suppressed the thought of foundation establishment, not pausing for a moment. The restless spiritual energy from just breaking through the 9th layer was forcefully stabilized by him. The realm was thoroughly solidified with no trace of instability. Following that, he resumed his frenzied absorption mode. His eyes remained tightly closed, and his mind sank into his dantian. The golden spirit art ran at full speed, no longer holding back. Buzz. Instantly the spiritual energy in the entire room was drawn away. The piles of spirit stones on the ground shimmered wildly. Strands and wisps of pure spiritual energy continuously peeled away, transforming into visible white streams that surged violently into Su Yun's body. The spirit stones dimmed, became ineffective, and shattered at a visibly rapid pace. Su Yun's meridians, under the relentless wash of the vast spiritual power, were gradually expanded, widened, and refined. In just a short moment, his meridian width, toughness, and carrying capacity underwent a complete transformation far surpassing that of a chi refinement cultivator. Comparable to the meridian foundation of an ordinary foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Golden spiritual energy surged through the wide meridians, flowing smoothly like a river merging into the sea, washing, honing, and expanding. This cycle continued endlessly. If it were any ordinary cultivator daring to absorb spiritual energy in such a violent manner, their meridians would have already burst under the violent spiritual force. At best, they would be severely injured, their cultivation wasted. At worst, they would explode and die. No one would dare cultivate this way. It would be a suicidal practice. But Su Yun could completely withstand it. Others' limits were merely his starting point. The cultivation methods that others dared not approach were for him the most routine leveling up operations. In the secret chamber, spirit stones continued to be consumed. Spiritual energy was repeatedly exhausted, regenerated, and surged in. Su Yun's aura grew increasingly thick and stable. Uncertain how long he had been in seclusion. In the training room, the ground was thickly covered with shattered spirit stones. Su Yun sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes tightly closed, his breath steady as a mountain. A vast amount of spiritual energy washed over his meridians day after day, filling his dantian and tempering his flesh. At this moment, his internal spiritual power had already reached its peak. His dantian's chi expanded to its limit, with golden spiritual power condensing into a tangible form. He had already touched the threshold of the 10th level of chi refinement. It seemed to be separated by only a minor realm. However, the difficulty involved was beyond the imagination of outsiders. In the minds of ordinary cultivators, the 9th level of chi refinement was already the endpoint. Ascending beyond the 9th level belonged to an extraordinary realm of cultivation. This barrier was exceedingly terrifying, with its difficulty, spiritual energy requirements, and physical endurance demands. It was no less formidable than breaking through to Foundation establishment from the 9th level. Su Yun directly took out 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, neatly stacking them around himself. A towering pile of spirit stones rose up, their spiritual light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire secret room. Everything was ready. It can begin now. Su Yun's mind settled, and he hesitated no longer. In an instant, the golden spirit art operated at its utmost limit. Hum! A dull tremor erupted from within Su Yun's body. The air around him was instantly vacuumed away. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around his body. A dense torrent of spiritual energy surged wildly from all directions into his body. The low-grade spirit stones piled beside him dimmed at a visible rate. 1, 10, 100. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones was instantly drained. The originally translucent spirit stones transformed into grayish waste stones in a second. The speed of spiritual energy consumption was terrifyingly extreme. Ordinary cultivators would reach their limit after absorbing just 1 or 2 spirit stones at a time. At this moment, Su Yun depleted hundreds of spirit stones simultaneously. A vast amount of pure spiritual energy violently surged into his extraordinarily wide meridians. The golden spiritual power raced through his meridians at lightning speed, colliding, crushing, and washing through. The 20,000 low-grade spirit stones continued to be consumed frantically. The majority of the spiritual power concentrated intensely, fiercely striking against the barrier that lay between the 9th and 10th levels. Crack, crack, crack. From deep within his body, faint sounds of shattering echoed continuously. That heavy barrier, comparable to the Foundation establishment bottleneck, was under relentless bombardment by the massive spiritual energy. Bit by bit, it cracked, collapsed, and disintegrated. The torrent of spiritual energy continuously broke through the barriers, opening up new meridian pathways and expanding the capacity of his Dantian. His flesh, bones, and skin underwent continuous transformation, strengthening and sublimating under the extreme refinement of spiritual energy. Boom! The last layer of barrier within him was completely shattered. The overwhelming golden spiritual power instantly filled his entire Dantian. 10th level of Qi refinement. He succeeded. Su Yun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes suddenly opened, a flash of golden light disappearing within his gaze. The breakthrough was complete, and his foundation was as solid as a rock. He examined himself, inwardly feeling an immense shock within. After breaking through to the 10th level, his body underwent earth-shattering changes, with his meridians widening nearly by half. Compared to the vast majority of early Foundation establishment cultivators, he was even stronger. His Danshan's Qi expanded several times, and the total amount of stored spiritual power surged dramatically. Su Yun estimated that his pure spiritual power foundation had completely crushed that of early Foundation establishment, comparable to mid-Foundation establishment cultivators. In the Qingyun Grand Hall, at dusk, Li Mofan had finished handling all matters of the sect. The hall returned to silence. He sat upright in the main seat, rubbing his forehead, slightly relaxing his mind. Suddenly a figure flashed through his mind. Su Yun. Ever since this disciple entered the sect and received resources for cultivation, moving into the Yunshi courtyard, he had come once, and then hadn't shown up for over a month. Li Mofan felt a slight puzzlement. Other disciples, even intersect geniuses, would come to seek their master's guidance, refine their techniques, and adjust their meridian operation every few days, fearing they might go astray or cultivate incorrectly. Yet Su Yun hadn't shown himself even once. Could it be that this lad has been cultivating smoothly without encountering any bottlenecks? Or perhaps he is slacking off in the courtyard, wasting his cultivation time. Li Mofan was somewhat uncertain. He pondered for a moment before turning to look outside the hall. Chu Fan. A figure immediately stepped into the grand hall, bowing respectfully. Sectmaster. Li Mofan inquired, has Su Yun come to consult you about cultivation issues in the past month? No, Chu Fan replied with a slight shake of his head. Li Mofan's curiosity increased. Go to the Yun, bring him to the grand hall, who I will personally ask him. I want to see what this brat has been doing while holed up in the courtyard. Understood, master. Chu Fan accepted the command and quickly left. Outside the Yunshi courtyard, 2 servant disciples stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Fan approach, they quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Senior Brother Chu. Chu Fan nodded and casually asked, is Senior Brother Su inside the courtyard? The sect master has summoned him. The servant disciple quickly responded, he has been in seclusion this entire time. Chu Fan nodded and approached the entrance to the seclusion stone chamber, calling out loudly, Senior Brother Su, please exit seclusion. The sect master wishes to see you. Inside the stone chamber, just as Su Yun was preparing to adjust his breath and continue his attempt to break through to the 11th level, he halted his movements upon hearing the voice. With a thought, he activated the breath-containing technique at full force. His breath dropped. 9th level, 8th level, 7th level. finally stabilizing at the 5th level of Qi refinement. After completing everything, Su Yun stood up and raised his hand to dispel the restrictions of the stone chamber. The stone door slowly opened. He stepped out confidently. Chu Fan instinctively swept his divine sense over him. In the next moment, he froze in place, his pupils wide with shock. 5th level of Qi refinement. Am I not seeing clearly? How long has it been since Su Yun entered? He jumped straight from an ordinary person to the 5th level of Qi refinement. This speed is absurd. A freak. Simply outrageous. 4 ordinary geniuses 1 level a month would already be enough to sweep through the entire younger generation of Qinyan sect. Yet he is breaking through more than 2 levels a month. Chu Fan inhaled sharply in disbelief. At this rate, within half a year, he might truly reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Though deeply shocked, Chu Fan quickly regained his composure. Senior brother's rapid advancement is commendable. The sect master is waiting in the grand hall. Please follow me. Thank you, junior brother. The two no longer spoke further, moving quickly toward the main peak grand hall. Along the way, Chu Fan still found it hard to calm his mind. Geniuses and monsters are indeed 2 different species. In the Qingyun grand hall, the two stepped inside. Su Yun bowed respectfully. Disciple, Su Yun, greetings to master. So you do know to come. You haven't come to ask for guidance, clarify doubts, or pay respects. I thought you were slacking off in the courtyard, wasting your cultivation time. He had been joking casually. As soon as he finished speaking, he habitually released his divine sense and lightly scanned Su Yun's surroundings. In the next second, Li Mofan's figure abruptly shook. He stood up abruptly from his seat. His expression swiftly shifted from relaxation to shock. You have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yes, Su Yun acknowledged calmly. Master, I have been diligently cultivating without any slack, fortuitously breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Good, good, good. Li Mofan exclaimed 3 times, unable to hide the delight on his face. His heart was elated, blooming with joy. Indeed, he possesses a heavenly spiritual root. Indeed, he is my disciple Li Mofan. At this pace, within half a year, he will undoubtedly step into the 9th level of Qi refinement, without a doubt. Li Mofan paced excitedly for a couple of steps before turning his serious gaze towards Su Yun. Disciple, your talent is truly extraordinary. Others seek to quickly establish their foundations, immediately reaching the 9th level of perfection, fearing the delay of their lifespan. But you are different. Your foundation is exceptional, and your lifespan is completely abundant. I have a piece of advice for you. Do not rush into foundation establishment. While you are still young, with your vitality at its peak, your spirit pure, and your potential boundless, strive to solidify your foundation as much as possible. Stack as high as you can. Aim to reach the 11th level of Qi refinement before proceeding with foundation establishment. Such a solid foundation will be flawless, paving the way for a future of boundless possibilities. Countless talents have stagnated because they rushed into foundation establishment, solidifying too early and ultimately stopping short for a lifetime. I do not wish for my only disciple with a heavenly root to repeat the same mistake. Su Yun understood in his heart and slightly bowed. Disciple will remember master's teachings, striving for the utmost perfection in Qi refinement before breaking through to foundation establishment. Seeing his disciple obedient and sensible, with a calm demeanor free from any impatience or arrogance, Li Mofan was extremely satisfied. In a good mood, he waved his hand. A heavy storage bag flew out and landed in Su Yun's hands. Inside there are 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Take it and focus on your closed-door cultivation. I've also credited you with 1,000 contribution points. You need not worry about resources. I will support you. Su Yun accepted the storage bag, his mind stirring. Another substantial sum had been credited to him. He raised his head, his gaze resolute, and proactively requested. Master, I have a request. Speak. I wish to participate in the sect's grand competition in 2 months. I hope to secure a spot to enter the UNC secret realm for training. As soon as he said this, the joyful expression on Li Mofan's face slightly faded. He pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Su Yun, I know your talent is strong, but there are only 20 spots for the UNC secret realm in the entire sect. The competitors are all top disciples of Qi refinement at the 8th and 9th levels. You currently only have a cultivation level of 5, the gap is too great. The sect rules are in place, and even if you are my direct disciple, I cannot make exceptions or use backdoor methods. His original intention was to protect Su Yun. Though the secret realm holds opportunities, it also harbors dangers. He did not want his precious disciple to be prematurely embroiled in conflicts or face peril. However, Su Yun spoke firmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Master need not make exceptions for me nor open back doors for me. I guarantee I will break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement before the competition. My heavenly root possesses spiritual power far beyond my peers, and my foundation is solid. Even when facing veteran disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement, I will still have the strength to compete. I want to earn a spot in the secret realm through my own abilities. Li Mofan looked at the boy's steady and determined gaze, falling into deep thought. He wanted to shelter Su Yun under his wings, allowing him to cultivate steadily and grow gradually. But upon reflection, he realized that one cannot raise a towering powerhouse in a greenhouse. A smooth journey does not forge an invincible Dao heart. A cultivator's life is about defying the heavens, braving storms, cutting through thorns, and confronting life and death. Excessive protection, while seemingly affectionate, is actually a hindrance. Comfort too early only dulls the sharpness. Only by experiencing battles, competition, games, and trials can one truly grow, transform, and soar. In just a few moments, Li Mofan's thoughts became clear. He nodded seriously. Good. You have ambition. I will not make exceptions, show favoritism, or be biased. If you can make your way into the top 20 in the sect competition based on your own strength, then I will grant you entry into the UNC secret realm. Thank you, Master. Su Yun bowed slightly. Return to your closed-door cultivation and immerse yourself in rigorous training. In a little over a month, I will observe your performance. Disciple takes his leave. Su Yun turned and calmly exited the main hall. Return to your closed-door cultivation and immerse yourself in rigorous training. In a little over a month, I will observe your performance. Disciple takes his leave. Su Yun turned. After leaving the main hall, Su Yun did not immediately return to Yunshi Courtyard for closed-door cultivation. He turned his steps directly towards the sect's scripture pavilion. To maximize benefits within the secret realm, relying solely on hard power is far from enough. The secret realm is filled with opportunities, spirit herbs, and ancient artifacts. Su Yun did not accept fate. He wanted to actively search and precisely hunt treasures, gathering all the resources available in the secret realm. Therefore, he needed to learn a treasure. Su Yun did not accept fate. He wanted to actively search and precisely hunt treasures, gathering all the resources available in the secret realm. Therefore, he needed to learn a treasure hunting technique. Treasure hunting techniques do not belong to combat skills and are not mainstream auxiliary techniques. They are extremely niche. The reason treasure hunting techniques are niche is that no one practices them. The reason is very practical. Low-level treasure hunting techniques are ineffective. They can only sense shallow spiritual materials with a very limited range and weak sensitivity, hardly worth mentioning. High-level treasure hunting techniques have an extremely high threshold. The requirements for comprehension are absurd. The cultivation cycle is very long, and they consume a great deal of time and energy. Cultivators have limited lifespans. They prioritize improving combat strength and breaking through realms. No one is willing to waste a lot of time on a niche technique that does not directly enhance their strength. Over time, treasure hunting techniques have completely fallen into obscurity. Su Yun entered the scripture pavilion and went straight to the third floor. The third floor had very few people. Surrounded by bookshelves, it was filled with various obscure, miscellaneous, and special technique jade slips. The air was quiet, only the occasional soft sounds of disciples flipping through jade slips. Su Yun quickly sifted through the rows of bookshelves. After a moment, in the innermost corner of the bookshelf, a simple black jade slip caught his eye. 10,000 forms, spirit searching technique, level high-level niche secret technique. Effect: since the spiritual opportunities of heaven and earth lock onto heavenly materials and earthly treasures, remnants of secret realms, residual energies of ancient artifacts and hidden veins. Once fully cultivated, it can penetrate soil layers, bypass formations and shallow restrictions, precisely locating various hidden treasures. Su Yun's eyes brightened. This is it. This is precisely the versatile treasure hunting technique he needs. He picked up the jade slip and began to read the introductory notes and cultivation instructions. The first line was a bold warning. This technique is extremely difficult. Those lacking comprehension should not practice it, as it will waste contribution points and time. Forcing cultivation can easily lead to confusion of the spirit and soul. Turning the page, the cultivation thresholds, difficulties, and bottlenecks were all maxed out. Entry is difficult, small success is difficult, and great success is even harder. An ordinary genius might take a year to barely grasp the threshold. The entire jade slip is filled with dissuasions for those of mediocre talent. After scanning all the notes, Su Yun was unconcerned. Difficult. For others, it is an insurmountable chasm. For him, it is meaningless. No matter how difficult the technique, if others cannot master it in 10 days, he can do it in 1. If 1 day is not enough, then 2. As long as there is enough time, he can forcefully push it to perfection through 1,000-fold amplification. He looked at the price tag in the lower right corner of the jade slip. 1,000 contribution points. The price was steep enough to dissuade 9 out of 10 inner disciples. But for Su Yun, it was just right. The reward from his master not only provided spirit stones, but also 1,000 contribution points. It was a perfect match, not wasting a single point. Putting aside his thoughts, Su Yun turned to descend the stairs for registration and exchange. Just as he reached the third-floor landing, a soft, melodious female voice suddenly drifted down from the fourth floor. "Nephew, please wait." Su-Yun paused mid-step and looked up. Above him on the staircase, a graceful figure descended slowly. Clad in plain white robes, her figure slender and elegant with a smile in her eyes. It was none other than his junior master, Lu Shuang'er. Su-Yun's heart stirred instinctively. His first reaction was to pretend not to see her, to sidestep and slip away. This junior master was far too unpredictable. From their very first meeting, her words had been probing, her gaze always laced with scrutiny. Su-Yun wanted no entanglement with her and would avoid her whenever possible. But Lu Shuang'er's sharp eyes had already locked onto him. "Su-Yun, nephew, it's been a while. I didn't expect to run into you here." There was no escape. Su-Yun had no choice but to stop, a warm smile spreading across his face as he gave a slight bow. "Greetings, junior master." Lu Shuang'er approached him, her beautiful eyes sweeping over him lightly. In the next instant, a flicker of surprise passed through her gaze, which then melted into a faint smile. "Not bad. In just a little over a month, you've broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Your heavenly spiritual root aptitude is truly worthy of its reputation. At this rate of progress, you'll break through to foundation establishment in a few years. You grow more impressive with each passing day." Su-Yun replied modestly, his voice soft. "You flatter me, master. This disciple merely advanced steadily by luck. There are still many shortcomings." Lu Shuang'er shook her head, her eyes carrying a mix of admiration and amusement. "I have high hopes for you. Cultivate diligently and break through to foundation establishment soon. Once you succeed, your master will take you out to see the wider world." Su-Yun bowed slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, master. This disciple will surely cultivate with diligence." With those words, he dared not linger. Bowing once more, he promptly took his leave. "If you have no further instructions, master, this disciple will take his leave." Without waiting for Lu Shuang'er's reply, Su-Yun turned and hurried down the stairs. Behind him, Lu Shuang'er watched his retreating figure. Her gentle smile remained unchanged. Only after stepping out of the technique pavilion did Su-Yun let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Shuang'er was far from simple. He would avoid her as much as possible from now on. The scene shifted. In Lingzhou, the northern wastelands, the most desolate, frigid, and perilous region in all of Lingzhou, the mountains were withered and black, barren of life. Howling gales raged year-round, carrying bone-chilling cold across shattered cliffs. A thin black mist perpetually hung in the air, reeking of decay and death, thick with malevolent energy. There were no lush green mountains or abundant spiritual energy here, only endless desolate peaks, scattered bones, and eerie winds. A century ago, the great battle between the righteous and demonic sects had ended. The demonic path had been routed, its forces shattered. The Ghostfire sect, one of the main demonic powers in Lingzhou, had suffered devastating losses, its foundations broken. In defeat, the 5 great righteous sects had joined forces to expel them. They had been driven from the fertile heartlands of Lingzhou into this desolate northern wasteland. For 100 years, the Ghostfire sect had cowered here, lying low and making no trouble. Outwardly, they appeared as defeated remnants, barely clinging to life. In truth, they had endured hardship, recuperated, and secretly amassed power. Across the entire northern wastelands, the sect had carved out hundreds of caverns and underground palaces, layer upon layer stretching for 100 miles, forming a vast subterranean sect stronghold, perpetually shrouded in darkness, gathering energy with ghost fire flickering everywhere. This was the Ghostfire sect's core headquarters. In the deepest chamber, the main hall was built entirely from black stone, its walls engraved with dark, ghostly flame patterns. Pale green ghost fire hovered beneath the ceiling, flickering dimly, casting an eerie glow over the entire hall. The atmosphere was cold, oppressive, and suffocating. On the main seat sat a single figure, draped in a black, dragon-embroidered robe, wearing a matte black ghost mask that concealed his entire face, revealing only his mouth and a pair of unfathomable eyes. He was Liao Zhe, the Ghostfire sect's sect master at the late Golden Core stage. On either side of the hall stood 6 figures, their auras steady and powerful, with faint Golden Core spiritual energy emanating from them. These were the 6 elders and protectors of the Ghostfire sect, all Golden Core true persons. Such a foundation far surpassed the sect's shattered state at the end of the war a century ago. In the center of the hall stood 4 young disciples. Their auras were youthful yet fierce, each with defiant eyes and a killing intent. They were all personal disciples of Sect Master Liao Zhe, holding revered positions and commanding their own domains. They spent their time outside, carrying out assassinations, ambushes, and reconnaissance missions. Liao Jun, the young master, was the foremost among them. He stepped forward and reported in a low voice. "Master, esteemed elders, this time I infiltrated the Qingyun sect's territory, hunting in batches. Over the course of a month, we intercepted and killed 34 outer and inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. The only regret is that one of my squads, 23 elite hunters, was ambushed by an unknown powerful figure in a valley and was wiped out. As his words fell, a young disciple in blue on the left let out a sneer, his tone mocking. 34 kills sounds impressive on the surface. But you led the mission personally and still lost an elite squad. 23 sect elites, all buried. In the end, it's your overconfidence and recklessness, young master. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Liao Jun's gaze turned icy as he glared at the speaker. This blue-clad disciple, also a personal student of Liao Ze, was named Zhou Hong. At the mid-foundation establishment stage, he was highly talented and had always been at odds with Liao Jun. Though they were fellow disciples, they were natural rivals. All were personal disciples of the sect master, each vying for the right to succeed the sect's leadership. On the surface, they maintained harmony, but in private, they constantly competed and undermined one another. Given any leverage, they would never let it slip. Zhou Hong continued in a calm, provocative tone. The four of us each targeted one of the four righteous sects. I killed 27 Danxiao sect disciples with 0 losses. The other 2 junior brothers also achieved rich results without a single casualty. Only you, young master, suffered losses. If this gets out, people might think the Ghostfire sect's young master is all show. His words struck Liao Jun's weakness mercilessly. The other 2 disciples stood by watching without interfering. Liao Jun's face darkened completely, fury surging in his eyes. Zhou Hong. The valley ambush was an unforeseen accident. The enemy concealed his cultivation and attacked by surprise. It wasn't my command failure. Your 0 losses were just luck thanks to Danxiao sect's lax defenses. The 2 were on the verge of open conflict. The elders on either side remained impassive, calmly observing the internal rivalry. In demonic sects, the strong preyed on the weak. Competition bred the strongest. Just as the argument was about to erupt, Liao Ze spoke calmly from his seat. Enough. The 2 immediately fell silent, each retreating half a step. Your recent missions to harass the righteous sects were all well executed. Killing their young disciples weakens their next generation. The objective has been achieved. A few losses are not worth dwelling on. He neither reprimanded Liao Jun nor favored Zhou Hong. In his view, as long as the overall strategy succeeded, local setbacks were acceptable. Liao Ze scanned the high-ranking members present, his tone growing heavy. A century has passed. A full 100 years of forbearance and restraint. 100 years ago, during the battle between the righteous and the demonic, our demonic coalition failed just at the brink of success. We lost our territories, our sects were defeated, and countless disciples perished. We were driven to the northern wasteland by the righteous, barely surviving. The world believes that my Ghostfire sect has long been rendered obsolete, with no strength left to retaliate. Yet they do not know. For this past century, we have never ceased. In secret, we expanded our sect, nurtured disciples, stockpiled resources, honed our techniques, and forged alliances with other demonic forces. Today, the overall strength of my Ghostfire sect far surpasses the peak we reached 100 years ago. His words ignited a fervor in the eyes of all the elders and protectors present. A century of oppression, a century of indignation. Everyone remembers the humiliation of fleeing in defeat back then. Everyone recalls the hatred for the righteous cultivators who slaughtered our demonic kind, seized our spiritual veins, and divided our blessed lands. Liao Ze continued in a low voice. Not just my Ghostfire sect. The entire demonic path across the 9 provinces has been lying in wait for the past century. Now the time has come. The demonic forces in Yuzhou have mobilized en masse, launching a massive offensive against the righteous sects. The flames of war have been thoroughly ignited. The other 6 provinces, all demonic forces, are poised to strike, just waiting for the signal. A new wave of chaos between the righteous and the demonic is about to sweep across the entire 9 provinces. This time we will reclaim the territory's resources, reputation, and fortune that we lost 100 years ago. We will take them all back by our own hands. Inside the grand hall, all the Golden Core elders' eyes were filled with fervor, their breath stirred. It is finally happening. After 100 years, we will no longer have to hide away in this northern wasteland gathering dust. Those hypocrites of the righteous path occupied our spiritual veins and killed our disciples. It is time to settle old scores. After a century of recuperation, our demonic path is no longer what it used to be. This battle will surely turn the tide. Low murmurs began to rise, and the battle intent in the hall surged. Liao Ze raised his hand to quell the agitation among the crowd. I have already secretly contacted the Hehuan sect and reached a pact. At that time, my Ghostfire sect and Hehuan sect will strike together. Just then, Liao Jun stepped forward, his gaze sharp, taking the initiative to speak. Master, esteemed elders, I have a plan that could deal a heavy blow to the foundations of the 5 major sects in advance. Everyone turned to look at him. Liao Jun said solemnly, in 2 months the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm will be opened on schedule. The rules of the Secret Realm state that only disciples in the Qi refining stage may enter. At that time, all the elite and talented disciples of the five major sects in Lingzhou will enter the secret realm to compete for opportunities and seize resources. We can take this opportunity to infiltrate the secret realm. Within the secret realm, we can hunt down the young talents of the five major sects. By eliminating their new generation, we can cut off their inheritance. At these words, all present in the hall suddenly brightened with excitement. Liao Ze's eyes under the mask lit up slightly, and he nodded slowly. This plan is feasible. We will collect a wave of interest first. However, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and spoke up to dissuade. Sect Master, young master. The Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm is jointly controlled by the five major sects. The barriers of the secret realm are solid sealed with the combined seals of the five sects. Only the combined key of the five sects can open it. For us, an outside force to infiltrate the secret realm is nearly impossible. Forcibly breaking through the barrier comes with a tremendous cost and an extremely high risk. Liao Jun spoke. The Grand Elder, the sect's Rift Void Glass Order, can forcibly tear a temporary passage into the secret realm. It is sufficient to support a team of elites to infiltrate the interior of the secret realm. The Grand Elder's expression remained grave. Every time the Rift Void Glass Order forcibly tears apart space, it drains the essence of the spiritual artifact. The cost is too heavy and not worth the loss. Inside the Grand Hall, a brief divergence appeared. Liao Ze was silent for a moment before suddenly making a decision. The cost is worth it. The loss of one spiritual artifact can exchange for the downfall of an entire generation of talents from the five major sects. This transaction is guaranteed to be profitable. I will personally activate the treasure to open the secret realm passage. Liao Jun's eyes sharpened as he bent his body to request. Master, I am willing to personally lead the team into the secret realm. This time I will give it my all. I will eliminate all the disciples of the five major sects. Liao Ze nodded slowly. Good. I grant permission. The scene shifts. In the Yunshi courtyard, the closed-door stone chamber. The restrictions fully activated, sealing off all sounds and energy leaks. Su Yun returned from the technique pavilion without any delay. He immediately sat cross-legged on a mat and took out the jade slip for the myriad phenomena spiritual seeking technique. He intended to first practice this third-tier treasure-seeking secret technique to perfection. With his divine sense immersed in the jade slip, Su Yun began to comprehend. At that moment, he truly felt the difficulty of cultivating a third-tier technique. It was completely on a different level from the foundational first and second-tier techniques. The principles were obscure, the patterns were intricate, and the spiritual resonance trajectories were twisted and hard to understand. Ordinary outer sect disciples, even if they obtained the complete jade slip, would take 10 days or half a month to barely touch the threshold of entry. It was tedious, mentally exhausting, and extremely reliant on comprehension. No wonder in the entire Qingyun sect, almost no one cultivated treasure-seeking techniques. The combat power does not increase, it takes a long time, and the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. No one is willing to waste precious cultivation time on such a miscellaneous technique. Su Yun patiently unraveled the principles little by little, deducing the spiritual paths. With the enhancement of 1,000-fold comprehension increase, he finally grasped the entry barrier thoroughly. With a hum, a faint transparent aura of spiritual seeking emanated from his brow. The myriad phenomena spiritual seeking technique succeeded in its entry. After entering, Su Yun raised his hand to test it. A weak perception expanded, covering only a radius of 100 feet around him. The range was extremely small, and the perception was vague, only able to capture the most concentrated aura of spiritual materials nearby. Full of flaws, it was hardly practical. Indeed, entering was just the beginning. Su Yun showed no signs of slackening. Since he was going to practice, he would practice to perfection. What he sought was not just functionality, but thorough mastery. In the time that followed, Su Yun repeatedly deduced the trajectories of spiritual resonance, repeatedly triggering the technique to harmonize with his physical and spiritual senses. With 1,000-fold enhancement fully operational, all obscure principles, complex patterns, and hidden perception logics were forcibly comprehended, smoothed out, and interconnected. When the date arrived, an expansive, clear, and boundless invisible perception spread out from the center of Su Yun's body. The myriad phenomena spiritual seeking technique reached perfection. At this moment, activating the technique was a completely different concept. The invisible perception enveloped all around, extending a full 20 miles. Within 20 miles, all treasures hidden in soil and stone, concealed in grass and trees, or sealed within shallow restrictions, were laid bare. Points of spiritual light, dense and numerous, appeared in his perceptual vision. The smaller the light cluster, the lower the grade. The brighter and more brilliant the light cluster, the higher the treasure's rank and the richer the spiritual energy. This kind of perception far surpassed a cultivator's spiritual sense. Spiritual sense could only probe the living sense spiritual power and detect hostility. Yet it could not uncover spiritual herbs, ores, or ancient artifacts buried deep underground. The myriad phenomena spiritual seeking technique specialized in concealment and treasure seeking. Su Yun's mind expanded as he swiftly scanned the entire Tianshu Peak region. Countless points of spiritual light filled his vision. Around Tianshu Peak, the light points piled up like clouds, dense and uncountable. The closer he got to the main peak, near the Qingyun Grand Hall, the more brilliant the spiritual light became. In several core underground locations, the light clusters shone blindingly, undoubtedly high-grade treasures hidden by the sect. Su Yun couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Indeed, the foundations of a grand sect are unfathomable. With this technique in hand, the expedition to the secret realm is sure to be a profitable venture. Su Yun retracted his perception, his eyes filled with determination. Next, he would charge to the 13th layer of Qi refining. He intended to max out his Qi refining limit before the sect tournament. The seclusion continued. In the days that followed, the spiritual energy in the stone chamber was inexhaustible, and spirit stones burned in heaps. From the 10th layer of Qi refining, he continued to force his way forward. The further he progressed, the more Su Yun realized the terrifying consumption of high-level Qi refining. After the 10th layer, each breakthrough required an exponential surge in spiritual energy, tenfold, dozens of times the difference. It was utterly incomparable to the earlier layers. The resources an ordinary cultivator used to break through from the 9th layer to foundation establishment were less than a fraction of what he needed to go from the 10th to the 11th layer. The moment he stepped into the 11th layer, Su Yun clearly felt a qualitative transformation in his body, meridians and resonance with heaven and earth. Ancient texts recorded that above the 10th layer was transcendent Qi refining. It surpassed the realm of ordinary cultivators, his body nearing a spiritual form, drastically enhancing the efficiency of Qi resonance. The descriptions in books were ultimately shallow. Only through personal experience did he realize the terror of the gap. His ability to absorb, attune to, and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged several times over. The spiritual energy around him seemed to submit, moving with his heart and arriving at his thought. When he broke through to the 12th layer of Qi refining, his Dantian's capacity exploded open. If the Dantian of an ordinary 9th layer Qi refining cultivator was like an ordinary well, and a foundation establishment cultivator's Dantian was a small pond, then his Dantian at this moment was a large pond. His meridians had undergone an extreme transformation. In the early 10th layer of Qi refining, his meridians were as wide as a 4-lane road. After the 12th layer, they had directly widened into a 12-lane road. His physical body was comparable to a low-grade magical artifact, and his meridian resilience far surpassed all cultivators below the golden core stage. The violent spiritual energy surging through him not only failed to harm his body, but continuously tempered and strengthened his foundation. The operation speed of the golden spirit art reached an astonishing level. Previously, one major circulation cycle took a minute. Now he completed a full cycle in just a few breaths. The faster the spiritual power circulated, the higher the efficiency of the technique's conversion, the more monstrous the breakthrough speed, and the more invincible the endurance. But this came with a terrifying consumption of spirit stones. The mountain-like pile of low-grade spirit stones was completely exhausted, not a single one left. Even Su Yun was startled by this rate of consumption. Such a vast reserve of spirit stones would be enough for an ordinary genius to cultivate from Qi refining all the way to the late foundation establishment stage, even touching the threshold of the golden core. For others, it was a lifetime's foundation. For him, it was only enough to rush to the 12th layer of Qi refining. At this moment, he fully understood why throughout the ages no one was willing to pile up layers beyond the 10th of Qi refining. It wasn't that they didn't want to perfect their Dao foundation. It was that the resources simply couldn't bear it. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't afford such monstrous consumption. With the shackles of a 50-year lifespan ahead and a sea of resource consumption behind, who would dare to gamble? No wonder all ancient texts lacked records of the complete cultivation states for the 12th and 13th layers of Qi refining. Because the number of people who could achieve this was vanishingly few. Su Yun's heart grew more resolute. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. He had a 1,000-fold amplification, a sea of resources, and a heaven-defying physique. Others' limits were merely his starting point. Su Yun held nothing back. He raised his hand and took out all the stock from his storage pouch. Over 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked before him, their spiritual light soaring to the heavens. The final step, the 13th layer of Qi refining achieved. Su Yun's mind returned to focus, his eyes gently closing. The technique raced at full speed. Rumble, the spiritual energy in the stone chamber wildly poured in. The brilliant streams of spiritual energy manifesting as a solid river of light madly surged into his 7 apertures, pores, meridians, and Dantian. Su Yun's entire being was like an engine running at overdrive. He devoured, transformed, and piled up his foundation with wild abandon. His dantian expanded, compressed, solidified, and enlarged again and again. His meridians continuously widened, his body was constantly tempered, and his soul was ceaselessly nourished. A faint golden light radiated from his entire body, glowing as spiritual energy coiled around him. After an unknown amount of time, bang, the final shackle within his body shattered completely. The 13th layer of Qi refining. Achieved. In an instant, Su Yun felt as if he had undergone a second marrow cleansing and meridian washing. All the minute impurities, meridian blockages, and physical flaws within his body were thoroughly eliminated. He slowly opened his eyes. A glint of golden light flashed in his gaze and vanished, his aura heavy as a mountain, yet inwardly restrained without a trace. Examining his inner self, he was directly stunned. The capacity of his dantian had once again surged several times over, likely surpassing even a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. He casually grabbed a medium-grade spirit stone, guiding it with his fingertip. In less than a minute, the entire spiritual energy of the medium-grade spirit stone was completely drained. This absorption speed was far beyond even a great cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment stage. Su Yun rose and looked at the foundation establishment level testing stone on one side of the stone chamber. This testing stone could withstand a full force strike from a late foundation establishment cultivator without shattering. He lightly formed a hand seal with his fingertip. A golden blade instantly condensed and took shape. Whoosh. A flash of golden light streaked past. In the next instant, the extremely hard testing stone capable of resisting late foundation establishment attacks was directly pierced through in an instant. A smooth, transparent hole ran through the entire massive rock. The cross-section was even, and the residual power of the spiritual energy exploded and scattered. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, it was no exaggeration to say that within the foundation establishment realm, he was unmatched under heaven. Time passed swiftly. Only a few days remained until the Qingyun sect's grand tournament. Across the entire sect, the atmosphere quietly tightened. Disciples who had been in seclusion for bitter cultivation gradually stopped and emerged one after another. Every training ground in the outer sect was filled with figures drenched in sweat, honing techniques and familiarizing themselves with moves. Everyone was seizing the final moments to sprint, aiming for better rankings in the tournament to compete for the precious slots in the Magnetic Abyss secret realm. Only the Cloud Rest courtyard remained tranquil. Since breaking through to the 13th layer of Qi refining, Su Yun had not continued to push his realm. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Qi refining. The next step was foundation establishment. Thus, Su Yun devoted all his energy to advancing his subsidiary skills. He began to delve into second-grade talismans. With the 1,000-fold amplification, his success rate, power, and quality in drawing talismans remained heaven-defying. Although second-grade spiritual talismans were more complex for him, it only required a bit more time to familiarize himself with the patterns. Alongside drawing talismans, he concurrently refined second-grade pills. With pills and talismans progressing in tandem after the tournament, casually selling a batch would bring in a huge income of spirit stones. Beyond these money-making skills, he also found time to study the basics of formations. In the cultivation world, formation masters held an extremely high status. Offensive, trapping, concealment, and mountain-protecting grand formations. None could do without formations. A top-tier formation master would be treated as an honored guest by any major sect or power. Having more skills never weighs one down. Mastering one more art meant one more backup path, one more hidden card. Since he had free time anyway, he used the gap before the tournament to learn a few more abilities to better navigate the world in the future. The day before the sect competition, in the Qingyun Great Hall, Li Mofan finished handling sect affairs and sent a message to Su Yun summoning him to the hall immediately. Before long, Su Yun stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully. Disciple, Su Yun, greetings to master. He had already perfectly reined in his aura, suppressing it to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Li Mofan instinctively swept his divine sense across. In the next moment, a broad smile blossomed on his face, filled with surprise and disbelief. 8th level. He couldn't help but exclaim softly. Just over a month ago, Su Yun was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Within just over 30 days, he had broken through 3 levels, reaching the 8th level. The further one goes, the more difficult the breakthroughs become. For ordinary cultivators, it often takes years of hard work to advance from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet for Su Yun, the breakthroughs seemed to come faster as he progressed. The further one goes, the more difficult the breakthroughs become. For ordinary cultivators, it often takes years of hard work to advance from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet for Su Yun, even as the sect leader accustomed to great storms, he felt a hint of envy deep within. The heavenly spiritual root is truly favored by the heavens. He suppressed the waves of emotion in his heart and spoke with a smile. Very good, very good. Breaking through 3 levels in just over a month to achieve the 8th level of cultivation is enough to amaze everyone. It seems that this time in the competition, you truly have the capability to vie for a spot in the secret realm. Su Yun slightly bowed. Disciple will give his all. Li Mofan nodded. The reason I called you here today is that your senior brother and second sister have returned from their training and will be arriving today. I want to introduce you to each other since you will all be family from now on, and it will be good to look out for one another. They will arrive shortly, please wait a moment. Su Yun stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting. Not long after 2 figures entered the Qingyun Great Hall one after the other. The leading man, dressed in a blue robe, had a composed face, a square jaw, and a heavy, restrained aura. His spiritual power was as steady as a mountain, clearly at the late stage of foundation establishment. He was Li Mofan's eldest disciple, Xiao Fan. Following closely behind was a woman in a light yellow dress with a charming appearance, lively eyes, a hint of a smile on her lips, and a bright and cheerful demeanor. She was also at the late stage of foundation establishment. The second sister, Yi Yirua. As soon as they entered, their gazes landed on Su Yun with a touch of curiosity. Li Mofan smiled and stood up to introduce them. He first looked at Su Yun, pointing at the two. Su Yun, this is your senior brother Xiao Fan, and your second sister Yi Yirua. Your senior brother and senior sister are exceptionally talented, having trained outside for many years with rich combat experience, and are top figures among the younger generation of our Qingyun sect. After finishing, he turned to Xiao Fan and Yi Yirua, smilingly introducing Su Yun. Feiner Yirua, this is my newly accepted direct disciple Su Yun. With a gold-type heavenly spiritual root, he has been in the sect for less than 4 months, and is already at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Please take good care of this little junior brother in the future. A few short sentences conveyed a wealth of information. In less than 4 months, achieving the 8th level of Qi refinement, with a heavenly spiritual root directly accepted by the sect leader. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of Xiao Fan and Yi Yirua. Even for those who were used to seeing geniuses, they were taken aback by this speed. Xiao Fan was the first to step forward, slightly nodding. Hello, junior brother, I am Xiao Fan. If you have any questions regarding cultivation or encounter troubles outside, feel free to come find me. Yi Yiruo's eyes brightened as she looked Su Yun up and down, playfully saying, wow, little junior brother is so impressive. Achieving the 8th level in 4 months is much faster than we were back then. If you ever encounter an opponent you can't handle, just come to your senior sister. I will have your back. Su Yun slightly cupped his hands in salute, showing complete courtesy. Greetings to senior brother and senior sister. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After a simple introduction, the atmosphere relaxed. Li Mofan's smile faded, his expression becoming serious as he said solemnly, Feiner Yirua, there is something I must inform you. After this return, do not go out for training again. Xiao Fan and Yi Yirua were both taken aback. Li Mofan continued, recently there have been frequent disturbances from the demonic path within Lingzhou. Over in Yozhou, the demonic path has already declared total war, and the other states are also rife with hidden currents. After 100 years of dormancy, forces like the Ghost Fire sect and the Hehuan sect are likely to return. From now on, Lingzhou will not be peaceful. As pillars of the younger generation of our sect, you both must remain in the sect, solidify your foundations, and be prepared at all times to face the coming storm. Xiao Fan's expression tightened. Disciple understands and will obey the master's orders. I will stay in the sect, solidify my cultivation, and protect the sect. Yi Yiruo's smile also faded as she nodded seriously. Master, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. The next day, just as dawn broke, dong, 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 the 3 heavy and distant sounds of the sect bell resonated throughout the entire Qingyun mountain range. The bell sound was deep and resonant, penetrating through the clouds and mist, sweeping across every courtyard and every cultivation station. The Qingyun sect, which had been silent for many days, instantly awakened. All disciples in seclusion emerged, and the outer sect, inner sect, and miscellaneous disciples, as well as the deacons, all began to move. In front of the main peak, a massive martial arts square. In the center of the square, 10 competition platforms were neatly erected. The stone platforms were about 10 feet high, spacious on all sides, and each platform was equipped with basic protective formations. These formations could cushion the impact of spells, preventing the aftershocks of battles from harming the observing disciples. The 10 platforms would hold competitions, simultaneously doubling efficiency and capable of accommodating the entire sect's contests. As the sky brightened and the sun rose, countless figures gathered from all directions. Thousands of outer sect disciples and hundreds of inner sect disciples, along with deacons and elder leaders, lined the sides of the observation platform. The flow of people was continuous, instantly filling the vast square. The observation platform was tiered and packed with no empty seats. The square's perimeter was crowded to the point of being impassable. The sound of voices surged, a clamor reaching the heavens. This was the grandest event of the Qingyun sect, held every 5 years. No disciple wished to miss it. All eyes were focused on the 10 platforms in the center. Inside the venue, discussions, speculations, and debates rose and fell with waves of excitement. The day of the competition has finally arrived. After 2 months of anticipation, we have been waiting for today. This competition is different as it coincides with the opening of the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm, and the spots are incredibly precious. Don't think too much. There are only 20 spots for the Secret Realm, and with all the top talents of the sect gathered, there won't be any for ordinary disciples. Among the crowd, disciples whispered to each other, the atmosphere reaching an exhilarating peak. Some were counting the popular strong contenders, some were analyzing opponents' strengths, some were nervous and apprehensive, while others were filled with ambition. Many disciples were gathered to speculate on the top contender for this competition. I bet that the Outer Sect's senior brother Lin Shun will take first place. 8th level of Qi refinement perfection, half a foot into foundation establishment, his combat power crushes peers. This sect competition was divided into 2 main categories, the outer sect competition and the inner sect competition. The entry threshold was exceedingly high. Only those at the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels of Qi refinement could stand on the platforms. There were almost no low-level disciples below the 7th level who applied. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete, it was that they simply didn't have the qualifications. Going up would only result in being crushed instantly, bringing shame, and it would be better to observe and learn from experience. Meanwhile, all outer sect competitors were all under 50 years old. This was the unspoken iron rule of Qingyun's sect and the entire cultivation world. 50 years old is the watershed for a cultivator's vitality. If one is over 50 and remains stuck at Qi refinement, unable to break through to foundation establishment, it indicates limited potential, fixed talent, and a lifetime of mediocrity. Such disciples would no longer occupy the sect's cultivation resources. They would be uniformly assigned, either dispatched to secular cities to manage sect enterprises or stationed at spiritual fields, herb gardens, and mines performing menial tasks. Thus, on the competition platforms today, every single one of them was an elite among the younger generation, representing the future hopes of Qingyun sect. The lively atmosphere continued to escalate, reaching a fever pitch. Everyone took their positions, the arena was ready, and order was firmly established. At that moment, a figure slowly rose from the center of the viewing platform. The third elder, with half-white hair and a calm demeanor, looked solemn. As the presiding elder of this grand competition, he stepped forward, his spiritual power enveloping his voice, which resonated clearly throughout the venue, overpowering all the noise. Everyone quiet. In the noisy square, silence fell instantly. Thousands of disciples closed their mouths in unison, their gazes fixed intently on the third elder. The third elder scanned the 10 arenas, and the gathered disciples then spoke in a deep voice to announce the rules of the competition. This grand competition of the Qingyun sect is divided into 2 major groups. The first group consists of disciples in the Qi refining stage competing against each other. All Qi refining disciples are eligible to participate. The second group is for disciples in the foundation establishment stage, assessing the ranking among the inner sect foundation establishment disciples. This competition will adopt a random draw for matchups. One match will determine the outcome. The victor advances while the loser is eliminated, continuing until the final rankings are established. On the arena, matches will stop upon reaching a predetermined point. Intentional crippling of opponents' cultivation or deliberate killing of fellow disciples is strictly prohibited. Those who severely injure, maim, or kill will be directly disqualified from the competition, have their cultivation abolished, and be expelled from the sect. The rules were severe, each word resonating like a bell. It aimed to prevent infighting and enmity among disciples, to eliminate malicious harm. Then the third elder shifted his tone to reveal the ranking rewards that concerned everyone the most. Disciples competing in the Qi refining stage who rank in the top 20 will directly gain entry into the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. The top 100 disciples will receive 200 low-grade spirit stones and 100 sect contribution points. The generous rewards instantly made the disciples in the arena breathe rapidly, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Especially the 20 spots for the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. It was the ultimate opportunity that all young disciples longed for. The third elder looked at the agitated crowd and emphasized, adding in a solemn tone, "I reiterate, the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm opens once every 20 years. It is only accessible to Qi refining disciples. Within the secret realm, the spiritual energy is dense, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures await, with opportunities, foundations, and fortuitous encounters. For outer sect disciples, it is the greatest chance to overtake others and change their fate. If you miss today, you'll have to wait another 20 years. As his words fell, every heart in the outer sect thumped violently. 20 years. For Qi refining cultivators with limited lifespans, it is nearly half a lifetime. Missing this chance means that many would never set foot into the secret realm again. The participating disciples' expressions became incredibly resolute, their fists clenched, igniting their desire for victory deep within. The third elder surveyed the crowd and concluded in a serious tone. With the rules stated, the rewards are announced. Without further ado, the grand competition of the Qingyun sect officially begins. With a command, the arena was set into motion. The 10 arenas simultaneously activated their protective formations. The first to compete was the Outer Sect's Qi Refining Group. There were over 400 Qi Refining disciples registered to participate. The 10 arenas started simultaneously with random draws for matchups, taking turns to compete. The efficiency was remarkable. Over 400 participants were randomly matched, but all depended on luck. For a low-tier contestant at the 7th level of Qi Refining, drawing lots felt like gambling with their lives. If they were lucky enough to face someone of the same level, they would have a chance to fight back. If they were unlucky and drew a veteran disciple at the 8th or 9th level, it would be as good as a death sentence. On the arena, the situation changed rapidly. Some matches displayed a significant gap in strength. As both sides stepped onto the stage, their techniques were immediately apparent, and the offense and defense were quickly established. In a matter of moments, the victor was decided. The strong crushed with a palm, while the weak were sent flying off the arena. Clean and decisive, brutally straightforward. In some matches, the levels were similar. 7th level against 7th level, 8th level against 8th level. Techniques, intertwined spiritual energy clashed with back-and-forth exchanges. The battles lasted no more than half a quarter of an hour, exhausting their spiritual power and exhausting their techniques, ultimately revealing the victor. The 10 arenas erupted into chaos simultaneously. Golden lights, fire flames, wind blades, and water arrows, various fundamental techniques, continuously erupted. The protective formations of the arenas trembled frequently, and the sounds of explosions filled the air. Beautiful. That wind step evasion was absolutely incredible. It's over. A 7th level disciple taking on an 8th level one. Their spiritual power was crushed. No wonder they're an inner sect preparatory disciple. Their fundamentals are rock solid. Outer sect disciples watched with rapt attention. For them, these real combat matches at the same level were the most exhilarating. Each fight was a learning opportunity. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The 10 rounds of selection quickly concluded. More than half were eliminated, leaving only the remaining strong contestants. The rhythm of the arena was methodical, and the excitement in the venue continued to rise. At that moment, the elder in charge of announcing the draws spoke up clearly. Next match, Arena 9. The competing disciple is Su Yun. Su Yun, that new disciple who has been in the sect for less than 3 months. He actually signed up for the sect's grand competition. After a brief moment of silence, the venue erupted into Su Yun, that new disciple who has been in the sect for less than 3 months. He actually signed up for the sect's grand competition. After a brief moment of silence, the venue erupted into chaos. The discussions surged wildly, louder than any previous match. Su Yun, that personally taught disciple of the sect master. How long has he been in the sect? Not even 3 months. Does he even qualify to participate in the competition? Has he gone mad? The minimum requirement for the competition is the 7th level. What is this newcomer doing? Could it be he has already reached above the 7th level in just 3 months? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crowd's eyes were glued to the arena passage. They saw a slender young figure walking out calmly. Su Yun appeared calm as he stepped onto Arena 9. The moment his Qi Refining 8th level cultivation was fully revealed to everyone's perception, the crowd exploded. Ear-splitting gasps swept across the entire martial arts square. 8th level. My heavens. He truly is at the Qi Refining 8th level. 3 months. He has only been in the sect for over 3 months. From entry to the 8th level in just 3 months. Unbelievable. It's too outrageous. I barely reached the 3rd level after 3 years of hard training. The results of decades of hard work for others he achieved in 3 months. That's inhumane. The outer sect disciples were completely beside themselves. The veteran disciples of the inner sect had their pupils shaking. On the high platform, the seats for viewing were frozen in surprise. The 4 elders who had originally been leisurely watching the battle were suddenly stiffened. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness, envy, and heartache. The Grand Elder sighed slightly, his tone laden with envy. The sect master is truly fortunate. He has taken in on 1,000 years prodigy. 3 months to the 8th level. In my long life, I have never seen such a speed of growth. The second elder shook his head repeatedly, filled with regret. Missing out on this child is the greatest regret of my life. The 3rd and 4th elders nodded in agreement. The 4 of them became increasingly pained as they thought about it. Such a monstrous talent had been snatched away by Li Mofan. On the main seat, Li Mofan couldn't suppress the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth, feeling immensely pleased while pretending to remain calm. Yet the pride and delight in his eyes could not be hidden. Among the inner sect crowd, a cold gaze was fixated on Su Yun atop the arena. It belonged to Lin Hao, a direct disciple who harbored grudges against Su Yun. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was filled with disbelief, and his heart sank heavily. How could this be possible? In just 3 months, he had gone from a novice entering the sect to achieving the 8th level of Qi refinement. This speed of cultivation was simply monstrous and outrageous. A shadow flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he secretly sneered. So what if he breaks through quickly? Rushing growth only breeds a shaky foundation. Achieving the 8th level of Qi refinement may seem impressive, but it's merely a facade. He continued, in this competition there are dozens of disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Among them, more than half are seasoned disciples at the late stage or full completion of the 9th level. He added, you, a hastily trained novice at the 8th level, have no real combat experience. Daring to step onto the stage to show off is simply asking for humiliation. He thought to himself, eager to see how long Su Yun could last. As the crowd buzzed with excitement and discussion, the chief judge spoke again. Arena number 9, Wang Hui stepped forward. A tall figure stepped forward at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The moment his cultivation was revealed, the arena erupted for the second time. The wave of gasps was even more intense than before. He's actually a 9th level disciple. In the first round, he drew a big shot at the 9th level. It's over. Completely over. The gap between the 8th and 9th levels is an insurmountable chasm. For a newcomer to compete for the first time, it's a hellish start. Surely the sect master's direct disciple won't get eliminated in the first round. That would be too embarrassing. Just when he amazed everyone will he be knocked back to reality so quickly. All eyes were suddenly locked onto arena number 9. The thousands of spectators held their breath in anticipation. The murmurs gradually faded. Everyone was waiting to see the outcome. On the arena on the left, Su Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. On the right, Wang Hui stood tall, his spiritual energy flowing steadily. As a mid-stage 9th level cultivator, he was undoubtedly part of the top tier among the 400 outer sect competitors. Having roamed the outer mountains for years, he had slain fierce beasts and fought numerous times, possessing an abundance of real combat experience. To him, this match was a sure win. Wang Hui's gaze fell on Su Yun and his thoughts raced. No matter how much the outside world praised him, he was ultimately just a newcomer who had been in the sect for 3 months. In 3 months from the entry level to the 8th level of Qi refinement, his breakthrough speed was indeed astonishing, but the drawbacks were equally apparent. A hastily achieved realm meant a shaky foundation. His spiritual energy's density, the capacity of his meridians, and combat experience were all lacking. Simply put, he was nothing more than a decorative facade. What good is a heavenly spiritual root? Cultivation isn't just about stacking realms. Ultimately, it must be judged by real combat. With this thought, Wang Hui's desire grew even more fervent. Defeat Su Yun. This thought proliferated wildly. If he could defeat this much-admired genius with a heavenly spiritual root, he wouldn't need to think twice. He could instantly become famous throughout the Qingyun sect. Defeating a genius was worth far more than besting an ordinary 9th level disciple. For years to come, he could use this as a topic of conversation, boasting about it for a lifetime. At the edge of the platform, the chief judge cast his gaze over the two and spoke in a deep voice. Both sides, take your positions. The match begins. With his words, the match was set in motion. Buzz. Wang Hui's spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, without any hesitation, directly unleashing 90% of his strength. He formed hand seals, concentrating his energy at his fingertips. A blue spiritual light suddenly took shape, and dozens of sharp wind blades floated in midair, howling as they tore through the air. Wind blade. With a low shout, dozens of wind blades with a piercing sound surged towards Su Yun from all directions, sealing off all escape routes. A wave of astonished gasps arose from the audience. He's going all out right from the start. Wang Hui is too ruthless. Is he planning to end the match in a second? In the center of the arena, facing the onslaught of dense wind blades, Su Yun smiled slightly and casually raised a hand. The thick spiritual energy within him surged forth, instantly gathering in front of him. A translucent circular barrier of spiritual energy suddenly formed. Simple and basic, this was the most fundamental spiritual shield. In the next second, the dense wind blades collided against the surface of the transparent barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed. The blue wind blades raged against the surface of the spiritual shield, causing spiritual light to burst forth. After the attack concluded, the spiritual shield remained unscathed, not even brushing against the corner of Su Yun's clothing. The arena fell into silence. Wang Hui's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition rising in his heart for the first time. Impossible. Even with 90% of his power in wind techniques, he could force a 9th level completion disciple to reveal their true capabilities. How could he not even break a basic spiritual shield? With no time to think further, Wang Hui gritted his teeth and stopped holding back. I want to see how long your shield can hold up. He formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing all his spiritual energy. All out. Wind blades, wind spikes, and wind prisons, 3 types of wind techniques, formed in succession. The onslaught layered upon itself as a fierce wind swept across the entire arena. Streams of sharp techniques surged forward, crashing wildly against the spiritual shield. The violent shockwaves of spiritual energy radiated outward, creating countless shallow pits on the stone platform. Everyone could see the rampant storm of spiritual energy above the arena. Yet that simple transparent shield remained as sturdy as ever. From start to finish, there was not a hint of distortion nor a quiver. All the violent attacks sank without. Su Yun appeared relaxed, even casually rolling his wrist, looking through the shield at Wang Hu's ashen face, teasing. Junior brother Wang, this level of power is still insufficient. Show me your strongest attack, otherwise this match will be too boring. His words pierced straight into Wang Hu's pride like a needle. Wang Hu's face turned green with shame and anger. He slapped his storage bag with his left hand. A palm-sized blue jade flute shot out, hovering in midair. A mid-grade magical artifact, the Qing Feng flute. This was his trump card, an offensive artifact he had exchanged for after years of savings. Pressing his lips tightly against the flute, he poured his spiritual energy into it. A deep piercing sound erupted from the flute, filling the arena. An invisible wind domain instantly spread, and countless fine strands of wind coalesced into a slender wind spear. The wind spear solidified entirely with an intense blue spiritual light, emitting a terrifying might that pressed directly towards Su Yun. Let's see how you block this. This was the strongest strike he could currently unleash, pouring in all his spiritual energy and enhancing the artifact's power. Even a 9th-level completion disciple would not dare to confront it heat-in. The disciples below the stage held their breath, their hearts racing to their throats. The outcome rested on this one move. Buzz. The wind spear shot through the air, instantly reaching the barrier. A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the arena. The blinding blue spiritual light covered most of arena number 9, smoke and dust rising to obscure everyone's vision. After a few breaths, the dust slowly cleared. The clear, transparent spiritual shield still hovered in front of Su Yun. Its surface was pristine, not even a single crack had appeared. Wang Hui stood frozen in place, his hands trembling slightly, with more than half of his spiritual power depleted. He had poured all his cards' tenfold spiritual energy, combined with a fatal strike enhanced by magical artifacts. Could it be that he couldn't even break through the basic shield formed by the opponent's pure spiritual energy? At that moment, all of Wang Hu's pride, ambition, and unwillingness crumbled. The opponent had not moved a single step, nor changed expression, and had not even released a proper spell once. Relying solely on a casually formed spiritual shield, he had crushed Wang Hui completely. What else was there to fight? Continuing would only lead to self-humiliation, serving no purpose. Holding on would only waste his own spiritual energy, ultimately resulting in being effortlessly annihilated by the opponent. Wang Hu's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently. After a long silence, he bitterly spoke. I concede. The overwhelming noise and discussion swept across the arena. He conceded? Wang Hui at the mid-stage of the 9th layer directly conceded. My heavens, did I just see that right? Senior brother Su Yun didn't even strike back once. It was all defense, a one-sided crushing. That was a fatal move enhanced by magical artifacts. And it was just taken heat-in. What kind of monster is he? 3 months to reach the 8th layer is one thing, but his level of spiritual power is off the charts. Many outer disciples were left in a daze, their worldview shattered. In the inner disciple area, the uproar was equally loud. I watched closely. Su Yun didn't use any magical artifacts from start to finish. That shield was purely condensed from spiritual energy. There were no special defensive artifacts, no advanced defensive secret techniques, just relying on a solid foundation to withstand it. The thickness of this spiritual energy has long surpassed the refining stage, hasn't it? Among the crowd, Lin Hao's face darkened to an extreme. All the previous contempt, disdain, and ridicule transformed into stinging slaps mercilessly hit. On the 9th arena, upon hearing the concession, Su Yun casually dissipated the spiritual shield before him. He looked at the pale-faced Wang Hui and spoke calmly. Thank you for the lesson. The elder referee announced the result loudly. 9th arena, Su Yun wins. Advances to the next round. The battle on the 9th arena came to a close. The excitement in the venue could not be quelled for a long time. Everyone's mind echoed with the previously unbreakable spiritual shield. A newcomer at the 8th layer had forced an experienced disciple at the mid-9th layer to concede. Time passed slowly. In less than an hour, the first round of the sect competition ended. Over 400 participants, more than half eliminated, leaving only 198. Those who remained were all no weaklings. The weakest among them were at the mid to late 8th layer of refining, with the majority being the elite of the 9th layer. Next, the second round of draws began. The remaining disciples redrew their numbers, dividing the arenas. Countless gazes immediately locked onto Su Yun. Everyone was curious about which opponent this monstrous newcomer would draw in the second round. Soon the draw results were announced. 9th Arena, Su Yun. Opponent Zhao Kun at the peak of the 9th layer. The news spread, and the square instantly became restless. What the heck? Directly facing off against a peak 9th layer. I know Zhao Kun, an established powerhouse, just one step away from foundation establishment. His level of spiritual energy refinement is more than double that of Wang Hui just now. Now this will be a spectacle. Can Su Yun continue to create miracles? Discussions filled the air. Many disciples abandoned watching other arenas and flocked to the front of the 9th arena. On the high platform, several elders also straightened up, watching the 9th arena with great interest. In the 9th arena, Zhao Kun, dressed in black, stood tall, his spiritual energy condensed and unyielding. Compared to Wang Hui earlier, his aura was clearly much stronger. At the peak of the 9th layer, with abundant vitality, rich spiritual energy, and extremely rich combat experience. He learned from the disciples below about Su Yun's performance in the previous match. Pure spiritual energy had withstood a magical artifact's ultimate move, and the defense was terrifyingly outrageous. Zhao Kun was acutely aware that Su Yun's foundation was definitely abnormally solid, far from the rapid achiever that outsiders claimed. Trying to wear him down with conventional means was utterly futile. Since defense was ineffective, he would directly launch an aggressive assault. With the most ferocious offensive, he would crush the opponent. The elder referee stood at the side of the arena and spoke sternly. The second round, match 9, begins. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Kun wasted no time, immediately entering full power mode. Boom. The extremely thick, earthy yellow spiritual energy exploded, covering the entire arena. His fingers danced swiftly, forming seals at an incredible speed. Earth-based techniques stacked layer upon layer, rapidly taking shape. Rock lock cage. Shattered stones galore. Earth spikes. Countless earthy yellow fragments filled the air, crisscrossing and descending like a landslide, crushing down from all directions. The opening move was a lethal strike. Su Yun's expression remained calm and unperturbed. In the astonished gazes of all, he slowly raised his right arm. Simply a plain straight punch. Boom. A punch was thrown. The air exploded. The overwhelming earth techniques collapsed layer by layer, crumbling to pieces. The countless fragments were directly obliterated. The rock lock cage shattered instantly, and the earth spikes turned to nothingness. Zhao Kun's 3 major moves, unleashed with 90% of his spiritual energy, were all crushed by a single punch. Zhao Kun's pupils constricted suddenly, his entire body stiffened, his mind blank momentarily. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His carefully prepared ultimate combo was just gone like that. Su Yun slightly lifted his eyelids. Is this all you can do? As his words fell, the second punch followed suit. This punch was still extraordinarily simple. Zhao Kun's expression changed dramatically, a peak sense of crisis rising within him. With no time to think further, he gritted his teeth and poured all his remaining spiritual energy. His storage bag flashed, and 2 low-grade magical artifacts were summoned simultaneously. 1 earthy defensive jade shield, 1 sharp iron sword. Simultaneously activating his strongest defensive secret technique, layers of spiritual energy stacked upon his body surface. He had to give it his all to withstand this punch. Block it for me. Boom. The golden punch force collided violently with the defensive jade shield. Crack. The jade shield instantly cracked, becoming unusable. Immediately after, the protective spiritual energy layers shattered, and the secret technique barrier was rendered ineffective. Finally, it struck Zhao Kun's clothing. A forceful and domineering power instantly invaded his limbs and bones. Poof! Zhao Kun spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. The entire martial arts square fell into silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, jaws slightly agape, their minds completely blank. 1 round. 2 punches. Instantly defeating Zhao Kun at the peak of the 9th layer. Moments later, a deafening uproar swept through the entire martial arts arena. 2 punches. Only 2 punches ended the battle. What did I just see? Not even using spells, purely relying on physical power and spiritual pressure. No wonder he has a golden spiritual root. His offensive power is just too terrifying. The peak of the 9th layer. That's a top-tier genius, only 1 step away from foundation establishment. Before, I thought senior brother Su Yun's defense was outrageous, but now I realize his offense is the most terrifying. Thousands of outer disciples were emotionally stirred, shouting wildly. Who in the refining stage can stop him? At this level, the first place in this grand competition is already a foregone conclusion. Absolutely, it must be Su Yun. I even suspect that even inner disciples at the early foundation establishment stage might not be able to beat him in a heat-and clash. Below the arena, just landing, Zhao Kuan clutched his chest, a sharp pain surging through his organs, blood boiling. He looked up at the calm and serene figure of the young man on the stage. All that remained in his eyes was deep helplessness and defeat. Both being at the refining stage, the gap between them was already not on the same level. The elder referee took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and announced loudly, "Ninth arena, Su Yun victory. Advances to the third round. The second round has ended. The third round of the sect competition is about to begin. The remaining contestants are all elites. The weakest among them is at the later stage of the ninth layer of Qi refinement, each of them having fought their way through hundreds of disciples. In previous competitions, battles between these remaining participants would undoubtedly be perilous, taking long periods to determine a victor. However, this year most of everyone's attention is focused on the No. 9 arena. Only because of one person, Su Yun. The draw for the third round has concluded. When the crowd sees Su Yun's opponent, many disciples shake their heads in secret. His opponent is a seasoned inner sect disciple at the ninth layer's peak who has previously entered the top 20 in past competitions and possesses formidable strength. Everyone expected that this battle would at least showcase a thrilling top-tier confrontation. However, when the battle began, everything was settled in just 2 breaths. The opponent had just begun to position himself, and his internal spiritual power was only just starting to circulate. Su Yun stepped forward and simply threw a straight punch. The golden fist wind rushed towards him. The ninth layer disciple's pupils constricted, and a sense of helplessness surged within him. He knew very well that he could not withstand it. To forcibly take it would either result in serious injury or complete depletion of his energy and blood. In utter despair, he could only grit his teeth and loudly concede. The audience was in an uproar. From this battle onward, Su Yun's path of dominance officially commenced. The fourth round. His opponent is still a genius at the ninth layer's peak. This person learned from the previous experience and directly unleashed a defensive technique at the start, wrapping himself in layers of rock armor, intending to delay the match with his exceptional defense. In a battle of the same tier, this rock armor could withstand several strikes from magical tools. Yet before Su Yun, it was as if it did not exist. He still did not use any spells. Pure spiritual power gathered at his fingertips, and with a gentle tap, boom, the heavy rock armor shattered with a resounding crack. The residual force caused the opponent's energy and blood to surge, and his entire body went numb. The opponent's face turned pale, and without hesitation he conceded on the spot. In the following 2 days, rounds opened one after another. Everyone was completely numb. Whether the opponent was a soil-based cultivator proficient in defense, a fire-based cultivator skilled in explosive attacks, or a water-based cultivator adept at maneuvering, the outcome never changed. All matches ended in 1 round. Throughout, Su Yun had not unleashed a single spell. From start to finish, he relied solely on his physical prowess and the pure spiritual power, refined to perfection, supplemented by the simplest of punches and kicks. No Qi refinement disciple has yet appeared who could withstand a punch from him. Everyone comprehended. The gap between the two was no longer one of cultivation levels. Competing alongside Su Yun was in itself a form of torment. The opponents on the stage had their mental states continuously collapse. The once proud geniuses found it hard to muster the desire to even resist. Clearly they were all at the Qi refinement stage, but the pressure Su Yun exerted on them far exceeded that of their peers. It was the despair of low-level cultivators facing high-level powerhouses. The whispers from the audience transitioned from initial shock and doubt to silence, ultimately transforming into genuine admiration. This is absurd. Not using spells at all, merely pushing everyone back with pure spiritual power. Within the same realm, no one can force him to use any spells. I previously thought his foundation was shaky, but now it seems we are the frogs at the bottom of the well. At the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, there is no difference between him and a 7th layer disciple. To be honest, Su Yun's combat power has long surpassed the realm of Qi refinement. Many inner sect disciples privately judged. The solid strength Su Yun displayed at this moment had already exceeded that of early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. On the observation platform, Li Mofan leaned back in his chair, a smile never leaving his face. His mood was at its peak. The 4 elders sitting beside him wore extremely complex expressions. Envy, jealousy, and regret intertwined. At first they could still self-comfort thinking that Su Yun was just fast and breaking through, but his practical skills might not be top-notch. But having seen all this, they could no longer find any reason to comfort themselves. Both offense and defense integrated, invincible among peers with an abnormal foundation and stable mindset. Such a prodigy is rarely seen in a millennium. The competition advanced quickly, determining the final slots for the decisive matches. On the final stage, Su Yun's opponent is the second-ranked genius in comprehensive strength for the Qi refinement period, a top-tier disciple at the 9th layer's peak. This person has consistently held the first position among outer sect disciples for years, being just a step away from foundation establishment, with a deep foundation and extremely rich combat experience. He was the undisputed first choice in past competitions. However, this year he lived in Su Yun's shadow from start to finish. When the Chief Elder announced the two to take the stage for their duel, all eyes in the arena focused on the finals stage. Under the gaze of thousands, the second-ranked disciple slowly walked onto the arena. He raised his eyes to meet the calm expression of Su Yun. In just a few breaths, the fighting spirit that had arisen within him gradually faded until it completely vanished. He had witnessed all of Su Yun's previous matches. One move to break all techniques, overwhelming all ninth-layer cultivators. Compared to those who had lost before him, he realized their strengths were not much different. Going up would only result in taking another punch, leading to self-humiliation. There was no meaning in it. Rather than being crushed by one punch in front of everyone and losing face, it was better to concede voluntarily and retain some dignity. After a moment, this disciple took a deep breath and addressed the Chief Elder loudly. "I, the disciple, concede voluntarily." His words echoed throughout the entire martial arts plaza. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone understood what this statement represented. Before the duel even began, the opponent conceded. In other words, Su Yun won without a fight. The Chief Elder was momentarily stunned, then quickly regaining composure announced loudly, "In this sect competition of Qin Yun sect, in the Qi refinement category. First place, Su Yun." As his voice fell, the once quiet plaza erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Moments later, according to the rules, Su Yun stepped up to the highest observation platform. On the platform were the high-ranking members of the sect and personally taught disciples. Li Mofan stood up, his gaze landing on Su Yun filled with approval. He stepped forward and patted Su Yun on the shoulder, unabashedly showing his joy. "Well done. In this competition you have forcefully dominated your peers and claimed the championship. You have honored your teacher and the entire Qin Yun sect." Su Yun slightly bowed, saying, "All thanks to Master's guidance." The four elders nearby saw this and came forward to congratulate him. The eldest elder spoke first. "Young friend Su Yun, congratulations. So young yet with extraordinary combat power, your future is limitless." The second elder nodded in agreement. "In just 3 months since entering the sect, you have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. I am truly impressed." The other two elders also offered their congratulations. On the other side of the platform, senior brother Xiao Fan and second sister Yi Yuru stood side by side. The two watched all of Su Yun's arena battles. Xiao Fan spoke up. "The level of refinement of the little junior brother's spiritual power and physical foundation has already surpassed the limits of Qi refinement. Ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to suppress him." Yi Yuru exclaimed, "It's not just powerful, it's downright absurd." Not only did he crush his peers, but he also didn't use any spells throughout, relying solely on basic spiritual power in his punches and kicks. "I am now increasingly curious about how strong his true trump card really is." Xiao Fan smiled faintly. "Given time, our Qin Yun sect will gain another top-notch pillar." On the edge of the plaza, Lu Shuanger stood quietly. Her gaze was fixed on Su Yun atop the platform, and a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. Using only pure spiritual power to overwhelm all ninth-layer cultivators. The richness of his spiritual power far exceeds the Qi refinement level. Conservatively estimating, his true combat strength is already approaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lu Shuanger curled her red lips, slightly whispering to herself, "The golden spirit Ling, she truly lives up to its reputation. He's an interesting character. Next time I have the chance, I must personally test how strong your strength really is." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The foundation establishment tournament of the Qin Yun sect's inner disciples came to an end. Compared to the explosive dominance displayed by Su Yun in the Qi refinement group, the competition in the foundation establishment group appeared much more orderly. The participating disciples were all foundation establishment cultivators, exhibiting a balance of offense and defense with seasoned tactics. Each match lingered for a long time, and the outcome depended entirely on depth of skill and practical experience. The final rankings were settled. Senior brother Xiao Fan, with his post-foundation establishment strength and rich combat experience, defeated several formidable opponents in succession, firmly securing the first place in the foundation establishment group. Second sister Yi Yuru possessed extraordinary talent, but her weakness lay in her endurance for prolonged battles, ultimately stopping at third place. In just 3 days, the name Su Yun swept through the entire spiritual cultivation circle of Lingzhou like a tempest, spreading to every sect, big and small. He had only been in the sect for just over 3 months, starting from scratch in his cultivation. His talent was a golden spiritual root. With the cultivation base of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he overwhelmed disciples of the same stage, never using a single technique, relying solely on his physical prowess and pure spiritual power. to claim the title of the top Qi refinement disciple, forcing the second place contender to concede without a fight. A string of information interconnected, striking a heavy blow to the perceptions of all young cultivators in Lingzhou. Within the major sects of Lingzhou, one could hear disciples discussing endlessly. Are you crazy? 3 months. From 0 to the number 1 in Qi refinement. I have lived for nearly 100 years and have never seen someone break through at such an absurd speed. Even a golden spiritual root can't be this unreasonable, right? The most monstrous aspect isn't the realm, but the combat power. Not using any spells throughout, purely overwhelming the 9th layer completion with spiritual power, this foundation has already transcended the realm of Qi refinement. Qingyun sect has struck gold. Countless young disciples felt their mindset shatter, exclaiming about the absurdity. A typical genius would take 3 years to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement and would be cultivated as a prodigy by their sect. Yet Su Yun took only 3 months to accomplish what others could not achieve in over a decade. Admiration, jealousy, and shock intertwined, lingering throughout the righteous circles of Lingzhou. The 4 top sects of Lingzhou were Danxia sect, Bishui Pavilion, Xiang Valley, and Xinjin sect. All the sect leaders and high-ranking elders had complex feelings. Out of respect between righteous sects, the 4 sect leaders personally wrote messages on jade talismans, each message crossing mountains and rivers to reach the main hall of Qingyun sect. On the surface they were congratulatory, but the underlying tone was dripping with envy. In the main peaks Qingyun Hall, Li Mafeng sat in the main seat, continuously receiving dozens of jade talismans, tapping on them to reveal their uniformly congratulatory content. Each message praised Su Yun's extraordinary talent and envied him for having acquired a peerless prodigy. The accumulated joy from recent days reached its peak at this moment. The surrounding elders observed the uncontainable smile at the corner of his mouth and understood well this sect leader was about to start boasting again. As expected, Li Mafeng casually replied to the messages from the various sect leaders, his tone calm, yet his words were filled with boasting. You all are being overly complimentary. It's just a disciple, his talent is just passable, and he's merely a bit diligent in his cultivation. I didn't put in much effort in cultivating him, as he usually relies on his own exploration, and I occasionally offer a few casual pointers. There's no need for such exaggeration. A mere golden spiritual root is nothing noteworthy. A few simple words drove the 4 sect leaders to the brink of frustration. What does it mean to be just passable? What does it mean to be nothing noteworthy? A prodigy who topped Qi refinement in 3 months would be revered as an ancestor in any sect. Only Li Mafeng could enjoy the benefits while still pretending to be humble. The elders watching felt a mix of amusement and pity, yet no one dared to expose the truth. If they had received a disciple like Su Yun, they would be even more ostentatious than Li Mafeng. The righteous circles were all shaken, with hidden currents surging. Meanwhile, the demonic sects of Lingzhou updated their assassination list. The list included all the righteous talents with immense future potential who would severely obstruct the resurgence of the demonic path and must be eliminated in advance. On this day, a brand new name was written at the top of the list. Su Yun, priority highest. All demonic forces shared the intelligence, issuing unified assassination orders. Within the main hall of the Heguang sect, a group of elders surrounded a jade slip of information, their expressions grave. Golden spiritual root, a top-tier talent that is 1 in a million. A cultivator with a golden spiritual root faces no bottleneck in their cultivation, with combat power far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators at the same stage. What's even more terrifying is that this child's depth of skill is abnormally high. He can crush opponents of the same level in Qi refinement, nearing the combat power of foundation establishment. An elder with white hair spoke solemnly. We absolutely cannot allow him to grow unchecked. A cultivator with a golden spiritual root, as long as they don't fall midway, is guaranteed to reach the nascent soul, true monarch. With his talent, there's a high probability he could aim for the transformation realm in the future. We have already suffered a loss in the righteous versus demonic war 100 years ago. We cannot let a future nascent soul or transformation level prodigy take root within the righteous camp. All demonic sects in Lingzhou responded immediately. Anyone who encounters Su Yun outside must kill him at all costs. In the Ghost Fire sect's main hall, sect master Liao Zhe sat at the head, pinching a jade slip that contained all of Su Yun's information, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Liao Jun. I am here. Liao Jun stepped out from the lower ranks, bowing respectfully. Liao Zhe raised his eyes, his tone icy. After the opening of the Yuan magnetic secret realm, I will assign you a top priority task. Take 2 fully realized foundation establishment assassins into the secret realm. At all costs, eliminate Su Yun of the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Liao Jun raised an eyebrow slightly and instinctively replied, Father, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? After all, he is just a Qi refinement cultivator. No matter how monstrous his talent is, his realm is still there. I alone could easily crush him. There's no need to waste additional manpower and the sect's combat strength. In Liao Jun's view, a Foundation Establishment cultivator against a Qi Refinement 1 is inherently a dimensional suppression. Even if Su Yun's combat power surpasses early Foundation Establishment, as a mid-Foundation Establishment, he could hunt him down with ease. Liao Ze gently shook his head, his tone serious. For Su Yun to grow to this extent in just over 3 months, and to dominate all cultivators of the same level this child, is certainly not simple. Such monstrous prodigies must possess hidden cards and life-preserving treasures. I will not allow for any unexpected events. Once you encounter Su Yun, kill him with the utmost speed, eliminating all variables. Liao Jun, hearing this, put away his dismissive attitude, his expression serious. I understand, father. Rest assured, once inside the secret realm, I will definitely find Su Yun. Not only will I kill him, but I will also bring his corpse back to the sect intact to refine it into a top-tier corpse puppet. Liao Ze looked at his son, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. In the Qingyun Great Hall, Su Yun, having received the summons, stepped into the hall at the appointed time. He habitually scanned the spacious chamber before settling his gaze upon Li Mofan seated in the main position, bowing respectfully. Disciple Su Yun pays respects to Master. Su Yun straightened up and proactively inquired, Master, did you call for me regarding an important matter? Li Mofan remained silent for 2 breaths, avoiding any roundabout speech and getting straight to the point. The reason I summoned you today is due to a matter that concerns your very life. You have now been placed on the assassination list of the demonic forces of the 9 provinces. Su Yun's pupils constricted slightly, and his brow instinctively furrowed. Assassination list. What is that? Li Mofan leaned forward patiently, explaining the implications to Su Yun. The major demonic sects have an unwritten rule. The demonic sects share information, compiling a top-secret list known as the assassination list. Anyone who makes it onto this list is considered a top-tier genius within the righteous path, possessing the potential to threaten the demonic forces in the future. As he spoke, Li Mofan's tone grew more serious. To put it simply, once you are on this list, all disciples of the demonic path, rogue cultivators, and assassins will stop at nothing to strike you down upon encountering you. Assassination, ambush, poison, encirclement. No means will be spared. The demonic path has been lurking for 100 years, and what they fear most is not the old strongmen, but the continuously emerging new generation of prodigies. To eliminate these prodigies and cut off future threats is their consistent method. Su Yun's heart instantly awakened to the reality. He had dominated his peers in the sect competition, gaining fame throughout Lingzhou, appearing to be in a position of great glory. In reality, he had completely exposed himself to the hunting sites of the demonic path. A tall tree attracts the wind, and so it was. Su Yun pondered for a moment and asked, Master, do I hold a high priority on this list? Li Mofan nodded, his expression growing even graver. The highest priority. With your golden element spiritual root combined with your prodigious talent in the eyes of the demonic path, you are a potential nascent soul candidate, even having the chance to break through to the transformation stage. Such a level of genius will not be allowed to grow in peace by them. In the days to come, you must keep a low profile in all your actions. When leaving Qingyun sect, you must always disguise yourself. If you can avoid going out alone, do not go out alone at all. Su Yun replied earnestly, Disciple understands. He knew well that Li Mofan was not exaggerating. The methods of the demonic path are ruthless and unscrupulous. With his current strength at the 13th level of Qi refining, he was invincible during the Foundation establishment stage. However, if he were to encounter an old golden core expert, he would undoubtedly perish. Li Mofan raised his hand, swiping a storage ring. 4 items materialized in midair, slowly drifting towards Su Yun. A palm-sized black iron jade pendant along with 3 bright red square talismans. These 4 items, you must keep them well. Li Mofan pointed at the black iron jade pendant. This treasure is known as the Xianzhen Protective Pendant, a medium-grade defensive artifact. I have personally reinforced the array patterns on it, and under full activation it can withstand the full force of a perfected Foundation establishment attack. In critical moments it can save your life. He then pointed to the 3 red talismans. These are 3 killing talismans I personally refined. Each talisman contains 30% of my golden core's spiritual power, along with my exclusive killing technique. Once the talisman is activated, its lethality rivals that of a full-force strike from the mid-golden core stage. A flicker of shock passed through Su Yun's eyes. He understood all too well how terrifying 30% of a golden core cultivator's spiritual power could be. Li Mofan continued to advise, if you encounter an insurmountable deadlock, directly crush the talisman. On one hand, it will unleash a spell to attack the enemy. On the other hand, at the moment the talisman shatters, I will immediately lock onto your location. As long as it's not an old nascent soul expert who can instantly kill you, I am fully confident I can rush to your aid within Lingzhou. This statement was equivalent to providing Su Yun with 3 life-saving insurance policies. Su Yun caught the pendant and 3 talismans, storing them in his storage bag. Thank you for your kindness, master. Disciple will remember this. Li Mofan waved his hand, his expression returning to seriousness as he shifted the topic. I want to elaborate further, just know it in your heart. Additionally, I have one more thing to inform you. In 6 days, the UNC Secret Realm will officially open. All disciples of Qi Refining entering the Secret Realm will be under your command. I appoint you as the captain. Su Yun was taken aback. Li Mofan gazed directly into his eyes, speaking in a deep tone. Inside the Secret Realm, there will be not only the prodigies of the 4 major sects, but also hidden beasts, restrictions, and resource competition. I have but one requirement of you. Opportunities can be pursued, resources can be taken, but you must not act recklessly. If you encounter a life-threatening crisis, prioritize your own safety. Safely bring back all disciples of Qingyun sect. Su Yun gathered his thoughts and straightened his posture. Disciple obeys. Rest assured, master, I will prioritize the safety of everyone and will not act rashly. I will successfully complete the Secret Realm trial and ensure everyone returns safely. Li Mofan nodded. Go and rest. Prepare in advance, conserve your energy, and await the opening of the Secret Realm. Understood. Su Yun bowed once more and turned to exit the hall. As he stepped outside, the cool mountain breeze greeted his face. Su Yun looked up at the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance. Thoughts swirled within him. Just as he descended the white jade steps preparing to return to Yunshi Courtyard for a rest, a cheerful female voice suddenly called out from beside him. Junior brother. Su Yun instinctively turned his head. Yi Yuro, clad in a light yellow dress, walked briskly towards him. She looked up and down at Su Yun, grinning as she said, So it's you here, I've been looking for you. Su Yun halted his steps and clasped his hands. Senior sister. Did you need something? Yi Yuro stepped forward and casually took hold of Su Yun's arm. Don't just stand here, senior sister will take you to a wonderful place that will definitely surprise you. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then helplessly replied, Senior sister, please clarify where we are going. I still need to return to the courtyard to organize my things later. Oh, just follow me, and you'll see. Without giving him a chance to ask further, Yi Yuro tugged at Su Yun and turned towards the back mountain. With no other choice, Su Yun had to let her pull him along, following closely behind. The two moved along the bluish stone path of the main peak, heading towards the back mountain. The further they walked towards the back mountain, the more disciples they encountered on the path. Most were outer disciples walking in pairs, each face bearing an expression of anticipation. Conversations between disciples could be heard everywhere on the way. Hurry, hurry. If we get there late, the front row positions will be snatched away. This time I must make it to the 5th level and earn more contribution points for the sect. It's been a long time since I fought against demonic beasts. This is the perfect opportunity to hone my practical combat skills. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Su Yun's curiosity grew. Senior sister, stop keeping me in suspense. Where exactly are we going? And why are so many disciples heading there together? Seeing his curious expression, Yi Yuro finally divulged the answer. We are going to the Trial Tower located at the back mountain of Qingyun sect. Trial Tower. Su Yun raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled. Yi Yuro patiently explained in detail. No wonder you don't know about it. Your time in the sect is too short, and you've been focused solely on cultivation, hardly stepping out. The Trial Tower is our Qingyun sect's exclusive venue for practical trials. The sect opens it every 2 years, with each opening lasting a fixed duration of 1 month. You should understand that when venturing outside to train, having a high realm alone is not enough. True powerhouses possess not only abundant spiritual energy, but also substantial combat experience. However, the mountains and wilds are filled with demonic beasts, and the danger level is too high. Low-level disciples hunting demonic beasts alone have a very high mortality rate. One misstep can lead to death at the jaws of a demonic beast. Yi Yuro paused for a moment and continued to explain, the purpose of the Trial Tower is to resolve this issue. After each closure of the Trial Tower, the sect will specifically form a beast capture team, led by the Elder Deacon, to enter the mountains and capture low-level demon beasts. Once captured, they are all confined within the Trial Tower, managed by layers. This way the disciples do not have to risk venturing into the perilous deep mountains and can engage in combat with the demon beasts inside the tower. This allows them to accumulate practical combat experience, hone their techniques, and familiarize themselves with the rhythm of offense and defense, while also minimizing disciple casualties. For our young disciples who lack experience in slaying demon beasts, this is the best training ground. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly understood the significance of the Trial Tower. In simple terms, it is a safe training ground established by the sect, specifically designed for disciples to gain practical experience while avoiding the deadly risks of hunting demon beasts in the wild. It's very simple and practical. What level of demon beasts are there inside the trial tower? Yiyuro waved her hand. The trial tower has a total of 10 levels. Levels 1 to 9 are all filled with first-level demon beasts, but as the levels increase, the strength, number, and ferocity of the demon beasts also grow. The 10th level is the finale, where a second-level demon beast is confined alone, and its difficulty is the highest in the entire trial tower. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. Since arriving here, he had never hunted a demon beast. His previous activities had been confined entirely within the territory of Qingyun. As one of the 5 major sects in Lingzhou, Qingyun's sect had long since cleared the demon beasts within hundreds of miles. There were hardly any first-level demon beasts, let alone ordinary ferocious beasts. Seeing that Su Yun was interested, Yiyuro smiled, and added, "Moreover, there are rewards for breaking through the tower. For each level successfully cleared in the trial, the sect will issue corresponding contribution points. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards." Many disciples go wild during the opening of the trial tower, frantically clearing levels to earn contribution points to exchange for resources. Today just happens to be the day the trial tower reopens, and all the younger disciples of the sect are rushing to the back mountain. I thought that since you have been crushing your peers in the great competition, you would definitely clear the levels. Su Yun nodded slightly, a spark of battle intent rising in his eyes. In that case, I shall give it a try. Yiyuro looked at him with a hint of expectation, her smile growing wider. That's the spirit. Cultivation cannot only involve sparring with fellow disciples. Slaying demon beasts is the best way to sharpen one's temperament and killing moves. Junior brother, the trial tower may seem like just a place for disciples to gain practical experience and earn contribution points. But since the establishment of Qingyun sect, countless talents have emerged. However, the number of those who can clear all 10 levels of the trial tower with the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage from ancient times to the present is fewer than 3. Su Yun's eyes flickered with surprise. Fewer than 3. Don't think that the first 10 levels sound easy. The rules for clearing the trial tower are very rigid. One cannot exit midway. You must fight continuously from the first level to the 10th level. In the previous 9 levels, you will face dozens of first-level demon beasts in quick succession, causing your spiritual energy, physical strength, and mindset to be continuously depleted. My senior brother and I also attempted this back in the day. At that time, we were both at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement when we entered the tower. In the end, we both got stuck on the 10th level. Yiyuro's face showed a hint of helplessness as she spoke. The second-level demon beast on the 10th level is simply too outrageous. A second-level demon beast is equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. Its physical strength is formidable, its wildness is abundant, and its skin is tough and thick. By the time you reach it, your spiritual energy will be nearly exhausted from the previous 9 levels. Facing a second-level demon beast in a severely weakened state is simply not a match. Therefore, for thousands of years, countless talents have stopped at the 9th level, and no one has completed the 10th level easily. Then she shifted her tone and looked at Su Yun with determination. However, just because others cannot do it does not mean you cannot. I know that your true strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps today you will become the 4th person in 1,000 years to clear the trial tower of Qingyun sect. After a moment, the two arrived at the depths of the back mountain and passed through the restrictions. The trial tower suddenly appeared before their eyes. The tower body was entirely gray-black, forged from a special mysterious rock. Its overall appearance was not extravagant, occupying a small area with a simple and upright design consisting of 10 layers that reached into the clouds. From a distance, the tower seemed unremarkable, devoid of any flashy phenomena. Yet as one approached, they could faintly sense the spatial fluctuations within the tower. Yiyuro explained. Although it looks small from the outside, the inside is a completely different world. This trial tower itself is a magical treasure enhanced with a highly profound spatial folding formation. Each layer inside the tower is separately opened into an independent space. There are various terrains such as mountains, dense forests, caves, and canyons, specially simulating the habitats of wild demon beasts. Although it looks like a 10-story small building from the outside, each layer inside has an area of at least 10 miles in circumference. Su Yun understood. The spatial folding was also a common method used by large sects. It is perfectly suited for creating trial grounds. At this time, the area outside the trial tower was already crowded with people. Outer disciples gathered in groups around the square, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. Some disciples were queuing to enter the tower, while others had no intention of challenging it, staying behind to watch the excitement. After 2 years of closed-door cultivation, I finally broke through to the 8th layer. This time, I have to at least reach the 5th layer. What does that count for? My goal this time is directly aimed at the 6th layer to earn more contribution points to exchange for pills. As the crowd chatted, someone caught sight of the mountain path and suddenly shouted, "Look! Isn't that senior brother Su Yun?" The words instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison, landing on Su Yun. The originally noisy square fell silent for a brief moment, then erupted again. It really is Senior Brother Su. Is he also here for the Trial Tower? Could it be that Senior Brother Su is also planning to challenge the Trial Tower? Oh my, this is going to be a good show. Senior Brother Su will definitely be able to clear the levels. Some were excited while others were skeptical. I think it's unlikely. Don't blindly praise him. Senior Brother Su is indeed invincible in unknown combat, but the challenge mode of the Trial Tower is different. It requires continuous fighting, clearing 10 layers in one go. The first 9 layers can exhaust anyone. The second level Demon Beast on the 10th level possesses genuine foundation establishment level combat power, and even the strongest Chi refinement stage has its limits. Immediately supporters retorted, don't undermine our own. During the great competition, Senior Brother Su swept through all the Chi refinement disciples of the sect, crushing the 9th layer like child's play. His foundation is simply not something an ordinary Chi refinement cultivator can compare to, and with the enhancement of the heavenly spiritual roots, his spiritual energy is far more abundant than ordinary people. Just because others cannot do it does not mean Senior Brother Su cannot. Exactly. If anyone in our sect can clear the Chi refinement levels, it must be Senior Brother Su Yun. In 1,000 years, only 3 people have cleared it. If Senior Brother Su does, he will be the first person in a millennium. I will camp right here and not go anywhere just to witness history. The news spread rapidly. In just a few minutes, the word that Su Yun was preparing to challenge the Trial Tower spread from the back mountain to the outer and inner disciples. Many outer disciples who had originally dispersed rushed back to the back mountain. Even several inner disciples who were in closed-door training came out one after another, heading to the Trial Tower in the back mountain. Everyone wanted to see if Su Yun could accomplish what countless talents had failed to achieve for centuries. In the center of the square, Yi Yuro turned sideways, watching the disciples continuously streaming in from all directions, then looked at the calm-faced Su Yun and couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, it seems that almost everyone knows you are here to challenge the Trial Tower. Now you are the hope of all disciples in the sect. Go for it. Aim to clear all 10 layers. Senior sister will be outside the tower cheering for you the whole time. Su Yun raised his eyes, gazing at the 10-layer Trial Tower before him, a faint light flickering in his eyes. Since everyone wants to watch, then he shall break this millennium record. The trial begins. Su Yun's figure swayed and landed steadily. The first layer of the Trial Tower completely unfolded. It was an expanse of open grassland. The vegetation was lush and green with a gentle breeze blowing. In the distance, low trees were scattered about. The air was fresh, rich in spiritual energy, and the environment was tranquil and peaceful, devoid of any atmosphere of slaughter. It perfectly simulated the primitive terrain of wild mountains and forests. Su Yun's gaze was level as he quickly scanned the entire space. Over 100 feet ahead, a gray figure crouched low, quietly, lying in wait within the grass. A level 1 early stage Qingfeng wolf. Its physique was robust, with fangs bared and eyes glinting with a cold green light. The Qingfeng wolf sensed the presence of a human and instantly tensed its body. It let out a low rumbling roar, its limbs pushing against the ground as it lunged fiercely at Su Yun. Its speed was astonishing, creating a low whistling sound as it rushed through the air. For an ordinary low-level disciple, this was a highly threatening hunting strike. However, in Su Yun's eyes, its movements were laughably slow. He raised his hand and casually waved it. Bang! A slight tremor resonated in the air. The Qingfeng wolf, in full sprint, suddenly stiffened, its life force extinguished in an instant. Its massive body fell to the ground motionless. Instant kill. First layer cleared. The space twisted and flowed again. Su Yun stepped into the second layer. The second layer's forest was denser and the light dimmer. 3 level 1 early stage Qingfeng wolves were positioned in a triangular formation, lying in ambush. While these demon beasts lacked intelligence, their instinct for killing was exceptionally strong. The moment Su Yun appeared, the 3 Qingfeng wolves sprang forth simultaneously. They surrounded from 3 sides, blocking all avenues of escape. Su Yun lightly tapped his fingertips 3 times, and 3 streams of spiritual power burst forth in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The 3 Qingfeng wolves fell to the ground one after another, not even qualifying to engage him up close. Second layer cleared in an instant. Third layer 4 level 1 early stage Qian foxes. Fourth layer 6 level 1 early stage Yantuan beasts. Fifth layer 7 level 1 mid-stage Sunjali. Sixth layer 9 level 1 mid-stage Taibei mice. All the way up. The number of layers increased, the number of demon beasts rose, and their ranks slightly improved. But for Su Yun it made no difference. Appear, strike, clear the field, clear the level. Each layer took no more than a few breaths of time, the entire process flowing smoothly without pause. The tower's inner space transitioned layer by layer until the seventh layer stabilized. The seventh layer was a rocky wasteland with a surface strewn with jagged stones, offering a wide view with no obstructions. 10 level 1 mid-stage Habine beasts occupied this area. Each Habine beast had a tough body, sharp fangs, and thick skin. They were equivalent to disciples at the 7th level of Qi refining. For an ordinary disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining, facing 10 demon beasts of the same level in a single encounter would definitely lead to chaos and danger. A slight misstep could lead to serious injury and defeat. Yet Su Yun remained composed. He was even too lazy to engage one by one, merely allowing his dense spiritual energy to ripple slightly around him. An invisible spiritual power aura instantly spread throughout the stone platform space. The 10 fiercely charging Habine beasts, halfway through their assault, all froze in place. The spiritual power crushed their bodies, directly shattering their internal organs and blood. In an instant, all 10 demon beasts perished. 7th layer cleared. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. Outside the tower in the square, thousands of disciples were intently watching the light column indicating the layer number at the top of the trial tower. The brightness of the column indicated how far Su Yun had advanced. From the 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer, jumping all the way to the 7th layer. The crowd erupted in excitement, voices boiling over. So fast. This is just too fast. I blinked, and he jumped straight from the 1st to the 7th layer. It takes me at least half an hour to clear the 7th layer, and he crushed it through. The first 7 layers are indeed of lower difficulty, with limited levels of demon beasts, so there's no pressure on Su Shixiao. The crowd was in a frenzy. Many outer disciples were filled with fervor, their eyes shining with admiration. Don't get too excited. The first 7 layers consist mainly of level 1 early and mid-stage demon beasts. No matter how many there are, they pose a threat to disciples below the 9th level of Qi refining, but for someone like Su Shixiao, with such extraordinary foundation, it's really not difficult. The real turning point begins from the 8th layer. Someone immediately asked, "Is the 8th layer very difficult?" The disciple replied solemnly, "It's not even on the same level." The difficulty of the trial tower does not increase linearly, it skyrockets exponentially. The 8th layer consists entirely of level 1 latest stage demon beasts comparable to the 9th level of Qi refining. Moreover, they coordinate their attacks. Even disciples who are at the peak of the 9th level would need to fight fiercely for a long time in the 8th layer, exhausting more than half of their spiritual energy. The 9th layer is even more terrifying, but it's filled with level 1 peak demon beasts that work together more seamlessly and fight even more fiercely. Although Su Shixiao cleared the previous levels quickly with almost no consumption, it's absolutely impossible for him to clear the 8th and 9th layers in an instant. The trial tower 8th layer. The space transitioned completely. Before him lay a dim and murky forest swamp. The ground was muddy and slippery, with the stench of rotting vegetation thick in the air. A faint miasma enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and creating an ideal setting for demon beasts to lie in wait for ambushes. The environment was damp and oppressive, concealing hidden dangers. 20 low rumbling beast roars simultaneously erupted from all directions. Within the thickets, mud and shadows of the tree trunks, 20 level 1 latest stage Heishui crocodiles slowly crawled out. Each of these Heishui crocodiles was over 2 zhang long, with pitch-black scales hard and thick. With sharp fangs and claws glinting coldly, their tails could shatter earth and stone. The most crucial point was that this group of Heishui crocodiles did not fight individually. They had lived together in swamps for years with an extremely high level of combat coordination. If a disciple at the peak of Qi refining entered here, facing the encirclement of 20 demon beasts of the same level, they would most likely be worn down to death. Even if they could win, they would certainly be embroiled in a bloody battle for a long time, exhausting their spiritual energy and suffering serious injuries. Su Yun stood in the center of the swamp, clearing, surveying the 20 approaching Heishui crocodiles. There was not a shred of pressure in his eyes, but instead he felt a surge of interest. Having effortlessly swept through the 7 layers, all of it was instant kills, offering him no sense of experience. Su Yun resolved firmly in his heart. No need for spells, no need to crush them with spiritual power. It'll be a pure physical battle. Let's properly stretch my muscles and bones and get familiar with the rhythm of demon-beast combat. The 20 Heishui crocodiles sensed the human presence ahead was not strong. Their ferocity surged instantly. Low roars shook the heavens. The 20 Heishui crocodiles charged forth simultaneously from all directions. Mud and water splashed as their claws crushed the sludge, their momentum terrifying. 3 giant crocodiles at the front opened their mouths wide, fiercely tearing at Su Yun's head and torso. The 10 or so crocodiles on the left and right sealed off all escape routes. 2 crocodiles at the back swung their tails, cutting off any retreat. They encircled him from all sides, leaving no escape. Su Yun's expression remained calm as he lightly stepped forward. His figure flowed like a gentle breeze, elegantly weaving through the dense shadows of the crocodiles. Bang! The first Heishui crocodile lunging at him was struck on the head by a casual punch from Su Yun. The tough black scales caved in and cracked. The crocodile's head shook, its massive body rolled over, losing all combat capability. Su Yun sidestepped to avoid two crocodiles closing in. He elbowed a crocodile's jaw. With a crisp crack, its fangs shattered, rendering the beast unconscious. He lifted his foot for a sideways kick, sending mud and water flying, as a sneaky Heishui crocodile was kicked over 10 zhong away, crashing heavily into a tree trunk, unable to move. One punch, one kick, one elbow, one shoulder. Every move was close combat, every strike was a brawl. There were no flashy techniques, only the most direct and brutal physical crushing. The 20 Heishui crocodiles attacked frantically, yet their sharp fangs bit into Su Yun's body, leaving not a single white mark. The instinctive frenzy of the demon beasts felt like mere tickling against him. The group of Heishui crocodiles became increasingly bewildered. This seemingly slender human had a terrifying physique beyond belief. They could not harm him, bite him, or even knock him down. Meanwhile, their own ranks were continuously falling, heavily injured and dying. Su Yun remained calm and unbothered, skillfully navigating through the chaos. The simple minds of the demon beasts were utterly confused. They did not understand. They completely could not comprehend why, despite being equal in combat strength, 20 of them could not deal with a single human. Time ticked away. As Su Yun dodged and fought, his movements became increasingly fluid, his combat experience rapidly skyrocketing. Having played around enough, he saw no need to continue dragging it out. It was time to end this. In the next moment, he suddenly accelerated, his afterimages flickering throughout the dense forest. Bang, 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 bang. A series of heavy impacts rang out in quick succession. With each sound, one Heishui crocodile was killed instantly. One punch for one, one kick for another. In just a few short breaths, all 20 ferociously powerful Heishui crocodiles were eliminated. 8th layer perfectly cleared. In the next instant, a veil of spatial light enveloped him. Light and shadow flowed as the scene shifted in a heartbeat. The 9th level of the Shirlian Tower had begun. The moment he stepped onto the 9th floor, the environment changed abruptly. No longer a damp marsh, it was replaced by a barren mountain of jagged rocks. Craggy boulders littered the ground, broken ledges stacked upon each other, weeds withered and blackened. A chill wind howled through the fissures, sending loose stones skittering. The entire space felt bleak and murderous, its oppressive weight far greater than the previous 8 levels. In the Shirlian Tower, every 3 levels marked a significant tier. The 9th level was the ultimate battlefield for first-rank beasts, the place where 99% of talented disciples had stalled for 1,000 years. A low rumble, deep beast roars detonated from the shadows of the boulders in all directions. 30 lithe figures leapt forth, one after another, landing in formation and locking their gaze on Su Yun at the center. They were Riftrock beasts at the pinnacle of the first rank. Their bodies were sheathed in gray stony hides, their flesh as hard as tempered iron and bedrock, limbs thick and powerful, tipped with black razor claws. Their skulls were flat mouths filled with tiny stone-like teeth. Each Riftrock beast represented a first-rank pinnacle, its combat strength comparable to a perfected 9th level of chi refinement. Not only were they top-grade, they proved even more ferocious and cunning than the Blackwater Crocs of the 8th level. They specialized in lurking within rock encirclement and pincer strikes, ambushing to cut off escape. This was the true terror of the Shirlian Tower's 9th level. Outside on the plaza, when the caption flashed that the level had advanced to the 9th, the crowd erupted. The 9th level. It really is the 9th level. My heavens. From the 1st to the 9th, he steamrolled the whole way. Which past genius ever cleared the 9th without being ground to a pulp? Senior brother Xiao Fan and senior sister Yi Yuro bled for an hour when they tackled the 9th. The veteran intersect disciples wore grave expressions. The 9th is the watershed. You can bulldoze the first 8, but not the 9th. No matter how deep Su Yun's foundation is, he must fight with everything he has. Yi Yuro stood at the front, her eyes fixed on the tower, her heart taut with tension and expectation. She understood the difficulty of the 9th level better than anyone. When she first attempted the tower, she had been stalled at the 9th, fighting a bloody battle for a full half-hour until her spiritual power was spent. In the end, she had slain more than 20 beasts, yet still failed the trial. Inside the tower, 30 Riftrock beasts crouched low, their paws grinding the stone and producing a grating scrape. Their roles were clearly defined. 10 pressed the frontal assault, charging and smashing. 10 flanked from the sides to seal off evasion routes. 10 lay in ambush behind the rocks, waiting for the moment to pounce and lock positions. The formation formed in an instant, murderous intent, sealing off every route for Su Yun. The next moment, they surged at once. Thunderous. 30 massive bodies crushing loose stone, whipping up clouds of dust as they lunged from all directions. Sharp claws tore the air, brute collisions made the rocky plateau shudder. Su Yun would not waste any time. It was the perfect opportunity to test how far his profound spiritual energy could sweep and clear a wide area. Su Yun's thought flickered. Vast reserves of golden spiritual energy churned within him, rushing and coalescing into a ring of golden energy tempest that detonated outward from his body. A humming surge golden light swept the entire 9th level space. Violent, sharp, and weighty gold-aligned spiritual energy suffused every inch of the stony ground. The rift-rock beasts at the forefront had barely touched the storm when their hard stone hides split open, flesh and sinew were shattered by the overwhelming force. The 10 in the front were slain in an instant. The encircling beasts could not react in time and were engulfed by the sweeping golden wave. Bodies trembled, life force shattered, they could not even emit a howl. Another 10 collapsed instantly. The final 10, hidden behind boulders and poised to ambush, only revealed themselves briefly before being crushed and blanketed by the golden energy. Debris and broken bones littered the ground. The desolate mountain fell into a sudden deathly silence. Su Yun reigned in his spiritual energy. His breath remained calm and steady. His dantian debris and broken bones littered the ground. The desolate mountain fell into a sudden deathly silence. Su Yun reigned in his spiritual energy. His breath remained calm and steady, his dantian brimming without the slightest hint of depletion. To him, the 9th level's extreme encirclement had still failed to draw out even a fraction of his true strength. A mere stirring of spiritual energy was enough to clear the field. The spatial light veil flared once more. 9th level, cleared. Outside on the plaza, as the caption announced the clearance, a roar of jubilation like a tide of mountains erupted. 5 breaths. Just 5 breaths. He cleared the 9th. 30 first-rank pinnacle beasts. Gone just like that. I'm stunned. Others' 9th level is insurmountable. His is child's play. What terrifying depth of foundation does he possess? Countless disciples shouted frenziedly, their emotions utterly unhinged. The inner sect disciples stood dumbstruck, frozen on the spot. What they had taken as the limit was merely Su Yun's starting point. Yi Yuro widened her beautiful eyes, disbelief written across her face as she murmured, "This is absurd. Truly absurd. Back then I was stuck at the 9th, bleeding and fighting." He passed with a mere gesture. On a distant high platform, the quietly watching Xiao Fan was visibly moved. 9th level cleared in an instant. For one at the Qi refinement stage to possess such power and foundation, in a millennium of Qingyun, there is only this one. The trialist has successfully cleared the 9th level. The 10th level will now begin. As the announcement faded, a strong spatial tug enveloped Su Yun. Light and shadow warped the heavens, and earth seemed to shift. One moment the jagged rock mountain remained, the next the scene had completely changed. The 10th level space held no weeds, no rubble, nothing superfluous. There was only a flat stone platform, and at its center a colossal occupant, a giant tiger. As its body measured 5 zhang in length, muscles knotted and vicious, its pelt dark and lustrous, every strand of fur suffused with potent demonic energy. At the center of its brow a faint golden king mark shimmered, its eyes were blood-red, pupils narrow. A second-rank beast, the Black Wind Tiger. Its true combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary early second-rank creature. When it fully erupted, it was in no way weaker than a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Not only was its body unrivaled among its rank, it also wielded a beastly, innate talent. Hei Feng Shihun, Black Wind Soul Devourer. Physical strikes carried spiritual shock, blending offense and defense, and effective at both near and far range. This was the true reason countless Qi refinement geniuses had died stalled at the 10th level for a century. Qi refinement was still Qi refinement. Spiritual reserves, bodily ceiling, and soul strength were naturally inferior to those of foundation establishment. To clash across great realms was to go against the heavens. The black tiger lounged languidly at the platform's center, its body rising and falling slightly. It had long grown accustomed to the tedious duty of guarding day after day. In 100 years, only a handful of Kistage disciples had reached the 10th level. Those who did came up exhausted, their spiritual power spent, and their lights nearly extinguished. They fought with everything they had managed to survive a few strikes, then collapsed and withdrew, utterly helpless. In its eyes, all Qi cultivators were mere ants for its amusement. Until Su Yun's silhouette appeared. The black tiger's blood-red eyes slowly opened, its sharp gaze instantly locking onto Su Yun. It raised its massive head slightly, bearing the sovereign's arrogance and indifference. At last, it had a Qi cultivator who could fully stand on the 10th level in peak condition. This was an entirely different concept from those half-dead challengers before. A deep growl rolled in its chest. Decades of solitude had left it craving a proper slaughter. This human before it might finally provide a worthy fight. It would not bore itself with another quick, mindless crushing to end the match. A tiger's roar shattered the silence, detonating across the solitary peak. Sound waves rolled and gale-force winds lashed out, scattering the mists. Rampant demonic power swept the field. The pressure of a second-rank beast spread, tangibly locking down every inch of space around Su Yun. It rose to its feet, driving its limbs into the stone. Its enormous torso sank slightly as it assumed a hunting stance. Su Yun stood quietly, facing the terrifying demonic aura that rushed toward him. Any cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement would have already trembled and felt their mind tighten in fear. This was the absolute suppression of realms. The pressure of the foundation establishment level was not something a Qi refinement stage cultivator could easily bear. Yet Su Yun's aura remained steady, and there was no hint of panic in his expression. He carefully sensed the surging demonic power within the Black Tiger. Since entering the tower and breaking through the challenges, he had crushed his opponents, effortlessly killing them in an instant. It was too dull. Until this moment, he finally felt a semblance of pressure. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. Finally, I've encountered an opponent worthy of my full effort. The previous opponents were all too weak. Today I will take this second-level Black Tiger as an opportunity to thoroughly test my limits. Su Yun locked his gaze on the giant tiger ahead and beckoned with his finger. The Black Tiger on the opposite side clearly paused for a moment. A flash of anger and humiliation crossed its crimson eyes. How dare a mere Qi refinement stage human openly challenge it? Roar. The Black Tiger was thoroughly enraged. It raised its head and opened its mouth. Boom. A surge of pitch-black, demonic wind erupted violently. The speed was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Su Yun in an instant. Su Yun did not dodge or evade, he stood still. His thoughts stirred slightly. A layer of golden spiritual power shield enveloped his entire body in an instant. In the next moment, the pitch-black, demonic wind crashed violently against the golden spiritual shield. Boom. A loud sound reverberated through the heavens. The black, demonic power fiercely tore, corroded, and impacted the surface of the spiritual shield. The spiritual light fluctuated violently and trembled madly, alternating between light and dark. It seemed on the verge of shattering at any moment. Yet no matter how the demonic wind ravaged, the golden spiritual shield remained unbreakable. One attack ended. The wind dissipated and the demonic energy faded. The spiritual shield was still intact. The Black Tiger was completely stunned. Its massive eyes fixed on Su Yun, disbelief written all over its face. This attack was enough to severely injure or even kill a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet it was blocked steadily by a Qi refinement stage human with a mere spiritual shield. Humiliation. A tremendous humiliation. It was a second-level demonic beast, a tyrant that had guarded the tower for 100 years. How could it be met heat by a human from a lower realm without a scratch? The Black Tiger went completely berserk, roaring angrily from its chest. It no longer held back, and the demonic power within it surged wildly without restraint. 1 blast, 2 blasts, 3 blasts. An unending torrent of black, demonic wind surged forth, pounding relentlessly. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed through the 10-layer space. The entire space was filled with chaotic winds, and the demonic power was overwhelming. Dozens of second-level divine abilities bombarded in succession. The scene was terrifying beyond belief. Yet the thin golden spiritual shield in front of Su Yun remained as stable as a rock. The Black Tiger was utterly bewildered. The more it attacked, the more confused and horrified it became. Having lived for over 200 years and fought countless battles, it had never witnessed such absurdity. How could a mere Qi refinement cultivator withstand the full bombardment of a second-level demonic beast? It unleashed all of its demonic power without reservation. The innate divine abilities were released without pause. The human opposite remained unfazed and calm. The defense was absurdly perverse. The Black Tiger completely lost its patience. If long-range techniques were ineffective, then it would engage in close combat. It exerted force in its limbs, and its massive body suddenly shot forward. The 5-zhong giant tiger, wrapped in a storm of wild wind, charged down. The tiger's paw was covered in thick pitch-black demonic power, and its claws tore through the air, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones, slamming down fiercely on Su Yun. This blow was enough to crush rocks and kill a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As the giant paw approached, Su Yun no longer focused purely on defense. Instead, he advanced, stepping forward. The ultimate foundation of his full Qi refinement 13th level was unleashed. He raised his hand, delivering a punch directly. The golden fist energy howled out, meeting the tiger's paw. Heated. Bang! The earth-shattering sound erupted. The two wildly different forces collided violently. The waves of energy rolled, and the shockwaves swept across the entire 10-layer space. The stone platform cracked open with countless fissures. At the moment of impact, Su Yun's arm tingled slightly. Meanwhile, the black tiger on the opposite side found its massive body suddenly halt. Its limbs tingled and its vital energy surged as it was forced back several steps. It wore an expression of utter bewilderment and confusion. Why? Why was a Qi refinement cultivator's close combat strength more overbearing than that of a second-level demonic beast? The more it fought, the more confused and shocked it became. What kind of monster was this human before it? For the first time, it doubted its own strength. Outside the tower, no one could see the battle inside. Various voices intertwined, and everyone debated the same question. Can Su Yun really clear the 10th layer? It's hard to say, really hard to say. Even if the previous 9 layers went smoothly, the 10th layer is a completely different dimension of difficulty. That is a second-level demonic beast. Real Foundation establishment level combat power. A senior outer sect student frowns, speaking with certainty. You all need to understand a fundamental truth. Demonic beasts are inherently stronger than human cultivators of the same realm. In a match of the same level, human cultivators are already at a disadvantage. The physical body is inferior to that of demonic beasts, their stamina is inferior, and their recovery ability is even weaker. That black tiger, being a second-level beast, has real combat power that aligns with the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Even if an intersect mid-stage Foundation establishment senior brother went in for an unknown match, they might not win. Upon hearing this, most of the disciples nodded in agreement. This was a universally acknowledged truth in the cultivation community, though no one could refute it. Indeed, the advantages of demonic beasts are too great. With tough skin and resilient flesh plus innate divine abilities, their means far exceed those of ordinary cultivators. Even a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would have to exert their full strength against it. Any slight carelessness could lead to serious injury or defeat. Some looked at the tower, their tone filled with deep pessimism. No matter how strong Su senior brother is, his realm is still there. On the surface, he is only at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Even if his foundation is extraordinary and his spiritual power is abundant, he is ultimately still in the Qi refinement stage. Challenging across a major realm is no longer a matter of talent, it is defying the heavens. The previous 9 layers all contained first-level demonic beasts. Even if the gap was significant, it was still within the Qi refinement category, and overwhelming them was reasonable. The 10th layer directly crosses into Foundation establishment level. The barrier between them cannot be bridged simply by Foundation. More and more people lean toward pessimism. I think it's precarious. It's really too precarious. Don't forget the rules of the trial tower. Inside the tower, during the challenges, the use of any magical tools, talismans, or external resources is prohibited. The whole process relies solely on true skill. For 1,000 years, Qingyun sect has produced many talents, and many have reached the 10th layer as Qi refinement cultivators. But in the end, all of them were stuck at this level. None could clear it. Even the peak states of the senior brother and second sister back then failed against the black tiger. Is it really possible for Su senior brother to accomplish what those before him could not? Of course, there were also many supporters present who rebutted this. Can Su senior brother be compared to those extraordinary talents? During the competition, he didn't use any spells, relying solely on spiritual power to crush the 9th layer to perfection. His true combat power has long surpassed the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, just because others couldn't do it doesn't mean he can't. Just now, he wiped out 30 pinnacle first-level demonic beasts in the 9th layer within 5 breaths. This foundation is something that ordinary Qi refinement cultivators cannot even imagine. Perhaps he can truly create a miracle. The two sides' viewpoints clashed fiercely, and the entire square erupted into noise. It's difficult. Too difficult. I admit Su senior brother is invincible, but this challenge is truly beyond reason. What if he really wins? Winning would make him the #1 person in 1,000 years at Qingyun sect. He would forever be remembered in the sect's history. On the high ground of the back mountain, Li Mofan stood shoulder to shoulder with the 4 grand elders. After a long pause, Li Mofan spoke first. What do you think? Can Su Yun pass this hurdle? The 4th elder shook his head first. Master, to speak frankly, the chances are almost non-existent. The Black Wind Tiger on the 10th level is not comparable to those ordinary second-level beasts. Its true combat power can easily suppress an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The 3rd elder immediately echoed, nodding in agreement. I concur with the 4th elder's statement. The gap in realms is a barrier of heaven and earth, not something that can be easily bridged by talent alone. What era are we in now? The end of the Dharma age. The spiritual energy in the 9 provinces becomes thinner year by year, making cultivation increasingly difficult. For an ordinary disciple, being able to steadily cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining is already considered a talent among their peers. The 10th level of Qi refining only sees one person emerge every 100 years. The legendary 13th level of Qi refining has long since become a tale from ancient records. It is simply impossible for anyone in this era to achieve it. Su Yun is only at the 8th level of Qi refining. Even if his foundation is substantial and his spiritual power exceptionally pure, at most, he can only touch the threshold of the 10th level of Qi refining. With the combat power of the 10th level, it's incredibly challenging to confront a second-level beast at the mid-foundation establishment stage. A pure physical confrontation relying solely on spiritual power is simply unrealistic. The two shared the same view, both pessimistic. At this moment, the second elder spoke, directly refuting their opinions. Don't be too absolute in your statements. Just because ordinary disciples can't do it doesn't mean Su Yun can't. I've lived for over 300 years and have seen countless Qi refining cultivators. I've encountered many geniuses and prodigies. But Su Yun is the strongest Qi refining cultivator I've ever encountered without exception. You all witnessed it during the grand competition. He didn't use any techniques, nor did he rely on hidden cards. He overwhelmed those at the 9th level with pure spiritual power. No one at the same level could withstand a single blow from him. Such a foundation is something that a 9th level Qi refining cultivator simply cannot possess. The Grand Elder also nodded slowly, taking up the conversation. I too believe the odds of him passing are quite high. Firstly, he possesses a gold-type celestial root. The gold root specializes in killing and heaviness in breaking defenses. Under the same realm, a gold cultivator's attack power and the quality of their spiritual power surpass those of other attribute cultivators. In cross-realm battles, attribute advantages will be magnified infinitely. Perhaps he has even stronger means yet to be revealed. In an instant, the 4 Grand Elders were divided into 2 factions. The 3rd and 4th Elders were firmly pessimistic, while the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder believed Su Yun would most likely create a miracle. The 3rd Elder frowned slightly. The two of you are overly optimistic. No matter how strong a Qi refining cultivator is, they are still just a Qi refining cultivator. The gap between foundation establishment and Qi refining is the first chasm in cultivation. The 2nd Elder retorted, in the past 1,000 years, who has managed to ascend to the peak of Qi refining from 0 foundation in just over 3 months? Who can clear out a group of beasts at the 9th level in 5 breaths? Just because others cannot do it does not mean Su Yun can't. He is a person who breaks the norm. Li Mofan remained silent for a few breaths. He understood his disciple better than anyone present. Others only saw the surface of his 8th level of Qi refining. Only he knew that Su Yun's true foundation had long since transcended the limits of contemporary Qi refining. Li Mofan spoke, his tone immensely resolute. No need to argue further. I believe in him. Today he will break through the 10th level, which has not been surpassed in 1,000 years. My disciple can do it. Inside the tower, the residual force from the previous clash had yet to dissipate, as Su Yun sidestepped, using the momentum to close in. At this moment, his full power surged 1,000-fold, a violent force coursing through his bones and flesh. His bones crackled, producing a series of fine popping sounds. Every inch of muscle was filled with explosive strength, and he resembled a fierce beast in human form. The Black Wind Tiger was pushed back several steps, unsteady on its feet. Seeing Su Yun take the initiative to close in, a fierce light surged in the tiger's eyes. Close quarters combat was indeed the forte of beasts. It lowered its massive body, pushed off the ground with its limbs, and charged again. Its massive claws tore through the air with a sharp sound, striking directly at Su Yun's chest. Su Yun did not dodge. Instead, he raised his left arm to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The tiger's claws dug fiercely into his arm, leaving only a few shallow white marks without even scratching the skin. The Black Wind Tiger's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of shock washing over its heart. Before it could react, Su Yun's right fist had already smashed down. The punch heavily struck the shoulder of the tiger. Bang! The immense force transmitted downward, causing the Black Wind Tiger's massive body to stagger again, its shoulder feeling numb as its blood surged. In the brief exchange, the situation completely reversed within mere moments. The 2nd-level fierce beast, which had originally held the advantage in realms, was now being utterly suppressed by a Qi refining cultivator. The rhythm of attack and defense was entirely under Su Yun's control. The man and the tiger weaved and dodged between the stone platform. Tiger roars shook the heavens, and the wind from his punches whistled. The Black Wind Tiger wildly swung its claws, whipped its tail, and lunged to bite, its moves all driven by the instinct of beastly combat, targeting vital points. Yet each strike that landed on Su Yun felt like it hit solid iron with minimal effect. In contrast, Su Yun's punches came straightforwardly, devoid of complex techniques, yet each punch was packed with immense force. Where his fist landed, the tiger's fur rolled back, and its muscles trembled. After several rounds of combat, the Black Wind Tiger gradually transitioned from its initial fury to utter confusion, ultimately questioning its very existence. It had lived for 200 years, able to dominate fellow beasts of the same level. Yet the person it encountered today completely subverted its understanding. While the Black Wind Tiger desperately counterattacked, its mind was a chaotic mess. Who exactly is the beast here? As a second-level fierce beast born with a robust physique, how could it lose in a brawl against a human? This was simply absurd. It had seen countless chi refining cultivators. Those individuals either focused entirely on refining their meridians to enhance their spiritual powers flow, or devoted themselves to researching techniques to rely on spells in battle. Each of them was physically weak, unable to withstand a few close encounters. Yet this fellow before it, with frighteningly thick spiritual power, possessed a physique even more formidable than specialized body cultivators. Dual cultivation of body and technique. The Black Wind Tiger grew increasingly alarmed. For a chi refining cultivator to master both paths to such an extreme was simply beyond what an ordinary cultivator could accomplish. On the stone platform, the battle raged on fiercely. Su Yun was immersed in the close combat, feeling his entire bodice blood boiling. With each punch thrown and each block made, he could vividly sense the clash of strength. His adrenaline surged, his muscles and bones stretched, in indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. Compared to releasing spells from a distance and relying on spiritual power to overwhelm opponents, he preferred this kind of melee slaughter. In the pauses of combat, Su Yun deliberately slowed his offensive, taunting with words and purposely provoking. "Is this all the strength you have? Even scratching is not enough." He sidestepped to avoid the sweeping tiger tail gliding to the side and raised his hand to smash another punch onto the tiger's back. "Come on, big fellow, show me some real skills." The Black Wind Tiger was enraged by these words. A fierce beast guarding the tower was actually being toyed with by a mere chi refining junior. It let out a deep growl from its throat, and its black demonic power surged once more. Its entire body bristled with fur, and its muscles tightened to the extreme. No longer holding back any power, its offensive became increasingly brutal and ferocious. Its claws sliced through the air, creating gusts of wind, and its enormous mouth bared its fangs, repeatedly charging in an attempt to crush its opponent with sheer weight and force. One claw was faster than the last, one lunge more ferocious than the previous. The entire stone platform was enveloped by the frenzied demonic power, and the ground was gouged into deep trenches by the tiger's claws. Su Yun maintained a calm expression, weaving between the intense onslaughts. The fiercer the opponent's attacks, the more composed he became. He continuously dodged, blocked, and counterattacked. In the high-intensity entanglement, his movements became increasingly smooth and natural. The martial skills he practiced daily were honed to perfection through each clash in real combat. In a short moment, his close combat experience visibly surged. "Stop just lunging at me, little tiger." Su Yun deftly avoided a fierce pounce, then raised his hand, elbow crashing heavily against the tiger's belly. The Black Wind Tiger let out a muffled groan from the pain, its massive body stumbling backward. Su Yun stepped forward slowly, closing the distance. "After guarding this place for a century, is this all you have left?" The provocative words echoed in its ears, igniting a fierce blaze of anger within the Black Wind Tiger. Its rationality was completely consumed by its ferocity, and it disregarded everything else. Only one thought occupied its mind: to tear apart this arrogant human before it. It let out a long howl, black winds swirling around its body, preparing to combine its divine abilities with its physical form for a powerful strike. Seeing this, Su Yun's fighting spirit intensified. Buzz. The black demonic energy of the entire 10th layer instantly surged crazily into the body of the Black Wind Tiger. A circle of solid black demonic wind enveloped the Black Wind Tiger. Its fur exploded, oozing faint demonic blood. To charge this attack, it did not hesitate to burn a century's worth of demonic essence. The ultimate trump card of a second-tier demonic beast was fully unleashed. Roar! The heart-wrenching roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the 10th layer. A jet-black wind blade over a yard in diameter formed and solidified. The wind blade spun and tore through space, carrying the terrifying power to devour souls and corrode bones. This was its ultimate killing technique, far surpassing all previous attacks, approaching the power of a latest-stage Foundation establishment strike. This was its final struggle, the only chance for a comeback. The Black Wind Tiger's eyes turned crimson, and it suddenly unleashed a blast. Boom! The black wind blade shot out, bearing the might to destroy everything, crushing the entire stone platform space as it charged towards Su Yun. A vast amount of golden spiritual energy erupted around Su Yun. A thousand-fold enhancement exploded completely. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged like a turbulent river, his meridians roaring and vibrating. The extremely pure golden spiritual energy gathered entirely onto his fists. In this moment, he completely released all restraints, unleashing the strongest physical and spiritual energy strike of his current level. Shatter. Su Yun shouted lowly, his fists crashing out, the golden fist energy tearing through the air, directly clashing against the jet-black wind blade. Boom! The two extreme forces, gold and black, collided violently. The horrific shockwave instantly swept across the entire space. Cracks spread across the ground, and rubble was reduced to dust. The black annihilation wind blade barely sustained for half a breath. Under Su Yun's frenzied golden fist energy, it shattered layer by layer, its residual force unabated. The golden fist energy, like a force of nature, slammed heavily against the enormous body of the Black Wind Tiger. Poof! The massive five-zhang body of the Black Wind Tiger instantly stiffened. Its entire demonic energy barrier shattered inch by inch. Bones, blood, and organs suffered devastating injuries. The tremendous force violently sent it flying. Its massive body traced a pitiful arc through the air. It crashed heavily onto the stone platform. The Black Wind Tiger lay on the ground, its limbs twitching, its fur torn, blood soaking the earth. It struggled to rise, limbs trembling incessantly, but could no longer support its body. Its demonic essence was completely disordered, with most bones fractured, suffering severe damage at its core. Its crimson tiger eyes quickly dimmed. Su Yun stepped forward, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. A golden blade instantly took form. Swish! The speed was at its peak, piercing through the air and accurately penetrating the Black Wind Tiger's skull. In the next instant, the trial tower's lights swirled, and serene white light filled the entire 10th layer. Trial Taker Su Yun successfully slays the guarding demonic beast. Trial Tower 10th layer clearance successful. Congratulations, you are the 4th challenger to clear the Trial Tower in 5,000 years of Qingyun sect. Outside the tower, thousands of disciples erupted in cheers. The 5 high-ranking members on the high ground trembled, their expressions changing drastically. They really cleared it. They truly passed. Slaying a second-tier foundation establishment ferocious beast during the Qi refinement stage, breaking the 1,000-year record. Inside the tower, Su Yun stood in the center of the stone platform, waiting for the clearance rewards. He was about to inquire about the details of the tower spirit's rewards when the entire ancient stone platform beneath his feet suddenly lit up with ancient patterns. Complex and obscure ancient runes rose from the ground, intertwining into a sheet. Spiritual light gathered and air currents surged. In the center of the stone platform, an ancient, ethereal white figure slowly coalesced. It was the phantom of an elder wearing an ancient blue robe. His hair was grizzled, his face kind, and his gaze deep as the sea, exuding a Taoist aura. Su Yun's pupils constricted, his heart jolting violently. This was the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect, Tian Qingyun, the long-sitting founder of the sect. The elder's phantom smiled at Su Yun with eyes full of appreciation, slowly speaking. Young friend, there is no need for surprise. I am Tian Qingyun, the first sect master of Qingyun sect. He swept his gaze across the entire 10th layer, looking at the corpse of the Black Wind Tiger, and nodded gently. The Trial Tower has stood for 5,000 years. In 5,000 years, countless Qingyun disciples have come to challenge the trials. Numerous prodigies with exceptional talent have emerged. Yet only 3 have managed to traverse all 10 layers and slay the guardian beast of the tower. In total, only 3 have succeeded. Today you, Su Yun, are the 4th. Tian Qingyun's tone was sincere, his eyes filled with approval. To confront a second-tier demonic beast with a Qi refinement body, your physical combat skills, mental resilience, and innate talent are all of the highest caliber. With such talent, you have long surpassed the shackles of ordinary cultivators. The path ahead is vast and boundless, with limits beyond estimation. Su Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and slightly cupped his hands. I am fortunate, senior. Tian Qingyun shook his head slightly and continued. In the past 5,000 years, every disciple who has cleared the Trial Tower has been an unparalleled prodigy of their time. I have prepared a great gift for each successful challenger. After pausing, the elder's expression became more serious. However, I have a small request. For 6,000 years since the establishment of Qingyun, the inheritance has not been easy. As time passes, the world changes unpredictably. If the Qingyun sect encounters a dire calamity in the future, facing destruction and peril, I hope you, young friend, will remember the fate of today's trial and lend a hand to protect 1 or 2. On behalf of generations of Qingyun disciples, thank you, young friend. Su Yun instantly understood Tian Qingyun's intention. Those who could clear the 10 layers were unparalleled prodigies that appeared once in a millennium. Such level of genius could not be confined to the Qingyun sect forever. In the future, they would surely traverse the 9 states and reach higher levels of martial arts. The higher the cultivation, the broader the vision, and the less likely they would cling to a single sect. Tian Qingyun left behind a remnant soul, preserved treasures, and made a good connection. He did not seek for these prodigies to remain in the sect to serve. He only sought to establish a cause and leave a trace of friendship. If one day the Qingyun sect were to encounter catastrophe, those who remembered today's opportunity would be able to lend a hand once. With clear thoughts, Su Yun's expression became serious. He bowed slightly to the elder's phantom, speaking with certainty. Senior, rest assured. Today, as I receive the opportunity of the sect's trial, I have gained the profound blessings of the ancestor. If the Qingyun sect faces a great calamity in the future, Su Yun will do my utmost to assist and ensure that the Qingyun lineage does not perish. Tian Qingyun saw Su Yun accept the promise, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He raised his hand and gently waved. 3 streams of light flew out from his shadowy sleeves, hovering in midair and slowly rotating. As the radiance faded, 3 treasures were clearly revealed. The first was a palm-sized jade brocade box. The lid opened automatically, revealing 10 exquisite spirit stones, pure white and radiating a subtle glow. The surface of the spirit stones was surrounded by a faint spiritual light, and upon closer inspection, one could feel an extremely pure spiritual energy rushing towards them, even making the surrounding air feel warm. The second item was a medium-grade flying spirit tool, a spirit boat. The entire boat was crafted from dark-patterned ancient wood etched with simple wind control formations, its lines smooth and compact, yet exuding a unique sense of weight. The third item was a palm-sized black jade token, its surface interwoven with patterns made of indestructible material and surrounded by a steady defensive aura, making it a top-grade defensive spirit tool. The 3 treasures were arranged in succession, a rich aura of treasures enveloping the entire stone platform. Su Yun's gaze swept across the 3 items, and his spirit jolted. I've struck it rich. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with a vast difference between the levels. A single top-grade spirit stone is worth 100 high-grade spirit stones, which translates to a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the most commonly used form. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator typically consumes only a few thousand low-grade spirit stones in a year of cultivation. Even a nascent soul true monarch would be reluctant to use top-grade spirit stones for cultivation on a regular. Spirit stones of this grade are rare, with pure and untainted spiritual energy. They can not only be used for meditation to accelerate cultivation, but also for setting up advanced formations and activating top-tier artifacts. Even the oldest nascent soul cultivators would feel covetous upon seeing top-grade spirit stones. Then there's that spirit boat. Cultivators travel either by relying on their own spiritual power to soar through the skies, borrowing flying beasts, or using various types of transportation tools. Common flying artifacts are slow and have poor endurance, while high-grade flying boats are prohibitively expensive and often unavailable. The medium-grade spirit boat comes equipped with a stable wind control formation, which does not require cultivators to continuously infuse spiritual power to maintain its shape. With ample capacity for passengers, it flies much faster than the same level of cultivators soaring through the air, making it very suitable for long-distance travel and crossing domains. In terms of value, just a single medium-grade spirit boat would be enough to attract the attention of Golden Core true monarchs, and if put up for auction in the marketplace, it would fetch an astronomical price. The final top-grade defensive jade token is a genuine life-saving treasure. Top-grade spirit tools are considered top-tier treasures throughout the spirit state. They do not require complex activation methods, and after blood recognition, a mere thought would suffice to unfold the defensive light shield. When traversing outside, dangers lurk everywhere. One may lack offensive means, but life-saving items are absolutely indispensable. This defensive spirit tool effectively adds another life to Su Yun. In terms of overall value, it might even surpass the spirit boat. The combined worth of the 3 treasures is not simply abundant, it is exceedingly rich. Tian Qingyun gazed at the floating treasures, a gentle smile on his face, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. These items are the private collection I preserved during my travels in my younger days. 10 top-grade spirit stones will be sufficient for your daily cultivation and resource turnover for a long time. The spirit boat will be useful for your journeys. It will save you considerable time and trouble when you go out to train and traverse regions. He pointed towards the black jade token. This Xianyuan Heart Protection token is a top-grade defensive spirit tool. Within the Golden Core realm, very few can breach its defenses. After saying this, he raised his hand, and the 3 treasures flew towards Su Yun. Su Yun reached out to receive them, storing them in his storage bag, and bowing deeply to the old man's shadow, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor. I will remember it in my heart." Tian Qingyun waved his hand, his expression gradually tinged with a sense of melancholy. "You need not be overly polite. Considering this, these are already among the last few decent items I possess. This remnant soul of mine survives through the trial tower and the sect's spiritual pulse, but I have long since run out of energy. At the current rate, I cannot hold out for long. In 100 years at most, my remnant soul's power will be completely exhausted, and I will dissipate into the heavens and earth, leaving no trace of Tian Qingyun in this world." At this point the old man turned to look at Su Yun, his eyes reigniting with brilliance. "Being able to see a junior like you whose talent, character, and combat ability are all top-notch before my soul vanishes is a stroke of good fortune for me. The establishment of Qingyun sect has lasted 6,000 years, and the inheritance is not easy. Today, forging this bond with you, I can finally set my heart at ease. As your future path stretches ahead, go boldly and train diligently, but do not waste your own talent." Su Yun listened quietly, feeling a sense of emotion welling up inside. "Rest assured, ancestor, I will keep my promises." Tian Qingyun slightly nodded, the outline of his shadow beginning to grow increasingly faint. "Go now? The Trial Tower's passage has concluded. The people outside are still waiting for you. May your path be smooth, and may you rise step by step." As his voice fell, the white light gradually retracted. Tian Qingyun's figure slowly faded, ultimately merging completely into the space and vanishing from sight. Outside the Trial Tower, thousands of disciples were fixated on the tower's exit. No one spoke. The entire place was silent. The great battle had ended, yet they continued to stare at the exit, unwilling to look away. They wanted to witness it with their own eyes. To witness the birth of a miracle that had not occurred in the Qingyun sect for a millennium. A few moments later, buzz, the tower door shone brightly with white light. A tall and slender young man stepped steadily out of the Trial Tower, landing in the center of the square. Su Yun was dressed neatly in robes, his hair orderly and his aura calm. It was as if he had not just finished a life-and-death battle that crossed realms, but merely a simple skirmish. In the next moment, a deafening cheer erupted. "He's out. Senior brother Su is out. He passed. He really passed. A 1,000-year record. What no one in Qingyun sect had achieved in 1,000 years. He did it. He slayed a second-level demon beast with chi refining. He bravely conquered the 10 levels of the Trial Tower. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. A prodigy. This is the true, peerless prodigy." In the sect's 1,000-year history, countless talented individuals had all been stuck at the 10th level. Only today did Su Yun directly crush the second-level demon beast and successfully pass the trial. This battle completely sealed his divine status. In front of the crowd, Yi Yuro hurriedly ran up to Su Yun. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with shock and disbelief. She vigorously gave a thumbs up, her tone so excited that her speech quickened. "Junior brother, you're amazing. This is too exaggerated. I'm still dazed right now. Back then I gave my all, and at the 10th level I ran out of spiritual power and couldn't even block a single attack from the Black Wind Tiger. You actually crushed through the entire level." Yi Yuro looked at Su Yun, increasingly astonished and more impressed. "You are truly the most monstrous genius in our Qingyun sect." Meanwhile, senior brother Xiao Fan approached and cupped his hand, saying, "Junior brother, congratulations. In today's battle you have not only broken the record, you have utterly rewritten the ceiling of talent in Qingyun sect. For 1,000 years the impossibilities recognized by countless people have been shattered by your own hands. From now on the entire spirit state will remember your name, Su Yun. Junior brother, your future is bright." Xiao Fan was steady in character and not one for flattery. To hear such words from him is the highest form of recognition. Su Yun slightly nodded, saying, "Thank you." At that moment a flicker of light appeared in midair. 5 figures stepped through the air and landed before the high platform of the square. The sect leader Li Mofan descended with the 4 grand elders. The cheers of the crowd quieted down, and everyone fell silent. Seeing this, Su Yun stepped forward and bowed deeply. Disciple Su Yun pays respects to master and the esteemed elders. Li Mofan looked at his disciple with unhidden satisfaction and delight in his eyes. In his lifetime, he had only taken 3 disciples. Only Su Yun repeatedly refreshed his understanding and brought him immense surprises. Li Mofan spoke aloud, proclaiming, "Good. Very good. Su Yun," he continued. "Today you conquered the tower, slaying a second-level beast with your chi refining cultivation, passing through the 10th level of trials. You have shattered the shackles that have remained unbroken in Qingyun for 1,000 years. This achievement is worthy of being recorded in the annals of the sect, to be remembered through the ages." The Grand Elder stepped forward with a beaming smile, sincerely praising. "I have lived for over 300 years, and today is the most exhilarating moment of my life. You are the unmatched prodigy that Qingyun has not seen in 1,000 years. The second elder nodded repeatedly, adding his praise. "In the past I thought there was a gap in talents in Lingzhou that the younger generation was lacking. But seeing you today I realize it is my vision that has been narrow. With you here, Qingyun will surely thrive for the next century." The third and fourth elders, who previously looked down on Su Yun, now wore expressions devoid of doubt, filled instead with admiration and astonishment. The third elder sighed, saying, "I have practiced for hundreds of years, adhering strictly to the norms of cultivation. Today Su's battle has completely shattered the shackles in my heart. A genius can truly defy the heavens. I have been too rigid. The fourth elder nodded in agreement, saying, "A 1,000-year record has been broken in a day. Your name today will surely spread across the 5 major sects tomorrow, shocking the entire Lingzhou." The 4 grand elders took turns to praise him, their sincerity evident without a trace of superficiality. Li Mofan scanned the crowd, his expression solemn, before announcing loudly, "Today, my disciple Su Yun has created a miraculous achievement of 1,000 years, strengthening the prestige of our Qing Yun. To reward this extraordinary merit and uplift the spirit of the entire sect, I hereby announce the low-grade elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts in the sect's treasury will be open for 1 day, and disciples may exchange them at half price." As the words fell, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. "Thank you, sect leader. The sect leader is magnanimous. We are blessed to follow Brother Su." The news of Su Yun passing the trials of the Qingyun sect could not be contained. In less than a day it spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire realm of Lingzhou cultivation. Everyone received the same explosive news. Su Yun, the direct disciple of the Qingyun sect, had cleared the 10th level of the trial tower that had remained unconquered for 1,000 years. The news sent shockwaves throughout Lingzhou. All the sects in Lingzhou, every cultivator was astonished. Everyone in the circle understood the value of the Qingyun sect's trial tower. It was recognized as the most difficult sect trial tower in Lingzhou bar none. The 9th level was already the absolute limit for Qi refining disciples. The 2nd level beast guarding the 10th level matched the power of Foundation establishment fighters possessing a physical body that crushed humans with fully maxed endurance and recovery. Even ancient prodigies found it challenging to pass. For 1,000 years numerous renowned talents of Lingzhou had perished here. But today, Su Yun had forcefully cleared the challenge. Within the major sects of Lingzhou, shocked disciples, solemn elders, and complex-hearted sect leaders were seen everywhere. At the Danxia sect in the martial arts arena, disciples who were originally practicing diligently gathered together to discuss. "He's gone mad. This person is truly insane. Slaying a 2nd-level beast with Qi refining. I wouldn't even dare to face a 2nd-level fierce beast at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. The 10th level of the trial tower. That was a deadlock for 1,000 years. How many great figures stumbled here in their youth. As fellow Qi refining cultivators, he can slay those at the Foundation establishment level, while we struggle to win in our own level fights. The gap is simply like heaven and earth." At the Bisui Pavilion, a group of female disciples sat together, gasping in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Previously during the sect competition, he swept through the Qi refining ranks, and I thought that was his limit. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply, even breaking the 1,000-year record of the trial tower. This is no longer just a genius, this is a monster, an anomaly. What kind of heaven-defying treasure did the Qingyun sect pick up? At the Qiang Valley and Xinjian sect, the top sects gathered in the main hall, their expressions uniformly complex. Envy, jealousy, and admiration intertwined. They were the top powers alongside Lingzhou and the Qingyun sect. For generations they had competed for resources, talents, and heritage, battling each other for over 1,000 years. Yet now the Qingyun sect had produced such a monster that transcended realms and shattered 1,000-year shackles. It directly pressed all the talents of Lingzhou beneath its feet. For the next 10 or 100 years no one could shake Su Yun's position as the #1 among his contemporaries in Lingzhou. The major sects ignited a wave of comparisons among all disciples. All sect elders and masters quickly unified their reprimands towards their disciples. The elder of the Danxia sect looked at his genius, feeling disappointment for not meeting expectations. At the same age with the same cultivation time, Su Yun has conquered the 1,000-year trial tower. And you just look at yourself. You are at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, yet you exhaust all your strength to defeat a 1st-level beast. While others defy the heavens to slay their enemies, you can barely manage your own duels. All are disciples of cultivation. How can the gap between people be so vast? The chief master of the Xinjian sect sighed coldly at the group of talented disciples. I once thought you were the elite of your generation, worthy of cultivation. But now it seems you are frogs at the bottom of a well looking up at the sky. Take a good look at Su Yun's achievements. What is talent? What is strength? What is an anomaly? In this lifetime, if you can catch up to even half of his footsteps, it would be considered extraordinary. In that instant, every young disciple in the realm of Lingzhou lived in the shadow of Su Yun. The name Su Yun became the ultimate benchmark in the mouths of teachers across the major sects, the disciples of other sects, the prodigies of others. In just one day, Su Yun's name resonated throughout every corner of Lingzhou's cultivation world. From the nascent soul, true monarchs, to the outer sect disciples, no one was unaware, no one was ignorant. The righteous path trembled, and everyone was envious. In the shadows of the demonic path, murderous intent surged. The northern domain's Ghostfire sect and the Pleasure sect, all demonic forces received complete intelligence simultaneously. Upon learning of Su Yun conquering the 10th level of the trial tower, the faces of all high-ranking demonic figures instantly darkened. Originally, Su Yun's name had merely been on the kill list due to high-priority assessment. In the demonic evaluation, he was seen as a future nascent soul candidate with terrifying potential that needed to be eliminated early. But now everyone overturned all previous judgments. In the Ghostfire sect's main hall, the sect leader Liao Zhe looked at the intelligence jade slip in his hand, his eyes cold and his aura chilling. With Qi refining, defeating Foundation establishment, and slaying a second-level beast, this child's true battle power, physical foundation, and talent ceiling far exceed our expectations. Given time, in less than 100 years, he will undoubtedly grow into a nascent soul giant, perhaps even challenge the realm of transformation. The sect leader of the Pleasure sect spoke in a deep voice, his tone icy. Su Yun must die. This child is to be listed as the #1 target on the demonic kill list. Any of our demonic disciples who encounter him, regardless of the cost, must kill him. With a single command, all demonic forces in Lingzhou updated their lists simultaneously. Those prodigious figures from the righteous path that had previously occupied the top spots were all moved down. Su Yun, dominating the top of the list. The primary target for assassination in the demonic path. The #1 enemy to hunt. In just one day, Su Yun became a sensation in both the righteous and demonic paths. The righteous path regarded him as a millennial anomaly, the peak among his peers. The demonic path viewed him as a significant threat, the ultimate target to be eliminated. His reputation resounded throughout Lingzhou, with no one unaware of his name. Yunqi Courtyard. The morning breeze stirred the tassels at the eaves, and the greenery in the courtyard was tranquil and lush. Su Yun sat by the stone table, just receiving the latest news from his fellow disciples. On the demonic path's death list, he had secured the top position with a maximum priority. There would be no rest for the entire state of the demonic path. After reading the message, Su Yun raised his hand to touch his nose, his face filled with helplessness. Come on, this group of demonic path cultivators is a bit too sensitive. He was somewhat speechless. I merely aim to pass a trial tower, break a 1,000-year record, and steadily increase my strength. He had neither provoked the forces of the demonic path nor ambushed their disciples. Just because he displayed a little talent, he was directly placed at the top of the death list. This level of vigilance and fear was simply absurd. Isn't it just passing a trial tower? Is it necessary to be this defensive? Su Yun shook his head, secretly lamenting. The righteous sects praised him for his extraordinary talent, viewing him as a benchmark among peers. The demonic path sects were so frightened that they hastily revised the list overnight, considering him their #1 threat. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun reined in his smile, his expression becoming more solemn. It seems that I must be extremely cautious while traversing the Jianghu from now on. The demonic path's modus operandi was ruthless, obsessive, and unscrupulous. Since they had placed him at the top, he would surely face layers of ambushes, covert assassinations, and surprise attacks. They would never give him a chance to develop peacefully. I need as many life-saving cards as possible. The high-grade defensive spirit artifact gifted by the ancestor was already a top-tier trump card. However, in front of high-level powerhouses, it was still not sufficient. He must always hold back and tread cautiously. Moments later, Su Yun let out a low, cold snort. You old demons of the demonic path, just wait for me. Right now you are hunting me down, treating me like a thorn in your side. No matter, he said, in less than 3 years, once I reach the peak of my cultivation, I will surely sweep through the demonic path of Lingzhou. At that time I will make you all kneel and sing of your submission. Time flew by swiftly, and several days passed in a flash. The day to depart for the secret realm arrived as scheduled. In front of the main entrance of the Qingyun Great Hall, the Bluestone Plaza was wide and flat. The morning light broke through the dawn, casting rosy light on the ground. 20 disciples in the Qi refinement stage were all assembled, wearing the sect's uniform attire, radiating energy and spirit, their expressions solemn. At the forefront of the crowd, Su Yun stood among them, appearing composed. All eyes naturally turned to Su Yun, who stood at the center of the formation. After the battle at the trial tower, he had become the unspoken core and backbone of the group. With him present, everyone felt a surge of confidence. The plaza fell into silence for a moment. A sound of footsteps echoed down the steps of the great hall. The third elder descended the steps, his gaze sweeping across all 20 disciples. The disciples bowed in unison, saying, "We greet the third elder." The third elder raised his hand slightly, his voice booming. "Today I will take you to the central region of Lingzhou, the UNC secret realm. This journey is solely for training to compete for opportunities and sharpen our combat skills. However, I must warn you in advance. The UNC secret realm gathers disciples from the 5 major sects of Lingzhou. Danxia, Xuanjin, Bishui, and Qiyang will all be present. Inside, the secret realm resource competition and opportunity battles will be ubiquitous. Remember this. As disciples of Qingyun, we do not take the initiative to cause trouble, do not recklessly make enemies, and do not bully the weak. However, if someone offends us, we will never back down. If others dare to provoke, dare to ambush, dare to kill, you are free to fight, without hesitation. We Qingyun never initiate conflict, but we are never afraid of it. The 20 disciples felt a surge of spirit responding in unison. We will diligently follow the elders' orders. After instructing everyone, the third elder's gaze fell on Su Yun, who stood at the front of the group. Su Yun, you are the captain of this journey with full authority over the entire team. The secret realm is perilous with hidden currents. In addition to competing with peers from the 4 major sects, you must also guard against hidden dangers. I have but one request of you: protect everyone, depart safely, and return safely. Su Yun's expression was serious as he clasped his hands and responded, I understand. I will certainly fulfill the elder's trust and bring everyone back safely. The third elder nodded slightly, saying no more. He waved his hand, and spiritual energy surged in the air. Buzz! A stream of light shot out, hovering above the plaza. A spirit vessel appeared in midair, rapidly expanding. In just a few moments, it transformed into a large flying vessel about 10 zhang long. The vessel's patterns glowed with a faint spiritual light, and the wind array operated autonomously, stabilizing the airflow around it. Board the vessel. With the third elder's command, the 20 disciples leaped one by one, landing steadily on the deck of the spirit vessel, dividing into 2 sides. Once everyone had boarded, the third elder pointed a finger, and the spirit vessel trembled, its spiritual light surging. The next moment it shot into the air, transforming into a green stream of light piercing through the clouds. The speed was incredibly swift, racing towards the central region of Lingzhou. At the same time, a group of black-clad individuals was stealthily making their way towards the central region of Lingzhou. This team was the assassination squad prepared by the Ghost Fire sect for many days. Leading the group was the sect master of the Ghost Fire sect, Liao Ze. His expression was cold, his eyes deep like a frozen pond surrounded by a barely perceptible black aura. This time the team was exceptionally powerful. At the base level there were 100 disciples, all elite assassins at the Qi Refinement 9th level. These were the death warriors raised from a young age by the Ghost Fire sect, poisoned, trained in ruthlessness and devoid of emotions, knowing only obedience. They felt no pain, no fear, and did not understand retreat. Their only instinct was to kill, ambush, and perish together. Among the high-level forces there was 1 mid-stage foundation establishment and 2 fully realized foundation establishment experts. It is no exaggeration to say that this force could completely crush the disciples of the 5 major sects. Even if all the disciples of the 5 major sects gathered together to resist, they would still be completely slaughtered in the secret realm. Liao Ze instructed Liao Jun beside him. Liao Jun, remember all the arrangements for this mission. Inside the secret realm, while the disciples of the 5 major sects compete for resources and engage in internal fighting, we will not interfere. All opportunities and rare treasures must be abandoned. There is only one goal. Liao Ze's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his killing intent was completely revealed. Kill Su Yun. At all costs. Without regard for any losses. Even if all 100 death warriors perish, we must not let Su Yun walk out of the UNC secret realm alive. If this child is not eliminated within 100 years, my Ghost Fire sect will surely face annihilation, and the entire demonic path of Lingzhou will be uprooted by him alone. This statement is not exaggerated in the slightest. The battle at the Trial Tower showcased Su Yun's combat power and talent, thoroughly frightening the high-level leaders of the demonic path. No monsters must be allowed to survive. To crush them before they can grow is the only way. Liao Jun's body tensed slightly, and there was no hesitation on his face. In the central part of Lingzhou, surrounded by towering mountains, lies a vast circular valley that marks the entrance to the renowned Yuan magnetic secret realm. Within the secret realm, the spiritual energy is dense, hiding countless treasures and opportunities. In the early years of its emergence, various forces from both righteousness and demonic paths fought fiercely for its resources. The righteous sects scrambled for resources and territory, while the demonic factions sought opportunities and cultivation materials. The battles, big and small, were nearly incessant, with countless bloody conflicts. Eventually, the 5 major sects of Lingzhou intervened, joining forces to drive away the demonic forces and establishing rules. The Danxia Xuanjian, Bishui Qiang, and Qingyun sects would jointly oversee the realm, opening it once every 20 years for trials. Disciples from the 5 major sects under the established rules entered to seek treasures and undergo trials, no longer allowing large-scale sect battles, thus stabilizing the situation. Over time, the Yuan magnetic secret realm became the largest competition arena for young disciples from the 5 sects. Today marks the day of the secret realm's opening, occurring once every 20 years. The circular valley at the entrance is already bustling with voices. Apart from the Qingyun sect, which arrived last, the trial teams from the other 4 major sects have all arrived. Disciples from each sect stand in their designated areas, orderly and well-organized. The Golden Core elders leading the teams stand at the front chatting casually as they wait, creating a peaceful atmosphere that conceals their competitive spirit. The disciples from each sect are also whispering among themselves, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the teams from other sects, secretly comparing their peers' strengths. Just then, a deep rumbling sound suddenly echoes from the distant sky. Buzz! The sound grows closer, causing the air in the valley to tremble slightly. Everyone instinctively looks up at the sky. They see a massive blue spirit ship breaking through the clouds, rapidly descending. The spirit ship radiates a dazzling light, appearing substantial and moving at great speed. In a matter of moments, the spirit ship hovers steadily above the valley. With a flash of light, 20 disciples from the Qingyun sect land in perfect unison, forming an orderly line. Elder Sun steps forward slowly, standing at the front of the line with a composed and steady demeanor. At this moment, all 5 major sects of Lingzhou are present. The Golden Core elders leading the other 4 sects come forward with smiles, greeting Elder San with respectful gestures. They are familiar acquaintances, courteous and amicable. After a few simple pleasantries, the eyes of the 4 elders simultaneously land on the young man at the forefront of the Qingyun team. Su Yun stands tall in simple sect attire, his expression calm and composed as he quietly holds his place at the front of the line. Though he appears unremarkable and does not deliberately showcase his aura, this seemingly ordinary young man is now the most dazzling presence among his peers in all of Lingzhou. In the valley, countless disciples from the 4 major sects erupt into hushed discussions. Their gazes are fixed on Su Yun, filled with curiosity and awe. Is that Su Yun, the prodigy who dominates his peers in Lingzhou? He doesn't seem very ostentatious at all. He looks ordinary, but who dares to treat him as just an ordinary disciple? He's the one who broke through the 10th level of the Qi refining trial tower. I thought he would be a grandiose powerhouse. I didn't expect him to be so low-key. Don't judge by appearances. His low profile shows that his strength is solid enough, and he doesn't need to rely on a show of force. Many disciples quietly remind their companions. Be polite and don't provoke anyone from the Qingyun sect, especially Su Yun. All the peers present wouldn't stand a chance against him alone. He broke the millennium record of the trial tower and can kill 2nd-level demonic beasts at will. With such power, he can easily dominate all of us. Once we enter the secret realm, we should just focus on treasure hunting and avoid the Qingyun sect. If a conflict arises and Su Yun strikes, no one will stand up for you. Many disciples nod in agreement, some unable to suppress their feelings. With Su Yun here, the Qingyun sect is almost guaranteed to win this round. He can handle the dangerous areas and beasts that others dare not approach. I've heard that the depths of the secret realm hold the most opportunities and the best treasures, but the demonic beasts are incredibly strong and the dangers are extreme. Few have dared to venture deep in past years. This time the Qingyun sect is likely to strike it rich. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the 4 Golden Core elders finish their greetings, they all wear sincere smiles and approach Su Yun. Having lived for hundreds of years, they possess sharp insights. Ordinary geniuses receive mere casual compliments from them, but Su Yun is different. Young and extraordinarily talented. Such a prodigy, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, is bound to become a nascent soul giant, in the future potentially achieving even greater heights. Within a century, he will certainly be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with these Golden Core elders, or even surpass them. Wise individuals never make foolish enemies ahead of time, they only foster good relationships in advance. An elder from the Danxia sect speaks, first, his smile warm. Young friend Su Yun, I have long heard of your illustrious name. The record in the trial tower that stood for a millennium has been shattered by you, which is indeed astounding. At such a young age, possessing such temperament and combat power, your future is limitless. I sincerely admire you. Following closely, the elder from the Xianjian sect also approaches with a respectful gesture. The first among Lingzhou's peers, truly deserving of the title. In my 300 years of life, this is the first time I've seen such an extraordinary junior. In the future, as you cultivate along the path, you will surely rise step by step, and your future is promising. The elders from Bisui Pavilion and Xiang Valley also step forward in succession to praise him. Their words are sincere and their attitudes humble, lacking any airs of sect elders. Usually the elders from various sects are proud and self-important, rarely taking the initiative to befriend juniors from other sects. Today, for Su Yun Sake, they all act humbly and take the initiative to befriend him, aiming to establish good relations in advance. Everyone knows that today's small junior is the future giant of Lingzhou. In the face of the consecutive praises from the 4 Golden Core giants, Su Yun remains neither arrogant nor humble and doesn't feel anxious. He responds graciously, slightly cupping his hands. Thank you, elders, for your kind words. I am merely fortunate. He maintains a humble, yet dignified demeanor. This attitude makes the four elders nod in approval, growing increasingly fond of Su Yun. With top-notch talent, unparalleled combat strength, and such a steady temperament, this young man's future is undoubtedly limitless. All disciples within the valley watch this scene, filled with awe. Only Su Yun can inspire the four major sect's Golden Core elders to take the initiative to engage. Fellow cultivators, the time has come. As per the usual rules, the five of us will work together to open the entrance to the secret realm. Elder Sin speaks, and the other four Golden Core elders nod in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Each of the five steps forward, taking their positions at the five corners of the secret realm entrance. Each elder takes out an ancient square jade talisman. The talismans are of different colors: blue, red, blue, yellow, and white, each adorned with intricate ancient patterns. These are the keys to the secret realm forged together by the five sects in earlier years. None can be missing. Only when all five are united can the passage to the secret realm be opened. The five jade talismans float into the air suspended. The five streams of spiritual light intertwine, drawing closer together. Snap! The five jade talismans instantly merge, transforming into a complete five-colored square ancient seal. At the moment the ancient seal takes shape, the entire valley suddenly bursts with wind and clouds. The originally clear sky darkens in an instant with clouds rolling and surging. The surrounding spiritual energy goes into a frenzy, gathering towards the center of the valley. The ground of the valley trembles slightly with loose stones rolling. In midair, the five-colored ancient seal radiates 100 zhang of spiritual light, and a massive spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of several dozen zhang slowly forms. The center of the vortex is pitch black and deep, twisting and shifting with spatial patterns flickering, revealing a strong force of spatial pulling. Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm Manifest. The scene is magnificent and shocking. All disciples hold their breath in anticipation, their gazes filled with solemnity and expectation. Elder Sin stares at the forming entrance to the secret realm, raising his voice to remind all disciples one last time. Disciples of the five sects, listen up. Prepare to enter the secret realm immediately. When you step into the vortex, do not resist the pulling force with your spiritual energy. The space within the secret realm is chaotic. Resisting will only disturb your own breath and harm your meridians. Remember the rules of the trial. The duration of this secret realm opening is 10 days. After 10 days, the entrance to the secret realm will be completely sealed. Those who stay beyond the time will be trapped inside the secret realm with no one to save them. Each of you must manage your time wisely, treasure hunting cautiously, and prioritize your safety. The disciples of the five major sects focus their minds, suppressing distractions, and straighten their postures. After the rules are reiterated, the five-colored ancient seal's light intensifies, and the vortex of the secret realm's attraction suddenly surges several times. Enter the secret realm. With Elder San's command, a total of 100 Qi refining disciples from the five major sects leap into the massive black vortex, in order of their sects. Figures flicker in succession, each swallowed by the power of space. In just a few moments, all 100 top Qi refining disciples from Lingzhou enter the realm. In the empty valley, only the five Golden Core elders remain standing. The five gaze at the still turbulent vortex of the secret realm, their expressions varied. The scene shifts. Inside the secret realm, an endless expanse of primordial ancient forest comes into view. Towering ancient trees rise from the ground, their trunks so thick that they require several people to encircle them, their branches intertwining to block out the sky. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves piled up in layers, soft and silent underfoot. Vines entwine between the trees, and the wild grass reaches waist-high everywhere, showcasing the untouched beauty of nature. The air is humid and oppressive, carrying an ancient, desolate, earthy scent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushes towards him, rich to the point of being overwhelming. Countless flecks of spiritual energy float within the forest, visible as shimmering lights rising and falling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strips of white light streak across the sky above the dense forest. 100 disciples from the five major sects successively descend from their spatial transmission points. As their feet hit the ground, everyone is momentarily stunned. Random landing points. We've been separated. There's not a single fellow disciple nearby. The transmission range is too scattered. It wasn't a bulk landing at all. The transmission mechanism at the entrance of the secret realm is completely random. 100 people land in 100 different locations. Having just entered, they are thoroughly dispersed. Some are anxious, some vigilant, and some immediately grip their magical tools tightly. The disciples of each sect quickly stabilize themselves and enter a state of alert. Another flash of white light descends. After Su Yun lands, he immediately surveys his surroundings. All around him is a dense and ancient forest. The enormous trees block the sky, the forest is deep and dark, and the light is oppressive. He looks up. The entire high sky of the secret realm lacks the sun and clouds. A massive blood-red moon hangs silently in the sky. The light of the blood moon is dim and eerie, casting a strange red hue upon the land. The pale white trees, the dark red moonlight, and the pitch-black tree shadows intertwine. The three elements weave together, exuding an indescribable sense of eeriness and oddity. Su Yun immediately extends his divine sense to investigate. Buzz. As soon as his divine sense is released, it is instantly disturbed by an invisible force. The expansion speed of his divine sense plummets, and its range is forcibly locked. Originally, his divine sense could cover several miles, detecting the slightest movements. But here it is utterly ineffective. It can barely sweep 100 meters around him. Beyond that, the magnetic field is chaotic, causing his divine sense to shatter into confusion, rendering him unable to perceive anything. No wonder it's called the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth here are extraordinarily violent. The pervasive magnetic turbulence interferes with space and disrupts divine senses. This greatly limits the exploration abilities of cultivators, making it easy to get lost or ambushed. Immediately, Su Yun focuses his thoughts and activates the Wanxiang spirit searching technique. As the secret technique activates within his line of sight, a radius of 1 mile lights up with scattered glimmers. Beyond that, it is completely dark with no feedback. It is also forcibly suppressed by the magnetic field. The Wanxiang spirit searching technique is still limited by the magnetic field of the secret realm to its maximum range. But even so, within this dark realm where everyone is groping around blindly, he can pinpoint treasures, spiritual materials, and unusual movements within a mile. This already presents an immense advantage. After a moment, Su Yun pulls out a specially crafted jade slip. With a light touch of spiritual power from his fingertip, the jade slip emits a faint glow. A complete, simple topographical map of the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm unfolds before his eyes, clearly marking mountains, valleys, perilous areas, and forbidden zones. In the most prominent position, a bright red dot is etched, indicating the gathering point of the Qingyun sect. This was the meeting location informed by the third elder in advance, situated in a spacious basin near the center of the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Su Yun locks onto the location. He raises his eyes to confirm the terrain in the forest and calibrates his direction. After securing the jade slip, he moves his body. Whoosh! He transforms into a light shadow, swiftly darting through the branches in the low air. He moves at remarkable speed, his movements agile. He dodges the thick tree trunks, gliding past dense vines, racing through the dark, primordial, ancient forest. Outside the main entrance valley of the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm, 100 miles away. In a desolate and dark mountain region, the towering peaks block all sunlight, and black mist lingers throughout the year with miasma flourishing. This place is secluded and hidden, making it an excellent hideout. All elite members of the Ghostfire sect lie in wait here. Liao Ze raises his hand palm open. A completely transparent glazed token quietly hovers in his palm. It is the secret treasure of the Ghostfire sect, the spatial splitting glazed token. Its function is extremely special. It cannot be used to attack enemies, but it can tear apart spatial barriers, forcibly opening temporary spatial passages. The Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm is sealed by a grand array laid by the 5 sects, and the entrance can only be opened with the 5 sects' jade tokens. However, the space within the secret realm is vast and boundless, and under the constant magnetic disturbances, the restrictions have countless blind spots. This spatial splitting glazed token is specifically used to exploit those gaps and smuggle into the secret realm. Liao Ze concentrates spiritual power at his fingertip and pours it entirely into the glazed token. Buzz. The token lights up with a faint black-purple spiritual glow, intricate spatial patterns rapidly moving and flickering. The surrounding air begins to distort and ripple, and the forest scenery within view slightly shifts and wobbles. Liao Ze swiftly forms obscure magical seals with both hands, casting incantations. Strands of black spiritual power burst forth from his fingertips, merging into the air, constantly pulling and tearing at the void. Sizzle! A narrow light gate 2 meters high is torn open in the space just in front of him. Inside the light gate is a grayish expanse where the spatial air currents roll violently, connecting directly to the uninhabited wilderness of the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. The temporary passage is fully formed. A chilling wind from the secret realm blows out from the light gate, carrying the unique magnetic, chaotic aura of the realm. Liao Ze withdraws his hands, his expression grim, turning to look at Liao Jun before him. The passage is open. You all must enter immediately and conceal yourselves within the secret realm. Remember, your only task is to do whatever it takes to eliminate Su Yun, to root him out completely. He raises his hand to take out a small black jade talisman and hands it to Liao Jun. The surface of the Jade Talisman is engraved with the exclusive mark of the Ghost Fire Sect, sturdy in texture with concealed spiritual light. This is the Return Communication Jade Talisman. After completing your task, just need to crush the talisman. I will immediately activate the Spatial Splitting Glaze token to reopen this temporary passage and bring you all back safely. Liao Jun takes the Jade Talisman with both hands tightly holding it in his palm. The disciple will remember the command. Liao Ze nods slightly, a surge of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Go now. I await your triumphant return. With those words, Liao Jun says no more, turning to wave his hand. 100 masked assassins rise, silently pairing off and vanishing into the spatial light gate. 2 fully established Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly follow their figures, gliding quickly into the passage. In just a few breaths, the elite members of the Ghost Fire Sect have all smuggled into the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. At the gathering point, the ground is flat and spacious with a clear view all around. Su Yun has arrived early, standing quietly in the center of the basin awaiting. Before long, faint sounds of air being sliced through can be heard from the forest in the distance. Shadows of disciples from the Qingyun sect rush out from the dense thickets in all directions. One by one, they stride into the center of the basin, gathering in an orderly fashion. 1, 2, 10, 15. The number of disciples continues to increase. In just a short moment, all 20 disciples of the Qingyun sect are present. Su Yun quickly scans the crowd, counting each individual. Confirming that everyone is safe and sound with no one missing or injured, he gently nods, his expression serious as he addresses everyone. Now that everyone is present, I have a few words to say. During the next 10 days of training in the secret realm, I expect everyone to be fully alert. This place is different from the sect's mountains and forests. The magnetic fields are chaotic, visibility is poor, and divine senses are restricted with unseen dangers everywhere. In addition to the native beasts of the secret realm, there are also disciples from other sects competing for resources and hidden ambushes that we cannot anticipate. Su Yun's tone is serious as he repeatedly emphasizes, everyone remember one rule. No matter who it is, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, face a strong enemy, or are ambushed, immediately release a signal flare, do not be overconfident, do not push through, and do not feel ashamed. Once the signal is out, all nearby Qingyun disciples must rush over to provide support. He looks at the group of fellow disciples before him, continuing to patiently instruct. No matter how many opportunities there are in the secret realm, or how precious the heavenly materials and earthly treasures are, you must be alive to obtain them and bring them out. There's no need to put yourself in danger for a bit of resources. If you can be stable, then be stable. If you can avoid danger, then avoid it. If you can team up, never venture alone. I have no other requests of you, just hope that after 10 days all 20 of us can exit the secret realm safely, without leaving anyone behind. All the disciples present nod in agreement. That's all I have to say about the rules. The next actions are up to you. You can pair up in 2s or form groups of 3 to 5, searching for treasures, hunting beasts, or seeking opportunities together. With that, Su Yun states his decision. As for me, I will act alone. If you encounter danger, just send a signal. If I'm nearby, I will rush over. Understood. We will follow Senior Brother Su's orders. The 19 disciples respond in unison. The Qingyun sect team officially begins their training in the secret realm. Some disciples pair up in 2s, venturing into the surrounding dense forest to search for treasures. Others group together, choosing relatively safe areas to explore for resources. An hour later, the outer perimeter of the secret realm in the central circle area completely no longer showed Su Yun's figure. While others trained slowly, exploring bit by bit, he took a completely different path. Su Yun wasted not a moment at the periphery. The Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm opens once every 20 years, lasting for thousands of years. The resources in the outer and central circles had long been thoroughly scavenged by past disciples of the sect. What remained were merely low-grade spiritual herbs and ordinary resources utterly worthless. Any remotely decent treasures were beyond the reach of newcomers. To seek wealth and acquire genuine good resources, there was only one place: the forbidden zone of the secret realm. There the dangers were the highest, the beasts the strongest, and previous disciples dared not tread lightly. It was precisely because no one dared to come that a vast trove of treasures remained. Rushing at full speed, traversing layer upon layer of dense forest, crossing over perilous valleys, Su Yun directly stepped into the core forbidden zone marked on the map. As he entered the forbidden zone, the surrounding environment changed instantly. The trees became more ancient and towering, with thick mist swirling amid the forest and chilling winds blowing. Crimson moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, creating a strong sense of oppression. The feeling of a disrupted magnetic field intensified. An ordinary cultivator entering here would lose all sense of direction. Without a word, Su Yun activated the 10,000 forms spirit-seeking technique. Instantly, countless light points illuminated his field of vision. They were dense, covering the ground. The scattered spiritual lights adorned the mountain's rock crevices, soil layers, and tree holes. Compared to the sparse points of light in the periphery, this was a completely different extreme. The outer area had only scattered finds. Here it was a treasure trove everywhere. Su Yun's pupils brightened, and he felt a surge of joy within. I've struck it rich. I'm really going to get rich this time. Every corner concealed rare, spiritual materials seldom seen in the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun immediately got to work sweeping through the light points. He pulled up the century-old spiritual herbs from the crevices of the earth. He dug out treasures crystallized between the rocks. His speed was astonishing, his gaze precise, and his movements decisive. Every treasure scanned by the spirit-seeking technique was taken without a single one left behind. He truly achieved a thorough plunder, leaving no trace. Resources in his storage bag piled up wildly at a visible rate. After half an hour of scavenging, Su Yun halted his steps, his gaze locking onto a spot on the mountainside ahead. A pitch-black natural cave lay hidden behind a wall of vines. The cave entrance was overgrown with weeds, extremely concealed, and an ordinary person would never discover it. Outside the cave, a beast lay in wait. It had a body of blue scales, exposed fangs, and stood half the height of a human, exuding a fierce aura. It was a pinnacle-level blue-scale beast. The blue-scale beast sensed the presence of a human, suddenly lifting its head, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It crouched, tensing its body into a posture ready to pounce. A low growl emanated from its throat, locking onto Su Yun. Any other sect disciple encountering this pinnacle-level beast would undoubtedly respond with caution and engage with all their might. Looking at the snarling beast, Su Yun merely smiled lightly. A mere pinnacle-level beast posed no threat to him. He casually raised his hand and effortlessly unleashed a punch. Bang! A dull thud exploded. The unadorned punch crushed everything. The blue-scale beast didn't even have time to scream before its body was blasted apart by the punch. Its body collapsed to the ground, instantly devoid of life. A swift kill. Su Yun casually clapped his hands and stepped into the cave. Inside, it was dry and cool, with a density of spiritual energy far exceeding that outside. At the very back, on a stone platform, a plant of vibrant green spiritual medicine grew quietly. Its roots were sturdy, its leaves plump, and spiritual energy surrounded it. It was a century-old dew plant. In the outside world, it was a rare resource. Just bringing it to the sect's storage room for exchange would yield at least several thousand contribution points. It greatly aids Foundation establishment cultivators in stabilizing their cultivation and refining their spiritual power. Su Yun's eyes brightened as he carefully picked the spiritual medicine and securely placed it in his storage bag. What a huge gain! The harvest from this one cave equaled the total efforts of others training in the periphery for 10 days. From this moment on, Su Yun completely let loose. Transforming into a treasure-hunting machine in the secret realm, he rampaged through the core of the Forbidden Zone. The spirit-seeking technique was activated the entire time, leaving no resources unexamined. He pulled up grass when encountering it, mined crystals when found, and harvested pills from beasts. While frantically scavenging for rare materials, Su Yun hummed a little tune leisurely. His tone was relaxed and content, completely unlike someone training in a perilous secret realm. It felt more like picking herbs in his own backyard. Digging in the little secret realm, searching for little spiritual herbs, collecting plenty of treasures. Digging in the big Forbidden Zone, unearthing century-old spiritual medicines, earning heaps of cash. The more I dig, the better it feels. The more I collect, the more I get high. Opportunities abound everywhere. High-grade spiritual materials can be found anywhere. This entire secret realm's richest Forbidden Zone is monopolized by me alone. Su Yun was left with only one feeling. This is so exhilarating. This was certainly not secret realm training. This was clearly a money-grabbing expedition. The resources that cultivators outside yearned for were scattered everywhere here, allowing him to collect at will. In just under 2 hours, his storage bag was already stuffed full with various rare materials. Su Yun did not stop his steps, his gaze directed towards the darker depths of the secret realm. Keep digging. Today I must clean out this Forbidden Zone completely. Deepest in the Forbidden Zone, after passing through layers of shadowy forests, a secluded circular valley appeared before Su Yun. As he approached the valley entrance, he halted his steps. The valley was densely populated with beasts everywhere. His gaze swept across, and he could not see the end. The lowest were all first-level beasts, numbering at least several hundred. Among them were also 20 robust, fierce, second-level early beasts. These beasts clustered in various spots around the valley. Some lay resting on stones, some paced on the ground, and others lowered their heads to nibble on the spiritual herbs growing in the valley, filling the entire area with a strong beastly aura. Su Yun quickly grasped the situation. The gathering of so many beasts was definitely not a coincidence. No treasure attracts beasts. There must be top-tier treasures hidden underneath this valley. Otherwise, it would not draw so many beasts to gather here. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he boldly walked into the valley. Rustle, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the quiet valley. The next moment, hundreds of first-level beasts simultaneously raised their heads, and the 22nd-level beasts also turned to look. Pairs of beastly eyes fixated on Su Yun, who intruded into the valley. All the beasts were stunned. For so many years, no human cultivator had ever ventured here. Previous disciples did not even dare to approach the center of the Forbidden Zone lightly, let alone directly invade the core valley swarming with beasts. Confusion and vigilance filled the minds of these beasts. Where did this human find the courage? Standing in the center of the valley facing the densely packed swarm of beasts, Su Yun remained unfazed. What are you all staring at? Everything in this valley I wanted. Those who recognize the situation get lost. As soon as his words fell, the beasts in the entire valley were instantly enraged. Beasts are inherently vicious. How could they tolerate such provocation from a human? Roar. The deafening roars of beasts erupted. Hundreds of first-level beasts were the first to stir, pounding the ground with their limbs, charging toward Su Yun like madmen. Dust flew, and the beastly aura surged. 22nd-level early beasts pressed in behind, their eyes fierce, ready to surround and attack at any moment. Any Kyre-finding cultivator who entered this place would be instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of hundreds of beasts. Unfortunately, they encountered Su Yun. With an indifferent expression, he flicked his fingers and spiritual light flashed. Spiritual power surged rapidly. Buzz. Golden spiritual power wildly gathered in midair. 10 sharp golden blades took shape in an instant, floating around him. Kill. Su Yun uttered a low command, manipulating with his mind. The 10 golden blades instantly shot out, transforming into 10 rays of golden light, swiftly weaving through the valley. The speed was so fast that it was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the golden blades passed, the beasts had no ability to resist. First-level beasts died upon contact, and even the tougher second-level beasts could not withstand the cutting power of the golden blades. In just a few breaths' time, golden light crisscrossed the entire valley, reaping, darting, and slashing. Not a single beast could close in, nor could any withstand a single strike. A moment ago, the beasts had been brimming with ferocity and overwhelming presence. The next moment, they all lay sprawled on the ground. The valley floor was blanketed with the corpses of beasts, and beast blood flowed through the stone crevices, filling the air with a bloody stench. Hundreds of beasts, 22nd-level early beasts, all were annihilated. Su Yun retracted his technique and surveyed the field of corpses with a satisfied nod. With the obstacles cleared, he could finally see the treasures within the valley. He stepped toward the very center of the valley. The further he went, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the sweeter the medicinal fragrance became. Entering a cave, Su Yun fixed his gaze and was instantly dazzled, unable to suppress a low exclamation. Oh wow. Holy crap. I've hit the jackpot. 100-year-old scarlet fruit. Moreover, it was on the verge of complete ripeness. No wonder the beasts in the entire valley guarded it so fiercely. No wonder the 22nd-level beasts were content to stay here without moving. This single 100-year-old scarlet fruit was the spiritual core of the entire valley, a heavenly opportunity that countless beasts longed for. Having formed for a century, it absorbed the spiritual energy and essence of the entire mountain. Once fully ripe, even an ordinary beast consuming it would experience a direct surge in cultivation and break through their realm. If a cultivator ingested it, the value would be terrifying. It would consolidate the foundation, purify spiritual power, solidify the base, and greatly enhance the speed of cultivation. It could even directly assist a cultivator in breaking through bottlenecks, reducing the risks of inner demons. Such a level of spiritual medicine, if placed in the outside world, would be a top-tier treasure that is valuable yet scarce. Elders of the Golden Core stage from various sects would fight over it madly. Looking at the scarlet fruit which was swaying and about to ripen, Su Yun wore a satisfied smile. This trip to the depths of the Forbidden Zone was truly worth it. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Su Yun did not delve deeper into the secret realm, remaining stationed around the valley. He kept busy thoroughly sweeping the entire valley and the resources within a 10-mile radius. Every medicinal herb and/or suitable for crafting was collected by him one by one. His storage bag was already stuffed full, piled high with various low to mid-tier resources. Yet he had not ventured too far from the valley. The reason was simple: everything was for that nearly ripe 100-year red fruit. To him, all the resources scavenged from the surroundings were not worth as much as that single fruit. The 100-year red fruit was a treasure that could be encountered but not sought. If he left the valley and happened to be discovered by other sect geniuses who might take the fruit, it would be a tremendous loss. There would be no place left to weep. He would never engage in a loss that outweighed the gain. Thus, for these 4 days, he patiently remained on guard. At the same time, in the surrounding area of the secret realm, Liao Jun led 100 elite assassins from the Ghostfire sect, along with 2 fully established Foundation establishment protectors searching back and forth through the dense forest. The entire team concealed their presence, avoiding the training teams from various major sects. Over the course of 4 days, they scoured all the popular treasure hunting spots and resource areas in the outer region of the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many disciples from the 5 major sects, and several times came across teams from the Qingyan sect. Yet despite their repeated searches, they could not find even a trace of Su Yun. Liao Jun grew increasingly frustrated, harboring a belly full of anger. Their core mission was singular: to kill Su Yun. Until they found him, they absolutely could not reveal their identities. The Golden Core elders of the 5 major sects were stationed outside the secret realm. If news of the demonic sect infiltrating the secret realm leaked, the Golden Core elders would surely take action. At that time, none of them would be able to leave the secret realm alive. So even though their search had yielded no results for many days, they could only endure and remain hidden, not daring to provoke the righteous disciples. After 4 consecutive days of coming up empty-handed, Liao Jun completely lost his patience. He hid in the shadows of the dense forest, his face dark, muttering angrily to himself. Damn it! Where the hell has Su Yun gone to hide? We've searched the perimeter and the inner circle, and there's not a single shadow to be seen. Could it be that after entering the secret realm, he just found a corner to hide and slack off? One of the accompanying protectors stepped forward, his expression calm as he analyzed. Young master, there's no need to waste time on the perimeter anymore. We both know Su Yun's strength. He is unrivaled among his peers, his combat power surpassing the norm. The resources in the outer and inner circles might not even catch his eye. Historically, top-tier geniuses have always headed straight for the depths of the secret realm. If we can't find him in the inner circle, there's only one possibility: he has already ventured into the restricted area of the secret realm alone. Liao Jun's demeanor instantly calmed, and he quickly grasped the key insight. Indeed, with Su Yun's monstrous strength, he would not bother competing for the trifling resources in the outer region. Only the opportunity-rich restricted area would be worth his solitary risk. You are right. Liao Jun's eyes hardened, and he made a decisive resolution. All personnel follow orders and immediately change direction, heading straight for the restricted area of the secret realm. The secret realm is not that vast, or I refuse to believe he can just vanish into thin air. With a command given, 100 masked assassins quickly gathered following Liao Jun and his group, swiftly moving toward the deepest part of the secret realm. As they rushed forward, it wasn't long before they reached the boundary of the restricted area. Just as they stepped into the outer edge of the restricted area, a wave of heat suddenly surged deep within Liao Jun's soul. In the depths of his mind, there was a faint yet distinct blood red pull, firmly locking onto the depths of the restricted area ahead. Not just him, the members of the Ghostfire sect sensed the same aura. This was the Ghostfire sect's exclusive blood-soul contract. Only enemies who had killed Ghostfire sect members and had been tainted by their blood-soul aura would trigger this contractual sensing. Liao Jun's pupils constricted, surprised and cold. There is an enemy of our Ghostfire sect inside the restricted area. The Foundation establishment protector beside him immediately echoed in a deep voice. Young master, the contract's response is intense and not far away. The enemy is definitely in the depths of the restricted area. Liao Jun gazed into the misty depths of the restricted area, a chilling smile slowly forming on his face. Originally, they had come merely to hunt Su Yun. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon an enemy of their sect. Interesting. I initially only wished to kill Su Yun for great merit. Since we've run into an enemy of the sect, let's take care of them as well. Whoever dares to kill a member of my Ghostfire sect shall die. Inside the cave, the red fruit grew plumper by the day, with only a little time left until it was fully ripe. Su Yun sat cross-legged, beginning to tally the spoils of the past few days. Inside the cave, the red fruit grew plumper by the day, with only a little time left until it was fully ripe. Su Yun sat cross-legged, beginning to tally the spoils of the past few days. The storage bag lay open, displaying an array of resources piled high like a mountain. Low and mid-grade spiritual herbs were categorized and neatly arranged, crafting ores were stored separately, pure in quality, and scattered spirit stones and special materials from the secret realm were all organized. He patiently classified, counted, and organized all the heavenly materials and cultivation resources. Useful ones were kept for alchemy and crafting, while the scarce ones were properly sealed for future cultivation breakthroughs and resource exchanges. Just as he was focused on counting his treasures, a faint yet clear tremor from the formation outside the cave suddenly resonated. It was the simple alert formation he had set up at the entrance of the valley. The fluctuations of the formation were rapid and obvious, indicating that outsiders had entered the warning range of the valley. He couldn't believe that someone really managed to find this place. Su Yun paused, waved his hand, and all treasures were instantly returned to the storage bag. Su Yun stood up and quickly walked toward the cave entrance, releasing his divine sense to scan the area outside the valley. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but mutter an expletive. Damn! Outside the valley, the open ground was filled with a dense crowd of figures. A quick glance revealed nearly 100 people, all dressed in black and masked, their aura somber and deathly silent, clearly members of the demonic sect. How on earth did they get in? Logically, demonic cultivators shouldn't have any chance of infiltrating. Damn it, to kill him, they actually risked everything to infiltrate the Yuan magnetic secret realm. It's utterly insane. Outside the valley, Liao Jun took a step forward, his gaze locking onto the cave. You inside, there's no need to hide. Come out and die obediently. Hiding is meaningless. Su Yun gathered his thoughts and stepped out of the cave, confronting the 100-strong demonic cultivator team. His gaze was icy as he stared at Liao Jun, speaking in a deep voice. Demonic cultivators, how did you come in? Once Liao Jun recognized Su Yun, he was taken aback. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, carefully examining Su Yun's appearance, stature, and aura. Do you all see? Is that not Su Yun? The two protectors fixed their gaze on Su Yun, nodding vigorously, their tone certain. Young master, it's him. His appearance and stature matched the portrait perfectly. It is definitely Su Yun himself. Upon confirmation, a strong murderous intent erupted in Liao Jun's eyes as he turned his cold gaze back to Su Yun, asking in a chilling voice, "You are Su Yun, right?" "Yes, I am." "Huh." Liao Jun suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with a chilling delight. "What a stroke of luck. We searched for you for 4 entire days in the perimeter and inner circle, and little did we expect you were hiding in this restricted valley. Su Yun, you certainly know how to choose a place to lounge around." His smile suddenly faded, replaced by a chilling murderous intent, with each word ice cold. "You killed my Ghostfire sect disciples, forging a deadly enmity with my sect. Furthermore, you are ranked first on the demonic sect's kill list, the #1 enemy of all demonic forces in Lingzhou. Today, crossing paths with us means your death is imminent. You are completely finished." Su Yun heard this, a faint smile curling on his lips. So they were from the Ghostfire sect. No wonder the aura feels so familiar. They are remnants of the Ghostfire sect. Last time I easily wiped out a small team of yours. I didn't expect to run into you again so soon. We truly are fated. Mentioning past events, the murderous intent in Liao Jun's eyes intensified, and the demonic energy around him surged restlessly. "Don't be arrogant. The debts from last time will be settled today." He surveyed the valley surroundings with a face full of confident superiority. "Don't harbor delusions of sending a distress signal for help. Long before we arrived at the valley perimeter, I had already set up isolation barriers. Signals cannot be sent out, nor can spiritual power escape. This valley has been completely severed from the outside world. No one knows your situation. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't be able to save you. You are undoubtedly going to die." 100 assassins took a step forward, their demonic energy soaring the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Su Yun faced the death warriors of the Ghostfire sect, showing no hint of panic on his face. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. His divine sense quickly swept across the entire scene, instantly grasping all of his opponent's details. 100 death warriors, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It looked impressive, with sheer numbers overwhelming him. Yet they were merely at the Qi refinement stage. Among them, only 3 held genuine combat power. 2 fully established Foundation Establishment Guardians, and 1 mid-stage Foundation Establishment Warrior, Liao Jun. That was all. With such a lineup, did they think they could kill him? Far from enough. Su Yun stared coldly at Liao Jun ahead. "You want my life? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Liao Jun's eyes surged with killing intent as he gritted his teeth and shouted arrogant. "I want to see if your strength is truly monstrous or just a hollow reputation. Everyone listen up. Surround and kill." With a single command boom, the 100 Ghostfire death warriors moved in unison. Black robes billowed and shadows darted. All of them surrounded him, attacking from all directions with a frenzied assault. In their hands, the demonic blades glimmered with a dark aura, and sinister magic swirled around them. Nearly 100 attacks surged towards him simultaneously. Blade lights, claw shadows, demonic flames, and poison techniques densely covering the entire valley. The scene was horrifying enough to suffocate anyone. But Su Yun's gaze remained unchanged. He quickly formed a hand seal with one hand. Golden blade technique. Buzz. 10 golden blade shadows instantly hovered around him. The golden light was blinding, and the blade winds tore through the air. With a thought, Su Yun sent the 10 golden blades shooting out. Their speed was so fast that they left behind only golden afterimages. The 10 death warriors at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. Pucci! 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 The golden blades pierced through their bodies, instantly killing them. 10 corpses fell to the ground. Blood splattered across the earth. With one strike, he had slain 10. The remaining golden blades did not stop under Su Yun's divine sense. They skillfully weaved through the battlefield. All the incoming demonic techniques, demonic blades, and poison spells were blocked and shattered by the golden blades. All ranged attacks couldn't even get close to Su Yun. The death warriors on the periphery were pierced one by the golden blades. At the same time, Su Yun's figure flickered, and with a burst of spiritual energy beneath his feet, he moved like lightning. Transforming into a green shadow, he charged directly into the group of death warriors. Facing the 9th level Chi refinement warriors up close, Su Yun raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! The immense force of his body exploded forth. One death warrior's chest caved in, bones shattered, and he flew back like a broken doll, hitting the ground lifeless. Someone on the right launched a surprise attack with a demonic blade. Su Yun sidestepped to avoid it, then struck back with a palm that sent the opponent's head flying, the force overwhelmingly violent. Behind him, another person hid, gathering demonic fire for a sneak attack. Su Yun didn't look back, relying solely on his senses. His back muscles tensed, and he elbowed back fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The assailant's shoulder bones shattered, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. The entire battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre. On the periphery, 10 golden blades roamed the field, clearing ranged attackers. Up close, Su Yun's physical prowess crushed them. One punch per death warrior, one palm per life. The attacks from the death warriors struck Su Yun, but they couldn't even break the skin. The fearless death warriors charged wildly. But it was futile. No matter how many there were, they couldn't bridge the gap in absolute strength. In just over 10 breaths, the ground was littered with corpses. 60 to 70 elite ghost fire death warriors had fallen, leaving only around 30 remaining. Liao Jun, who had been watching the entire time, was utterly stunned. What the hell? Is this really Chi refinement? This is too outrageous. 8th level Chi refinement crushing 109th level Chi refinement death warriors. Instant kills, annihilating them. Liao Jun's head buzzed. He had never seen such an absurd cultivator in his life. When did the Chi refinement stage become this unreasonable? He even subconsciously doubted whether the death warriors from within the sect hadn't seen real combat for too long and were deliberately going easy on him. Beside him, the 2 guardians' expressions were tense to the extreme. One of them spoke in a deep voice, "Young master, something's not right. This person's combat power is extremely abnormal. The death warriors nurtured by the sect have no power to resist in front of him. It's completely one-sided slaughter. If this continues, all 100 death warriors will be wiped out." Another immediately urged urgently, "Young master, please retreat at once. Relying on death warriors won't kill him." Liao Jun snapped back to reality and ordered in a deep voice, "Retreat. All of you retreat." The remaining 30 or so death warriors felt as if they had received a pardon, quickly withdrawing, retreating behind Liao Jun, and the others not daring to fight any longer. The battle came to a halt. Su Yun stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by rotating golden blades, his gaze filled with mockery. He scoffed, deliberately opening his mouth to taunt. "Why did you stop attacking? 100 people surround and kill me alone, and you get scared. I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet. Let's continue. Come on." Liao Jun stared intently at Su Yun, his face shifting between shades of green and black. He had to admit he had completely misjudged him. "Kid, I underestimated you. Now I admit your strength is indeed well-deserved, not a bit false. Among peers in Lingzhou, you are indeed in a league of your own." After speaking, he suddenly turned his head, looking at the 2 guardians beside him. "You 2 guardians, make your move. Kill this boy." As the words fell, the 2 fully established foundation establishment powerhouses of the Ghost Fire sect stepped forward together. They wore black-patterned demonic robes, and dark demonic energy swirled around them. The air turned cold, and the wind in the entire valley momentarily stilled. The 2 stared at Su Yun, their eyes filled with disdain. The red-haired guardian spoke, his voice hoarse and cold. "Kid, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, you have encountered the 2 of us who are fully established in Foundation establishment." The plump guardian replied coldly. "In a cross-stage battle, you can be proud. Foundation establishment and Chi refinement are like a chasm. No matter how strong you are still just a body and spiritual energy at the Chi refinement stage. Today you will undoubtedly die." Boom. The 2 stopped wasting words, their momentum fully unleashed. The dense spiritual energy of Foundation establishment mixed with rich demonic energy soared into the sky. The ground beneath them trembled, sending fragments of stone bouncing slightly, while the surrounding vegetation bent and fell under the pressure of demonic energy. The 2 quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The pitch-black demonic patterns in their palms quickly lit up, swirling and condensing. 2 entirely different demonic techniques instantly took shape. The red-haired guardian gathered a swirling mass of cold, bone-chilling black demonic fire in his palm. The plump guardian had several dark wind blades swirling in front of him, the sound of them slicing through the air piercing. Demonic flames devour the heavens. Black wind bone cleave. The two foundation establishment techniques, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously crushed down towards Su Yun. Their overwhelming might covered the entire midair, blocking all of Su Yun's escape routes. The watching death warriors all had their eyes shining. Facing the dual assault of foundation establishment techniques, Su Yun's expression remained unchanged. He quickly formed a single hand seal, his spiritual energy rapidly circulating. Golden blade technique. All out. Buzz. 10 golden blades instantly condensed, no longer the previous thin shadows. Each blade surged with spiritual light. They charged directly towards the two techniques in a heating clash. Bang! Bang! The sky erupted with explosive sounds. The golden blades collided with the demonic flames, clashing against the black wind. The violent spiritual energy shockwave instantly spread in all directions. Countless black fire sparks exploded, and the dark wind blades were forcefully shattered. Two attacks that could easily annihilate a mid-stage foundation establishment warrior were actually met heat by Su Yun's golden blade technique and obliterated. The pupils of the two guardians suddenly constricted. How is this possible? They had lived for over 200 years and had never witnessed such an outrageous chi refining cultivator. It completely overturned their understanding of the chi refining realm. With no time to think further, both of them raised their hands, simultaneously summoning their respective magical artifacts. From the red-haired guardian's palm, a black, demonic poison hook flew out. The hook was pitch black, its body covered in fine barbs surrounded by a mist of dark green poisonous gas. In front of the fat guardian, a ghostly black rock shield manifested. Thick and hard, the shield was dark and covered in defensive patterns, providing exceptional protection. The two poured their spiritual energy frantically into their magical artifacts, preparing to utterly crush and conclude the battle. At that moment, Su Yun raised his hand and grasped. The storage bag emitted a flash of light. A long sword, entirely gilded, appeared in his hand. A supreme magical artifact, the flowing light golden patterned sword. The instant the sword was drawn, a golden sword light shot into the sky, its pure and sharp aura instantly suppressing all the demonic energy on the field. The suppression from the supreme magical artifact was visibly apparent. The two foundation establishment guardians' expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with shock, followed by uncontrollable mockery and sneers. A supreme magical artifact. Good grief, this kid has quite the hidden cards. What a pity, what a pity. While a supreme magical artifact is indeed formidable, its activation consumes an enormous amount of energy. That's something meant for foundation establishment cultivators. You, a mere chi refining 8th layer, have a pitifully thin reserve of spiritual energy. How long can you last? You might hold out for a moment or two, but you can't sustain a prolonged battle. When your spiritual energy is depleted, that will be your death sentence. The two were convinced that Su Yun had nothing but a supreme magical artifact without enough spiritual energy to truly unleash its power. After their mockery, both guardians unleashed their magical artifacts with all their might, attacking once more. The black demonic poison hook, carrying a sky full of poisonous light, struck fiercely at Su Yun's vital points. The ghostly black rock shield blocked the way ahead, compressing Su Yun's space to evade. Holding the golden patterned sword, Su Yun leapt into the air. The sword technique was activated. Sword light flowed, his figure darted, directly confronting the two fully realized foundation establishment experts. Clang clang. The sword and hook collided, the magical artifacts roaring. The supreme sword light cleaved through the black poison hook, each collision causing the opposing artifacts to tremble violently. The golden patterned sword struck against the black rock shield, dimming the shield's patterns. In midair, spiritual energy exploded in a series of bursts. The golden sword light and black demonic energy intertwined, clashed, and erupted wildly. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Around the valley, thick ancient trees were continuously severed in half. A large swath of timber collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground was riddled with cracks, debris flying, and soil exploding. The originally flat valley floor was ravaged by the aftermath of the battle, becoming uneven and chaotic. Liao Jun stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. His eyes bulged, mouth slightly agape, his mind blank. He began to question life. A chi refining 8th layer cultivator was clashing heat with two fully realized foundation establishment cultivators. The destructive power unleashed was entirely at the level of a fully realized foundation establishment. Is this for real? When did chi refining stage cultivators become so abnormal? Liao Jun's worldview was gradually collapsing and shattering. He was screaming internally. This is unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. In the midst of the valley, the magical artifacts roared incessantly. The red-haired and fat guardians grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. They were genuinely at the fully realized foundation establishment level, having spent 100 years honing their skills with extensive combat experience. With their combined efforts, the magical artifacts complemented each other, and their techniques layered upon one another. They should have easily crushed a Qi refining cultivator. However, despite fighting for so long, they couldn't gain the slightest upper hand. On the opposite side, Su Yun's offense and defense were flawless. He endured the full brunt of the two foundation establishments' techniques and magical artifact strikes without showing any signs of fatigue. The red-haired guardian grew increasingly anxious and bewildered as the fight progressed. He even instinctively doubted whether his cultivation had regressed. Or was there something wrong with the power of his earlier technique? Otherwise, it simply didn't make sense. How could a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator withstand a heating clash with two fully realized foundation establishment cultivators for so long? The fat guardian's face turned ashen, filled with disbelief. The two exchanged glances, both seeing mutual wariness and agitation in each other's eyes. Something's off? This kid is definitely up to something, the red-haired guardian growled through gritted teeth. A normal Qi refining cultivator can't sustain such high-intensity combat. We've been attacking together for so long, and even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would have long since exhausted their spiritual energy and collapsed. Don't hold back any longer. Let's attack with full force. All-out assault, crush him. I refuse to believe that a Qi refining cultivator can withstand the explosive power of two fully realized foundation establishment cultivators indefinitely. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two completely ceased holding back their spiritual energy. Buzz. The two fully realized foundation establishment cultivators' spiritual energy erupted violently. Dark demonic energy surged through the air, weighing down the entire valley. In the red-haired guardian's hand, the black demonic poison hook's spiritual light surged, the toxic mist instantly expanding several times, enveloping the air in dark green poison. He gestured with one hand, unleashing 3 techniques in succession. Demonic poison threads, black wind piercing, and burning bones, demonic fire. The 3 techniques layered upon each other, sealing all of Su Yun's escape routes. The fat guardian holding the ghostly black rock shield advanced Heaton. The shield's spiritual light doubled in thickness, maximizing its defense, while the palm continually erupted with deep demonic impacts. Waves of spiritual energy surged in layers, crashing down on Su Yun. The two fought with extreme ruthlessness. Their magical artifacts constrained him from the front, while their techniques launched sneak attacks from the sides, a synchronized assault from near and far. Any ordinary, fully realized foundation establishment cultivator would have been heavily injured and defeated instantly against such a violent onslaught. Yet Su Yun remained as steady as a mountain. He controlled the sword with one hand, the flowing light golden patterned sword darting and weaving. All incoming attacks were shattered or blocked by the sword light. The advantage of the supreme magical artifact combined with 1,000-fold amplification of power firmly withstood the furious output from both guardians. Meanwhile, with his other hand, Su Yun quietly formed a seal. Silently, he activated the golden blade technique. 10 golden blades, thin as cicada wings, moved so quickly that the naked eye couldn't capture their trajectory. They stealthily approached the two from all sides. The two were forced to split their focus, their relentless assault rhythm disrupted. Damn it. This kid can even multitask and cast spells simultaneously, the red-haired guardian cursed angrily. The fat guardian gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, both astonished and aggrieved. After fighting for so long, they had expended a massive amount of spiritual energy, and their breathing was becoming erratic. In contrast, Su Yun's aura remained as steady as ever, showing no signs of exhaustion. It was impossible to tell he had been consuming energy. The fat guardian felt increasingly frustrated and urgently shouted, "Long-range techniques and magical artifacts won't work. This kid has an absurdly high reserve of spiritual energy. We can't wear him down. Close combat. Engage in hand-to-hand fighting. Even if his techniques and magical artifacts are strong, his physical body cannot be that strong. Engage in close quarters combat, disrupt his spellcasting rhythm." The red-haired guardian immediately nodded, his gaze fierce. The two instantly changed their tactics. No longer engaging from a distance, they simultaneously flashed their figures using the demonic energy as cover, one to the left and one to the right, 2 shadows rapidly closing in. Surrounding from both sides, they locked down Su Yun's retreat, preparing for close combat. Watching the two rapidly approaching, a faint smile flickered in Su Yun's eyes. He retracted his hand with a single motion, the sword light returning, and simultaneously withdrew all his ranged techniques. A direct confrontation. In the next moment, the two foundation establishment experts closed in. One threw a punch towards Su Yun's chest, while the other raised his elbow to strike at Su Yun's side. Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed at the same time. The anticipated scene of a punch shattering and heavily injuring Su Yun did not materialize. Instead, 2 crisp sounds of bones creaking came from the two guardians. In the next moment, the red-haired guardian and the plump guardian both shook simultaneously, their faces instantly filled with astonishment. Pain. Intense pain. They struck Su Yun with all their might, yet did not injure him in the slightest. It felt as if they had punched solid iron. The two were utterly dumbfounded. This body. How can it be so? At that moment, they finally reacted completely. This kid before them had cultivated both body and technique. Su Yun did not give them any time to react. He actively advanced. In close combat, he didn't need any flashy moves. Pure physical strength, crushing and explosive, sidestepping, dropping his shoulder, thrusting his elbow, and horizontal punching. His movements were crisp and decisive, each strike fierce and domineering. Bang! A shoulder rammed hard into the chest of the red-haired guardian. He let out a muffled groan, his body flying back, half a zhang, blood surging in his chest, a faint sweetness rising in his throat. Before he could stabilize himself, Su Yun shifted position, delivering a powerful punch directly to the plump guardian's face. The punch's wind was fierce and the force was heavy. The plump guardian hurriedly raised his arm to block. Crack! The sharp sound of dislocated bones echoed. The guardian staggered backward, his face filled with horror. Two veteran Foundation establishment warriors were being pushed back by a boy at the 8th layer of Qi refining. In the valley, Liao Jun, who had been watching the whole time, was completely stunned. His mouth agape, he said nothing, his worldview shattered utterly. On the battlefield, the two guardians grew increasingly agitated. Insane. What kind of monster is this kid? Unlimited spiritual power, a body comparable to a magical artifact. We've spent 100 years reaching Foundation establishment perfection, and we can't defeat a Qi refining cultivator. Their mentality shattered. What was once a certain victory had turned into a situation where they were being thoroughly beaten. Su Yun pressed closer, mocking them. After exhausting your spells and using your artifacts, now you can't even win in close combat. Is this all there is to your Foundation establishment perfection? The two guardians were gradually being pushed back by Su Yun. The red-haired guardian gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I can't hold back any longer. Let's use our trump cards. As his words fell, he no longer retained any spiritual energy. Instantly, half of his demonic energy was drained and funneled into the black, demonic poison hook in his hand. The hook's body surged with dark light, and a thick green toxic mist rose up into the sky. On the other side, the plump guardian formed strange demonic seals with both hands, and the demonic patterns on his chest lit up. The demonic energy coalesced into a pitch-black, demonic figure enveloping his entire body. His physique, defenses, and strength surged instantly. Let's go. The two guardians roared in unison. One sent the poison hook flying through the air with thousands of points of poisonous light raining down, sealing off all of Su Yun's escape routes. The other transformed into a demonic form, crushed down like a mountain, charging forward with the force to shake the ground, intending to physically overwhelm Su Yun. Liao Jun, watching from the side, had a completely sinister expression. Without any hesitation, he decided to launch a sneak attack. Die for me! Liao Jun shouted lowly, his figure suddenly darting out. He summoned a pitch-black ring blade magical artifact from his palm, the spiritual light cold and the speed extremely fast. A mid-grade magical artifact, soul-devouring ring. Designed for stealthy attacks, it was silent and aimed for the back's vulnerabilities. He avoided the frontal battlefield, circling behind, Su Yun fully activating his spiritual energy. The ring blade tore through the air, carrying a chilling, murderous intent, directly locking onto Su Yun's vital points. In that instant, in front were the two Foundation establishment experts attacking frantically. Behind was Liao Jun's sneak attack. The 30 remaining death soldiers outside held their breath, their eyes filled with madness. They did not believe it. 3 people teaming up to attack couldn't kill a Qi refining cultivator. In the arena, Su Yun was completely locked down by the 3 furious assaults. Had it been any other Foundation establishment cultivator, they would undoubtedly die at this moment. Yet Su Yun's gaze remained calm. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, boiling, rushing, and accelerating. His meridians expanded, the flow of spiritual energy reaching its peak. At this moment, he no longer held back, unleashing all his spiritual energy to withstand the 3 assaults. Bring it on! Su Yun shouted in a low voice. In front of him, the shimmering golden patterned sword swept out, the golden sword light erupting, directly countering the poisonous light bombardment of the soul-devouring hook. His left side tightened, bones exerting force, muscles bulging forcefully, enduring the brutal charge of the black rock demonic form. The spiritual energy on his back automatically gathered into a thick spiritual barrier, layer upon layer, firmly blocking the incoming soul-devouring ring blade. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The sky was filled with exploding poisonous light, the black demonic energy rolling and collapsing, the ring blade striking against the spiritual barrier, bursting forth with dazzling spiritual light. The terrifying shockwave swept across the entire valley. Surrounding thick tree trunks snapped, shattered, and fell. The ground cracked and spread debris and soil flying into the air. Dust rolled up, obscuring vision. The absolute killing assault of the three had been withstood entirely by Su Yun. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Yun's clothes rustled and his hair billowed. This scene left Liao Jun and the two guardians dumbfounded. The red-haired guardian's pupils constricted. He took our three trump card attacks, Hedon. How could a chi-refining cultivator's body and spiritual power be so formidable? The plump guardian's blood surged violently, having just unleashed his trump card. His spiritual energy depleted, a faint pressure in his chest, leaving him dazed. Liao Jun's scalp tingled, cold sweat oozing from his back. Insane. This is simply a monster. Liao Jun suddenly turned his head, shouting frantically at the 30 death soldiers behind him. Everyone listen up. Form the 7-kill demon formation. This formation is the ruthless killing move of the Ghostfire sect with a tremendous cost. Once initiated, there is no room to stop midway, and it is irreversible throughout. As the formation operates, it continuously drains the blood essence and vital energy of the participating cultivators, converting them into the formation's power. By the time the formation's offensive is completed, the participating cultivators will be entirely drained of their vitality, ultimately resulting in their deaths, making it a strike made at the cost of their lives. Because it uses the blood of living people as fuel, the power unleashed by the 7-kill demon formation is exceptionally fierce. The 30 Ghostfire death soldiers were already carefully cultivated warriors ready to die in battle. Upon hearing this, they hesitated, not quickly changing positions. The 30 formed 3 rows, positioning themselves in 9 directions, rapidly intertwining to form the formation. Each of them simultaneously executed a unified demonic seal, their surrounding demonic energy linking, converging, and stacking together. Streams of demonic energy swiftly coalesced into a massive collective demonic spiritual power. The blood essence of 30 men flowed ceaselessly into the formation, the demonic energy thick as ink, compressing and gathering above the formation's eye. The originally scattered, chilling black chi twisted into a pitch-black demonic pillar several zhang thick. As the demonic energy roiled, the very air trembled. The faces of the death warriors within the formation paled at a visible speed, their skin shriveling as their blood essence was uncontrollably drained into the array. With a resonant hum, the grand formation was complete, and demonic energy surged to the heavens. All the baleful aura, death chi, and demonic energy of the entire valley were drawn and concentrated by the formation. The pitch-black light at the formation's core pulsed violently, and a terrifying might enough to crush a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak slowly took shape. Seeing this, the two protectors breathed a sigh of relief and pressed forward once again. They engaged from the front, entangling Su Yun tightly, denying him any chance to break the formation. Liao Jun stood by the formation's side, his gaze vicious, locked firmly onto Su Yun amidst the dust and smoke. One man holding his own against 3 foundation establishment cultivators was already utterly absurd. Now, with the 7 kills demon formation bombarding him as well, he refused to believe Su Yun could withstand it. Su Yun's expression shifted as he gazed at the 7 kills demon formation. Since that was the case, he would show them today what true monetary power meant. His right hand delved into his storage pouch. With a surge of spiritual energy, a cascade of talisman papers poured out. Stacks of second-grade talismans piled up in the air before him. Blaze talismans, thunderclap talismans, earth split talismans, wind burst talismans, a complete assortment. An ordinary chi-refining cultivator would treasure 1 or 2 second-grade talismans as a life-saving trump card, reluctant to use them lightly. Yet in Su Yun's hands they were hoarded in stacks. Su Yun muttered a curse under his breath, his spiritual energy flowing ceaselessly from his fingertips as he ignited one talisman after another. With a series of hums, each second-grade talisman was lit in succession. Crimson flames, thunderous light, collapsing earth, and raging winds. All manner of spiritual lights exploded in succession. Without bothering to aim, he hurled them in batches toward the core of the 7 kills demon formation. The talisman light filled the sky like a shower of meteors, densely crashing into the coalescing pitch-black demonic pillar. A relentless series of explosions thundered across the heavens. Shockwaves from the blasts radiated outward in rings. The earth and rocks of the valley floor churned endlessly, and broken branches and leaves flew wildly in all directions. Under the unceasing wave after wave of talisman bombardment, the demonic energy of the once forming massive pillar began to dissipate and shatter. The death warriors within the formation, who were sacrificing their blood essence, shuddered violently. The formation's links were severed one by the force of the talismans, and the eerie suction that had been continuously draining their blood essence instantly fell into chaotic disorder. Many death warriors, already drained of most of their blood essence, suffered backlash from the destabilized formation, collapsing to the ground, spitting black blood. The smug smile on Liao Jun's face froze. He had never anticipated that Su Yun would be carrying such a horde of second-grade talismans, using a sea of them to violently dismantle the formation. As Su Yun continued to pull out talismans for the relentless bombardment, he raised his voice in mockery. Damn, I thought you could ambush me with a sacrificial formation. Let's see if your Life-Forge formation is tougher, or if I've got more talismans. Another thick stack of talismans flew from his hand, and a fresh wave of explosions swept through the demonic formation. The 7 Kills Demon formation was inherently a one-time death array that overdrew life force, its foundation entirely dependent on the blood essence of the Death Warriors. Besieged by a ceaseless torrential bombardment of second-grade talismans, it could not withstand the sustained assault. Seeing the demonic formation on the verge of collapse, Liao Jun roared. He absolutely must not break the formation. Both of you, attack with everything you have. Tie him down. Liao Jun held nothing back. His foundation establishment mid-stage spiritual energy erupted fully, the soul-devouring ring in his hands spinning at high speed. Its pitch-black bladed edge shot towards Su Yun's head with a piercing shriek. The red-haired protector's venomous hooks danced wildly, unleashing a sky full of dark green poisonous light. The fat protector channeled his full physical strength, charging heat through the aftermath of the explosions. For a moment, blade light poisonous mist, demonic charges, and spells pressed in from all sides. Su Yun found himself under dual pressure. 3 foundation establishment cultivators in front of him attacked with frenzied ferocity. Above him, the sustaining suppression force of the 7 Kills Demon formation continuously eroded his personal aura. Su Yun went all out, using his physical body to withstand the close-quarters assault of the 3. His internal spiritual energy cycled at high speed, resisting the global suppression of the demonic formation while dodging the lethal techniques of the 3. Simultaneously, his hands moved, without pause, frantically pulling out, pinching, and throwing talismans. With a rustling sound, stacks of second-grade talismans were flung out, as if they cost nothing. Talismans of all kinds lit up the sky one after another, their spiritual light exploding in a continuous, overlapping cascade. A relentless series of explosions thundered through the valley. Flames shot into the sky, lightning bolts scattered wildly, and waves of air surged. Each detonation violently tore at the spiritual energy meridians of the demonic formation. The entire valley was a mess of flying rocks and soil dust, and smoke blotting out the sun as the earth trembled unceasingly. Amidst the chaotic battle, Liao Jun, while attacking with all his might, caught sight of the talismans flying everywhere out of the corner of his eye. His mind was blown. His eyes turned red, filled with nothing but disbelief and exasperation. What the hell? What is going on here? Is this kid's talisman stash a bottomless pit? Second-grade talismans. High-grade, peak-grade. He's throwing them away like scraps of paper. Crazy. This is completely insane. In his decades of life, he had never seen a cultivator squander resources so recklessly. An ordinary sect disciple would keep a single second-grade talisman close to their chest, only using it in a life-or-death moment. This Su Yun, however, was throwing them around in stacks. Liao Jun gritted his teeth and cursed. Just how damn rich is he? Did he buy up all of Qin Yun sect's second-grade talismans? Damn it. A Qi refining disciple, where does he get so many high-grade reserves? The red-haired protector who was engaged in the fight was forced to retreat step by step. Young master, we can't suppress him. It's impossible. He has too many talismans. The explosions never stop. The formation's foundation is constantly collapsing. The fat protector was also panting heavily, his spiritual energy consumption skyrocketing. Is there no end to this? How many more talismans does he have? The 3 of them attacked with all their might, yet couldn't even disrupt Su Yun's rhythm. From within the dust and smoke, Su Yun let out a cold laugh. This young master has plenty of talismans. This is just the warm-up. You skulking demonic bastards, keep taking it. Let's see how long you can last. Before his words faded, another thick stack of second-grade talismans flew from his hand, all of them detonating at the core of the demonic formation. With a deafening boom, the 7 Kills Demon formation, which was already teetering in the air, finally reached its absolute limit. The formation's spiritual energy chains snapped inch by inch, and the pitch-black demonic pillar directly exploded and dissipated. To sustain its final moment of operation, the grand formation completely overdrew all its sacrificial power. The 30 Death Warriors below had their blood essence, vital energy, and origin drained dry in an instant. After a few short, sharp screams, the 30 figures rapidly withered, decayed, and dissolved. They didn't even leave bones behind, turning directly to ashes. The next second, Su Yun's gaze turned sharply fierce. The demonic formation is broken. Good. Now it's your turn. You bastards enjoyed ganging up on me, didn't you? Watch me blow the 3 of you to kingdom come today. In a flurry, one high-grade talisman after another flew out, dense and covering the sky. No longer bombarding the formation, they all locked onto Liao Jun and the two protectors. The three felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, channeling all their spiritual energy to activate their defensive shields. Layers of pitch-black, demonic energy piled upon one another, creating a shadowy shield that firmly protected their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans exploded one after another, striking the defensive barrier surrounding the three. Each impact held the explosive power of a perfected foundation establishment. A single blow could not breach their defenses or inflict fatal injuries. But they could not withstand the sheer number. Waves upon waves of relentless bombardment continued without respite. The aftershocks of the explosions stacked upon each other, the impact force steadily accumulating. Standing at the epicenter of the explosions, the three endured a massive torrent of talisman energy. The light of their surface shields rapidly dimmed, and the spiritual energy within them plummeted wildly. In just a few moments, more than half of their spiritual energy was depleted, their blood and chi surging chaotically. The red-haired protector's face turned pale, and he yelled urgently, "Young master, we can't keep fighting. This kid has an endless supply of talismans. It's like a bottomless pit. If we keep dragging this out, the three of us will surely perish here. No one knows how many more trump cards he has. What if he has even stronger killing moves? If this continues, the fluctuations in spiritual energy will definitely attract the Golden Core elders of the 5 major sects outside. By then, none of us will be left with a complete corpse." Liao Jun actually had a forbidden technique of demonic arts hidden in his hands. Once unleashed, his combat power would skyrocket enough for a desperate fight. But he didn't dare to use it. Su Yun had too many strange and unpredictable trump cards. No one knew if Su Yun had even stronger means. If he desperately activated the forbidden technique, but still couldn't kill Su Yun, it would only create too much commotion, alarming the Golden Core real people outside the secret realm. This group of demonic cultivators sneaking into the secret realm would definitely be exterminated on the spot. He couldn't take that gamble. He simply couldn't. The plump protector also hurriedly advised, "Young master, retreat. Immediately retreat. This Su Yun is truly a monster. We can't kill him." Liao Jun's chest heaved violently, filled with immense unwillingness, but he had to face reality. Retreat. The three no longer hesitated to fight. They simultaneously performed the blood escape technique. Buzz. 3 beams of crimson light instantly enveloped their bodies. The blood light flickered, tearing through space. Whoosh. Moving at an incredible speed, they transformed into 3 streaks of blood-colored light, dashing out of the valley, without looking back, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. The century-old crimson fruit in the cave was on the verge of ripening. This was the greatest opportunity. Delaying the ripening of the crimson fruit for the sake of the 3 fleeing demonic cultivators would be a loss. Su Yun looked at the direction where the 3 had escaped, coldly snorting. "You dogs run fast enough. For now, I'll spare your lives." Deep within the secret realm, in a remote forest, the 3 crimson lights suddenly landed. The 3 staggered to steady themselves, their breaths chaotic, their chests heaving violently. Their bodies were marred by demonic energy, their robes torn in multiple places, and they had lost more than half of their spiritual energy in a dire state. The 3 immediately turned to look back at the road they had come. The deep forest was empty and silent, with no sign of pursuit. Su Yun did not follow. Confirming they were safe, the 3 simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Liao Jun cursed in a low voice, his face darkening. "Damn it, I miscalculated. Completely miscalculated. I've never encountered such a bizarre chi-refining cultivator in my life." The red-haired protector raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking with lingering fear. "Young master, this Su Yun cannot be measured by common sense. His physical body is abnormal, his spiritual power is abnormal, and his trump cards are even more abnormal." The plump protector also wore a bitter expression, quietly agreeing. "We had 100 death warriors plus the 3 of us with foundation establishment power. We didn't hesitate to use the sacrificial 7-kill demonic array, piling lives to unleash powerful moves. In the end, we didn't even harm a single hair of the opponent. Instead, we all collapsed, the death warriors were all annihilated, and we fled in disgrace." At this point, Liao Jun's expression grew even worse, with immense pressure weighing down in his heart. The 100 death warriors were the elite forces meticulously cultivated by the Ghostfire sect. This time they were completely wiped out in the secret realm. The mission had utterly failed, and Su Yun was unscathed. When they returned, there would be no way to report to the sect master. Liao Jun's voice was hoarse, filled with irritation. 100 death warriors are all gone. The mission was a total failure. He added, "When we go back, how am I supposed to explain this to my father?" The 2 protectors quickly spoke up to comfort him. This battle was a complete defeat. It was not Liao Jun's fault at all. The opponent was too absurd, completely beyond the intelligence estimates. The red-haired protector said solemnly, "Young master, this matter is not your fault. All of us severely underestimated Su Yun's strength. Who could have imagined that a Qi refining 8th layer could withstand 3 Foundation establishment cultivators and break through the sacrificial dead array? When we return, the two of us will personally report the truth to the sect master. We will bear all the responsibility together, and we will not let the young master bear the punishment alone. The plump protector quickly interjected, speaking urgently. Young master, this is not the time to dwell on punishment. This place is not suitable for staying long. Su Yun is meticulous and possesses terrifying combat power. He has likely guessed that we are sneaking into the secret realm and may have already transmitted news outside. Once the Golden Core elders of the 5 major sects detect the invasion of demonic forces in the secret realm, they will immediately seal off the entire area. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape at all. Liao Jun came back to his senses. Indeed, the most pressing matter was to evacuate. Surviving to return was the only way to have an explanation. Dying here would render everything meaningless. Let's go. Move immediately. Liao Jun no longer hesitated, raising his hand to take out the special communication Jade Talisman. The talisman was entirely pitch black, a return token given to him by Liao Ze beforehand. He exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! The talisman was instantly crushed. A faint spatial wave immediately pierced through the barrier of the secret realm, transmitting to the outside world. Outside the secret realm, Liao Ze guarded the void-shattering glass token, quietly waiting for news. He had complete confidence in his son, the 100 Death Warriors, and the 2 perfected Foundation Establishment Protectors. With 100 people surrounding and 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivators leading the charge, dealing with a mere Qi refining stage boy was absolutely a crushing situation. It was a sure thing. Just then, a familiar spatial signal suddenly arrived. It was the wave from the returned Jade Talisman. Liao Ze's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. It worked. The talisman was crushed. The mission is accomplished. Su Yun is undoubtedly dead. He could no longer contain the excitement within, secretly sneering. The #1 genius of Lingzhou. The millennium talent of Qingyun's sect. In the end, he still died under his own scheme. Liao Ze did not hesitate any longer and immediately urged his spiritual power. All of his demonic spiritual power was infused into the void-shattering glass token in midair. Buzz. The token glowed, and spatial cracks reopened. The previous smuggling passage connecting to the secret realm was once again solidified. The pitch-black light gate floated in midair, and the passage was completely opened. Come out, Liao Ze shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, 3 disheveled figures stumbled out from the light gate. The passage then closed, and the spatial cracks quickly dissipated. The smile on Liao Ze's face still lingered, but as he scanned the area, his expression instantly froze. The empty forest held only the 3 of them. Not a single one of the 100 Death Warriors was in sight. The smile on Liao Ze's face gradually solidified and faded, his gaze darkening. He stared hard at the 3, his voice chilling. Where are the others? What about the 100 Death Warriors, and where are your men? Why are only the 3 of you out? Faced with his father's cold questioning, Liao Jun's heart sank, and he lowered his head, his face filled with bitterness. He dared not conceal the truth, nor could he lie. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the battle in the secret realm valley from beginning to end. From 4 days of fruitless searching, accidentally entering the forbidden zone, and triggering the Blood Soul contract, to being besieged by 100 Death Warriors, and being annihilated by Su Yun in an instant. Then came the fierce close combat, with 2 perfectly established Foundation Establishment Cultivators, only to be crushed by the dual cultivation of the opponent. Finally, invoking the 7 killing sacrifice array, only to have it violently shattered by Su Yun's overwhelming talismans. 30 Death Warriors sacrificed, all turned to ashes. The 3 of them exhausted their final cards, yet they still could not suppress the overwhelming power, only managing to escape in a desperate blood retreat. Every word and phrase clearly articulated the entire tragic defeat. The 2 protectors also bowed forward, stepping up to add details corroborating every point. After hearing the entire account, Liao Ze stood there in shock, utterly bewildered. After a long while, he finally snapped out of his profound astonishment, his throat dry, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, slaying my 100 meticulously trained Death Warriors, crushing 2 perfected Foundation Establishment Cultivators and 1 mid-level Foundation Establishment Cultivator, breaking the 7 killing sacrifice array, leaving without a scratch." He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen countless prodigies, yet he had never heard of such an absurd and outrageous event. A towering rage surged within Liao Ze. The loss of 100 Death Warriors was a heavy blow to the Ghostfire sect. But now was not the time to vent anger and seek accountability. This place was extremely dangerous. Staying even 1 more second increased the risk of exposure. Go. Evacuate immediately. Liao Ze's gaze was exceedingly grim, forcibly suppressing his furious emotions. This matter will be settled later. With that, he no longer lingered, turning to transform into a beam of demonic light swiftly darting into the deep mountain forest. Liao Jun and the two protectors dared not say more, closely following behind. Inside the cave, Su Yun sat cross-legged on a stone platform fixated on the red fruit hanging from the tree. After several days of waiting, he was anticipating this final moment of ripeness. Once the red fruit ripened, it would fall from the branch on its own. The moment it hit the ground, it would instantly transform into pure spiritual energy, seeping into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Thus, the timing of plucking the fruit could not afford to be wrong. It had to be caught steadily at the moment it detached from the branch. As time passed, the wind in the forest outside rustled, and the fragrant aroma of the fruit grew increasingly intense within the cave. The red fruit finally reached its critical point of ripeness. The scattered spiritual energy that had been quietly floating in the cave suddenly stirred as the natural spiritual energy from all directions frantically converged towards the red fruit, as if drawn by an invisible force. Visible to the naked eye, strands of milky white spiritual mist swirled around the red fruit, spiraling in circles. The skin of the red fruit, originally a light red, rapidly transformed into a vibrant crimson, with fine natural patterns resembling blood vessels appearing on the surface. The fruit swelled slightly, its flesh plump with a faint red glow coursing within. The entire red fruit emitted a faint red halo which spread 3 feet outward, nourishing the surrounding plants and debris with spiritual energy, causing small tender shoots to sprout. The thin stem supporting the fruit began to dry out and become brittle, drooping slightly on the verge of breaking. Su Yun leaned slightly forward, his right hand raised beneath the fruit, completely focused on the changes. Moments later, a snap echoed. The bright red 100-year-old red fruit fell straight down under gravity. Just as the fruit was about to leave the branch, Su Yun flicked his wrist, securely catching the falling red fruit. The touch was warm and smooth, the medicinal power drilling into his skin through his fingertips with a rich herbal fragrance flooding his senses. Just a whiff made the spiritual energy in his dantian leap with excitement. He had prepared a specially crafted white jade medicine box, carefully placing the red fruit inside before swiftly storing it in his spatial bag. After completing this, Su Yun stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. After squatting for a full 4 days, he finally achieved a satisfactory result. This 100-year-old red fruit, in terms of value alone, far exceeded the resources he had scavenged around the Forbidden Zone in these past few days. In the various auction houses outside, it was a top-tier treasure that was priceless and hard to find. Even golden core cultivators would be tempted to fight for it. With this red fruit as a foundation, once he left the secret realm, he could enter seclusion to refine the medicinal power, using the pure origin of the red fruit to break through to the foundation establishment realm, crafting a flawless foundation with the spirit medicine. 3 days remained until the end of the secret realm trial. However, Su Yun no longer intended to continue scavenging for resources. He had already reaped a bountiful harvest. One should not be overly greedy. It is wise to know when to stop. Resolute in his decision, Su Yun turned around and walked out of the valley's Forbidden Zone. Not long after stepping out of the edge of the Forbidden Zone, a piercing green firework suddenly burst through the treetops, exploding in the dim sky. It was a distress signal flare exclusive to the Qingyun sect. Su Yun's expression sharpened. Within the secret realm, only disciples of the Qingyun sect would use such signals. Someone was in trouble. He unleashed his spiritual energy beneath his feet, transforming into a green shadow, as he swiftly leapt across the branches in the forest. He raced through the woods at full speed towards the direction where the signal had lit up. At the cave entrance, 6 disciples of the Qingyun sect leaned against the rock wall, their expressions tense, gripping their magical tools tightly. Each of their faces bore anger and anxiety, resolutely blocking the cave entrance, refusing to budge. One of the Qingyun disciples gritted his teeth and spoke in a firm tone. "Don't go too far. This cave was first discovered by our Qingyun sect. We have already sent out the sect's signal, and support from our fellow disciples is on the way. Those who know what's good for them should retreat immediately lest they push us too far." Outside the cave, a crowd of nearly 50 disciples from the 4 major sects stood ominously. Their eyes were filled with greed, fixated on the cave entrance. The leading disciple from the Qiyang Valley scoffed, his face brimming with arrogance. "This secret realm is unclaimed land. Why should it belong solely to you Qingyun sect? According to the rules of the cultivation world, those who see it share it. Step aside, and let's all prosper together. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for taking action to seize it." The disciples from the 4 major sects echoed in agreement, their murderous intent surging as they stepped forward. Their eyes burned with greed. It was clear that this cave held a formation, and there must be treasures within. Having finally found a treasure trove, they would never give it up empty-handed. Behind the crowd, a few timid disciples whispered among themselves. "Shouldn't we just let it go? The Qingyun sect now has a Su Yun said to be invincible among his peers. If this escalates and angers him, we won't be able to move an inch in the secret realm. What if he is nearby and comes to support? We would all be doomed here. As soon as this was said, it drew scornful ridicule from the leading disciple. What are you afraid of? We are 50 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How can we fear just one person? What invincible peer? It's all just empty fame. The 10th level of the trial tower. I suspect it's mostly luck. With so many people here who has seen him actually crush opponents in battle, the surrounding disciples shook their heads in agreement. Hearing is believing, seeing is truth. They had only heard the legends of Su Yun, but had never witnessed him in action. The Qingyun disciples at the cave entrance trembled with anger, shouting fiercely, "You are simply arrogant and ignorant. The strength of Senior Brother Su is not something you can gauge. If you do not retreat now, when Senior Brother Su arrives, you will definitely regret it." The disciples of the 4 major sects burst into mocking laughter, their faces filled with derision and provocation. All right then, we will wait right here. I want to see if this so-called #1 prodigy of Qingyun is truly skilled or just a name. If he dares to come today, we will take him on. Oh, who is looking for me? I heard someone wants to test my strength. Swish. A figure in a green robe crossed over 100 meters of dense forest, appearing out of thin air in front of the cave. It was Su Yun rushing over at full speed. The sudden appearance of this figure instantly stunned the crowd. The noisy throng fell into a complete silence. The smiles on the faces of the disciples from the 4 major sects froze in place. The 6 disciples of Qingyun were momentarily taken aback, then filled with wild joy. Senior Brother Su, you finally came. This cave was discovered by us first. They are relying on their numbers, forcibly surrounding us, trying to seize the opportunities within the cave. When we refused to back down, they sought to use force. A few Qingyun disciples stepped forward, quickly, rapidly explaining the whole situation. Su Yun's gaze swept over the disciples of the 4 major sects. His eyes were icy, devoid of warmth, and his tone was extremely firm. You dare to touch the belongings of my Qingyun sect? Now leave at once. If you force me to take action, don't blame me for being rude. A few simple sentences imbued with absolute authority. The 50 disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement exchanged glances, none daring to respond first. The crowd was silent, an inexplicable sense of panic filling their hearts. After a moment of silence, the leading disciple of Qiyang Valley forced down his fear and stood up with a stiff resolve. He was a genuine 9th level Qi refinement expert, a top-tier powerhouse among his peers from the 4 major sects, and held himself in high regard. He stared at Su Yun and feigned calmness as he began to argue. Daoist Su, one cannot say it like that. The secret realm mountains and caves are essentially ownerless. You merely discovered it a step earlier and did not occupy the cave. Ultimately, the opportunities within remain ownerless, and those who see them have a share. We naturally have the right to compete. Before he could finish his noisy rhetoric, he was coldly interrupted by Su Yun. Do you not understand human speech? I told you to leave. If you don't leave, I will personally escort you out. A blatant humiliation, unreservedly domineering. Humiliated in front of so many peers, the disciple of Qiyang Valley turned ashen, his face alternating between green and white, with rage surging to his head. He glared fiercely at Su Yun, pointing a finger at him and cursing. Kid, watch your mouth. Don't think that just because you have a bit of a reputation you can look down on others. I am not one of your Qingyun disciples, and I will not be under your control. Today I want to see how a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator can be so arrogant. With 50 of us at the 9th level of Qi refinement here, I don't believe you can dominate everything. Today let us publicly witness whether this Qingyun genius is truly as great as you claim. As these words were spoken, the morale of the disciples from the 4 major sects surged once more. 50 gazes fixed intently on Su Yun, the spirit of battle ignited. A cold smile crept at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. Want to test me? Sure. Since you are actively seeking death, I shall grant your wish. I will give all of you a chance to strike. Come at me together. This opportunity is only once. If you miss it, it will be gone. His extremely arrogant words completely ignited the fury of the entire crowd. Those who could enter the secret realm for training were all carefully selected peers from their respective sects. Each was exceptionally talented and prideful, usually being the ones adored by others. Now being looked down upon, mocked, and crushed by an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. Everyone was thoroughly enraged. Arrogant. Too overbearing. A mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator dares to look down on us. 50 disciples raised their hands simultaneously, their magical artifacts glowing with spiritual light, spells brewing and taking shape. Fire spells, wind blades, lightning techniques, water, arrows, earth spikes. Various spells intertwined, densely packed, overwhelming, and crashing down towards Su Yun. The combined assault of dozens of spells was terrifying the entire forest, whipping up a violent wind, the ground trembling. For an ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, facing such a dense combined attack would mean retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, the Qingyun disciples at the cave entrance wore expressions of complete confidence. They knew the terror of Su Yun well. Dealing with a group of 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators was absolutely effortless. Go, senior brother Su. Teach this group of arrogant fools a lesson. Let them know what true peerless strength. The Qingyun disciples shouted encouragement. In the center of the battlefield, facing the torrent of spells descending from the sky, Su Yun's expression remained calm, neither dodging nor evading. He waved one hand forward. Buzz! A transparent condensed barrier of pure spiritual power appeared out of thin air, intersecting in space. In the next moment, the torrent of spells crashed against the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions echoed through the valley. Spiritual light erupted and dust filled the sky. Yet that seemingly thin barrier of spiritual power stood firm as a rock, unmoving. All the violent spells were forcibly blocked, obliterated, and dispelled. The entire place fell into silence. The disciples from the 4 major sects were all dumbfounded, their pupils constricting, faces filled with disbelief. Everyone's minds went blank, utterly stunned. What the hell? A pure spiritual power barrier. Without any magical artifacts. You actually blocked the full force combined attack of 59th level Qi refinement cultivators. How is this possible? Even an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would be injured facing this wave of siege. And he, an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator, effortlessly blocked it all. This combat strength is simply outrageous. At this moment, everyone finally understood that Su Yun's reputation was not just empty talk. This was truly overwhelming strength. As the dust slowly settled, Su Yun stood in place, his clothes unruffled, his aura steady. He coldly glanced over the crowd, his voice icy as it rang out. I already gave you a chance to strike. Next, prepare to face my wrath. As the words fell, Su Yun's figure flashed, turning into a blue shadow, directly charging into the battlefield of the 50. He did not use magical artifacts, did not activate spells, and even found it unnecessary to draw talismans. There was no need to against this group of Qi refinement cultivators. Just his physical strength was enough to crush them. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds of impacts rang out in succession. Su Yun moved like a ghost, weaving through the crowd, his fists and palms striking precisely. With one punch, he sent one person flying. With one palm, he toppled another. There were no unnecessary moves. Each strike precisely suppressed the opponent's spiritual power, shattering their defenses. Some tried to block with magical artifacts, only to have their artifacts knocked away. Some attempted to dodge to the side, but could not keep up with Su Yun's speed. The entire scene was a crushing victory without any suspense. In just a few breaths of time, all 50 disciples from the 4 major sects at the 9th level of Qi refinement were knocked down to the ground. One by one, they either had numb arms and surging blood, or were injured and unable to rise. No one could withstand even a single strike from Su Yun. The ground was filled with talented individuals, all wailing, no trace of their previous arrogance remaining. Su Yun stood still, brushing off the dust. Now is there any dissent? The ones lying on the ground, their bodies sore, were filled with fear in their hearts. Where was their former pride? One by one, they hurriedly shook their heads, their voices trembling, begging for mercy. No dissent. We have no dissent. Daoist Su, your strength is unparalleled, and we are willing to bow down. It was our ignorance that offended the Qingyun sect. We were wrong. We want dare again. Seeing everyone concede and admit their mistakes, Su Yun coldly spat out a word. Leave. By the way, leave behind your storage bags voluntarily, or I won't hesitate to take action. The crowd scrambled to their feet, leaving their storage bags behind, fleeing in a disheveled manner. As they ran, they whispered to each other. So abnormal. Truly so abnormal. We are all at the Qi refinement stage. Oh, why is there such a vast difference? 50 of us all at the same level couldn't even break through his defenses. Crushing the entire arena with bare hands, this is simply a dimensional suppression. The rumors were indeed true. Su Yun is truly unrivaled among his peers. Su Yun turned to look at the concealed entrance of the cave ahead. A faint transparent barrier of spiritual light enveloped the entrance, a thin layer. This was a defensive restriction set by Foundation establishment cultivators, specifically designed to seal off the cave. He raised his hand and lightly struck the barrier with a palm. Bang! In the next moment, the spiritual light completely dissipated and the restriction directly collapsed and vanished. Let's go in and take a look, Su Yun casually said to the Qingyun disciples behind him as he stepped into the cave. The 6 quickly followed, their eyes filled with anticipation as they stared intently at the scene inside the cave. They were certain that a cave guarded by such restrictions must hold great treasures. However, upon entering the cave, everyone was slightly taken aback. The spacious and wide interior of the cave had its walls densely embedded with dark ore. The ore was dark all over, with a faint spiritual light on its surface. The stone was hard and heavy, subtly exuding a metallic sharpness. It was everywhere, piled up in heaps, nearly filling the entire cave. It was dark iron ore, the most mainstream and practical material for refining weapons in the cultivation world. Su Yun glanced around, but found nothing else. This should be a natural dark iron ore vein. Su Yun felt no waves of emotion within. This dark iron, or though seemingly abundant, held no allure for him. Dark iron ore was neither valuable nor useful. Su Yun shook his head inwardly. If the young geniuses of the four major sects saw this scene, they would likely feel embarrassed on the spot. A treasure that a group fought desperately over turned out to be just a cave full of dark iron ore. Of course, that was ordinary in his eyes. For the sect disciples, this was real substantial wealth. Su Yun casually pried off a few pieces of the purest dark iron ore from the rock wall and tossed them into his storage bag for later use. That was all. He no longer looked at the ore scattered around. Instead, he turned and walked out of the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Yun spoke. I have no use for what's inside. You can divide the entire ore vein among yourselves. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 disciples' eyes lit up, and their faces erupted with joy, their eyes shining with excitement, their bodies trembling slightly. Dark iron ore. A tangible hard currency. A refining material in the cultivation world that would never be in short supply. Whether kept for personal use in future weapon refining or directly sold for spirit stones, it was a considerable fortune. With such an entire cave of dark iron ore divided among them, each person could reap a bountiful reward. This experience in the secret realm was a definite profit. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother is so generous. Having Senior Brother here is truly our greatest fortune. Several disciples excitedly clasped their hands in thanks, then immediately rushed into the cave, enthusiastically beginning to clear, strip, and collect the dark iron ore. Each one was full of energy, moving swiftly, their faces filled with the joy of acquisition. Time flew by quickly in the secret realm. In just 3 short days, time passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the entire secret realm trembled slightly, clouds roiling in the sky, and a loud voice resonated throughout the land. The time limit for the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm experience has ended. All participating disciples proceed immediately to the central gathering point. The voice echoed through the valley and forest, reaching every corner of the secret realm. At that moment, all the disciples still searching for resources abruptly halted their actions. No one dared to delay. In various parts of the secret realm, figures took off at full speed. Disciples from the 5 major sects walked in groups, whispering among themselves about their experiences and the dangers they faced during these past few days. Some had meager gains and felt regret, others returned fully loaded, secretly delighted, and some had encountered battles and were injured, still feeling shaken. At the gathering point of the secret realm, the vast Bluestone Square soon became crowded with disciples from various sects lining up in an orderly fashion. In the designated area for Qingyun's sect, the Qingyun disciples began to return one after another. 20 Qingyun disciples returned one by one, all present. Su Yun stood at the front of the line, scanning the team and quickly counting the numbers. Not one more, not one less. He nodded slightly, feeling at ease within. This trip to the secret realm had been a complete and safe success for the Qingyun sect disciples. Before long, the secret realm began to fluctuate violently, and the entire space's spiritual light surged dramatically. A blinding white teleportation pillar enveloped the entire gathering square. A sudden sensation of spatial distortion enveloped them. In the next moment, all the disciples' figures instantly vanished within the secret realm. When they opened their eyes again, they had already safely landed in the valley outside the secret realm. The 3rd elder stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting nearby, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the returning Qingyun disciple team. After a careful inspection, he confirmed that all 20 disciples had returned safely without a single casualty. The tense expression of the 3rd elder, which had been held for days, relaxed, revealing a clear look of satisfaction. In past Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm experiences, it was common for some disciples to be severely injured, go missing, or even perish. Such a situation where everyone returned safely was extremely rare. Good. All present, no casualties. In this experience, you have all qualified. The 3rd elder nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Then, according to sect rules, he initiated the process of settling the experience. All disciples stepped forward in turn, voluntarily presenting their portions of what they had gained from the secret realm. The sect opens the secret realm for disciples to experience, and there has always been a clear rule of the resources gained during the experience. Only 30% need to be submitted to the sect's storage for the operation of the sect resource replenishment and repairs to techniques. The remaining 70% of the gains belong entirely to the disciples, who can freely distribute them, whether for cultivation, selling, or refining weapons. The sect will not interfere at all. The Qingyun disciples lined up in an orderly manner, handing over their experience gains one by one: spirit herbs, ores, materials from magical beasts, a wide variety. The third elder calmly verified throughout the process, his expression serene. Meanwhile, disciples from the other four major sects were also gradually being transported out of the secret realm. Wave after wave of disciples landed and quickly gathered around their respective sect elders. Unlike the Qingyun sect's all-safe return within the ranks of the other four sects, wounded disciples were everywhere, and there were even many empty spots indicating that some disciples had completely perished within the secret realm. Disciples from various sects, feeling shaken, gathered around their respective Golden Core elders, quietly reporting everything that happened within the secret realm. Initially, the four Golden Core elders had indifferent expressions, merely checking the experience gains and casualties of their disciples as a routine. However, as the disciples' accounts grew more detailed, the expressions of the four changed dramatically. From indifference at first, they shifted to surprise, then shock, and finally grave concern as waves of turmoil surged within their hearts. The four instinctively fixed their gazes on Su Yun at the front of the Qingyun team, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Apprehension, envy, shock, and helplessness all intertwined. One person crushed 50 peers. The battle prowess of an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator overwhelmed the foundation establishment level. Every single incident shattered the common understanding of cultivation and broke all perceptions of peers. A Qi refinement cultivator had forcefully established a formidable reputation that resonated throughout the 5 sects within the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Simultaneously, the same thought emerged in the minds of the 4 Golden Core elders: this child is terrifying beyond belief. The Qingyun sect, having remained silent for many years, has truly produced a true dragon among the talented. As long as this child does not perish midway and continues to grow steadily, he will undoubtedly break through to the nascent soul stage and seek the Tao of transformation, even striving for even higher realms. The 4 looked at Su Yun standing among the crowd, filled with deep envy. Why? Why did such a monstrous genius appear in the Qingyun sect? Their 4 major sects, rich in resources and deep in foundation, had never been able to cultivate such a transcendent genius who stood out among peers. Truly, comparing people makes one feel exasperated. The secret realm training has come to an end. The personnel from the 5 major sects gradually returned, heading towards their respective sects. On the way back, Su Yun encountered Elder Sin several times, who proactively asked questions about whether he faced any dangers or unusual events in the depths of the secret realm. Su Yun briefly summarized everything, mentioning only normal treasure hunting encounters with fellow disciples and smoothly resolving crises. He didn't mention a word about the Ghostfire sect. Currently, he only had an apparent cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. However, his true combat power had long surpassed that of an ordinary foundation establishment, even exceeding that of a perfected foundation establishment. If he were to speak of the events in the secret realm, it would inevitably expose his true strength. Being too conspicuous is never a good thing. Su Yun also listened intently to the reactions of other disciples. Everyone seemed confused and completely unaware that the secret realm had been secretly invaded by demonic cultivators. At this moment, Su Yun was fully convinced. The Ghostfire sect had gone to great lengths, risking everything to infiltrate the secret realm, setting a trap specifically aimed at him. Their intention was to eradicate him, the prodigy of Qingyun's sect, before he could grow. Realizing this, a cold glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes. A surge of anger boiled within him. You filthy creatures, how audacious of you. To kill me, you would mobilize the elite of the sect and risk entering the righteous path's secret realm. I will remember this debt. Just wait for me. The journey was silent as the group successfully returned to the gates of Qingyun's sect. Upon entering the sect's territory, all disciples who had gone out for training finally found their footing. According to the sect's rules, all disciples would rest for a day before handling their personal training gains. The next morning, Su Yun arrived alone at the sect's resource pavilion. His gains from the secret realm were extraordinarily terrifying. The spiritual herbs, ores, and various rare materials looted from the forbidden area filled an entire storage bag. After setting aside the core resources useful to him, the remaining vast amounts of materials, ordinary spiritual herbs, surplus ores, and low-tier beast materials would be left idle. They took up space and were of little use. It was better to exchange them for sect contribution points. The contribution points of Qingyun's sect were more practical than spirit stones. At his current stage, enhancing his cultivation was far more beneficial than hoarding a pile of idle materials. Inside the resource pavilion, the elder in charge of registration and exchanges greeted Su Yun with exceptional courtesy. News of Su Yun's return from the secret realm and his overwhelming victory over the 4 sects had already spread within the sect. The elder did not dare to be negligent and patiently counted everything. Su Yun took out his excess resources one by one. Piles of mid and low-grade spiritual herbs, a massive amount of rare resources, and various beast bones and skins. The sheer quantity made the elder's eyelids twitch. Typically, an ordinary disciple could exchange up to 300 contribution points after a trip to the secret realm, but Su Yun's pile of resources was like a mountain, counting, estimating, recording, and settling. In the end, after all the resources were calculated, a total of 13,000 contribution points was credited to Su Yun's personal token account. The amount shocked even the elder, as one person's gains were comparable to several years of accumulation by an inter-sect disciple team. Su Yun confirmed the account balance was accurate, pocketed his token, and left the resource pavilion. With this batch of contribution points as a foundation plus the 100-year-old Zhu Gua in his possession, he had more than enough resources and confidence to break through to perfect foundation establishment. A day later, in Yunshi Courtyard, morning light filtered through the eaves and trees, casting a serene glow on the stone ground of the quiet courtyard. Two maidservants on duty were quietly tending to the courtyard's affairs, not daring to make noise. Su Yun stepped out of his room, looked at the two maidservants, and said blandly, "For the next period of time, I will enter seclusion for cultivation. During my seclusion, no one and nothing is allowed to disturb me. Whether it is a summons from the sect, a visit from fellow disciples, or inquiries from elders, all will be declined. I will shut my doors and refuse visitors, so no one shall be seen." The two maidservants quickly bowed in response. "Yes, we will comply with Senior Brother Su's instructions." After delegating all trivial matters, Su Yun did not linger. He turned and entered the exclusive cultivation chamber. The heavy stone door slowly closed, and with a click it was locked, completely isolating the sounds from outside the courtyard. The interior of the chamber was spacious and dry, with solid spiritual patterns carved on all four walls, gathering qi and stabilizing the environment, making it one of the best private cultivation chambers of Qingyan sect. Typically, breaking through foundation establishment creates minimal noise and requires little preparation. But Su Yun was different. He aimed to cultivate a perfect Dao foundation. A perfect Dao foundation is a rare existence in the entire cultivation world, let alone in this era of diminishing spiritual energy. Even tracing back to 10,000 years ago, during the peak of cultivation, when talents were abundant, cultivators capable of achieving a perfect Dao foundation were still a rarity, 1 in 10,000. A breakthrough at this level would likely induce a resonance with the heavens and earth's spiritual energy, creating a phenomenon. Once such a phenomenon leaked out, it would inevitably attract the attention of the entire sect. At this stage, he did not want to expose all his foundations, nor did he want anyone to pry into his roots. To be safe, Su Yun prepared double-layered defenses. He raised his hand to form the formation seals, and spiritual energy flowed at his fingertips. The first formation, Silent Concealment Array. The formation unfolded and enveloped the entire chamber, completely blocking all fluctuations of spiritual energy and sounds, ensuring that not a trace could leak out. The second formation, Locking Spiritual Array. With the double-layered formation stacked, every layer sealed off. All fluctuations of spiritual energy, changes in qi, and manifestations of cultivation were completely locked down. Even if he triggered a small-scale spiritual energy tide within the chamber, the outside world would perceive not a hint of movement. After completing everything, Su Yun felt completely at ease. He walked to the center of the chamber and sat cross-legged on the mat. Emptying his mind, he dispelled all distractions. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through foundation establishment has hard thresholds. One must prepare foundation establishment pills to help wash the meridians, break through bottlenecks, and solidify the Dao foundation. Without foundation establishment pills, 99% of cultivators would be stuck at the qi refinement bottleneck for life, unable to advance to foundation establishment. But Su Yun did not need them. He possessed a heavenly spirit root. For him, as long as his cultivation base was sufficient and his mindset stable, he could break through smoothly. Without the need for pills, he could still impact foundation establishment and forge a Dao foundation. This was the overwhelming advantage of top-tier talent. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun took out the white jade medicine box from his storage bag and opened it. In an instant, a rich and thick fragrance of fruit filled the entire chamber. The scent filled his nose, bringing warmth and comfort to his organs. The dormant spiritual energy within him instinctively began to stir and circulate. The 100-year-old Zhu Guo was indeed deserving of its reputation. Just the fragrance alone could induce resonance in a cultivator's spiritual energy. Su Yun looked at the bright red Zhu Guo in the box, its surface covered with blood-like veins, warm and plump, and remained calm. Without hesitation, he directly reached for it. The Zhu Guo felt warm to the touch with a dense texture. Its taste was sweet and soft, not bitter or astringent, lacking the harsh medicinal flavor of pills. It was like eating an ordinary spiritual fruit with an excellent taste. But the next moment, boom, the incredibly pure medicinal power erupted instantly. A vast and overwhelming pure spiritual energy surged down his throat, through his esophagus and meridians, sweeping through his limbs and bones. In an instant, it filled every inch of his flesh, every meridian, and every acupoint in his dantian. Su Yun trembled all over and a faint red glow appeared on the surface of his skin. The spiritual energy that had previously flowed steadily through his meridians was suddenly forced to surge and race upward by the massive influx of medicinal power. His meridians swelled, heated, and tingled. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being washed, nourished, and tempered by the supreme medicinal power. He did not dare to be careless. He immediately focused his mind and operated the Golden Spirit technique to its fullest. Buzz. The internal technique operated at full speed. The circulation of his chi opened up and the spiritual energy within his meridians flowed rapidly. The violent medicinal power of the Zhuguo was being orderly collected, tamed, and guided. Some of the medicinal power washed over his body, tempering his bones, cleansing impurities, and refining his constitution. Some of the medicinal power surged into his dantian, filling his spiritual energy pool and stacking his cultivation base. The remaining most refined medicinal power flowed along the main meridians layer by layer, converging, charging straight at the bottleneck of the 13th layer of chi refinement. Su Yun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, allowing the overwhelming medicinal power of the century-old red fruit to surge wildly through his limbs and bones. Inside his dantian, the changes were terrifyingly visible. In the dantian of an ordinary cultivator, a grayish haze prevailed with chaotic and impure spiritual energy, limited storage capacity, and a slow operational speed. At this moment, Su Yun's dantian was completely filled with the medicinal power of the red fruit. The originally pale, golden spiritual energy under the extreme medicinal wash continuously settled, purified, and compressed. Minute impurities were forcibly stripped away and expelled from his body. The space of the dantian continued to expand, widen, and reinforce. The entire dantian became crystal clear, the golden light contained resembling a small golden sea of spirit. A vast amount of spiritual energy stacked upon itself, compressed and refined. Su Yun was acutely aware that to forge a perfect foundation, one could not only seek a rapid breakthrough. Ordinary cultivators focus on breaking through barriers, solidifying their foundations, and merely stepping into foundation establishment. They do not care about a weak foundation, chaotic spiritual energy, or hidden risks in their meridians. However, a perfect foundation allows for no flaws whatsoever. A single impurity or instability could ruin the quality of the foundation. Thus, he was not in a hurry to break through. Using the remaining medicinal power of the red fruit, he began to frantically refine his own foundation. The medicinal power repeatedly washed through his meridians. It was a process of repeated honing, squeezing, and purification. He meticulously eliminated all minute flaws accumulated during the chi refinement stage. While others trained to accumulate cultivation, he was reshaping his foundation. Days passed by. Finally, all his shortcomings were completely smoothed out. At this moment, Su Yun's foundation was as solid as the absolute pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. There was no longer a trace of imperfection. In the next moment, boom, the long silent barrier of cultivation within him shattered completely. The ceiling of the 13th layer of chi refinement was instantly broken through. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged to a new level. From the peak of chi refinement, he officially shattered the shackles and entered foundation establishment. At this moment, a total transformation was unfolding within him. First was the meridians. The entire meridian system underwent another upgrade and expansion. The originally wide spiritual veins widened by 50% again. The flow speed of spiritual energy surged several times, circulating almost instantaneously. Next was the dantian. The sea of spirit expanded wildly. Its area, depth, and capacity all doubled in every aspect. The pure golden spiritual energy under high pressure in the dantian began to slowly settle, compress, and undergo qualitative changes. No longer was it loose, gaseous spiritual energy, it gradually transformed into semi-liquid spiritual liquid. This was the hallmark change of a foundation establishment cultivator. Ordinary cultivators at this stage had thin spiritual liquid, low refinement, and a lot of residual impurities. But the spiritual liquid generated in Su Yun's dantian was pure golden yellow, crystal clear, and a single drop could equate to the spiritual energy content of hundreds of drops from an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. In terms of density and purity, they were on entirely different levels. His physical body followed suit in completing the leap. The bones roared and flesh was reorganized. Every pore in his body expanded, expelling a trace of black, turbid metabolic waste. This was all the impurities that had lain hidden deep within his body since his training began. With the filth expelled, his body was transparent and flawless, with flesh and bones becoming increasingly refined and heavy. Spiritual energy, meridians, dantian, and physical body had all completed a massive transcendence. But this was merely the transformation of an ordinary foundation establishment. What Su Yun sought was not an ordinary foundation establishment. He wanted a perfect foundation. At the very second when the spiritual energy was fully solidified and the foundation was solidified, Su Yun focused, intently compressing all the spiritual liquid into a single point at the center of his dantian. Boom! The Danshan sea of spirit trembled violently. Countless golden spiritual liquids crazily converged, compressed, stacked, and reshaped at the central point. For ordinary cultivators, the formation of the foundation was rough, with loose structure and incomplete patterns. It was merely a simple solidification of spiritual energy, barely supporting the foundation establishment cultivation with limited potential and locked upper limits. But the foundation Su Yun was shaping at this moment was on a completely different extreme. Endless spiritual energy repeatedly sculpted the patterns of the foundation. Every pattern of the foundation was neat, symmetrical, perfect, and closed loop. A perfect foundation entirely gilded with flawless patterns slowly took shape. In the secret room, the spiritual energy surged in a frenzy. The double formation firmly locked in the impending leakage of the heavenly phenomenon. If the formation did not obstruct it, a tidal wave of spiritual energy would undoubtedly arise, bringing down radiant clouds from the heavens. A perfect foundation was after all a prodigious phenomenon at the level of the heavenly Tao. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his gaze before fading back to calm. From this day forth, he was no longer a chi refinement cultivator. He was a great foundation establishment cultivator possessing an unparalleled perfect foundation. Among his peers, no one could compare with him. The breakthrough concluded, and the foundation stabilized. Su Yun calmed his mind and began to introspect his dantian. At first glance, he was taken aback, his heart racing in disbelief. He had originally thought that he had merely forged an impeccable, perfect foundation with spiritual energy, purity, and stability far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. But the scene in his dantian now completely surpassed his expectations. His Danshan sea of spirit was incredibly vast and boundless. In contrast, ordinary cultivators who had just broken through to the early foundation establishment stage had limited dantian space, fixed sea ranges, and pitifully thin spiritual energy reserves. Even for genius cultivators at the early foundation establishment stage, there was a definite upper limit to their dantian. But his dantian was frighteningly large. The overall space capacity and thickness of the sea of spirit far exceeded that of fully realized foundation establishment cultivators. It was completely on another level. Su Yun was stunned. This was absurd. Too absurd. While others had just entered foundation establishment with their sea of spirit barely formed and just enough for use. He had just broken through to foundation establishment, and his dantian had expanded to an outrageous size. He recalled the entire process of his breakthrough, focusing solely on refining his foundation and solidifying his foundation with no time to observe changes in his dantian. Now, as he calmed down to observe closely, he finally discovered the greatest drawback of the perfect foundation. The Danshan's capacity pulled to the extreme meant a tremendous advantage, but it also brought a huge shortcoming. The advantages were clear. In battles of the same rank, his spiritual energy reserves overwhelmed everyone with unmatched endurance and infinite stamina, rendering him unbeatable in prolonged battles. But the downsides were equally obvious. A dantian that was too large required an exponentially greater amount of spiritual energy. While others at the early foundation establishment stage could fill their sea of spirit with minimal spiritual energy and a few spirit stones. To completely fill this supersized sea of spirit and stabilize his early foundation establishment cultivation, he would need resources several times more than that of ordinary cultivators. In the future, every breakthrough and every stabilization of his realm would consume far more spiritual energy, spirit stones, and rare materials than ordinary cultivators. The difficulty of breakthroughs would also multiply. A perfect foundation, an invincible foundation, came at the cost of extreme resource consumption and excessive financial expenditure. Su Yun looked at his vast sea of spirit, tongue-tied. At this moment, his golden spiritual liquid filled less than 1/3 of the dantian. The remaining 2/3 of the sea of spirit were empty and desolate. It appeared to be at the early foundation establishment stage, but in reality the foundation was unstable and not yet solidified. To fully stabilize his realm, he needed to completely fill the enormous sea of spirit with spiritual energy. There were no shortcuts. He could only stack resources hard. All right, then a perfect foundation is indeed impressive. Su Yun shook his head helplessly, choosing not to think further. The advantage had already been secured, and the troubles could only be resolved slowly. He immediately took out all the spirit stones he had accumulated in his storage bag. Clattering. A large pile of spirit stones accumulated on the ground of the secret chamber, forming a small mountain of spirit stones. A total of over 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10 top-grade spirit stones were not taken out as they needed to be reserved for future breakthroughs. Su Yun crossed his legs and sat down, focusing his mind and initiating full-speed cultivation. After breaking through to foundation establishment, the Golden Spirit technique unlocked a new ceiling. Previously restricted by his cultivation level, he could only practice the 5th layer. Now that he had entered foundation establishment, his foundation transformed, and he could fully attempt to challenge the 6th layer. Su Yun operated his technique, opening all the pores of his body. Buzz! A tremendous suction force erupted from his body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into him, and the spirit stones piled on the ground instantly radiated with spiritual light. Strands of white spiritual energy continuously peeled away and extracted from the spirit stones, flowing into his Danshan's spiritual sea through his meridians. There were no obstacles to the breakthrough of the technique. In less than half an hour, the Golden Spirit technique successfully broke through to the 6th layer. The advancement in technique resulted in a dramatic increase in the speed of spiritual power operation absorption rate and conversion efficiency. The speed at which the spirit stones were absorbed became even more terrifying. The spirit stones, which had been slowly consumed, now visibly dimmed and began to disintegrate. One by one, the plump white spirit stones rapidly lost all their spiritual energy, turning into grayish, useless rubble that fell away. In just 2 incense sticks worth of time, the entire mountain of spirit stones visibly shrank. A vast amount of spiritual energy frantically filled the empty Danshan's spiritual sea. Originally, the spiritual sea was only 1/3 full, but it gradually became full. From 30% to 50%, then to 70%, until the last spirit stone completely turned to ash. Over 500,000 low-grade spirit stones were completely consumed. The ground of the secret chamber was left with only a thin layer of gray stone powder. Meanwhile, his enormous Danshan's spiritual sea, comparable to the perfection of foundation establishment, was barely filled. At this moment, his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation was thoroughly stabilized. Su Yun stopped his cultivation, opened his eyes, and looked bewildered. Over 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. All gone. Was it just to stabilize an early-stage foundation establishment? He was shocked by the devouring ability of the perfect Tao foundation. An ordinary cultivator would need 300,000 spirit stones to cultivate from early-stage foundation establishment to full foundation establishment. Yet he had used them all just to stabilize an early-stage realm, completely wiping out all his wealth. It was too exaggerated. Su Yun's mouth twitched. He calculated roughly and felt his scalp tingle. Just to stabilize early-stage foundation establishment had consumed 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. What about breakthroughs to mid-stage, latest stage, and perfection? Surely a casual breakthrough would require a base of several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The perfect Tao foundation, while powerful, truly was a bottomless pit. It was too costly. At this moment, Su Yun recognized the reality. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the resource gap. The resources he had previously accumulated now seemed utterly insufficient. It seems that I can't just focus on closed-door cultivation anymore. I need to find a way to make money and gather resources. Su Yun's gaze became resolute. In order to support his invincible, yet resource-hungry, perfect Tao foundation, he had to work desperately to make money. Otherwise, if his realm got stuck later on having an unparalleled Tao foundation, but lacking resources for breakthroughs, would be too frustrating. The secret chamber cultivation ended. Su Yun slowly withdrew his power, and the turbulent spiritual energy within him calmed down. To avoid drawing attention, he activated the breath-concealing technique. He stabilized his true cultivation at the level of perfected Qi, refining 9th layer. After completing the disguise, Su Yun stood up to stretch his muscles. Although he wasn't tired from long periods of sitting, his limbs inevitably felt stiff. After moving around for a moment, he raised his hand to remove the double-layered restriction formation. Boom! The stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened to both sides. Su Yun tidied his robe and prepared to head to the Great Hall. As he walked along the mountain path of the sect, many disciples passed by, bowing and greeting him. Soon Su Yun arrived at the side courtyard behind the Qingyun Great Hall. Li Mofan was quietly sitting in the courtyard sipping tea. Upon seeing Su Yun approach, he raised his eyes with a smile. Out of seclusion. Disciple has completed his closed-door cultivation and has come to report to Master about his cultivation progress. Su Yun bowed respectfully. Li Mofan nodded, his gaze sweeping over Su Yun, conducting a brief examination. Sensing the aura of perfected Qi refining 9th layer, he instantly beamed with joy, unable to restrain his smile. Good. Very good. Perfected Qi refining 9th layer, solid foundation, and a stable aura. Excellent. Li Mofan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had initially worried that Su Yun would be impatient for success and have an unstable foundation. But now it seemed he had overthought it. After a moment's pause, he began to advise. Continue to stabilize your mindset and refine your foundation. Strive to break through to the 10th layer as soon as possible. Accumulate your foundation and steadily prepare for foundation establishment. Foundation establishment is the first major barrier in cultivation. One must never be hasty or reckless to avoid a flawed Dao foundation that could hinder one's lifelong journey. After speaking, Li Mofan casually waved his hand. A pile of storage bags filled with spirit stones and elixirs was directly tossed into Su Yun's hands. Take these resources and use them. Cultivate at ease and break through as soon as possible. Su Yun accepted the storage bag and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you, master. After bidding farewell to his master, Su Yun turned and headed straight to the sect's technique pavilion. Now he was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. Most of the techniques he previously practiced were low-level qi refining spells, which had limited power and could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Only the Golden Spirit technique did not need to be replaced. This technique was of a high grade, with its ceiling reaching the Golden Core realm, making it suitable for him to cultivate in the long term without needing a replacement. However, all types of attack, defense, and agility spells were all at the qi refining level. Now he needed to replace them with foundation establishment level spells for his combat power to match his cultivation level. On the fourth floor of the technique pavilion, there were neatly arranged hundreds of foundation establishment level spell jade slips. They were categorized into attack, defense, agility, and support with a full range of options. Su Yun selectively screened and only picked spells suitable for his golden spiritual root. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yun carefully selected and finalized 3 mid-tier low-level spells most suitable for his current stage. The first spell, Golden Blade Shattering Technique, contribution points 2000. Condensing golden spiritual power into sharp golden blades, it can be used for single target or area attacks, boasting extreme speed and powerful penetration. It is designed to break through physical bodies and shields, perfectly matching the extreme sharpness of the golden spiritual root, and has a high practical value. The second spell, Golden Shield, contribution points 1000. Using golden spiritual power to condense a heavy golden shield, it differs from ordinary spiritual barriers, being exceptionally hard and resistant, capable of withstanding physical and mental impacts, and can block spell bombardments sufficient for regular combat. The third spell, Golden Step, contribution points 3000. With golden energy attached to the feet, it increases speed, making the body agile and swift, extremely useful for short-distance advances, dodging and escaping. Stepping out of the pavilion of techniques with 3 jade slips in hand, Su Yun looked at his dwindling contribution points within the sect, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. The 3 mid-level spells had cost him 5,000 contribution points. After returning to the Yunqi courtyard, Su Yun calmed his mind and began to enter seclusion for cultivation. In the days to come, he remained within the courtyard, adhering to a strict and regular daily routine. He spent most of his time consolidating his cultivation base, perfecting his foundational Dao. The remaining time was devoted entirely to studying the 3 newly exchanged spells. Thanks to his 1000-fold enhancement in talent, he faced almost no bottlenecks in cultivating spells. While others required repeated contemplation, daily practice, and several days to master new techniques, he only needed to brush his divine sense over the jade slips. The principles, operational routes, and techniques of the spells instantly became clear to him. Within 2 days, he progressed through the stages of the Golden Blade Splitting Void technique. Beginner, minor success, major success, and ultimately reached perfection, able to conjure dozens of golden blades with a mere gesture, achieving both offense and defense. 3 days later, the Golden Shield technique was perfected, with spiritual power flowing at will and the shield being conjured instantaneously. Following that, the Golden Steps reached full mastery, allowing him to move with incredible swiftness and fluidity. In less than 10 days, all 3 new spells were perfected to full completion. Not only that, but to avoid drawing attention and to reveal his strength gradually, Su Yun deliberately eased a portion of his cultivation restraint, allowing the news to spread that he had successfully broken through to the 10th level of qi refinement. This piece of news caused a stir throughout the Qingyun sect. The entire cultivation world of the 9 provinces was experiencing a decline, with spiritual energy growing scarce. For nearly a century, the young and talented disciples of various sects had mostly remained stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to step beyond the threshold of the 10th level. The 10th level of qi refinement was a natural barrier in an era of depleted spiritual energy. Countless talents were held back here, unable to touch the true 10th level. However, Su Yun, having only joined the sect for a few short months, surged forward, breaking through to the 10th level of qi refinement directly. The news spread through the inner and outer sects, leaving all disciples utterly astonished. Outer sect disciples were wide-eyed in shock, clustering together to discuss. My heavens! Did senior brother Su really break through to the 10th level? That's a realm no one has achieved in 100 years. Everyone said the 10th level was a dead and that no one from our generation could break through, yet senior brother Su directly shattered that barrier. This speed of cultivation is simply monstrous. Time and again Su Yun refreshed everyone's understanding with his prowess. From reaching the top of the Trial Tower to crushing the 4 sects in the Secret Realm, and now breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, a realm untouched for a century. Everyone had long been accustomed to being awed by Su Yun's talent, yet each time their perceptions were overturned. After concluding his seclusion, Su Yun no longer intentionally suppressed all his aura. He withdrew most of his aura-concealing techniques, revealing his true foundation establishment cultivation with ease. Before long, the entire Qingyun sect was thrown into chaos. Foundation establishment. It's the foundation establishment realm. Did Su Yun break through to foundation establishment? The news spread rapidly throughout the entire sect, shaking both the inner and outer sects, as well as the Elder Hall. All disciples, elders, and stewards were completely stirred up. In less than a year since joining the sect, from the most basic low-level Qi refinement, he had skyrocketed directly to the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, everyone knew that Su Yun had first broken through the 10th level of Qi refinement, a feat untouched for a century, before smoothly transitioning into foundation establishment. This level of talent, this speed, and this foundation were beyond description. In the history of the 5 sects of Lingzhou, the fastest to reach foundation establishment had taken at least 8 to 10 years. Su Yun achieved it in just a few months, soaring to the heavens in a single step. The entire Qingyun sect was in a frenzy of excitement. All the elders gathered, expressing their sentiments with faces full of joy. Good. Excellent. Our Qingyun sect is finally on the rise. With a 10th level foundation establishment and a perfect foundation, the path of Tao ahead is limitless. In an era of depleted spiritual energy, to have such a genius emerge is a blessing for our Qingyun. The outer sect disciples were even more fervent, their faces filled with reverence. To everyone, Su Yun's future seemed entirely predestined. With the 10th level of Qi refinement as a foundation, a perfect base, and a youthful foundation establishment, he possessed a talent unrivaled in the 9 provinces. As long as he did not fall midway, and continued to cultivate, steadily breaking through to the golden core nascent soul, and even challenging the realm of divine transformation would undoubtedly be a given. In the main hall of Qingyun, inside there were only a few people, yet the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Li Mofan sat at the head, his gaze fixed on Su Yun, before him brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy. He scrutinized Su Yun's aura without blinking. Stable, substantial, and refined, it was a solid foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, the aura was smooth and flawless, with a solid foundation that showed no signs of hastily establishing his foundation. It was evident that he had genuinely broken through the 10th level of Qi refinement and perfectly transitioned into foundation establishment. Having presided over the Qingyun sect for many years, Li Mofan had seen countless talented disciples. Yet he had never dreamed that the disciple he took in would set such a remarkable record. In the past century, as spiritual energy gradually dwindled and Tao laws withered, countless prodigies were stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement, unable to enter the threshold of the 10th level, let alone achieve perfection in foundation establishment. In less than a year since joining the sect, Su Yun defied the odds, shattering a century-old barrier and forcefully carving out an unparalleled path of cultivation. This level of talent, this mindset, and this pace of cultivation had long transcended all peers in the 9 provinces. Li Mofan's chest felt hot with pride and joy, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Su Yun, my good disciple, your achievements today far exceed all my expectations. The barrier of the 10th level of Qi refinement, which no one could break for 100 years, has been effortlessly crossed by you. In just a few months since joining the sect, you have risen from an unknown newcomer to the ranks of foundation establishment. Looking at the disciples of the 5 sects of Lingzhou throughout history, none can compare to you. Today you have not only realized your own potential, but have also upheld the dignity of our Qingyun sect's future. Each word was sincere, filled with deep regard. Standing beside him, senior brother Xiao Fan and senior sister Yiru wore expressions of complete admiration. Both were established prodigies of the sect, having toiled for years to secure their foundation establishment, believing themselves to possess decent aptitude. However, compared to the younger disciple, Su Yun, they felt utterly crushed. Senior brother Xiao Fan smiled wryly, shaking his head in amazement, stepping forward to sincerely commend. Junior brother, you are truly extraordinary. It took me 5 years to barely establish my foundation, and senior sister took 4 years of hard training to break through. In just a few months, you have traversed the path we took years to complete, breaking through the 10th level deadlock and successfully establishing your foundation. Compared to you, we so-called prodigies are utterly mediocre, completely incomparable. Senior sister Yi Yuru's bright eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she stepped forward, playfully saying, "Indeed, junior brother, you have truly amazed the entire sect this time. From now on, for the sect's training, external tasks, and secret realm missions, senior sister will often come to find you to team up. You can't refuse, junior brother. Suyin nodded slightly. Senior sister is joking. If there are tasks, I will naturally cooperate. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere in the hall gradually quieted. Suyin stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Mofin as he earnestly expressed his intentions. Master, my seclusion has concluded perfectly, and my foundation establishment realm is now thoroughly solidified. Having spent a long time within the sect in quiet cultivation, my progress has become slow and constraints have begun to arise. I humbly request Master to allow me to travel the world and experience life outside the sect. To refine my foundational Tao through actual combat, to stabilize my heart amidst the worldly affairs, and to accumulate experiences and opportunities for future breakthroughs to higher realms. Upon hearing this, Li Mofin's smile faded, his expression turning solemn. He fell silent for a moment, carefully weighing the pros and cons before finally nodding in agreement. Agreed. After foundation establishment, it is indeed unwise to remain cloistered within the sect, training in solitude. Entering the world for experience, engaging in life or death combat, and witnessing the vastness of heaven and earth. These are the finest ways to hone one's Tao foundation. Working behind closed doors will never lead to the great Tao. His tone shifted abruptly, turning stern as he earnestly advised, but you must remember this above all, when venturing out, your foremost priority is to stay alive. Your reputation is now too great. You have become a thorn in the side of the demonic path. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, lurking and spying everywhere, waiting for a chance to ambush and kill you. When traveling abroad, you must rein in your brilliance, conceal your true strength, and avoid any ostentatious display. If you encounter traces of the demonic path, prioritize evasion and self-preservation. Never act out of bravado or recklessly place yourself in danger alone. Every word of this advice came from the depths of his heart. Li Mofin knew all too well the insidious cunning of the demonic path. Suyin, venturing out alone, faced immense risk. Having finished his warnings, Li Mofin spoke again, adding the sect's regulations. Furthermore, now that you have stepped into the foundation establishment realm, you are no longer a Qi refining disciple. According to sect rules, foundation establishment disciples must complete their designated sect tasks each year. One purpose is to share the sect's burdens, the other is to temper yourself through these tasks and accumulate resources. While you are out training, remember to find time to visit the mission pavilion and select an assignment. Do not be negligent. Suyin understood completely, and with a solemn bow accepted the command. Your disciple will heed Master's teachings. I will act cautiously, conceal my brilliance, complete the sect tasks on time, and never slacken in my cultivation. Suyin returned from the Qingyun Grand Hall, walking slowly back to Cloud Abode Courtyard. The courtyard gate was open, a gentle breeze sweeping across the bluestone floor, which was usually deserted. But today, in the very center of the yard, stood a figure in pure white robes, silent and still. The woman was tall and slender, with a cold, aloof bearing, and her eyes held a sharp, proud edge. It was Lu Shuang'er. Suyun's steps halted abruptly. His heart skipped a beat. Lu Shuang'er, suddenly blocking his courtyard today, meant nothing good. He subtly turned on his heel, pretending not to see her, and prepared to slip away. Junior disciple, you see me, and think of leaving. A clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out, tinged with mockery and amusement. No escape. Suyun's feet froze, and he could only stop in his tracks. He turned around, helplessly plastering an obedient, ingratiating smile on his face as he cupped his hands in salute. Disciple Suyin pays respects to Uncle Master Lu. May I ask what instructions Uncle Master has for gracing my humble courtyard today? Lu Shuang'er walked forward. Her gaze fixed directly on Suyin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, she gave a slight nod, a glint of genuine approval flashing in her eyes. So you really have broken through to foundation establishment. Your Qi is steady, your foundation solid, with none of the frivolity of a hasty breakthrough. I heard you achieved foundation establishment from the perfect 10th layer of Qi refining. Suyin nodded honestly. A fortunate breakthrough. Lu Shuang'er sighed softly. Your talent is truly astonishing. When I established my foundation back, then it was merely from the standard 9th layer. The 10th layer barrier. In the centuries since spiritual energy began to decline, hardly anyone in Lingzhou has been able to set foot upon it. It's too difficult, too draining on one's reserves, too abrasive to the heart. I never expected you to cross it so effortlessly. She looked up at Suyin, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Tell me, how did you break through the 10th layer bottleneck? I've consulted the sect's ancient texts. Countless geniuses were stuck here, unable to find a way. What method or opportunity did you use exactly? Suyin maintained a calm expression, feigning a look of confusion himself. Uncle Master, your disciple truly has no special technique. I simply meditated step by step, honed my cultivation, and stabilized my foundation. As I cultivated, my reserves were sufficient, and the bottleneck naturally loosened. I personally didn't find it all that difficult. The breakthrough happened before I knew it. This statement was half truth, half lie. He couldn't exactly tell her about his thousand-fold amplification talent or the century-old vermilion fruit that had forcefully forged his perfect foundation. Lu Shuang'er looked at his earnest face, unable to detect any sign of deception, and could only shake her head helplessly. Some people's talent simply defied logic. Realms that others desperately sought but could never attain were for them a natural progression. This and nothing more was the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. She stopped dwelling on the reason for his breakthrough, changing the subject. Her eyes suddenly brightened, a hint of battle intent flickering within. Enough talent is a gift, not something to be forced. I came specifically to find you today, not to ask about your breakthrough secret. I came to spar with you. Su Yun's heart tightened. Lu Shuang'er stared at him, her tone utterly serious. You have a heavenly spirit gold root and a perfect 10-layer foundation establishment. Your combat strength already far surpasses those at the same level. Now that you've broken through, your power is likely close to mid or late foundation establishment. I am at the late foundation establishment stage, perfect for a sparring match. I can't be bothered to fight anyone from the younger generation in the entire Qingyun sect. You, Su Yun, are the only one worthy of my serious effort. Come on, have a match with me. As her words fell, the spiritual energy around her stirred faintly, her fighting spirit blazing clearly, ready to begin. Su Yun's scalp tingled slightly. He had learned about Lu Shuang'er's personality from the sidelines. She had an incredibly strong competitive drive. Once she latched onto someone, she wouldn't let go until she won. It was purely a thankless task. Su Yun immediately waved his hand. Uncle Master, absolutely not. Your disciple has just broken through to foundation establishment. Although my realm is stable, my control over spiritual power, the flow of techniques, and my combat rhythm are all still rusty. My foundation has just been set, it's not suitable for intense combat. A hasty sparring session could easily destabilize my Dao foundation and leave hidden problems. Furthermore, I have already requested permission from my master to go out for training in the coming days. I was planning to hone my skills through real combat in the world to stabilize my realm. Sparring with Uncle Master now is truly inappropriate. Lu Shuang'er wasn't buying any of it. She frowned, her tone turning assertive. Inappropriate or not, it will have to do. I came all this way to find you. I can't go back empty-handed. We must have a match. Seeing her firm stance, Su Yun's mind raced, and he quickly concocted an excuse to decline. Uncle Master, how about this? Let your disciple train and return before we have a proper, dignified spar. Right now, having just built my foundation, my reserves haven't fully unfolded, and my combat power can't be fully expressed. If we fight now, I won't be able to use my full strength, and you won't have a satisfying bout either. Let me train outside for a few months, hone my combat skills, and let my realm reach perfect completion. Then when I fight you, it will be a truly fair match. At these words, Lu Shuang'er hesitated slightly. After thinking it over calmly, she realized it did make sense. Su Yun had only just broken through. His control over spiritual power was still raw, and his combat experience was still at the Qi refining stage. If they fought now, he could at most display the level of an early foundation establishment cultivator. He simply wouldn't be able to unleash his true potential. Lu Shuang'er pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Fine. He'll wait for you to return from your training. When you do, I will personally have a real hard-fought battle with you. She retracted her battle intent, her expression calming as she looked at Su Yun. You're going out for training? Yes. Su Yun nodded. Lu Shuang'er thought for a second, then took the initiative to offer advice. Since you have a gold spirit root, conventional training won't be of much use to you. He'll point you to a good place, Huangzhou, the Gungjin Great Desert. That desert is filled with Gungjin air currents naturally suited for cultivating metal aspect cultivators. The wind and sand there hide golden qi. The Gobi contains spiritual mechanisms, and there are numerous metal aspect ferocious beasts and natural gold crystal vein deposits. It will be immensely beneficial for tempering your gold spirit root, condensing your metal aspect spiritual power, and polishing your Gungjin techniques. It's more than 10 times better than training in an ordinary place. Su Yun's eyes lit up at the words. His golden spirit art, gold blade, spatial severance technique, and golden guard shield were all metal-attributed techniques. A perfect Dao foundation was exceptionally compatible with homogeneous spiritual energy. If he could cultivate long-term in a place rich with Gungjin qi, his cultivation speed would surely skyrocket again. This opportunity was perfect for him. Su Yun immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the guidance, Uncle Master. Your disciple will remember it. Lu Shuang'er nodded faintly. Train well. They'll be waiting for you to return to the sect for our spar. Don't disappoint me. With that, she lightly flicked her white sleeves, turned, and departed. The next day, the sky was bright. The morning light of Qingyun's sect bathed the stone path in radiance, and the spiritual energy lingered in the courtyard. Su Yun tidied up and stepped out of Yunqi courtyard alone. In 2 days, he would set out to train in the outside world. According to the sect's rules, foundation establishment disciples must complete their annual tasks. This trip would be a perfect opportunity to finish his sect's tasks while training, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He walked along the main mountain path of the sect. Disciples from both the outer and inner sect came and went incessantly. Everyone paused instinctively upon seeing Su Yun. Whether it was disciples traveling in groups or seasoned cultivators hurrying along, all of them stopped to bow and greet him. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." The voices rose and fell, filled with respect. Su Yun, in the eyes of many disciples, was now the foremost prodigy of Qing Yun's sect, the future pillar of the sect. No one dared to show disrespect, no one dared to overlook him. Su Yun maintained a calm expression, giving slight nods as he walked, heading directly towards the western district of the sect. In the western district of the sect, a massive pavilion loomed tall. Its flying eaves reached high, with a gilded plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Task Pavilion. The entire building was grand in scale, far surpassing the other halls, and comprised 2 spacious floors. This was one of the core hubs of Qing Yun's sect. It was responsible for issuing sect tasks, registering training missions, calculating merit rewards, and recording disciples' achievements. All tasks from both the outer and inner sect were uniformly distributed and settled here. The entrance to the pavilion was bustling with people. Disciples were coming and going, some taking on simple tasks like herb gathering, mountain patrolling, or beast extermination, while others submitted completed tasks to exchange for contributions. The noise of the crowd was incessant. Su Yun approached the entrance of the task pavilion. As his figure appeared, all the disciples at the entrance fell silent for a moment, then began whispering excitedly. "Look, it's Senior Brother Su. My heavens, Senior Brother Su actually came to the task pavilion. He just broke through to Foundation Establishment. Is he here to take on a Foundation Establishment task? Isn't he too diligent? Generally, after a genius breaks through, they need to enter seclusion to stabilize their foundation, but he came out directly to take on tasks." Some were filled with curious speculation. "What task do you think Senior Brother Su will choose?" A nearby seasoned disciple immediately shook his head. "Do we even need to ask? It must be the exclusive Foundation Establishment tasks on the 2nd floor. The tasks on the 1st floor are low in reward and easy in difficulty. They hold no significance for him. Those are tasks for us lower-tier disciples, not worthy of Senior Brother Su's status anymore." A group of disciples watched from a distance, their eyes filled with reverence and curiosity. Everyone wanted to see what level of difficulty this unparalleled prodigy would select for his Foundation Establishment task. Su Yun paid no mind to the gazes around him and directly entered the task pavilion. The spacious 1st floor hall was filled with task boards crowded with people, mostly outer sect disciples. He walked straight towards the inner staircase, ascending to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the task pavilion was an exclusive area for Foundation Establishment disciples. It was spacious and quiet, with neatly arranged furnishings. Only Foundation Establishment disciples could enter here. At this moment, there were not many people on the 2nd floor, just 7 or 8 Foundation Establishment disciples scattered about. Some were browsing the task boards, some were checking their merits, and others were quietly waiting for task handovers. Compared to the throngs on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor felt much quieter. A few Foundation Establishment disciples sensed someone coming upstairs and instinctively looked up. When they saw it was Su Yun, everyone quickly stood up, displaying respectful postures. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." No one dared to act arrogantly, even though some had been Foundation Establishment disciples for many years with more seniority than Su Yun. Su Yun slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping around before heading straight to the front desk of the attendant. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged Foundation Establishment attendant responsible for registering, issuing, and verifying tasks. The attendant looked up upon seeing Su Yun, his eyes brightening as he hurriedly set down his pen and spoke up. "Senior Su, have you come today to take on a Foundation Establishment training task?" Su Yun nodded. "Please show me the list of available Foundation Establishment tasks." "Of course." The attendant, not daring to be slow, immediately took out a jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, task information appeared on the jade slip's portable light screen, arranged neatly from low to high. The rewards, task locations, target details, and failure records were all clear at a glance. Su Yun quickly scanned the list. Since he was going to do it, he would directly choose the highest difficulty task with the most rewards and the best cost-effectiveness. His gaze swept to the bottom, where the top entry for a high-level task instantly caught his attention. Task: Slay the River Demon of Songlong River. Level: High-level task. Target: a mid-stage level 2 water system river demon residing in the Songlong River of the eastern region, harming passers-by and fishermen and robbing merchant ships. Ferocious and bloodthirsty. Reward: 4,000 sect contribution points. Note: 3 mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciples have attempted to slay it, all failing. 4,000 contribution points, far exceeding the rewards for Foundation Establishment tasks. It was also the highest reward and most difficult task on the entire list. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun spoke up. "I'll take this one, that Songlong River Slay River Demon task." The attendant's expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Senior Su, think carefully. This task is extremely difficult. That river demon of Songlong is a solid mid-stage level 2 entrenched in the river for many years with the advantage of the terrain. Its water techniques are vicious and its skin is tough and difficult to slay. Previously, several seasoned mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciples from our sect attempted to take it on. Either they were heavily injured and retreated, or they couldn't even get close. The worst fate was for one disciple who was directly afflicted by the river demon's water poison, sustaining injuries that were hard to heal and ultimately had to leave the sect to recuperate. You just recently broke through to early Foundation Establishment. Although your foundation is stable, your realm is still too new. Listen to my advice. I choose a simpler task to be safe. There's no need to take such a huge risk. A few nearby Foundation Establishment disciples who had been sitting quietly also turned to look, their faces filled with shock. Just having recently reached early Foundation Establishment, he wants to take on the task of slaying a demon in Songlong River. This is no longer confidence, it is reckless bravado. Everyone was waiting for Su Yun to change his mind about the task. But Su Yun's expression remained calm, his tone firm, without a hint of wavering. No need to change. I want this task. Please, attendant, just register it. He had his own sense of measure. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Ordinary Foundation Establishment disciples naturally wouldn't dare to take on a mid-stage level 2 river demon. With his strength, killing a mid-stage level 2 river demon was more than enough. The attendant saw Su Yun's resolute attitude and knew he wouldn't listen to the dissuasion, so he could only sigh inwardly. Not daring to say more, he followed the rules and helped Su Yun register file and issue the task token. Task registration complete. There is no deadline. You just complete it and return to the sect to verify and receive the reward. Thank you, attendant. Su Yun took the task token and turned to leave in a graceful manner. As he stepped out of the task pavilion, the sunlight fell upon his shoulders. Next, he just needed to prepare resources for the journey and he could set off directly for training. Before departing, there was just one last step. Liquidating his stock to exchange for travel expenses and cultivation materials. He had accumulated a large number of talismans and pills in his storage bag. It was perfect to clear out the inventory and sell everything for spirit stones to use as travel funds for his training. Su Yun turned his steps and headed straight towards Qingyun Market outside the mountain gate. On the other side, on the west side of the inner gate of Qingyun sect, there is a secluded courtyard. The ground is marked with shallow grooves by spells, and a faint aura of earth attributes spiritual energy wafts through the air. Lin Hao stood in the open space, his fingertips continuously forming earth spikes, refining his earth-based spells with a rhythm of contraction and extension. Just as he was fully immersed in his practice, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Ma Shan rushed into the courtyard, panting heavily. Senior brother, I just went to the task pavilion to take on a mission. Guess who I saw? Lin Hao halted, his spellcasting furrowing his brows with an impatient tone. Stop rambling and get to the point. Ma Shan leaned closer, lowering his voice. It's Su Yun. I saw him with my own eyes on the second floor of the task pavilion. Lin Hao was taken aback, his previously relaxed demeanor tightening. Su Yun. He just broke through to Foundation Establishment not long ago. Why is he running to the task pavilion instead of focusing on stabilizing his cultivation? What else could he be doing? He's taking on a sect mission, Ma Shan shrugged. I specifically lurked nearby to find out. He accepted a mission to slay the river demon at Songlong River. Songlong River. Lin Hao's pupils constricted. That's right, the water demon in the late Foundation Establishment stage. Ma Shan nodded repeatedly, a mocking expression on his face. That demon has occupied Songlong River for many years, utilizing the terrain to its advantage with crafty water techniques. Several of our fellow disciples at the late Foundation Establishment stage have gone there, either returning severely injured or empty-handed. Even those at peak Foundation Establishment wouldn't dare to guarantee a secure victory. He's just a newcomer at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, yet he dares to take on such a dangerous task. I really don't know where his blind confidence comes from. Lin Hao stepped forward, solemnly questioning, is your information accurate? Did he really take on this high-level task? Absolutely. Many people in the task pavilion witnessed it. Even the elders advised him to change the task, but he insisted on going through with it. Ma Shan replied with certainty. All right, I understand now. You can leave and attend to your own matters. Yes, senior brother. Ma Shan bowed and quickly exited the courtyard. Only Lin Hao remained in the courtyard as the wind blew, causing withered leaves to fall. He stood there, his eyes glimmering with cold light. You, Su Yun, relying on a bit of talent, have become arrogant. Knowing the river demon's strength, you still chose to take on the mission, thinking that with your rapid cultivation progress you are invincible. Lin Hao scoffed, secretly plotting in his heart. Since he insists on courting death at Songlong River, why not add a little fuel to the fire and give him an extra layer of hardship? A mere river demon alone may not be enough to trap Su Yun. If I subtly arrange things from the outside, just a little push could lead to Su Yun stumbling at Songlong River, suffering serious injuries, or even losing his life in the desolate river. Having made up his mind, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He turned and entered the inner training chamber. A quarter of an hour later, news spread that Lin Hao announced he was entering seclusion, refusing any visitors during this period. However, just when everyone thought he was in seclusion and wouldn't come out, a figure dressed in ordinary clothes and with a face altered by disguise stealthily slipped out of the back mountain gate of Qingyun's sect during the shift change of the sect's guards. Qingyun Market. The streets were bustling with people and vehicles flowed incessantly. As the largest market affiliated with Qingyun's sect, this place was a gathering spot for cultivators year-round, filled with numerous shops. In the center of the street, a magnificent three-story building occupied the most prime location, its plaque shining in gold. Fortune Pill House. The current Fortune Pill House was no longer the same as when it first opened. Thanks to a batch of top-grade first-tier pills supplied by Su Yun, the pill house skyrocketed in fame. In just a few short months, it crushed all other pill shops in the market, firmly securing its position as the top pill house in Qingyun Market. The news spread rapidly, attracting not only cultivators from around Qingyun's sect, but also scattered cultivators and disciples from smaller sects across Lingzhou, who came specifically to purchase top-grade pills. Every day before dawn, a long line would form at the entrance of the pill house, with a cacophony of voices echoing in the air, never ceasing. The other pill shops and pharmacies next door remained deserted, with no one showing interest. All customer sources, fame and profit were being siphoned entirely by the Fortune Pill House. Competing merchants watched the pill house's daily surge in popularity with extreme envy. Many people secretly investigated, frantically speculating on Wang Fugui's mysterious supply channels. But no matter how many connections they used or how many spirit stones they spent to inquire, they remained entirely empty-handed. No one knew that the foundation supporting the entire top-tier pill house was not some well-known alchemist, but a mysterious and low-key elder. At this moment, in the elegant room on the third floor of the pill house, the atmosphere was oppressive, completely lacking the lively bustle of downstairs. Wang Fugue sat at the main seat, his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed tightly, a face full of anxiety. Since the name of the top-grade pills spread, the more famous the pill house became, the greater his pressure grew. The consumption rate of top-grade pills was terrifyingly high. The initial stockpile was rapidly diminishing, gradually running dry. To barely maintain business and retain customers, he had long been forced to implement purchasing limits. Top-grade first-tier pills were no longer sold to the public. They would not accept individual buyers, only accepting orders from regular customers and bulk long-term orders. Yet even with all these restrictions, they still could not withstand the surging demand from all directions. Based on the current consumption rate, the remaining stock could last at most another 10 days. After 10 days, the pill house would be completely out of top-grade pills for sale. Once the supply runs out, the reputation, customer base, and fame built over months would collapse in an instant. The once bustling pill house would revert to its former state overnight or even decline. During this time, he had also spent a large sum to hire 2 dedicated alchemists to stabilize the pill house. Both were legitimate second-tier alchemists with solid foundations. Yet no matter how they tried to refine, the pills produced were at most of good quality, forever unable to touch the threshold of top grade. The pill patterns were flawed, the medicinal effects were weak, and impurities remained, making them incomparable to Su Yun's pills. They couldn't even replicate them. "Shopkeeper, we can't delay any longer." A managing assistant hurried forward, his face filled with anxiety, speaking in a low voice. "The number of cultivators lining up downstairs is increasing. Many of our regular customers from large sects are inquiring about the stock of top-grade pills. We're currently relying solely on our previous reputation to hold on. If the outside world learns that we are about to run out of stock, our pre-order customers will leave immediately." Wang Fugue stopped pacing, exhaling a long breath of frustration, his face filled with helplessness and annoyance. He understood the stakes better than anyone. But top-grade pills were not ordinary goods. It's not something that can be bought with money or easily refined by just anyone. It is a top-tier scarce resource that is hard to come by. He rubbed his temples, speaking softly to himself, filled with anxiety. "Do I not know the serious consequences? But top-grade pills cannot be refined. What can I do? It's been several months. Why hasn't Daoist Han sent any news? If he doesn't come to restock soon, this pill house will truly be unable to hold on." He was anxious in his heart. The lifeblood of the entire pill house was entirely dependent on that mysterious Han Li. Others may not know, but he was fully aware in his heart. Without Han Li, there would be no today's Fortune Pill House. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps rushed up from downstairs. A doorman was beaming with joy, barely catching his breath as he shouted loudly, "Shopkeeper, great news. A momentous occasion. Downstairs someone has come to sell pills." Wang Fugue, already irritated, instantly darkened his face at the news and reprimanded impatiently. "What are you panicking about? Don't you see I'm already troubled? There are sellers of pills in the marketplace every day, and you come to disturb me over this trivial matter." The doorman shook his head vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement. This is no ordinary seller. It's that senior. Senior Han has arrived. Hanli, it's really him. Right at the entrance of the pill building. Wang Fugui's eyes widened in shock and his spirit surged. Who are you talking about? Is it him? Yes, it's him. The doorman nodded emphatically. Wang Fugui could no longer sit still, his face blossoming into an incredibly radiant smile, his heart overflowing with joy. Prepare tea. Quickly, bring out the finest spiritual tea from upstairs. Clean up the top-tier private room on the second floor. I will personally go down to greet him. Hurry. Speed is of the essence. He shouted while striding rapidly downstairs, casting aside all notions of composure and demeanor. This was his fortune, his lifeline for the pill building. In an instant, Wang Fugui dashed to the entrance of the pill. At the foot of the steps stood an old man in gray. He had an ordinary build, an aged face, and an unremarkable aura at the 8th level of Qi training. It was Su Yun in disguise. Even from a distance, Wang Fugui recognized him at a glance. He hurriedly approached, his face full of eagerness, lowering his posture, speaking in an exceedingly affectionate tone. Daoist Han, finally you have come. It's been a long time. I've been longing for you day and night. I thought I would die from anticipation. Saying this, he enthusiastically stepped aside to lead the way. Quickly upstairs. I have prepared the finest spiritual tea waiting specifically for you. Su Yun nodded slightly and followed Wang Fugui up to the top-tier private room on the second floor. The room was serene and elegant, filled with spiritual energy, and the furniture was clean and exquisite. The two took their seats in turn. Su Yun took a sip of the spiritual tea on the table and casually remarked, Boss Wang, your business seems to be doing quite well. I saw it on my way here. The current Fugui pill building is thriving, undoubtedly the #1 pill shop in Qingyun Marketplace. Profits are pouring and filling your coffers to the brim. Wang Fugui quickly plastered a smile on his face, repeatedly cupping his hands in respect. You jest, Daoist. This small fortune and fame are all thanks to you, Daoist Han. Without the top-quality pills you sent back then to support me, I, Wang Fugui, would never have reached this scale in my lifetime. You are like a rebirth parent to my Fugui pill building. After some polite exchanges, Wang Fugui could no longer contain his eagerness and cautiously probed. His eyes were filled with anticipation and apprehension as he softly asked, Daoist Han, your visit today, is it to sell pills? Su Yun glanced at him. What else would it be? Am I here to leisurely chat over tea at your pill building? With this one sentence, Wang Fugui instantly burst into a radiant smile. He patted his chest, exuding confidence, and responded cheerfully, all right. Daoist Han, rest assured. No matter how many pills there are, I will take them all. You can set the price, I won't bargain. No matter how many, I will take them all. Su Yun looked at his eager demeanor and slowly spoke. This batch is quite large. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't let it become a problem with cash flow later. Wang Fugui showed no hesitation, exuding confidence. I can handle it. I can definitely handle it. In these past months, the pill building has been profiting tremendously and my foundation is solid. You can just deliver the goods. All right. Su Yun nodded lightly. The old rules apply. The price remains unchanged. I won't take advantage of you. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand. A heavy storage bag flew through the air and landed steadily in front of Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui eagerly reached out to grab it, probing his divine sense inside. In the next moment, he froze in his seat, his pupils shrinking. Inside the storage bag, rows of pill bottles were neatly stacked. A quick glance revealed over 1,000 bottles of pills. Before he could recover from the immense surprise, Su Yun's voice sounded again. Don't be too quick to rejoice. In this batch, in addition to the top-tier pills, I also brought 100 bottles of second-tier pills. Wang Fugui trembled, all over, his breath quickening. Second-tier pills. A significant upgrade from the first tier. His hands quivered slightly as he hurriedly pulled out a bottle of second-tier pills from the storage bag. As he pulled off the cork, a richer, more intense fragrance of medicine filled the entire room. He focused on the pills inside the bottle. They were round and full with an even color, and the pill patterns were clearly defined with no flaws. These were top quality, genuine second-tier, beginner top-tier pills. Wang Fugui was completely stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably. Having managed a pill business for years, his insight far surpassed ordinary people. He was acutely aware of how terrifying the value of second-tier top-quality pills was. A typical first-tier alchemist would never produce top-quality pills in their lifetime. Even legitimate second-tier alchemists would struggle to produce a top-quality batch from 100 furnaces. Even third-tier alchemists would require excellent control and superb medicinal ingredients to successfully refine second-tier top-quality pills with a low success rate. Pills of this caliber had long become a scarce hard currency with set prices. At that moment, Wang Fugui's gaze towards Su Yun completely transformed. From initial respect and gratitude, it morphed into extreme awe, trepidation, and fervor. He was utterly convinced. Behind Han Li, there must be a third-tier grand alchemist. As for a fourth-tier alchemist, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. That would be a true top-tier figure, someone who would never lower himself to collaborate with a mere marketplace merchant like him. Realizing this, Wang Fuguwei felt an unshakable determination arise within him. He had to cling tightly to this great opportunity. At all costs, he needed to maintain this relationship. With such a top-tier source of pills, his pill building could not only dominate Xingyan marketplace, but might even gain fame throughout Lingzhou. Wang Fuguwei took a deep breath, looked up at Su Yun, and spoke with utmost certainty. Brother Han, no need for further words. I will take all the pills from this batch. Su Yun leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, and nodded slightly. Boss Wang indeed has ambition, and your resources are solid. A simple acknowledgement made Wang Fuguwei feel utterly reassured. He dared not delay and immediately shouted outside, "Someone, bring in the accountant and the appraisers. Verify the pill's value immediately." As soon as the words were out, 2 senior appraisers and a chief accountant rushed upstairs. All 3 were veterans of the pill building, having handled countless pills with keen and accurate judgment. They did not dare to slack off, quickly spreading out the pill bottles, categorizing, verifying the grades, and counting the quantities. 1,000 bottles of top-quality first-tier pills. 100 bottles of top-quality second-tier pills. Each bottle was checked for pill patterns, medicinal potency, and purity, with no flaws whatsoever. In less than half an hour, the valuation was complete. The chief accountant approached respectfully with the ledger. "Shopkeeper Senior, all verifications are complete, and based on the highest market price, the total value of this batch of pills is 980,000 lower-grade spirit stones." 980,000. This is already the ceiling price, not a single coin more or less. Wang Fuguwei didn't even blink, directly raising his hand to make the decision. "No need to fixate on 980,000. To make it a round figure, I will offer 1 million lower-grade spirit stones for the entire purchase." The accountants and appraisers beside him were simultaneously taken aback. Giving 2,000 spirit stones more was purely a premium goodwill gesture. This was no longer business, it was a genuine act of flattery. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he nodded slowly. He was quite pleased. After 2 transactions, he had thoroughly grasped Wang Fuguwei's character. This man was astute, capable, knew how to measure situations, and understood when to advance and retreat. Most importantly, he was very savvy. He did not obsess over petty profits, but understood the value of forming solid alliances and exchanging significant costs for long-term support. He aimed to pursue the path of high-end alchemy. The higher the realm, the better the grade of pills he would refine, and the spiritual herbs and treasures required would also increase in quality. High-level spiritual herbs are rare, secretive, and hard to find. Relying solely on his own efforts to gather them would be too slow, too limited, and too time-consuming. But Wang Fuguwei was different. He was deeply rooted in the market with extensive connections, and merchants spanned both north and south of Lingzhou. As long as he supported Fuguwei Pill House thoroughly, it would become the premier pill shop in Lingzhou. In the future, all circulating spiritual herbs, rare medicinal materials, and high-grade spiritual grasses would converge at the pill shop, without his needing to travel personally, allowing him to continuously acquire alchemy resources. Moreover, the pills produced in batches could also be quickly liquidated through the shop's channels. Supporting a Wang Fuguwei was tantamount to paving a long-term stable path for alchemy resources and spiritual stone income. This investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. With this understanding, Su Yun had made up his mind to push Wang Fuguwei along. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguwei had already begun urgently preparing the spiritual stones. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was a substantial amount. He had nearly emptied all the stock profits accumulated by the pill house over the past months. The storeroom was cleared of all spiritual stones, and the funds from the account were fully allocated, plus the advance payments from major clients. After some maneuvering, he gathered a total of 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. A high-grade storage bag was handed to Su Yun. "Brother Han, please verify the amount." Su Yun casually accepted it and scanned it with his divine sense. It was brimming without a single discrepancy. He put away the storage bag and looked at Wang Fuguwei, speaking earnestly. "Boss Wang knows how to conduct business. Working with you is very reassuring, and I am quite satisfied." These brief words made Wang Fuguwei's heart blossom. His greatest fear was that Han Li would be dissatisfied and cut off the supply channels. Now relieved, a respectful smile spread across his face as he repeatedly cupped his hands in gratitude. "Brother Han is too modest. It is my fortune to collaborate with you. In the future, whenever Brother Han has pills to sell, just send them my way. The price will always be the highest, and the payment will always be the fastest." He was very clear-headed. The 2,000 spirit stones premium seemed like a loss. However, as long as he could stabilize the supply, any batch of second-grade top-tier pills would bring profits far exceeding this small amount. He was willing to give even more, whether it was 2,000 or even 10,000. Su Yun nodded lightly, saying no more. The groundwork had been laid and the hints had been dropped. Between wise individuals, there was no need for further elaboration. "It's getting late, I should take my leave." Su Yun stood up. Brother Han, take care. I will personally see you off. Wang Fugui hurriedly stepped forward respectfully, leading the way, his attitude exceedingly humble as he ran to escort him all the way from the elegant room on the second floor through the bustling lobby to the steps of the pill house entrance. He dared not show even the slightest neglect. Watching Su Yun's figure disappear into the flow of people in the market, Wang Fugui stood at the door for a long time without moving. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. After today's transaction, his Fugui Pill House was truly about to take off. Su Yun left Fugui Pill House walking along the main street. After passing through two bustling alleyways, he turned into a narrow, deserted lane. The lane was quiet and uninhabited, with only a gentle breeze sweeping over the broken stones in the corner. Su Yun raised his hand, the tip of his finger moved slightly with spiritual power. The breath-holding technique was activated in conjunction with the disguise technique. The wrinkles of age on his face gradually faded and reshaped, the contours of his face adjusted, and the texture of his skin changed. In a moment, his original elderly appearance completely vanished. In its place was another unfamiliar old man with a cold demeanor. From head to toe, he had completely changed his appearance, resembling two entirely unrelated individuals. After finishing his disguise, Su Yun exited the narrow alley and headed straight for the most splendid loft in the market, the Baibao Pavilion. Now, thanks to the last batch of top-tier talismans, the store's popularity had surged. The high-end talisman business directly overshadowed all competitors in Lingzhou, attracting customers from all surrounding sects and booming wildly. As Su Yun arrived at the entrance of Baibao Pavilion, the gatekeeper's eyes narrowed, immediately recognizing him. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly reported inside. Within moments, a hurried figure dashed out from the loft. It was Zhang Jian from Baibao Pavilion. He rushed out with lightning speed, an unstoppable smile on his face. Locking onto Su Yun at first sight, he spoke with eagerness and respect. Master, you have finally arrived. Please come in quickly. I have already prepared the finest spiritual tea waiting for your esteemed presence. He lowered his stance, showing no sign of arrogance. The mysterious old man before him was the true benefactor who propelled Baibao Pavilion to new heights. After the last batch of top-tier talismans was supplied, he swept through the entire talisman market in Lingzhou. Small sect teams and wandering cultivators all flocked to Baibao Pavilion to snatch up supplies. In just a few months, Baibao Pavilion had earned a fortune, its reputation solidified, firmly surpassing all competing businesses. The only problem was that the inventory was running low. Top-tier talismans were consumed too quickly, and restocking couldn't keep up with the selling speed. For days, Zhang Jian had been worried, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this mysterious master to replenish the stock. Today he finally waited for him, and his heart was filled with immense joy. Su Yun nodded slightly and followed Zhang Jian into Baibao Pavilion. The first floor was bustling with customers, the noise filled with cultivators looking to purchase magical tools, talismans, and materials. The two did not linger, heading straight up to the VIP room on the second floor. After seating themselves, as soon as the spiritual tea was served, Su Yun got straight to the point. No need for pleasantries, I am here to deliver goods. After finishing his sentence, he waved his hand. Bundles of neatly organized thick talismans flew continuously from his storage bag, filling the entire table. Each talisman was clear in its patterns, radiating abundant spiritual power, providing a strong visual impact. Zhang Jian's pupils constricted, his breath caught his eyes, filled with surprise. The quantity and quality of this batch of goods were even more impressive than the last. He did not hesitate and immediately called out loudly, "Someone, bring the talisman appraisers upstairs right away for a full verification and valuation." Soon 3 experienced talisman appraisers from Baibao Pavilion hurried upstairs. The 3 bent down to verify, touching the talisman patterns and activating spiritual energy to test the quality. They meticulously checked each talisman, counting carefully without daring to make any mistakes. Half an hour later, the verification concluded. The lead appraiser approached and bowed to report. "Boss, esteemed elder, all have been verified, and they are all top-tier talismans. Calculating at the highest transaction price, in Lingzhou the total price is 990,000 low-grade spiritual stones." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jian made the decision. Rounded up, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Baibao Pavilion immediately mobilized its inventory, drawing on recent revenues. In just moments, a heavy high-grade storage bag was handed to Su Yun. "Master, please check and accept." Su Yun scanned it with his divine sense, finding the amount to be exactly right. He put away the storage bag and did not linger. "The goods have been delivered. I will take my leave now. I will see off the master." Zhang Jian personally led the way, respectfully escorting him. After seeing Su Yun off, Zhang Jian stood in place, unable to suppress his smile. With this batch of top-tier talismans replenished, Baibao Pavilion would be thriving for at least another half-year. Outside the market, the mountain road was long. Su Yun flew back to Qingyun sect on his sword, swiftly returning. The Pillhouse's shipment brought in 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, and Baibao Pavilion's shipment brought in another million. After a trip to the market, 2 million low-grade spiritual stones were pocketed. The previous embarrassment of having emptied his savings was swept away. In the following months of cultivation, he would no longer have to worry about spiritual stones. This was enough to support his resource consumption for breaking through to the Midstage Foundation establishment. The scene shifts. In the southern region, there lies an abandoned mine. This place is an underground black market information point free from the control of various sects. People come and go, a mix of rogue cultivators, sinister practitioners, sect disciples, and information brokers who make a living by selling news. During the day this place is silent, but at night the depths of the mine are filled with flickering lights and bustling voices. Secret information from various factions and sect secrets can be bought here as long as one has the money. Lin Hao changed into a plain gray outfit, altering his appearance. He crouched low, keeping his head down as he blended into the crowd. He walked straight ahead, not making eye contact or speaking to anyone. Using the dim light, Lin Hao scanned his surroundings. Soon he locked onto an inconspicuous stall in the corner. The stall had no sign, only a black stone countertop behind which sat a middle-aged man in a black cloak, his features obscured. This was the most notorious information broker in the black market. Lin Hao approached and stood in front of the stall. The cloaked man lifted his head slightly, his voice hoarse and dry. "Are you buying news or selling news?" Lin Hao lowered his voice, his tone icy. "I have a piece of information that's worth quite a lot. Will you take it?" The cloaked man's posture shifted slightly, showing interest. "Let's see what you have. Ordinary news isn't worth much." Lin Hao's lips curled into a sinister arc as he spoke softly. The first prodigy of Qingyun sect, Su Yun, recently accepted a senior sect mission, heading alone to the Songlong River to slay a river demon. With just a few words, the cloaked man sat up straight. Having mingled in the black market for years, he was well informed and had certainly heard of Su Yun's name. The whereabouts of such a top-notch prodigy was undoubtedly high-priced information. The cloaked man asked, "Is the information true?" "Absolutely," Lin Hao replied with certainty. The cloaked man fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I'll take this information. I can settle your reward." Lin Hao shook his head, his eyes filled with malicious calculation. "I don't want spirit stones. I have only one request. Spread this news to the demonic cultivators active in Lingzhou." He didn't care about the mere information fee. What he wanted was to use someone else's hand to kill. A second-tier late river demon might not be able to kill Su Yun, but with demonic cultivators chasing after him, Su Yun would surely meet his end. Even if he couldn't be killed, it could severely injure him and completely ruin his cultivation path and reputation as a prodigy. This was Lin Hao's true objective. The cloaked man understood the underlying intent, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He did not ask for further details. The black market had rules. Do not question motives, just get the job done. Understood. The information will be spread across all demonic cultivators in Lingzhou within 3 days. I guarantee that everyone who wants to kill him will receive the news. With a clear answer, Lin Hao's hostility slightly eased. He said no more, turned his head down, and quickly made his way through the noisy crowd hastening down the mine's passage. Ghostfire Sect. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the cultivation chamber is filled with thick demonic energy, almost stagnant. Liao Jun sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber, his eyes red, his body surging with demonic energy. Since his defeat in the UNC secret realm, he had shut himself in, frantically cultivating, never leaving the chamber. The scene of that disastrous defeat replayed in his mind endlessly. He, the young master of Ghostfire Sect, was at Mid-Foundation Establishment. Alongside him were 2 protectors at Peak Foundation Establishment. 3 Foundation Establishment fighters were actually crushed by a mere chi refining cultivator, Su Yun. 100 death warriors perished, and he fled in disgrace, nearly losing his life in the secret realm. This battle not only humiliated him, but also tarnished the reputation of Ghostfire Sect. After returning to the sect, the rumors never ceased. Disciples and elders within the sect whispered behind his back. Everyone was discussing, calling him incompetent, arrogant, and worthless. To be defeated after bullying the weak was a disgrace for a demonic cultivator. If he weren't the sect leader's son with a special status, other disciples would have been severely punished and confined. For hundreds of days and nights, the anger, frustration, and hatred in Liao Jun's heart piled up layer upon layer, completely distorting him. All of this was caused by Su Yun. "Su Yun, it's all your fault. I will definitely kill you." His rage erupted, and the demonic energy around him went berserk. The pitch-black demonic energy surged through his meridians, violently crashing against the barriers of his dantian. The bottleneck that had held him back at Mid-Foundation Establishment finally loosened under the extreme hatred. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier within his body shattered. Demonic energy poured into his dantian, and his cultivation soared, breaking through the realm effortlessly. Hatred became his most powerful catalyst for cultivation. The demonic energy in the chamber exploded and the oppressive aura surged multiple times. Liao Jun suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within, his rage overwhelming. The surge in power after his breakthrough filled him with confidence again. He clenched his fists, his mind focused on a single obsession: to grow stronger, to kill Su Yun, to cleanse all his humiliation. Just then an urgent and respectful voice came from outside the chamber. "Young master, urgent news. It concerns Su Yun." Liao Jun's eyes glinted coldly as he suppressed his demonic energy and said coldly, "Come in." The stone door to the chamber opened and a black-clad demonic cultivator rushed in, bowing to report urgently. "Reporting, young master. The black market has received top-secret news. Su Yun of Qingyun sect has recently accepted a senior sect mission, heading alone to the Songlong River to slay the troublesome river demon." Swish! Liao Jun instantly stood up, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. His face twisted in rage, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Su Yun, this time I will definitely kill you." The hatred he had suppressed for months erupted completely, and he became nearly mad. But the next second, the black-clad demonic cultivator's second sentence made him freeze. "Young master, there's another piece of news. Su Yun has successfully broken through to early Foundation establishment during his 3-month seclusion." "What?" Liao Jun's pupils constricted violently, and he shouted in disbelief. "He's at Foundation establishment. How is that possible?" His mind went blank. Last time they fought, Su Yun was still at Qi Refining Realm. In just a few months, he had directly stepped into Foundation establishment. The joy on Liao Jun's face froze, replaced by an extreme shade of dark green. The previously high-spirited killing intent was doused by a bucket of cold water. He took a deep breath, his emotions surging wildly, and his mind raced with calculations. He had just broken through to late Foundation establishment. It seemed like he had a realm advantage. But he knew too well Su Yun's outrageous combat strength. Even at Qi Refining, he could suppress those at Foundation establishment. Now that the other party had also reached Foundation establishment, his combat strength would only be more terrifying. If he charged in now, let alone killing him, he might very well be directly killed by Su Yun. He couldn't defeat Su Yun last time at Qi Refining, and now at the same level his chances of winning were extremely low. Awkward. Incredibly awkward. After working so hard to suppress his hatred and break through to late Foundation establishment, thinking he could crush Su Yun for revenge, turning around, he found that his enemy had also broken through, once again leveling the playing field. Liao Jun's expression changed between gloom and clarity, filled with both anger and anxiety. What a fast breakthrough speed. What a Su Yun! He muttered through gritted teeth, his mindset unbalanced. With his own strength, even with trump cards, it would be difficult to deal with Su Yun. To ensure a kill, he needed to dispatch higher combat power. Foundation establishment won't do. Then I can only resort to Golden Core. Liao Jun's eyes hardened as he made a firm decision. Only the Golden Core Elder could utterly crush this monstrous being and eliminate all unexpected factors. Thinking of this, he let out a cold, sinister smile. "If it's not just me who wants to kill you. Within Lingzhou there are countless demonic cultivators who wish to see you dead. The news has already spread, and soon the demonic cultivators from various factions will gather at the Songlong River. With wolves surrounding you, let's see where you can run this time. Su Yun, you are doomed." Without further hesitation, Liao Jun turned and quickly exited the secret chamber, heading straight for the main hall to meet the sect leader Liao Ze. In the main hall of the Ghost Fire sect, a heavy aura of demonic energy filled the air. Liao Ze sat in the main seat, his expression grim, surrounded by a terrifying atmosphere. Seeing his son rush into the hall, he spoke lightly. "Have you broken through?" Liao Jun bowed. "Thanks to your blessings, father, I have already reached the later stage of Foundation establishment." Immediately, he stepped forward, whispering urgently, "Father, the black market has provided precise information. Su Yun is heading to the Songlong River alone to hunt demons. Moreover, he has already broken through to the early stage of Foundation establishment. This is the best time to eliminate him." A glint of cold, killing intent flashed in Liao Ze's eyes. He paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. "The authenticity of the news is uncertain, and we cannot be 100% sure. But there's no smoke without fire. This boy's potential is too terrifying. If we allow him to grow, he will surely become a great threat to our Ghost Fire sect in the future. Since the opportunity has presented itself, we cannot let it pass. Order the men to hide around the Songlong. Once Su Yun is confirmed to appear, immediately inform the sect, and I will personally send a Golden Core Elder to execute him on the spot." Liao Jun stepped forward, cupping his hands in a request. "Father, please leave this matter to me. Su Yun has a mark on him, and I can precisely lock onto his aura. The other disciples lack experience and may expose us, ruining our plans." Liao Ze's gaze was serious as he stared at his son for a moment. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally nodded slowly. "All right. You go personally. Stay hidden in the shadows and observe closely. Do not act rashly. Remember, do not let your emotions dictate your actions, and do not act alone. I will obey. Liao Jun bowed to accept the order. Deep within his eyes, killing intent surged, and a chilling light pierced through him. Songlong River. Su Yun, this time I will surely take your life. In Lingzhou, above the eastern region, the fierce winds howled at high altitudes, and the clouds swiftly retreated behind. A mid-grade spirit ship tore through the air currents at an astonishing speed. The ship was enveloped in spiritual light, shielding it from the biting cold winds at high altitude. Su Yun stood at the bow of the spirit ship, arms crossed, gazing down at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Mountains, dense forests, and mortal cities rushed past, quickly small and fleeting, vanishing in it. He had been flying at high altitude for 3 days, continuously urging the mid-grade spirit ship to travel at full speed, crossing mountains and valleys, traversing several regions. The cumulative distance had already exceeded 10 million miles. 10 million miles from the southern region, where Qingyun sect was located, to the edge of the eastern region of Lingzhou. Su Yun looked at the boundless land and felt a surge of genuine emotion. Lingzhou is vast. Previously, he had been confined to a small area within the sect, practicing in seclusion, with his vision limited to a mere mountain peak. He had never truly experienced the vastness of a great domain. Today, by flying across regions, he finally had a direct understanding of the terrifying scale of the cultivation world. Just Lingzhou alone was already this expansive. What about the 9 provinces of the world? Its territory was immense, far greater than 10 or 100 times that. It was hard to imagine. A foundation establishment cultivator might spend a lifetime without being able to traverse the 9 provinces. As for mortals, they would spend their entire lives confined to 100 miles of their hometown, never even catching a glimpse of a small domain. The spirit ship was incredibly fast, dozens of times quicker than a foundation establishment cultivator flying through the air. If he were to travel using his own sword, this journey of millions of miles would take at least a month to complete. Although the spirit ship was convenient and efficient, its drawbacks were also glaringly obvious. It consumed spirit stones. The mid-grade spirit ship, when operating at full speed with its protective shield and propulsion, consumed spiritual energy like crazy every moment. After 3 days of travel, he had unwittingly consumed nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was a true money-eating beast. Only with his ample resources could he afford such extravagant spending. If it were an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, they would never be able to afford such a swift journey. Speeding through the heart of the eastern region, following the coordinates provided by the sect's task map, Su Yun adjusted the spirit ship's course, heading straight for the Songlong River. The moisture in the air became increasingly dense. The wind carried a faint scent of river waves, cool and murky. After a whole day's journey, he crossed into the eastern region. At the end of his line of sight, a colossal object spanning the heavens and the earth finally appeared. At a glance, it was boundless. The surging water flowed tumultuously, spanning north and south, dividing the land. Songlong River. Su Yun's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared dumbfounded. What the hell? He was utterly shocked at the bow of the ship. His initial expectations were completely shattered by the scene before him. Before setting out, he had reviewed the task brief. It only mentioned that the Songlong River was a major river in the eastern region, wide and inhabited by water demons. He had assumed it was merely a giant river a few hundred meters wide, not much different from the great rivers he had seen in his past life. But witnessing it with his own eyes at this moment was an entirely different concept. The Songlong River before him was not a river in the conventional sense. It was an expansive body of water that spanned the entire region with no end in sight. The river's surface was absurdly wide. The roaring river water surged and howled with giant waves crashing and countless undercurrents. The Yangtze and Yellow rivers would be nothing but younger brothers in front of it. It was completely like a gigantic water dragon sprawling across the earth. Su Yun's mouth twitched violently. Is this even called a river? This is clearly an inland sea. He finally understood why this water demon had been able to dominate this area for so many years. He also understood why several foundation establishment cultivators had come to exterminate the demon, but returned empty-handed, even suffering injuries in the process. In such an oceanic river, water-type demonic beasts had every advantage hiding in the deep water, countless undercurrents, and complex waterways. Finding it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Su Yun's head instantly throbbed. His original plan was very simple. Arrive at the Songlong River, quickly lock onto the demon's position, strike it down, and complete the sect's mission. Spending 2 or 3 days in total, he aimed for a quick resolution. After that, he would directly head to the wilderness region to cultivate in the Gungjin Desert, honing his techniques and improving his realm. But looking at this boundless giant water area before him, he was at a loss. Such a vast body of water. To accurately locate a second-level river demon in this ocean. It might take 10 days or even half a month without encountering it once. Su Yun stood at the bow frowning tightly as he quickly pondered his strategy. Blindly searching would be a complete waste of time. He needed a method. The river demon had long occupied this area, committing numerous atrocities, harming fishermen and slaughtering passing cultivators. It must have fixed areas of activity and frequently attacked sections of the river. As long as he found the local villagers and inquired about the river demon's frequent appearances, he could narrow down the search area. Then he could set up ambushes and lure it. Only then could efficiency be maximized. With this in mind, Su Yun calmed his thoughts. He maneuvered the spirit ship to lower its altitude, slowly flying at low altitude along the banks of the Canglong River, his gaze sweeping across the shores. On both banks of the river there were many fishing villages and small marketplaces. Mortals gathered and scattered cultivators took refuge. Where there are people there is news. 20 miles south of the Canglong River lies a mundane city, quietly settled, known as Linshui City. The city is not large, with high walls of green bricks and orderly streets. This is a realm of pure mortals. The passers-by are all common folk, traveling merchants and martial artists from the rivers and lakes. Carriages and horses traverse through. The noise of people bustling fills the air, and the atmosphere is vibrant. Su Yun stowed away his spirit vessel, landing in the mountain forest outside the city before walking into Linshui City. As he stepped into the city, he instinctively released his divine sense, discovering that there were no cultivators within. This is the norm for a mundane city. The world of cultivation is vast and boundless, yet cultivators are ultimately a rare few. Among billions of lives, 90% are ordinary mortals. Life and death, aging and sickness, 100 years cycle, trapped in a fixed piece of land. Many ordinary people go through their entire lives without ever encountering a true cultivator. For mortals, a Qi refinement cultivator is a formidable figure capable of dominating a city. Linshui City is just such a place. In the circles of mortal martial artists, a Qi refinement cultivator is regarded as a legendary immortal master. Su Yun recalled his thoughts and stepped into the streets of the city. On both sides of the street, taverns, tea houses, restaurants, and grocery stores were plentiful. The flow of people was endless, and the hustle and bustle of the marketplace was overwhelming. His gaze swept around, eventually locking onto the busiest tea house at the street corner. The tea house was filled with voices, guests packed to the brim, and a mix of people from all walks of life gathered, making it the easiest place to gather information. Su Yun stepped into the tea house. The aromatic scent of tea wafted through the air. Tables and chairs were filled with customers, and the waitstaff rushed back and forth, too busy to stand still. He casually found an empty table to sit down. A waitstaff immediately approached, smiling warmly. "Honored guest, what would you like to drink?" "A pot of the finest tea," Su Yun replied. "Of course. Please wait a moment." The waitstaff replied and left. Su Yun was just about to ask the waitstaff for information about the river demon of the Canglong River. He could already hear the raucous discussions from the neighboring table. At 3 or 4 neighboring tables, a group of burly men with curved sabers hung at their waists sat. They looked travel-worn and exuded a fierce aura typical of martial artists from the rivers and lakes. A few of them spoke loudly, discussing this river demon is truly too rampant. Our shipping guild has had several cargo ships overturned in the Canglong River, and over a dozen brothers were dragged into the water, their bodies never found. The guild leader is utterly enraged. "Oh, we absolutely cannot endure this any longer. Let's gather all our best men along with the immortal master we've hired with a hefty sum, and this time we must eliminate this demon." Someone quietly asked, "By the way, has anyone truly seen what that river demon looks like?" The 2 people beside him shook their heads simultaneously. "No one has seen it. Anyone who has come close to it on the water hasn't returned alive. In recent years, the Canglong River has become increasingly wicked, swallowing ships and devouring people every few days. Those who travel by water are all gambling with their lives. If lucky, they cross the river safely. If not, they end up buried at the river bottom." The group grew more agitated as they spoke, and their fear intensified. Su Yun silently listened, mentally noting all the information. Before long, the waitstaff returned swiftly with the tea. Su Yun casually took out a silver ingot and placed it on the table. The waitstaff's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face grew wider, his attitude becoming extremely respectful. "Honored guest, do you have any requests?" "No need to be nervous. I just want to ask you something. What do you know about the river demon of the Canglong River? Please tell me in detail." Upon hearing this, the waitstaff's smile faded, replaced by a look of fear as he lowered his voice. "Honored guest, you want to know about that river demon? No one in the city is unaware of it. That demon suddenly appeared in the Canglong River a few years ago, its origins unknown, born with a fierce nature, taking over the river and causing havoc. All the towns and fishing villages along the shore, as well as the merchants transporting goods by boat, have suffered greatly. People die every year, ships are swallowed every month, and no one can do anything about it. It's a ferocious creature. Even ordinary martial artists from the rivers and lakes are no match for it. Only an immortal master can contend with it. I've also heard that an immortal master was supposed to take action against the demon. Initially, there was news of joy saying the demon would be eliminated, but not long after the river demon reappeared to harm people. Over time, everyone has come to know that the river demon hides extremely well and cannot be eliminated at all. Su Yun nodded, slightly probing for key information. Has anyone seen the true form of the river demon? Any rumors about its appearance or size? The waitstaff shook his head vigorously. No, truly nothing. That demon is very cunning. It never comes ashore. All its attacks, ship sinkings, and abductions happen in deep water. Occasionally, if it surfaces for a moment, it is shrouded in mist, making its true form impossible to discern. Anyone who has seen it up close in the water has died without exception. Not a single survivor remains. After hearing this, Su Yun formed a clear judgment in his mind. This second-level river demon is extremely cautious, not a mindless and brutal beast. It understands that its advantage lies in deep water while its weakness is on land. Once it comes ashore, losing the geographical advantage, its water-based powers would greatly diminish and its endurance would sharply decline, making it easy to be defeated. Hence it remains entrenched in the river. No wonder it has been able to wreak havoc in the Songlong River for years, repeatedly surrounded by people, yet still surviving unscathed. Su Yun continued to inquire, does it have any fixed river segments or patterns? The waitstaff smiled wryly and shook his head. There truly is no pattern. No one can predict it. The entire Songlong River is vast and boundless. It can go anywhere. Sometimes trouble occurs in the southern section, sometimes ships capsize in the northern section. It's very random. Whether those transporting goods can survive depends entirely on luck. Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly. This demon is incredibly elusive. I just heard the people from the neighboring shipping guild say they are organizing manpower to enter the river and slay the demon, and they have hired an immortal master. Knowing full well how fierce the river demon is, why would they insist on taking the risk? The waitstaff immediately explained. Honored guest, you may not know. That's the first major power in Linshui City, the shipping guild. Most of the waterway freight transport from the surrounding towns along the coast is controlled by them. Shipping is their primary source of income. With the river demon rampaging, merchant ships dare not set sail, and the freight transport has been cut off, which is equivalent to directly severing the guild's financial lifeline. How could they not be anxious? They have truly been forced into a corner this time. The guild has exhausted its resources, spending heavily to hire an immortal master to assist gathering the elite martial artists within the guild. All the citizens in the city are hoping they can succeed in completely eliminating the river demon. After hearing this, Su Yun waved his hand. Understood. Thank you for your trouble. Keep the silver. Thank you, honored guest. Thank you. The waitstaff happily took the silver ingot, repeatedly expressing gratitude, and joyfully retreated. Su Yun lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. His gaze fell on the martial artist from the shipping guild next door, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hard to find. Then let others help him find. This group of people is the best bait. They want to slay the demon, which will conveniently draw it out for him. All he needs to do is quietly follow behind to locate the river demon. Yet before a second-level demon beast, they are utterly insufficient. Let alone Chi refinement cultivators. Even a foundation establishment perfected cultivator entering the water would not. Yet before a second-level demon beast, they are utterly insufficient. Let alone Chi refinement cultivators. Even a foundation establishment perfected cultivator entering the water would not dare to claim victory. Even a slight misstep could lead to severe injury. A mundane shipping guild hiring a Chi refinement cultivator thinking they can eliminate a demon. It's purely overestimating themselves, akin to striking a stone with an egg. They are filled with passion, believing they can eliminate harm for the people and revive trade routes. Little do they know this venture into the river will most likely just cost them their lives, becoming fodder for the river demon. Just right. The greater the commotion they make, the more likely they are to attract the river demon. The scene shifts. Along the banks of the Songlong River, the Jiang wind howls, causing the branches and leaves in the forest to rustle wildly. Liao Jun, dressed in black, has a gloomy expression, and there is an unshakable hostility in his eyes. Behind him, 4 disciples of the Ghostfire sect kneel respectfully. They bow their heads and report solemnly. Reporting to the young master. We have completed the thorough search along the banks. The river, dense forest, ferry, and desolate villages have all been searched. We have not sensed any trace of Su Yun. There are no signs whatsoever. Liao Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. That's impossible. Based on the itinerary, Su Yun should have arrived at the Songlong River area the day before yesterday. He accepted the demon-slaying mission, and the target is only here. There's no way he could have changed his route on a whim. He must be here. You simply haven't searched thoroughly enough. He raised his eyes and scanned the 4 of them, his voice suddenly turning cold and sharp. I will reiterate once more. Su Yun bears the exclusive mark of our Ghostfire sect within a 10-mile radius. You must have sensed something. Not a single inch of the entire Songlong River bank is to be overlooked. Conduct a carpet search section by section, taking turns to investigate. Everyone keep your nerves taut, search rigorously. No one is allowed to slack off for even a moment. If you find Su Yun, everyone will be heavily rewarded and promoted. The four responded in unison, yes. Young master. Liao Jun's gaze grew colder as he added. Remember, if you sense any trace, retreat immediately and report back swiftly. No one is allowed to act rashly or take matters into their own hands. We will remember, young master. The four black-clad figures flickered and transformed into four dark shadows, instantly darting into the depths of the dense forest along the banks. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. On the riverbank, only Liao Jun remained. He stood facing the wind, gazing at the Songlong River before him with a fierce, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes and a torrent of hatred surging within. Su Yun, this Songlong River will be your burial ground. I will personally strip you of all your talents, sever your path, and avenge my past humiliation. Liao Jun clenched his fists tightly, the demonic energy around him subtly roiling. Over the next 3 days along the banks of the Songlong River, dark currents surged. Over 100 disciples of the Ghostfire sect searched day and night, rotating shifts. During the day, they scoured the mountains and Fairy Ao. At night, they investigated the river's dark currents. Patrols of 10 miles and sweeping searches of 100 miles were conducted without interruption. Yet strangely, for 3 whole days there were no results. Reports kept returning to Liao Jun's ears. His patience had been completely exhausted. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. 3 days. A full 3 days. The 100-mile riverbank has been searched countless times. How can there not be a single trace? He was filled with rage, his heart perplexed. The intelligence was definitely accurate. Su Yun had accepted the demon-slaying mission at Songlong River, departing from the sect alone, and the timeline matched perfectly. He was filled with rage, his heart perplexed. The intelligence was definitely accurate. Su Yun had accepted the demon-slaying mission at Songlong River, departing from the Continue the search. Expand the range. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must find him. Orders were issued again as the Ghostfire sect disciples' search area expanded once more. Yet no one noticed. During these 3 days, an increasing number of unfamiliar auras quietly infiltrated the dark corners surrounding the Songlong River. Chilling, violent, and eerie auras lay scattered, lurking in the mountain's desolate valleys and dark channels. Not just the Ghostfire sect. From all directions, various demonic cultivators continuously gathered. There were rogue cultivators, disciples of demonic sects, and lone assassins. All had a common goal: to slay Su Yun. Su Yun's name was on the demonic sect's kill list. Whether they were demonic cultivators, assassins, or even beastmen, as long as they could successfully slay the target on the list, they could claim a bounty. The credibility of the list was extreme. This led to Su Yun, the newly emerging hot target, becoming a coveted prize. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Killing one person could yield a hefty bounty equivalent to decades of hard-earned cultivation. The allure was enough to tempt countless desperate individuals to take risks. One day later, on the northern bank of the Songlong River, deep in a desolate forest, Liao Jun rested against an old tree trunk. After several fruitless days of searching, his frustration had reached its peak. He was engulfed in a dark aura, his expression extraordinarily grim. His subordinates took turns patrolling, each time returning empty-handed. The entire Songlong River bank had been scoured, yet they had not caught even the slightest glimpse of Su Yun. He even began to doubt whether the intelligence was wrong, and that Su Yun never came here. Just then a sudden rush of wind whistled through the forest. A black-clad disciple sprinted towards him in a frenzy. "Young master, we found him." Liao Jun's eyes widened as he sprang up. Where is Su Yun?" The black-clad disciple quickly reported. "I just scouted the outskirts of Linshui City. Within a 10-mile radius, I sensed the mark. He is within the boundaries of Linshui City. I followed the young master's orders and did not dare to approach for investigation, fearing that being too close would alert Su Yun, so I immediately returned to report." Liao Jun's chest heaved violently. "Found him." After a thorough search over the last 4 days, they finally tracked down Su Yun's whereabouts. He knew the intelligence was correct. Su Yun had definitely come to the Songlong River. Liao Jun suppressed the agitation in his heart, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "Good. Well done. You will be greatly rewarded for this. I will ensure you receive a substantial reward." He quickly regained his composure, his mind racing. Su Yun was in Linshui City. If all went well, he should be in the city, gathering information about the river demon preparing to strike. Liao Jun immediately issued commands. "Everyone listen. You are all to remain hidden and on standby, but do not reveal yourselves or approach Linshui City. If Su Yun detects us, that kid will immediately flee. At that point, trying to kill him will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." All the black-clad disciples responded in unison. "Yes, young master." After arranging his subordinates, Liao Jun took out a pitch-black communication jade slip. This was the Ghostfire sect's emergency communication talisman capable of directly connecting to the sect's higher-ups. He infused demonic energy into the tip of his finger and swiftly inscribed the message. Su Yun has appeared in Linshui City, requesting the Golden Core Elder to rush to Songlong River immediately and ambush Su Yun on the spot. After inscribing the message, he flicked his fingertip. The jade slip flashed with black light shooting through the air towards the direction of the Ghostfire sect's mountain gate. Having completed all this, Liao Jun felt completely at ease. The Golden Core Elder travels at an extremely fast speed. With the ability to fly 2 days is more than enough to cross territories and reach the Songlong River. They just needed to wait another 2 days. Once the Golden Core arrives, regardless of how outrageous Su Yun's combat power is, he is no different from an ant before the Golden Core true person. A fierce killing intent flickered in Liao Jun's eyes. Kid, once the Golden Core Elder arrives, your death will be inevitable. I will reclaim all my losses from the secret realm with interest. No more thoughts lingered in his mind. Liao Jun restrained his demonic energy, changing into ordinary robes, disguising himself as an average cultivator. In a flash, he stealthily made his way towards Linshui City. Linshui City, the main hall of the ship gang. The spacious hall was packed to the brim. All around were men dressed in short, tight-fitting attire with curved sabers hanging at their waists and hard bows slung across their backs. Many also had short blades tucked into their belts. These men made their living amidst the wind and waves, traveling south and north, tasting blood on the edge of their blades. Each one had dark skin, and there was a fierce and brave aura about them. On the high platform stood a burly middle-aged man. This man was the leader of the ship gang in Linshui City, Zhou Yaohu. Zhou Yaohu scanned the several hundred gang members below, his voice booming. Brothers, in recent years the Songlong River has been overrun by monsters. They have overturned our cargo ships, devouring our goods, and have even caused the deaths of many of our close comrades. This waterway is the foundation of our livelihoods, yet now it is being choked at the throat by a monster. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, his tone growing more impassioned. As long as the monster remains, the shipping route will be blocked. Our means of supporting our families will be unstable. Today I have exhausted the ship gang's savings over the years, and have hired an immortal master with a heavy reward. In this expedition into the river we must slay the vile beast and clear the pathway. Once the monster is vanquished and peace returns to the waterways, our ship gang will regain its strength, and the people along the coast can live in peace. His words stirred the crowd, and below the warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Zhou Yaohu raised his hand and gestured respectfully towards the screen at the back of the hall. Please welcome the immortal master. The noisy hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned sharply towards the screen. A sound of footsteps approached, and an old man in gray robes slowly stepped out. The old man was wearing a robe, his half-white hair neatly combed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked leisurely, his eyes downcast, exuding an air of detachment from worldly affairs. Just by his external demeanor, he truly bore the air of an extraordinary person. The onlookers immediately began to whisper among themselves, their tones filled with awe and admiration. Indeed, he is an immortal master. His demeanor is completely different from that of ordinary people. With an immortal master on our side, the river monster will definitely face a calamity this time. Having lived for over half a century, I can finally witness an immortal master slaying monsters. It's worth my lifetime. The immortal master possesses great powers. A mere river spirit is surely no challenge for him. In the eyes of these mortal warriors, a cultivator who could command spiritual energy was akin to a legendary immortal. Zhou Yaohu hurried down from the platform, bowing deeply with his hands clasped, his posture extremely humble, not daring to show any disrespect. Esteemed immortal master, the monsters of the Songlong River have terrorized us for years, and the villages along the coast are suffering greatly. Ordinary warriors are simply unable to contend with them. For this extermination of monsters, we rely entirely on you. All of us in the ship gang are at your disposal. The old man in gray robes slightly nodded, lifting his eyelids, his face displaying an air of nonchalance. He deliberately put on the demeanor of a master, casually raising his hand, his tone assured. There is no need for you to worry, Master Zhou. It is merely a creature from the water. It cannot stir up any great waves. With my current cultivation level, dealing with it is more than sufficient. The old man had been traveling through various secular cities for many years, relying with my current cultivation level, dealing with it is more than sufficient. The old man had been traveling through various secular cities for many years, relying on his peak chi refining skills, thriving in the mortal realm. In his understanding, the river monsters in remote areas had limited strength, at best reaching the upper tier of the first rank. With his cultivation level, slaying such monsters was not difficult. Taking on this job comes with substantial rewards. It's merely a formality, and he could earn a fortune. To him, this was a surefire lucrative task. The crowd below was inspired by his confidence, and the last remnants of worry vanished, all waiting to set off to exterminate the monsters. Outside the ship, Gang Su-yun stood in a corner inconspicuous, like an ordinary passerby caught up in the excitement. He cast a faint glance at the old man in gray robes, shaking his head inwardly. Peak level of chi refining. His cultivation was not weak and could indeed dominate a region in the secular world. At nearly 100 years of age, his lifespan was nearing its end, and he had been stuck at the peak of chi refining for his entire life, never having stepped in a foundation establishment. A typical wandering cultivator from the fringes. He had spent his life mingling in secular cities, relying on a bit of superficial techniques to impress others. It was no wonder he dared to take on this task. It appeared he had no idea what level of monster lay hidden at the bottom of the Songlong River. That was a genuine second-tier monster. With his cultivation, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single wave from the river monster. And the group of fervent warriors from the ship gang below, despite their brute strength and combat experience, would be no different from sending themselves to death when facing a true monster. And the group of fervent warriors from the ship gang below, despite their brute strength and combat experience, would be no different from the larger the ship gangs forced, the more commotion they would cause upon entering the river, making it easier to lure out the river monster. This was precisely the result he desired. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling quietly crept up in his heart. It was the sensation of being watched from the shadows, real and clear. He had been extremely cautious throughout his journey, disguising himself, suppressing his cultivation, blending in with the crowd, without drawing attention. Logically, he should not attract special notice. How could he be targeted? He remained unperturbed, quietly extending his divine sense outward, sweeping through the surrounding streets bit by bit. On the surface, everything appeared ordinary with no signs of anomaly. Su-yun retracted his divine sense, his brow slightly furrowed. Could it be an illusion? Perhaps he was simply too sensitive, resulting in this feeling of being observed. He suppressed his doubts, no longer overthinking, and shifted his gaze back to the ship gang, continuing to wait. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, in a secluded guest house's second-floor room, a shadow was hidden behind the curtains. Liao Jun crouched in the shadows, completely concealing his presence. He did not release his divine sense, merely relying on his eyesight to fixate on Su-yun in the crowd. At the moment Su-yun scanned his surroundings and turned his head, Liao Jun's heart suddenly shrank. He had almost been discovered. He never imagined Su-yun's vigilance would be this formidable. Just a distant gaze could make the other party vaguely sense something amiss. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Since arriving in Linshui City, he had refrained from using his divine sense to probe, and had only relied on the mark to pinpoint his location. That mark was hidden deep within Su-yun's meridian, silent and unnoticeable, neither exploding with power nor causing any unusual sensations for the host. To this day, Su-yun remained oblivious, completely unaware of the mark's existence. A cold smile crept onto Liao Jun's lips, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. No matter how well you disguise yourself, what difference does it make? Your every move has long been firmly grasped by me. He stood quietly by the window like a coiled snake, patiently waiting for the moment to strike. In the main hall, Zhou Yaohu had already arranged the departure details. Over 100 ship gang warriors lined up, weapons drawn, their morale high. The old man in gray robes walked at the front of the line, exuding an air of a master. The onlookers on both sides of the streets hurriedly stepped aside, their voices buzzing with discussion. The team, fully equipped, marched grandly towards the Songlong River outside the city. Su-yun blended at the edge of the crowd, leisurely following behind. In the shadows, Liao Jun's figure flickered stealthily, tailing them, using the cover of buildings and trees. At the riverside dock, the river wind howled, striking the ship's boards with crisp sounds. The water's surface churned with murky waves, the damp and briny mist enveloping the air. Two massive double-deck cargo ships were docked side by side. The ships were wide and sturdy, with spacious decks serving as the main vessels for long-distance freight. Zhou Yaohu, dressed in sturdy gear, had a curved saber half drawn at his waist, his gaze fierce. He waved his hand decisively. Everyone aboard. Set sail. Over 100 elite warriors from the shipping guild boarded the ships in sequence, each wielding knives and bows, expressions tense. No one was laughing or making noise. Entering the river to slay monsters was not merely a brawl, it was a true fight for life and death. The two ships had clearly defined roles. The first ship was filled with live pigs and sheep, tightly bound in the cabin and at the stern. More than 100 livestock were securely tied up, bleeding and struggling incessantly, their blood and scent wafting through the wind. This was a bait ship specifically designed to lure monsters. The second main ship was loaded with over 100 elite warriors. Their task was to provide support, encircle, and assist. Once the monster appeared, they would immediately coordinate with the immortal master to attack. Zhou Yaohu stood at the bow of the main ship, his posture tall and straight, gazing at the vast and turbulent river, his eyes filled with resolve. He turned to the gray-robed elder beside him, his tone a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Immortal Master, we have prepared over 100 live livestock as you instructed. Can these truly lure out the river? The gray-robed elder stood at the bow facing the wind, feigning calmness. Rest assured, the monster is bloodthirsty and greedy for life. The essence of blood and flesh is especially nourishing for water monsters. These over 100 livestock have rich blood essence wafting through several miles of the river. It has lingered in the river for many years, surviving by devouring living beings. It will undoubtedly be unable to resist the temptation. He raised his hand, pointing at the bait ship ahead, continuing to explain his plan. That empty ship has already been set with a concealment formation in advance. Though its grade is not high, it is sufficient to bind for a moment. As long as it takes the bait and approaches the deck, the formation will activate instantly. Once caught in the formation, no matter how strong or fast it is, it will have no way to escape. At that time, I will personally strike and slay this monster with a single sword, eliminating future troubles. His words were clear and methodical. Hearing this, Zhou Yaohu felt a weight lift from his heart, the tense expression on his face easing into a smile. With the Immortal Master's arrangements, I am completely reassured. As long as we can eliminate the river monster today, we will clear the entire Songlong River route. The promised reward will be delivered in full. Afterward, our guild will generously offer treasures to thank the Immortal Master for his great kindness. The elder's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. It's what we ought to do. Eliminating monsters and bringing peace to the people is indeed our duty as cultivators. Though he spoke politely, he was already elated inside, receiving a substantial reward while gaining fame throughout the entire Lingshui city. From now on, towns along the banks and sects in the martial world would surely pay him handsomely whenever they encountered monsters or evils. He silently resolved to secure a long-term path for establishing his territory. He was determined to perform exceptionally well, executing his moves cleanly and impressively. He had to make sure Zhou Yaohu and the warriors clearly saw it, making them feel that this expenditure was worthwhile. The two large ships slowly untied their moorings. The oars dipped into the water, breaking through the waves. Following the swift currents of the Songlong River, they slowly sailed deeper into the vast river. The deeper they went, the wider the river became. On the second main ship, over 100 warriors stood on either side of the deck. Each held onto the knife handle, their gaze fixed tightly on the surrounding water surface. They dared not blink or relax. The sounds of wind, flowing water, and livestock bleating intertwined, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Among the crowd, someone whispered in a low voice, "Where do you think the river monster is hiding?" One person shook his head, his face pale. "Who knows? This thing is elusive. No one has seen its full form in years. It could be hiding in the water, in the undercurrents, or in the riverbed caves. It could be anywhere." Another person spoke, his tone tense. "Stop discussing it. Everyone keep your eyes wide open. Watch for any disturbances in the water surface or splashes. If anything seems off, shout immediately." Everyone fell silent, their nerves stretched to the limit. They remained vigilant, waiting for the monster to appear. Meanwhile, high above the Songlong River, clouds obscured the sky. Su Yun floated in midair, overlooking the entire river, capturing every movement and stillness on the river's surface. After half a day passed, the two large ships drifted down the Songlong River, traveling over 100 miles. Throughout the journey, the river remained wide, with mist floating and waves rolling. However, as far as the eye could see, the entire river was clean and clear. There were no disturbances, no strange waves, and no dark shadows beneath the water. The warriors on the ship, who had been tense for most of the day, began to feel fatigued, their patience wearing thin. On the deck, many lowered their voices, murmuring amongst themselves, "Strange. It's been half a day, yet there's not a single sign of life. Could it be that the river monster isn't coming out today? Does it need to rest? Or are we going in the wrong direction? Is it not active in this area at all? Something's not right." Someone frowned and whispered, "We have two large ships, massive in size, and over 100 live livestock on board, their blood essence soaring. With such a large target, it should be able to smell the scent, even from several miles away. Under normal circumstances, it would have been attracted by now. Why is there not a hint of it today?" At the bow, Zhou Yaohu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes continuously scanned the river surface ahead and behind, as well as the water's edge on both sides. It had indeed been too long. For 100 miles of waterway, there was nothing in sight. He began to feel uneasy, a hint of apprehension creeping into his heart. Could it be that the Immortal Master's method was completely ineffective? Or was the river monster truly too perceptive, seeing through their trap? Beside him, the gray-robed elder stood at the bow, his expression feigning calm. He looked at the restless crowd and slowly began to reassure them. "What's there to panic about? The monster is intelligent and cunning. The richer the blood essence of the bait, the more cautious it becomes. It may very well have come already, likely hiding in the shadows, quietly watching us. Stay calm and be patient. When it is time to reveal itself, it will naturally do so." Further upstream, several miles away from the two ships, a pair of enormous vertical pupils quietly broke through the murky water. Silently, it surfaced from the dark depths of the river. These were a pair of dark green eyes, their pupils narrow, and the irises extremely large. They belonged to the level 2 latest-stage toad demon that had plagued the Songlong River for several years. Its entire body was covered in dark green skin, wrinkled and bumpy. Its back was lined with sharp, bony growths, hard as iron and jagged. With stout, short limbs and broad, flat-webbed feet, its claws were sharp enough to stir up massive waves with a single swipe. At this moment, this river monster that had occupied the Songlong River for years had already followed the two large ships. Since half an hour ago, it had been lurking several miles behind the fleet, keeping a safe distance. Quietly trailing behind, it observed silently. The second-level monster, having long awakened its intelligence, possesses a level of understanding comparable to that of a 7- or 80-year-old human child. It is not foolish, on the contrary, after years of existence, it is more cautious than anyone. It is well aware that nothing comes for free. Two massive ships brimming with the rich scent of fresh blood and flesh swagger about in its territory. They are either a group of reckless fools unaware of their mortality or traps specifically designed to lure it in. Over the years, waves of human cultivators have attempted to kill it. There are groups of chi refining cultivators coming in and solitary Foundation establishment cultivators daring to cross the river. Time and again, no less than 7 or 8 waves have approached, all of whom were exhausted, driven away, or devoured by it, using the advantage of the deep waters. It understands humans all too well. Humans excel at disguising themselves, ambushing, and luring into traps. The more seemingly accessible the prey, the more likely it hides deadly pitfalls. Its survival until today has never relied on bravery, but rather on cunning. Few know this. This Songlong River frog spirit hails from a remarkably ordinary background. It was merely the most inconspicuous little wild frog by the riverbank back then. Its siblings numbered in the dozens, or even hundreds, all born around the same time. Its innate talent was mediocre, lacking any special bloodline or innate divine abilities. The first batch of its kind saw most of their lives cut short by passing cultivators who casually slaughtered, refined them for alchemy, or harvested their gallbladders. The rest either foolishly tried to snatch food only to be consumed by their natural enemies, or died in battle against other monsters for territory. Only it survived, timid, cautious, and never exposing itself. While others fought for territory, it hid in the depths of the water. When others flaunted their strength, it migrated overnight to avoid disaster. It has lived through hardship, patiently absorbing moisture, honing its physical form, and gradually accumulating cultivation. From the most lowly of small fish-like monsters, it has persevered to reach the late stage of second level. It knows well that cultivation is difficult, and that life is only one. Cultivation can be built up over time, but if life is lost, it is forever gone. Therefore, it has grown increasingly cautious and suspicious. Whenever encountering unfamiliar ships or cultivators, it must first observe, test, and confirm there are no dangers. It never acts rashly. The frog spirit subtly rotates its eyes, using the rippling waters to quietly disperse a faint wave of water-type spiritual energy. This is a probing technique it has developed over the years. It is searching for anyone purposely hiding their presence, lurking, or ambushing. The spiritual wave is weak and completely imperceptible to ordinary people. The elderly man on the ship at the 9th layer of chi refining is far too weak to detect the fluctuations. He continues to stand at the bow of the ship, pretending to be calm. The over 100 martial artists on board are blissfully unaware. Underwater, the frog spirit meticulously probes again and again. Once without anomaly, it remains unconvinced. Twice without anomaly, it still does not let its guard down. It has suffered losses from human cultivators concealing their strength before. Once a Foundation establishment cultivator deliberately suppressed their aura, pretending to be weak, and nearly caught it off guard. Since then, it always tests repeatedly when facing an enemy. Confirm and reconfirm. It never gambles with its life. It seems. There is only an elderly chi refining cultivator at the 9th layer. Since then, it always tests repeatedly when facing an enemy. Confirm and reconfirm. It never gambles with its life. It seems. There is only an elderly chi refining cultivator at the 9th. From several miles, it closes into 2 miles. Then to 1 mile. Its form remains hidden in the deep, dark waters, not revealing the slightest outline. It plans to get even closer. To probe once more. To thoroughly ascertain the details. To confirm there are no hidden powerful beings before seizing the ship and feasting on its flesh. High above in the clouds, Su Yun quietly hovers. He catches the faintest disturbance in the water on the river's surface. There is also a trace of nearly imperceptible, extremely subtle water-type demonic power slowly approaching the fleet. A flicker of light flashes in Su Yun's eyes. It has arrived. This river demon is even more cautious and capable of survival than he had imagined. Another quarter of an hour passes. The frog spirit underwater repeatedly disperses the water-type spiritual waves sweeping over every inch of the two massive ships. Once, twice, three times. It misses no spot. The entire fleet, over 100 people, consists entirely of ordinary martial artists with not a hint of spiritual power fluctuations. The only one with circulating spiritual energy is the elderly man in gray robes at the bow, whose aura is shallow only at the 9th layer of chi refining. All previous vigilance, concerns, and defenses dissipate. Today the prey has come knocking without any risk. It would be foolish not to feast. A greedy, fierce light flickers in the frog spirit's eyes. Its webbed limbs lightly stir the water as it swiftly approaches the main ship from behind. On the deck, the people remain completely oblivious. The martial artists continue to look around, peering into the river, anxiously waiting for the river demon to charge at the bait ship ahead. All the martial artists on the ship having its fill. Its webbed limbs lightly stir the water as it swiftly approaches the main ship from behind. On the deck, the people remain completely oblivious. The martial artists continue to look around, peering into the river, anxiously waiting for the river demon to charge at the bait ship ahead. Zhou Yaohua and the elderly man in gray robes stand side by side at the bow, their eyes fixed on the bait ship ahead, eagerly anticipating the moment when the demon is caught. Suddenly, a deep sound of water disturbance erupts beneath the dead still surface. Before anyone has a chance to react, a loud splash erupts and a dark shadow bursts through the water, crashing heavily onto the main ship's deck. Crash! The wooden planks cannot withstand the immense pressure, cracking with intricate fissures. The sudden loud noise startles everyone on the ship, causing them to tremble. The enormous frog body looms over the deck, its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, while its robust limbs, webbed claws dripped with murky river. The enormous frog body looms over the deck, its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, while its robust limbs, webbed claws dripped with murky river water drip incessantly. A panic-stricken uproar erupts among the crowd. What the hell? A frog spirit? How could it be this kind of monster? It's too ugly, covered in bumps and warts, making my scalp tingle. Weren't we told it was just an ordinary water sprite? This size is far from a small demon. The martial artists are so frightened that they retreat in haste, struggling to keep a grip on their swords and bows, huddling against the sides of the ship, too terrified to take a step forward, their faces pale, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Yaohua suddenly shivers his legs, turning to jelly, instinctively retreating several steps behind the elderly man in gray robes, his voice trembling. Master, how did that monster end up on our ship? Weren't we supposed to lure it to the bait ship ahead and trap it? Why is it completely deviating from our expectations? The elderly man stares fixedly at the frog spirit, his mind buzzing, a chill running down his spine. With a single glance, he recognizes the intensity of the demonic energy flowing through it, which is far beyond that of a first-level monster. It is undoubtedly a second-level beast. The elderly man curses madly in his heart. How could this happen? In a mere inland river of the secular world where spiritual energy is sparse and treasures are non-existent, it was inconceivable in his understanding that a second-level monster could be born. Any second-level monster should be residing in a spiritually rich place deep in the mountains. How could it be causing chaos in this Zonglong River for years? The frog spirit's vertical pupils lock onto the elderly man in gray robes, its wide mouth curving into a slight grin, emitting deep rumbling sounds from its throat that reveal no veil of mockery or desire to hunt. In its eyes, this chi-refining cultivator before it is the most delicious feast of the day. The old man quickly calculated, in his heart flustered and in disarray. Fighting Hedon would mean certain death, yet the boat was surrounded by water with only a small deck beneath his feet, leaving no room for retreat or escape. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and take action, trying to bluff and stall for a moment before looking for an opportunity to escape on his sword. He suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat. Do not come forward to die. Leave this monster to me." The old man raised his hand, forming a seal, channeling the spiritual energy around him, and a blade of wind magic suddenly took shape, slicing through the air towards the toad spirit's head. The toad spirit merely raised its front paw casually and waved it forward. A thin water barrier appeared out of nowhere. With a soft bang, the wind blade struck the barrier, instantly shattering without even creating a ripple. The strike missed. The old man's heart sank further. He dared not pause, continuously executing several. Each spell that struck the toad spirit's surface was either easily blocked by the water barrier or smashed against its thick, tough skin, leaving only shallow white marks, unable to even cut a wound. The toad spirit stood still, unmoving, allowing the spells to bombard it, its eyes filled with an increasingly rich amusement. It relished the feeling of its prey struggling desperately, yet being utterly unable to inflict harm upon it. The warriors on the deck were all stunned, their hopes completely shattered. Some lowered their voices, unable to stop. "It's over. The immortal master can't possibly defeat this toad spirit. We thought the immortal master was formidable, but now it seems he is no different from a child waving a wooden stick before this monster. I should have never come. Zhou Yao's legs went weak and he slumped onto the deck, his face pale, as paper drenched in cold sweat. A flood of regret washed over him. Had he known the river demon was such a terrifying monster, he would never have organized a fleet to lure it out. Now surrounded by endless river waters, there was nowhere to escape. He trembled uncontrollably, lacking the strength even to draw his sword. The other warriors were equally seeing that his usual spells had no effect. The old man became utterly frantic, no longer holding back his spiritual power, pouring all his energy into unleashing his strongest secret technique. A green wind spear over half a zhang long coalesced, carrying all his spiritual power, and fiercely stabbed towards the toad spirit's heart. This strike consumed most of his cultivation, serving as his last hope. The toad spirit's expression remained indifferent, merely raising its paw lightly. Raging river water coalesced from midair, forming a water wall to block its path. The green wind spear collided with the water wall, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The old man no longer had any thoughts of resistance, only the desire to escape remained in his heart. He quickly summoned a low-grade magical artifact, stepping onto his sword in an attempt to soar into the air and flee towards the shore. But the toad spirit would not allow its prey to escape. Its massive body suddenly surged with power, transforming into a shadow that moved so swiftly, it left an afterimage blocking the old man's path as he tried to flee. With a fierce spray from its large mouth, a wave of water slammed directly into the old man. Poof! The protective spiritual energy around him instantly dissipated, and the low-grade magical artifact cracked, shattering into several pieces. The old man was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string screaming as he crashed back onto the deck. His chest caved in, and he spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, his breath weakened significantly, lacking even the strength to rise. The warriors on the ship witnessed this scene, completely falling into despair. Damn, we're really done for. The immortal master was heavily injured in one blow. It's over, it's over. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The toad spirit slowly descended back onto the deck, extending its long crimson tongue to lick around its large lips, its greedy gaze landing on the old man. Today, it would be able to feast heartily. A 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator was an excellent supplement for it, perfect for solidifying its own latest-stage 2nd-level cultivation. At that moment, a faint golden spiritual light suddenly brightened above the clouds. Buzz! An invisible formation suddenly spread, inverted and descending. It precisely enveloped the entire ship, locking down the surrounding river surface for hundreds of zhang. The space froze, and the river waters ceased to churn. Earlier, while the old man and the toad spirit were entangled, Su Yun had not rushed to intervene. He observed coldly while raising his hand to create seals, secretly sketching out formation patterns. To deal with this cautious toad spirit adept at water evasion, one could not attack hastily. The key was to block off its escape route. Therefore, Su Yun prepared the formation in advance, waiting for it to let its guard down, directly sealing the area once it relaxed. He would give it no chance to flee. The moment the formation descended, a slender figure stepped through the remnants of spiritual light, appearing in the center of the ship's bow. The toad spirit suddenly halted, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Its spine bristled, its demonic aura surged violently, and its face wore an expression of shock. It was bewildered. It had thoroughly scanned the area before. There were only a group of mortal warriors and a weak 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator on the ship. There was no second cultivator. How could someone suddenly appear out of nowhere? The toad spirit's vertical pupils contracted sharply, finally realizing it had been a trap all along. This human cultivator had intentionally used the mortal fleet as bait to lure it out. Damn, humans are treacherous. It growled lowly, filled with resentment and trepidation. Having been cautious for years and probing for half an hour, it had still fallen into someone else's ambush. On the deck, the crew members who had been awaiting death in despair suddenly froze upon seeing Su Yun appear. In the next moment, hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Someone, another immortal master. Heaven sent. A true expert. We are saved. There is truly hope. Just moments ago, the old immortal master had been defeated in an instant, and everyone had resigned themselves to death. Who would have thought that in the face of despair, a powerful figure would actually emerge? The gray-robed old man lying on the ground and spitting blood also struggled to lift his head, staring at Su Yun in shock. He could clearly sense the overwhelming aura of spiritual power emanating from Su Yun, suppressing the entire scene. Foundation Establishment. He was undoubtedly a genuine Foundation Establishment Grandmaster. Meanwhile, in the distance, hidden within the dense forest by the riverside, Liao Jun was intently observing the battlefield on the river. A 2nd-level latest-stage toad spirit. Even for him, wanting to slay this toad spirit would be extremely challenging. In a direct confrontation, his chances of victory were less than 60%. To ensure a kill, he would need to use his trump card secret techniques. But Su Yun, merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, dared to step into the formation alone, directly locking down the monster and taking the initiative to attack. He wanted to see just how monstrous Su Yun's true combat strength was. On the deck, the atmosphere was silent. The toad spirit was tense, its demonic aura swirling violently, fixated on Su Yun. It did not take the initiative to attack. This human cultivator, who could set up a space-sealing formation, was certainly not an easy foe. The calmer he appeared, the more dangerous he was. It was waiting for Su Yun to make a move so it could capture a flaw, either to counterattack or to find an opportunity to escape. Su Yun's gaze was calm as he fixed his eyes upon the toad demon before him, speaking in a clear voice. A mere toad sprite lurking in the Songlong River has for years taken lives and devoured men, wreaking havoc along its banks. Today I stand here to slay demons and purge evil, cleansing this river. As his words fell, Su Yun raised his hand and clenched its spiritual energy erupting from his fingertips. Golden blade rending sky art. A sharp hum split the air as 6 golden blades of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air. Each blade was piercingly sharp, radiant with spiritual light, hovering in midair. In the next instant, with a series of swift whooshes, the 6 golden blades tore through the air, simultaneously streaking straight toward the toad demon's head, heart, and the vital points of its limbs. Their speed was so extreme that the naked eye could barely perceive more than fleeting golden afterimages. The toad demon dared not be careless, instantly channeling its full aquatic demonic aura. The river before it surged violently, rapidly coalescing into a thick watery barrier to shield itself. With wet tearing sounds, the golden blades, sharp and immensely penetrating, sliced through. The dense water barrier was as fragile as paper, instantly pierced through entirely. The shield shattered into countless fine droplets. The blades, undiminished in force, continued their assault on the toad demon's true body. A surge of terror gripped the toad demon's heart. Such formidable penetrating power. There was no time to withstand it. Hedon. Its massive body twisted violently, muscles tensed as it rolled sideways to dodge. With heavy thuds, several golden blades grazed its back and slammed fiercely into the deck. The sturdy planks split open into deep furrows, sending splinters flying. Enraged by the near miss, the toad demon opened its maw wide. The river's surface churned wildly as dozens of thick water arrows materialized, raining down on Su Yun from every direction. Layer upon layer of water techniques cascaded, blotting out the sky and sealing all avenues of escape. The martial artists on the deck felt their scalps tingle, their hearts leaping into their throats. Facing the onslaught of demonic arts, Su Yun's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand in a blocking gesture, circulating spiritual energy throughout his body. A golden guard shield instantly took form, enveloping him securely. With a series of whistling sounds, the countless water arrows crashed against the protective barrier, all shattering and dissipating. Every attack was effortlessly neutralized. Everyone on the deck stared wide-eyed, their faces flushed with exhilaration, the despair in their hearts swept away. He can block it. The immortal master can withstand the demon's arts. This is true skill. The old immortal master earlier was nothing in comparison. There is hope. This immortal master can surely vanquish this monster. We can truly survive. The crowd fixed their gazes on the battlefield, their eyes burning with fervent anticipation. The toad demon's vertical pupils contracted sharply as its demonic mind raced. It could clearly sense Su Yun's cultivation aura, a solid Foundation establishment initial stage. Yet this mere human at the Foundation establishment initial stage had forcefully withstood its full-scale second-tier latest-stage water assault. Something was amiss. Too amiss. The toad demon had lived for many years and fought many human cultivators. It understood the weaknesses of human cultivation. Humans of the same realm were always strong in spells, but frail in body. They relied on long-range suppression with spiritual techniques. Once forced into close combat, their battle prowess plummeted. Several waves of Foundation establishment cultivators had come to slay it before. Some were at Foundation establishment late stage, others at Foundation establishment great perfection. All were the same. Their long-range spells seemed impressive, but once it closed in for the kill, their composure shattered. Either they had their shields smashed and fled gravely wounded, or they perished outright at the riverbed. Close quarters entanglement was the greatest killer move of demon beasts. If long-range attacks couldn't break through, then it would close in for a brutal kill. With that decision made, the toad demon ceased wasting spiritual energy on water techniques. Its massive body coiled with power as its webbed feet slammed hard against the deck. With a resounding crack, the solid hardwood deck splintered into a spiderweb of fractures, sending wood chips flying. Using the immense recoil, the toad demon lunged forward with explosive force. It charged straight at Su Yun's face. Its speed was blinding, its momentum overwhelming. Its broad-webbed claws carried a stench-laden galebone spurs protruding with a biting sharpness capable of shattering rock with a single strike. It was certain. Human cultivators had frail bodies. As long as it got close, it could crush him. Once it lashed onto Su Yun, his spell advantage would vanish, forcing him into a physical brawl. And that was its specialty. Watching the toad demon charge and ferociously, a faint smile curled at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. Heh. Want to fight up close with physical strength? That played right into his hands. Others feared a demon beast's close-quarters combat, but he did not. His body, tempered by 1,000-fold amplification, had long surpassed the limits of cultivators at his level. In brute force endurance and close-quarters slaughter, this toad demon before him was utterly outmatched. Instead of dodging, Su Yun planted his foot and charged forward to meet the demonic form heat-in. Man and demon collided in an instant. A thunderous boom erupted from their first solid clash. Shockwaves radiated outward from the two combatants, sweeping everything in their path. The toad demon had been certain its lunge would send Su Yun flying. But the moment their bodies met, a terrifying brute force far beyond its imagination exploded from Su Yun. The recoil slammed back with devastating force. With a rumbling crash, the massive demonic form was forcibly halted midair, its limbs, numb, its bones and sinews racked with sharp pain. The toad demon's mind went blank. What was happening? It was a second-tier late-stage demon beast with an innately monstrous physique, yet it couldn't even budge a human at Foundation Establishment initial stage. And it was injured by the recoil. Before it could react, Su Yun's close-range onslaught had already landed. Fist to flesh, clean and decisive. With heavy pounding blows, several powerful punches hammered into the toad demon's hardback carapace. The demonic armor that had withstood Foundation Establishment spell attacks now cracked layer by layer. Black demonic blood oozed wildly through the fissures. Stung by the pain, the toad demon let out a piercing shriek. Panic fully set in as it thrashed madly, swinging its massive claws in a desperate counterattack. Simultaneously, it spewed thick, virulent green poison mist from its mouth. The toxic cloud enveloped Su Yun, reeking and intensely corrosive. Mortal warriors would dissolve upon contact. Cultivators who inhaled it would have their spiritual energy paralyzed and their flesh rot. This was its trump card, poison technique. Many cultivators in past years had fallen to this very close-range poison kill. But in the next moment, the toad demon was utterly stunned. The dense lethal poison mist shrouded Su Yun completely, yet it had no effect at all. Meanwhile, Su Yun's assault grew fiercer and more relentless. Barehanded, he hammered the demonic flesh, each punch sending the toad demon's internal organs into turmoil. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Explosive shockwaves rippled out in succession. The river's surface was forced into a massive depression by the sheer force of the clashes. Towering waves surged skyward, only to be torn apart by opposing spiritual forces. The distant large vessel could not withstand such a level of impact. With a deafening crack and boom, the canal boat, battered by wave after wave of spiritual shockwaves, split, shattered, and disintegrated from the middle. Planks broke, masts snapped, and canvas tore and flew apart. The hull was utterly destroyed. Run, jump into the river, flee. The surviving boat guild martial artists on board were terrified out of their wits. No one dared stay a second longer. All leaped into the river, frantically swimming toward the distant shore. Their faces were pale with terror as they looked back at the raging battlefield, their hearts filled with nothing but fear. This was no fight between man and demon. This was a desperate struggle between two ferocious beasts. In the center of the river, the battle raged on. The toad spirit was completely bewildered, retreating frantically while struggling to defend itself, its demonic heart torn apart. It began to doubt its very existence as a beast. Who is the true monster here? I am a naturally strong second-level demon beast. You are a physically weak human cultivator. Why? Why is your body harder than mine? Why is your strength greater than mine? Why is your resistance so abnormal? In close combat, you have me pinned down. My innate poison technique is completely ineffective against you. Is there no justice in this world? The toad spirit was battered and bruised, its body covered in wounds, demonic blood staining the river water red. Its spine had shattered in many places, limbs torn and flesh cracked, internal injuries shaking its organs. The fierce and violent aura it once possessed had turned feeble. It was scared. It was truly scared. After living for so many years and evading countless cultivators, it had never encountered such an abnormal human. This is a monstrous beast disguised in human skin. If this continues, it will truly be beaten to death. Escape. I must escape. The toad spirit's mentality exploded, no longer possessing even a shred of fighting spirit. Ignoring everything, it turned and tried to dive into the deep water, hoping to escape the range of the formation. However, Su Yun gave it no chance at all. Locking onto the demon body, he moved in an instant, closely pursuing it like a stubborn adhesive. Su Yun's gaze was sharp and his fighting spirit was high. With his right hand gathering strength, spiritual energy surged into his fist. His arm radiated with brilliant light, exuding an overwhelming might. Get down. A punch slammed down. Boom. A deafening sound echoed. The toad spirit was struck hard in the back by this punch. The entire demon was forcefully smashed into the river's surface. Water splashed up dozens of feet high. The river trembled violently. It had just struggled to lift its head to escape. Su Yun closed in again. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each strike was fierce and solid. Every blow made it spew black blood, and its demon body tremble. The toad spirit lay completely paralyzed on the river's surface, struggling to move. Its bones were shattered in countless places. Its demonic energy was scattered, and its breath was on the verge of exhaustion. With despair in its eyes, it trembled uncontrollably. It couldn't fight back. It couldn't escape. It had roamed the Songlong River for years, never feeling so hopeless as it did now. On the riverbank in the dense forest, Liao Jun stared intently at the brutal battle unfolding on the river, utterly dumbfounded. He prided himself on being a genius in the demonic path, with considerable talent and many hidden cards. But watching the toad spirit being relentlessly battered by Su Yun, all that remained in his heart was endless coldness. If it were him in that position, the outcome would be even worse than that of the toad spirit. He would be crushed, beaten, and brutally killed. The surface of the Songlong River calmed gradually. Broken planks floated with the waves, creating a scene of devastation. The toad spirit lay on the water's surface, its body severely damaged. Most of its demonic bones were broken, and dark red demonic blood soaked a large area of the river. Its breath was weak, with its chest and abdomen rising and falling violently, inhaling more than exhaling. Its fierce demonic energy had completely dissipated, leaving only a final thread of breath hanging onto life. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. And its vertical pupils were full of pleas, constantly nodding to Su Yun in a bid for mercy. It was acknowledging its wrongs, begging for mercy. Looking at the demon's pitiful appearance as it begged for its life, Su Yun's expression showed no signs of softening. This toad spirit had occupied the Songlong River for years, devouring boats and harming the people along the shore. Its hands were stained with the blood of innocent lives, its evil deeds abundant, its crimes unforgivable. Cultivation is not easy, yet it delights in killing and harming lives. In this life, having committed so many wrongs, you shall reap your own consequences. In your next life, be reborn as a docile spirit, and do not bring disaster upon the world again. Su Yun raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy in his palm, delivering a simple, direct punch. Bang! A deep, muffled sound. The punch struck the toad spirit's head. The massive toad body trembled violently, and then went completely stiff. Its eyes lost their focus, completely devoid of life. Su Yun casually waved his hand, and directly stored the toad spirit's corpse into his storage bag. This second-level toad spirit was a treasure. Demon beasts are inherently valuable, especially this type of toxic water demon, which is highly prized. Its outer skin can be refined into protective armor, its bones can be forged into magical artifacts, and its blood and gallbladder are rare materials for poison making. The toad naturally possessed toxicity. The longer it cultivated, the more potent the poison became. Common elixirs could hardly refine the peculiar ailments and cultivation bottlenecks, often requiring such highly toxic demon materials as medicinal catalysts to break through. After securing the demon's corpse, Su Yun clapped his hands. The demon-slaying mission that took several days for the sect was successfully completed. The disaster of the Songlong River was eliminated. Next, he could proceed as originally planned to the wasteland of Gungjin Desert for training, honing his combat abilities. Just then, a profound sense of crisis surged up in his heart. Buzz! In the depths of the high-altitude clouds, a dark, demonic energy suddenly erupted. A sinister black skull enveloped in rolling demonic flames appeared out of nowhere. The hollow eye sockets of the skull burned with ghostly green flames, exuding a terrifying aura, moving at an incredible speed, tearing through the sky and heading straight for Su Yun. In a moment of peril, Su Yun instantly mobilized all his spiritual energy, activating his defensive secret technique. Golden Imperial Shield. A dazzling golden light enveloped his body, coalescing into a thick and hard circular shield firmly protecting him. In the next second rumble, the black skull crashed violently into the golden Imperial Shield. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the violent waves of demonic energy swept out, stirring the river into a frenzy. The golden shield trembled violently, the spiritual light rippling in layers. The skull's demonic flames dissipated by more than half, flying back. In midair, a shadow stepped out. Its entire body was enveloped in a heavy black robe, obscuring its features and posture. The rolling dark demonic energy surged like a tsunami, rampaging and spreading across the entire river. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of Foundation establishment descended with a crash. It was the aura of Golden Core. The shadow hovered in the air, its gaze locked firmly on Su Yun, its tone filled with surprise and suspicion. Oh, a mere foundation establishment cultivator can withstand my golden core strike. You kid truly possessed some demonic talent. The newcomer was none other than Zhang He, the sixth elder of the Ghostfire sect. A genuine golden core initial stage cultivator. He had already arrived in the Songlong River region when Su Yun engaged in battle with the Toad Spirit. He did not rashly reveal himself. Concealing his demonic energy throughout the battle, he observed Su Yun's strength from a distance. He watched as Su Yun unleashed a flurry of punches on the second-level Toad Spirit. With his foundation establishment initial stage cultivation, he forcefully shattered a demon beast far beyond his own realm. Zhang He was secretly astonished. This on-sin 1,000 years cultivation prodigy truly lived up to his reputation. Such a genius, if allowed to grow unchecked, would undoubtedly become a tremendous threat to the Ghostfire sect in the future. Thus he had been quietly biding his time. The moment Su Yun killed the demon and let his guard down, he would strike suddenly, planning to deliver a fatal blow and eliminate any future threats. He had thought that his golden core strike would be impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to withstand. But little did he expect Su Yun's reaction speed and defensive abilities far exceeded his predictions. In the depths of the forest by the riverbank, Liao Jun, who had been lurking and watching the whole time, felt overjoyed as he saw the black-robed figure in the sky. Elder 6. The Golden Core Elder has arrived. Su Yun, let's see how you survive today. No matter how strong you are, in the end you are just at the foundation establishment initial stage. Beneath the Golden Core all are mere ants. Today you will undoubtedly die. Above the river's surface, Su Yun stared intently at the black-robed demonic cultivator before him, his expression grave. Who are you? Zhang He's black robe billowed as demonic energy surged, his tone cold and arrogant. Su Yun, we have long since figured out your movements and your background. Your disguise and concealed aura are nothing but a facade before me. You have repeatedly slain the disciples of my Ghostfire sect and made it onto the kill list. Today, having fallen into my hands, your fate has reached its end. Do not worry, I will not kill you easily. A body as rare as yours, a peerless prodigy, is too valuable to waste. It would be just right to capture you and turn you into a top-tier corpse puppet, preserving your combat strength to be controlled by me to fight for my Ghostfire sect for all eternity. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's heart jolted with shock. Since departing from his sect, he had acted with utmost caution, crossing domains, infiltrating cities, and slaying demons, while concealing his presence as an ordinary cultivator. He believed he had left no traces of exposure. Yet the opponent not only recognized him precisely, but had also tracked him all the way to the Songlong River. These demonic cultivators truly had strange methods, and were formidable. Su Yun stared directly at Zhang He, his tone defiant, showing no fear. So you're a Golden Core old monster. I have yet to battle a Golden Core expert in my cultivation journey. You want to turn me into a corpse puppet? Then let's see if you have the ability to take me down. Hearing this, Zhang He let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. A mere foundation establishment insect dares to act wildly before me. Such sharp words. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant it to you. As his voice fell, Zhang He's black robe suddenly swelled and billowed. The magical energy within him surged wildly, and dark demonic energy poured forth like a burst dam, instantly covering the entire sky above the Songlong River. The winds and clouds in the high sky began to churn violently, black clouds pressing down, obscuring the sunlight. The previously undulating waves of the river suddenly froze, then, pulled by the demonic energy, began to spin wildly, forming vast dark whirlpools. The water temperature plummeted, and a layer of gray-black toxic foam floated to the surface. The fish at the bottom of the river, flipped belly up, quickly corroded into a pool of black water by the demonic energy. The heavy pressure of the Golden Core bore down on Su Yun. This was the unique aura of a Golden Core cultivator. No spells or weapons needed, just the aura of his cultivation could shatter the minds of foundation establishment cultivators. Several miles away, Zhou Yaohu and a group of martial artists who had just jumped into the river from a shattered ship and were desperately swimming to the shore, instinctively turned their heads to look at the sky above the river. Some felt their legs go weak and almost sank directly into the river.